my method to paying the seatbelt ticket is what? You ask the judge, can you please make it $1 billion fine so I can really help out my community? Give me a judgment for $1 billion. I'll pay you $1 a year for the next 1 billion years. You could take that $1 billion judgment and you could obtain loans. You could sell that judgment and you could make a lot more money for our community. So why don't you make it $1 trillion fine? And I'll pay you $1 a year for the next 1 trillion years, but you could take that judgment and you could actually obtain credit for the county to get new police cars, a monorail system, a new airport. Give me $1 trillion fine. What does it matter? What does it matter for a fine? Tell them you pay $1 a year for the next 10 billion years. They'll say, okie dokie, not a problem. They're not going to tell you no. See, that's what I don't understand. You guys are thinking it the old-fashioned way. You don't want to pay. Why not? What's the big deal? Get a judgment. Is it going to affect your insurance rate? No. Is it going to affect your points on your license? No.
No.
So why don't you ask them, can you make it $1 trillion judgment so I can really help my community? I want to do my civic duty. I want to do my part for my community. Give me $1 trillion fine, because I know what you do with these fines and these judgments. You take them, you're bundling them up in the package, and you sell them. You sell them like stocks, like bonds. You package them. Now you say, well, we're going to collect on it. What's your rate of collection on fines and penalties and judgments? Well, we got about an 80% collection rate. Woohoo! Well, how many judgments and fines you got, county? Well, we got a couple of good ones this year, so we're at the $1,100,003 worth of. Oh wow, okay. Well, we could bundle them up and sell them. Like I said, a seatbelt ticket. What would be the point? See, I'm not. What's that guy's name? Mark Stevens. I'm not the kind of guy who's going to take 300 pages and jam it in the court's face and say, look, this is how I'm going to defend myself with the Constitution and how many elements is there in a case. And I'm not going to play that silly game. I'm not going to do that crap. And tie up the court for 5 hours with a seatbelt ticket. A lot of those guys like doing that. How many elements is there to a case, And then they always say, well, the second element is always the most important element, and the second element is that there's got to be damages. If there's no damages, you've got no legitimate cause of action, so you got no case. Yeah. I know that. It's just special. It's pretty funny how many elements it take. How many elements is in a case. And if there's no damages, well then you got no case. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, I think I gave him notice that they have no jurisdiction, and when I met DA, he told me, yes, we do have jurisdiction. He sent me over to a judge, and I tried to tell a judge to read my note, and he didn't want to read it. Well, I know he read it, but he said, well, this is not the day for a trial, so he scheduled me a date for a trial.
Yeah, okay, so like I said, say you wanted to play it the old-fashioned way, right? You just tell the prosecutor that, will you please state for me how many elements there are in a valid cause of action, and you please name them. And then he'll say, well, what do you mean, how many elements? It's like, well, let me tell you one element that you must need. You must need, damages. So is there any element in here of the damages? Do you actually have anything in here that reflects any kind of damage I did while I was doing 35 and a 50 or not wearing my speed belt? Can you actually show me the actual damages that I created by not wearing my seatbelt? Because there's what do you call that? I'm trying to think of what the fancy word they use in law, like a maxim in law. The maxim in law is this action of no damage. There's no action given if there's no damages. It's very simple. It's like actio non deturo non damnifico or something like that. It's a Latin phrase. It just says an action is not given to him who has received no damages. So it's a maxim of law. It's so well established that the judges can't challenge it. But why? Why would you want to do that? Why would you want to say, look, you have no action because, you have no action given to the man because there's no damages. You can't see. There is no action here. You can't move any further. You need somebody who's going to come forth and say they were damaged. And do you have that? No. Was the city damaged? No. Was the county damaged? No. Did I damage the roads? No. Did any man or woman come forward and say I damaged a car? No. Then you have no cause of action. You have no case. But like I say to them all the time, why bother? Why not bother doing it a new way and saying, hey, is there a way we can make this $1 trillion fine or a $3 trillion fine? Why? I'll pay you $1 a year for the next 3 trillion years, and I'll help my community out by putting this fine and this judgment on the books. And you guys will look like, wow, you guys are really fucking working hard down here. Look at all this money you're making. It just makes them scratch their head. It's like, oh, you figured out what we're doing down here. Yeah, I know exactly what the fuck you're doing. And now you're bundling all these judgments and how you guys obtaining credit for the county or the state. Let me do my civic duty. Give me a $3 trillion fine. Give me a $3 trillion judgment. See what they say. They say, get the hell out of here. You're crazy.
Okay,
Say, no, I want to do my civic duty. I mean, what do you want me to tell you? You want me to do it the old-fashioned way? You want me to tell you the way everybody else tells you to do it? You know, who's the man that's going to come forth here and make a claim I've done something wrong by not wearing my seatbelt? Well, what's the other cute way you found on YouTube? What's the other cute way you're supposed to say it?
I don't know. I just kind of watched a lot of your videos, and they made a lot of sense.
Yeah, because that's what I'm saying.
Try see if it works with with a small citation, or see if it really works in the court.
Yeah, but to me, it's like, why bother? You know, it's like, to me, I'm just doing it a whole other way. I'm just laughing at them and showing them, look, I know how your game is played. You're not going to get me crying. You're not going to get me going boo-hoo. I know it's all about the money. Don't even bother bullshitting me. It's all about slave labor. It's all about Nike getting new shoe factories here in the United States. I know it's all bullshit. I know oh yeah, we're getting rid of all the poppy fields in Afghanistan. Oh, that's right. That's why we're over there now, protecting all the poppy fields because we don't want opium. Oh, that's right. And that's why that Pat Tillman football player was killed, because he said he's going to come back to the United States and tell everybody that we're protecting the opium trade now. We're the ones protecting the poppy fields. And that the Muslims are really destroying all the poppy fields and destroying all the opium because they don't want their people hooked on this crap. It's just funny. It's just, it's like I'm trying to expose this to people and say, look, tell them we get the joke. We understand. We understand why you're giving us seatbelt tickets. We understand. You need to make money for the county and the state. Yes, we know. We're not hurting anybody. There's no damages. Yes, we know you don't have a proper cause of action. Yes, we know that, it's our property and we do as we wish, anytime we wish, but we know you got to do it to make money for the county, right? Okay, so let me do my civic duty, and why do you give me $1 trillion judgment against my legal person? I don't give a damn. Give me $1 trillion judgment. What the hell do I care? But like I said, you say, well, I'm going to get a seatbelt ticket. Let me go out and get a seatbelt ticket and let's see if your stuff works, Cole. What stuff works? Say to them, where's the man who's saying I've done something wrong? Save it. There's no reason to keep trying this stuff out. The guy in Canada did that. He had millions of dollars worth of birds he smuggled into the country. And the government gave him, $1 trillion fine for doing all that crap. And he's like, okay, fine, no problem. I'll pay you $1 trillion worth of fines. I don't give a damn. Oh, now give me back all my smuggled birds. Now give me back all my property. And they had to give him back all his property. This is what I'm trying to say. I'm done doing the stupid speeding ticket and stuff. I know this is what the lawyers do. You go call up a lawyer and say, well, I want to pay a speeding ticket. What do I do? It's like, well, you do this, do this. Hey, you know what? How much is your speeding ticket for? $500. Hey, tell them to make it $500 trillion. What? Let's make some real money for this county. Yeah, let's put some real big numbers on the book for you guys. What? You're going to pay it? Of course I'm going to pay it. I'm a man. All the money comes from man. You know what? Of course I'll pay it. I'll pay you $1 a year for the next 500 trillion years. Let's get some real money for this county. That way you only have to write me a ticket out once every 10, 20 years, and I'll generate so much damn money for your county, you won't have to give tickets to nobody else. You can let everybody else drive around and not worry about giving seatbelt tickets to them no more. Why? Because I'll let you to give me a ticket once every 10, 20 years, and I'll make it such a whopper of a number, you guys will be financed for the next 50 years. It's a joke. You guys got to start letting these fuckers know you're understanding the game. This is a joke. I know it's all about money. I know it has nothing to do with my safety, anybody's safety. I know this all has to do with actuaries and insurance companies and probability, and it's all bullshit.
I could have just paid a ticket. It wouldn't be that much, but I really want to challenge them just to see how it works.
Why challenge? I say, why challenge? Challenge is like, to me, that's the way people were doing it. Like I said, it's the other people who listen on all these gurus on all these other shows. They show you how to beat a traffic ticket. Why? What's the point? What's the purpose? Because some other poor schmuck is sitting in a courtroom, he's going to pay a ticket. And the other 10,000 guys behind you, they're just going to pay the damn ticket. So you beat them. Whoop-de-doo. What about the other 10,000 people that are behind you in line? They're just going to pay their stupid fine and go on with their day. So like I said, to me, somebody like me has just got to say, you know what, just give me $1 trillion fine. I don't give a damn. Give me $1 trillion judgment. I don't give a damn. Why? Because I'm going to pay you. And you can't make me pay you any more than I got. It can't be done. It's all commercial. You can't do it. There's certain rules. So it just makes you laugh, when you actually find out that that's all they can do. They can't ask, if you say this is all you got, they're in no position to extort money from you. They can't say, well, you better give us more or we're going to put you in jail. They don't have the capacity to do that. If you say you're willing to pay it, well, then you're going to pay it.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? It's ridiculous. It's funny. That's just the rules. Say somebody goes into court and they got like 4 traffic tickets, right? And you can just say the judge says to you, your fine is $800 and $135 in court costs, right? $100 court costs. And you just say, you know, I'm sorry, Your Honor, I can't accept your offer. I have no money. You know, because these administrative court, everything is a commercial offer. You know, if you don't say anything, like if you're just silent, then they're going to believe that the offer was accepted. But just like I did in court in North Carolina, the judge said it's going to be $300 in court costs. And I said, not going to be able to come up with the $300. And he said, what can you come up with? Can you come up with half? I said, no, I'm not going to be able to come up with half. He said, how about, you know, $150 this month, $150 next month? I said, no, I'm going to have to move, and since we get this moonshine and we're on the front cover of the newspaper, no, I have to keep all my money for the move, but how about $5 a week for the next 60 weeks? He said, how about $6 a week for the next 50 weeks? And I said, no, I gave you my word, and this is all I could do. So the judge said, okay, fine. And I'm telling you, I don't give a damn what fine the judge gives you. If you just say, I'm sorry, I can't accept your offer at this time, I have no money, but all I have is this. The same thing happened with Brian Bonner. When Brian Bonner was going to go to jail for 4.5 years, you know, all we made an offer to the court was like, I'm sorry, I can't, you know, give you what you want, but what I can give you is this, $1 a day, you know, $30 a month. But if there's anything else I have, you know, you let me know. Oh, but first, before you ask anything else of me, other than $1 a day, is there going to be somebody who's going to come forth in this court and swear that any of this stuff is true? That's all I basically did with Brian. And like I tell you, man, anybody can do that. The judge goes in. The judge can just take and just say, okay, I'll drop the fine, you know, but you still have to pay the court costs. You know, the judge will still negotiate with you. It's ridiculous, but they'll do it. You know, it's ridiculous. You know, and if you just say, you know what, you want to just make the judge try to save face, you just say, look, I'll do 10 hours of community service. You know, so you let the judge get off the hook. It's like, hey, you got like an animal shelter here, I'll work at the animal shelter for 10 hours, or I'll help little old ladies cross the street, you know, for 10 hours a week, or I'll help pick trash up on the side of the highway. So that way you can help the judge save face, because honestly, you don't owe them a fucking dime. You haven't done any wrong, and there's no debt to anybody. But to me, it's like, why destroy the system? Because I don't want people to learn how to just destroy the system. Because, like I said, what happens? You just got a whole bunch of hillbillies or a whole bunch of black kids who are just running around with 3-wheeled vehicles, you know, and they're just playing bumper cars all over the road, going 500 miles an hour through school zones. And the cops are trying to give them tickets, and they're just laughing at them. Said, oh, yeah, you know what I'm going to do with that ticket when I get to court? I would say, why don't you make it $1 trillion ticket, Judge? Because all I'm going to pay is $1 a year for the next 10 trillion years. I don't give a damn. Put whatever damn number you want on there. What the fuck do I care? Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. It's going to get obscene when everybody starts learning the simple tricks that I'm teaching people. But go ahead. Make it $10 billion. I don't give a damn. Come on, this is all commercial. This isn't a judicial court. This is all administrative. You don't have the power. If I just say to you, there, I'll pay the fine, not a problem. But all I got is this. You can't make me pay any more than I got. It's commercial. You can't say, well, you better pay more. I'm going to put you in jail. Oh, really? Then you just committed extortion, Judge. I told you what I got. This is administrative court. I know what kind of court this is. This is a commercial court. This ain't a judicial court. I know what kind of hearing this is. Don't get tough guy on me. Don't commit extortion. Don't communicate threats to your fellow man. But this is the best I could do. And see, that's what I'm saying. If you guys are learning how simple this stuff is, what makes you think street thugs aren't going to learn this as well? What makes you think street thugs aren't going to Google my stuff and YouTube my stuff and find out how simple this is? Yeah, you good, godly Christian people who are listening to me, yeah, you guys ain't never going to use this stuff for nefarious reasons. No. But what happened when street thugs hear this stuff? What happened when punks, you know, who just want to drive 500 miles an hour down through school zones and run people's kids over hear this stuff and say, oh, forgive me, my brother, if I trespass, and they got to be let go? How do you think that, you know, what do you think is going to happen to society when everybody finds out how simple this is to get out of any kind of debt, any kind of societal debt? And, oh, I got a debt to society. Oh, all you got to do is this. You know? So like I said, you know, sure. You know, can you beat every single freaking ticket? Sure. Can you get your houses for free? Absolutely. Can you get all your credit card stuff for nothing? Absolutely. But what are you people accomplishing? And it's like, You just don't give a damn. It's because it's for you. But what about our children? Our children's children. If we go around and we just destroy the system. Yes, I know the system's getting effing crazy. Like, look what's happening to my kid and, grandpa. It's getting crazy. Yes, that's what I'm fighting, to push the system back. I don't want to destroy the system. I just want to tell the system, you better stop, because there's people like out here, like me, who said, did you just take and carry off something that was mine that's not yours? Yeah. You understand you're going to have to compensate me. What? No, you're supposed to cry. No, I'm not crying, lady. I'm telling you, you took my kid. Yeah, you took my kid. She's mine, right? She's my property. What? Okay, is she yours? No. She's mine? Yes. Okay, she's my property. Well, we don't like using the word property. Okay, call her a pine cone. I don't give a damn what the hell you call her. She's my pine cone, right? Is she your pine cone? You enjoying my pine cone? You using it every day? I hope you are, because it's going to cost you. This is all administrative. This is all commercial. This is all built on money. This is all maritime. We're not dealing with common law anymore, ladies. No, what are we dealing with now? Oh, now we're dealing with maritime. Yeah, right. United States, everything's corporation now, right? Yeah. Hooray. I can play you in your little game. Want to play your commercial game? Yeah, let's play your commercial game. Pay me. That's your rules. I'm just using your own damn rules. Pay me. You want to teach street thugs how to play this game too? Oh, they're going to love it. Everybody's going to make a shitload of money. Oh, this is going to be a lot of fun. And that's what I'm trying to teach them, man. I'm trying to show the other side as well. You better stop, because this is going to get ugly. If some dumb schmuck like me could figure it out, how long do you think it's going to take for the street punks to figure it out? Go ahead and Google me. See when I left high school at 14 years old. Go ahead. If some clown like me could figure it out, who can't figure this out? If some guy from Moldova could figure it out, who can't figure this out? It's not that tough. It's going to get ugly for the legal society. If they don't tighten up their shit quick and clean house, it's going to get ugly.
I don't understand why Grandpa's in family court and not criminal court.
Yeah, I know. I can't believe that. Me and some guys from Ohio, and we told about his case with his kid, and his kid is over 18, and his kid was in family court still. I was like, wait a second. How old is the kid? He said 18. When did this happen? When the kid was 17. And he's where? Family court. And he's on trial? Yeah, well, they call it a trial. Wait a second. If he's found guilty in family court as a juvenile, but he's 18, how are they going to sentence him to big boy prison? They're going to have to put him in a juvenile hall, but he can't because I said, this is like some crazy, like Star Trek episode. This is some crazy, wait a second. If everything I say is a lie, but I'm lying, so I'm lying to you now. Am I lying or what? I said, this makes no sense. I said, holy shit, wait a second. I think Grandpa is in juvenile court. I said, what the hell is Grandpa doing in juvenile court? And I said, you know what? I don't have the paperwork with me. It's at my mom's house. I said, when I get to my mom's house tomorrow morning, I'll take a look, and I'll see if it's, I could have sworn he's in juvenile court. And then I came home and I took a picture of it and I sent Gus a picture. I said, Gus, you ain't going to believe this. What, Grandpa's in juvenile court? What, he's in domestic court, a family court. What? Yeah, because it happened at a house. It happened in family. It happened inside of a family's house. And the government has no jurisdiction inside of a family's house. You can do whatever the fuck you want in four closed walls. There's not a damn thing they could do to you. If they could, you don't think they would have been breaking into the Playboy Mansion in California every 5 minutes back in the 1960s, 1970s for unmarried people having sex? Because, oh, you better believe there was all kinds of fornication laws, unmarried people and people giving blowjobs to each other, whatever that's called, man. I'm trying to sodomy laws. You better believe it. And you better believe people were bragging about it coming out of the Playboy Mansion or videotaping it or showing it on wherever. This is what goes down in Hugh Hefner's house. All kinds of sodomy acts. Did you hear one time Los Angeles County ever come and kicking in Hugh Hefner's front door and arresting Hugh Hefner and all the people having sodomy in his house? No. You didn't see the police running in there to make sure all the Playmate bunnies were over 18? No. Why? Because Hugh Hefner has an army of attorneys who know you better not cross that threshold. There's none of your damn business what's going on in my mansion. There's no damn business what's going on in my house. You worry about what's going on in the public. I'll worry what's going on behind my four walls. You worry about the street. I got this. You never seen him being taken out in handcuffs by having sex with an underage person in his Playboy Mansion. Oh, I bet there's plenty of women that went into that Playboy Mansion who were under the age of 18. That guy, he's like, oh, I only marry a woman up until the age of 22. And after 22, they're no good, and I go get another 18-year-old. I mean, it's ridiculous how this guy just gets married. He's like, well, over the age of 22, man, they pretty well, worn out past their prime. His philosophy is amazing. So how come they're not kicking in his door every 5 minutes? Because he knows the damn law, the castle doctrine. He knows domestic authority doctrine. He's not stupid. And that's what I'm saying. I can't imagine, man, what this government down here in Virginia must be doing if they're researching me, if they're Googling me, if they're looking at my stuff, said, holy shit, this clown actually knows the law. He actually knows we have absolutely no authority to walk into somebody's home. It's just like the guy who flew me out to Chicago, gave me $5,000. I said, look, you're wasting $5,000. Well, Carl, I really need you out here because I'm an IT specialist and I'm a government contractor. And, I'm being charged. I said, you're not being charged. Where did they bust you? In my house. I was growing pot in the basement. They took all the heat lamps and they took all the pyros. Dude, they're not charging you. Yes, they are. Dude, they're not. He said, oh, yeah, it's been going on for 4 or 5 months now. I said, dude. He said, this is like the third time I'm going to court. Dude, you're not in court. What? There's this old administrator. Dude, you got an attorney. Yeah, I paid $20,000 for the attorney. Dude, did he tell you that you'd be in charge of a crime? Yeah. Are you sure? Well, I think he told me. Dude, you're not being charged. You sent me the paperwork. Dude, you haven't even been indicted yet. You're not charged. You can't be charged till you're indicted. And they can't indict you because you did it in your fucking house. And you didn't expose anybody in the public to any danger. Well, what are you saying? My attorney said there's very serious notes. He probably said allegations. He probably never said the word charges. So when I flew out there, I met him and his wife. His wife thought I was freaking nuts, saying, yes, he's charged. I said, oh, effing lady. Jesus, F. You know what? I can't. I said, dude, just take me for a ride. And then we took a ride up to Chicago, man. Further up in Chicago, we saw a Chicago Cubs game. And this guy couldn't relax, man. I just said, look, just get into the game. What? I said, just get into dude, you're not even charged. I said, well, dude, it's all make-believe. Just might as well enjoy the game because when you got to go to court in another day or two, you're going to see exactly you're not charged with anything. You're going to see what the judge is going to do when I hand him a piece of paper. He's going to freak out. That's exactly what the judge did. He freaked. But then we went and met his attorney the next day, and his attorney's like, I said, tell this man the truth. Is he charged with a crime? He says, who are you? I said, I'm the friend of the family. You tell this man, is he charged with a crime? Well, no, he's facing some very serious allegations. When he said that, fucking poor Peter exploded. He says, what? You've led me to believe for all these months I'm in charge of a crime. You tell me I'm not charged. Dude, you're not charged with a crime. Dude, you did it in your house. He can't charge you. The government can't charge you. They can't come in your house and take your pot plants. Well, shit, dude. You can make a claim against them for taking your guns and your drugs and everything else. You didn't know that? No, I didn't know that. Well, why not? Why don't you know? You're a smart guy. Your brother's an IT guy. You're an IT guy. Tell me you don't fucking know. The government can't come and take your shit. If they do, they got to compensate you. Well, no, I didn't know we could. Of course you can. And I was talking right in front of his attorney all the time. And it was funny. I talked to his attorney. We started at 3:30 in the afternoon. And about 5:30 at night, I told the attorney, look, man, I'm getting hungry. I got to go. We got to go to court tomorrow morning. I want to go out to go get something to eat. And the attorney didn't want me to leave. He's like, no, tell me more. I said, okay, you know what? Everything I just taught you tonight, yeah. You know what? Save it for somebody who's worth $1 billion. Yeah, why? I said, don't use this information on peons like this guy, the guy who grows pot in his basement. Wait until you get $1 billion client. And you want to get him out of the most ridiculous charges, the most amazing charges that this guy could possibly face. Drop this little fucking 2 lines into the fucking court and watch what happens next. Don't give this to everybody because you know what? You're going to be disbarred. After you drop this into the court, they're going to disbar you. But that $1 billion guy, he's going to get out of trouble, and you're going to make a shitload of money from your trillionaire client, but they're going to disbar you. So don't do this for everybody. But when you got a big money ticket and you want to retire and you want to walk away from the bar, you want to walk away from being an attorney, then drop this little 2 sentence into the court. And then when we dropped it into the court, it was so funny. The judge exploded. Who the hell put this into my court? Who the hell did this? Who the hell is practicing law without a license in my court? And it's like, I think the state of Illinois stopped issuing licenses back in 1932, and in 1934, the practice and licensing and issuing of licenses to practice any law within the United States is, since it's a right that predates the Magna Carta, the states can't regulate it or control it. So everybody in your courtroom is practicing law without a license, Your Honor. Well, this notice better leave my court. Court immediately. Oh, so you're practicing law from the bench. Is that what you're doing? I'm just telling you. Oh, so you're committing extortion. What's going to happen if we don't? Well, I highly recommend that this notice leaves this case immediately. Okay, your notice will be taken into consideration. Your recommendation will be given, its proper due. Now, is there anything else? We're going to have a rehearing on this thing in 30 days. And the judge was exploding. And then we walked out of the courtroom. It was funny. The guy, Peter, his wife slapped him upside the head and say, "Holy God, now I understand what Carl's doing, you dumb schmuck. Why don't you end it here? Why don't you ask the judge, man? Where's the man saying I've done something wrong? Why don't you just end the damn thing?" And then his attorney fucking walked down the hall with me. He started laughing his ass off. He's like, "Oh, my God, Carl, that was hilarious." He's like, "What?" He said, "I ain't never seen that judge yell ever. Holy crap. That judge is like the most mellowish Irish guy. Holy shit, that guy exploded." He said, "Man, that was worth the price of admission." He says, "Boy, I'm glad you didn't mind me coming up here with you today and watch you do what you do." I said, "Yeah, it's a lot of fun, ain't it?" These guys go nuts when you put this paperwork into the court. They don't know what the fuck to do. They ain't never seen nothing like this. They drive them totally nuts because you basically show them, I know the game, and we're done. We're done playing. Now, do we have any real business here today, or you just want to keep dicking around with me? So, like I said, it drives them nuts because it's so simple. So, like I said, but if everybody just takes down the legal society like that, if everybody just does that, can you imagine what this world would be like, man, if everybody just walks in, you see everybody walking into the courthouse with a 2-sentence thing, and everybody just walking out laughing their asses off? I mean, feel like, what the hell happened? I don't know, man. Everybody just found this 2-sentence, 3-sentence thing, and they were all walking in and walking out of the courtroom. There's nothing they could do to us. That's right. So let's drive without our seatbelts. Woo-hoo. Let's do 500 miles an hour through a school zone. Woo-hoo. Let's go party tonight. Let's go get drunk and drive. That's exactly what would happen. It would just be like total bedlam, chaos. And it's like, oh, no, Paul, people are better than that. Oh, really? If they came on in CNN News and say, there is no more drunk driving laws in this country, people can no longer get prosecuted, can no longer go to jail, can no longer be fined or imprisoned for drinking and driving. How many people would just go to their local bars and celebrate, and they fucking fall down drunk, laughing their asses off, and all get in their cars at midnight and say, "Hey, let's give the fingers to the cops and try to stop me now. Watch me, I'm drunk. Woo, payback's a bitch, cop." That's what I bet would happen. People would party like it was New Year's Eve. And they say, "Oh, boy, we'd all drink and drive again? All right, hallelujah." So at first they'd get nutty and they'd do it, and then maybe, in a week or two, the novelty would wear off and people would go back to normal and not want to drink and drive. But the first day they get away with it, I bet you they'd fucking all do it just to give the finger to the cops. So the cops here, "Stop me now, buddy. Look, see how fucked up I am? Look, motherfucker. Can't stop me now, can you? Wish you could. Nope, can't do it no more. Why? Because I know the 2 sentences to get me out of any damn trouble. Go fuck yourself." "Oh, is that an order, sir?" "Yeah, that'll be a $500 order, sir. Go ahead, order me. Order me not to drive my car. Go ahead. Order me to get out of behind the steering wheel. Go ahead." Like I said, it's interesting what I do, but it's also very, it could cause a lot of chaos like that. If the bad people, like, street thugs, learn this stuff, so what would be the benefit? But like I said, what they're doing, especially like they said, the grandpa and my daughters, they're pushing it. I'm not pushing it. I just want to live a nice, quiet life. I just want to work on cars, take care of stupid ponies, take care of chickens, and be left alone. I just want to be let alone. I don't want no government intervention. I don't want to deal with them. I don't want them to deal with me. So they came back into my world a month ago. I didn't go looking for them. They came and they stepped into my world again. And now I'm doing these stupid shows again, trying to explain what the hell's going on. Because if I don't stop them, they're just going to keep getting nuttier and nuttier. Just like my little brother Frankie understood. He tried to explain to my mom. He's like, "Look, you got to understand what Carl's doing. What's going to happen is they're going to take Frank down, the leader of this family, and then they're going to come after me, the uncle. And after they take me down, who's going to take care of this farm, Mom? And then, Mom, you're going to lose the farm. And guess what's going to happen? You're going to sell the farm to get your son and your husband out of jail, and all the lawyers are going to get all the money that you and Dad worked 65, 70 years to acquire all this crap, and the lawyers are going to take it away in legal fees. And you guys are going to win with nothing." He said, "I understand what Carl's saying. It all makes sense to me now. And my little brother's trying to beam it to my 70-something-year-old mom. You better fucking listen to Carl, because this is what the legal society's going to do. They're going to take every damn thing away from you guys. They're going to take this farm. They're going to take this house. They're going to take every damn thing. It's a witch hunt." And my brother's like, he said, "I understand exactly now what Carl's doing." So like I said, I said, when that Moldovan guy was perfect call, he said, gave him another $100,000 bail. Because he said, I don't understand this legal paperwork and who's the man who wrote it, who's going to say I've done something wrong. But take him away and give him another $100,000 bail, let him think about it. Thank God the judge saw the paperwork and said, holy shit, get this guy out of that holding cell. And thank God the Moldovan guy said, the head fucking bailiff said, I ain't never seen nothing like this, but you got to come with me right now. Yeah, ain't never seen nothing like that. Thank God the guy had a piece of paper in front of the judge. And thank God, man, it was formatted perfect. The lowercase I was there. I mean, that guy did a damn good job. That judge seen that and shit a pickle. But like I said, eventually they're not going to care, and they're going to just not care about the paperwork anymore, not care what they say. It's going to get ugly. It's going to be a battle, man. And it's going to get stupid. You know, they're going to try to hold their power. They're not going to go down easy. It's just going to get ugly. They might be told, you know what, all bets off. Don't worry if somebody comes forth and says they're a man. Look what happened in England. The guy from Scotland sent me a memo that the police department and Scotland police would get. It says to all UK police and Scotland police. I don't know why Scotland's not considered UK police, but it said to all UK police and Scottish police, Scot police, if any man on any stop at any time, if you stop any person, you stop any individual, you know, in traffic, any kind of traffic stop, and they say, is that an order? You are to arrest them immediately and take them to the precinct. So they're catching on over in England. The cops are catching on. The government's catching on, saying if anybody says to the police officer when they get pulled over, oh, is that an order? License, registration, oh, is that an order? They're to be arrested immediately. So now, I mean, if you just wanted to go to the store, you're dropping your kids off to school, or you're going to work, and you went through a red light, and the police officer said to you, ma'am, you just went through that red light, license, registration, and you say, oh, is that an order? They're to arrest her immediately and take her to the local precinct immediately. Now, she could have groceries in the back of the car. She could have children in the car. How do you think she's going to feel when she's getting arrested and her kids are going over to social services and her ice cream is melting in the back seat for 10 hours until she gets out of jail? And she's going to say, you know what, I'm not going to say, is that an order again? See, they know that there's nothing they could actually do to that lady, but they're going to make her life miserable because she pulled this stunt by saying, oh, is that an order? They're like, oh, you know, just arrest her immediately. What? Just arrest her immediately. What for? Just arrest her immediately. What? She gets sued if she wants to, but you know what? We're just going to humiliate her. We're going to get her car impounded. We're going to have her car towed off the side of the road. We're going to have her kids put in foster care for the day. We're going to let her ice cream melt in the back seat. She's just going to realize the next time we say license, registration, she's just going to shut her fucking mouth and give us the damn thing. She's not going to play this, oh, is that an order game? So eventually, like I said, they're just going to do shit like that over here. And you guys are going to say, oh, is that an order? Oh, that's it. You're under arrest. Come on with us. What? No, I'm just asking. Oh, is that an order too? Yes, that's an order. Is that an order? Oh, good. You come with us. Oh, good. You can owe me $5,000, man, for carrying on. Good. You know what? Sue me. They're just going to say, go ahead, sue me. And you're not going to get a fucking dime because they're just going to throw the rule book out the window. And they're just going to say, no, we're going to take these people over again. We're just going to do whatever we want. And it's going to get ugly. It's just going to get ugly, man. I can't see them just backing off. I can't see the legal society just saying, you know what, fine. You know, let man do as he wishes. You know what, we'll go back to worrying about import and export duty taxes and fees. We're going to worry about helping Coca-Cola and Pepsi. You know what, we're going to get out of man's life altogether. We're going to just let man be. If man wants to be self-determining, self-destiny, self-determination, self-governing, you know what, the legal society, we're just going to back off. We're just going to let man do as he wishes. I can't see them giving up that easy. After all the power they got, all the years it took to get to this position that they have over man, oh, they're not just going to let us go. They're not just going to say, okay, you know, you win. We'll go back to being, you know, working for IBM and Microsoft. We'll go back to doing what legal lawyers do. We're going to worry about corporations, and you know what? We're going to let man have his, be happy. We'll let man smoke, drink, do whatever he wants to do, whatever drugs he wants to do. You know what? We're just going to let him be. I can't see them just backing off. I can't just see them throwing their hands up and saying, you know what? Fine, man wins. Man figured it out. Oh, well, it was fun. I can't see them going down without a fight and just say, you know what? Damn to all the rules. Damn to all the laws. Damn to everything. You know what? We're just going to, fuck it. We're going to fight to the bitter end. We already got all this position and power. Why give it up? Why go down easy? It's a societal order. It's a society. It's just like the Ku Klux Klan society. Down in the, you know, for 50, 60 years, If you wanted to be a policeman down south, you had to be part of the Ku Klux Klan Society. If you wanted to be a mayor of a town, you had to be a member of the Ku Klux Klan. So if you want to be a cop, you have to be a member of the Legal Society. If you want to be a judge, you got to be a member of the Legal Society. If you wanted to be a member of any political party down south, you had to be a member of the Klan. If you weren't a member of the Klan, you were not going to be a mayor. You were not going to be a cop. You were not going to be a fireman. You were not going to be a teacher. You were not going to have any position of power or authority if you weren't a member of the Ku Klux Klan. They didn't give up power up easy either. It got ugly down there. And like I said, I can't see the Legal Society or the Ku Klux Klan. I can't see the Legal Society giving up power that easy and just saying, okay, man, take your fair share back. We're not going to take from you anymore. We're not going to control you anymore. Why? Because the Legal Society does what? They got perfect hands. They got perfect fingernails. They got perfect teeth. They got perfect everything because they don't work for a living. They don't get dirty. They don't sweat. They wear three-piece suits and ties. They drive fucking imported fucking German cars. They don't want to work and get dirty for a living. They like the easy money. They like seeing normal people like me go out, or Frank, drive a truck for 30, 40 years and take everything away from him. Why are they taking everything away from Frank? Well, he's easy. Why? Because he's stupid. Why? Because they say, okay, so I fucked the Pope in the ass last week. Let me go home. It's just ridiculous. And that's exactly what's going on. It's just getting ridiculous. And people have had enough. And like I said, I can't see it going anyplace else than the Legal Society just getting ugly about it. And they're going to tell all the cops, too, man. They're going to say, look, you guys are into your eyeballs just as deep as we are. You people better fucking start crushing these people, because everybody can hang. When these people figure out what the hell we did to their families and did to their homes and stole all their money and took all their labor from them and all their money that they labored over for all these years, you don't think these people are going to be pissed when people start waking up and realizing, holy shit, we never owed you a dime, did we? No. And all that money in taxes, where did it go? Well, honestly, we could have just hit the reset button and went back to zero. You mean I could have went back to zero anytime, too? Well, yeah, we all can. And you didn't tell us. No. And you put my dad in jail because he didn't pay taxes. Or like that poor guy up that me and Gus was talking to, he hanged himself in his living room when his son went to go meet him for lunch. He went to his dad's house and found him swinging in the living room. I forgot what that little guy's name was, but he was a tough little bastard, the guy who asked me for help. And I really thought that he was going to pull through because he was a hard-ass little bastard. He picked up bolts of carpeting, man. They're freaking heavy. And he's a powerful little guy. He laid carpeting for a living. And I don't remember what the man's name was, but I met him in Yuma in Tennessee. And I said, look, here's one notice we're going to put to the IRS. We got 2 more to go. Hang in there, buddy. He's like, you're damn right I'm going to hang in there. I'm going to kick that IRS ass. I'm done. I'm done with them stealing my money. They're going to shut my business down? No way. I don't think so. I'm going to fight. I said, well, God bless you, sir. Fight. And then his son sent me a text message in the morning saying, please call me immediately. And I was like, wait a second. I just talked to this little guy yesterday. I gave him a pep talk for about an hour. Gave him a rah-rah fucking pep talk. Then Gus called me up, or Gus text messaged me that said, this guy, his son, tried to call you, and you didn't answer the phone. He just wanted to tell you that his dad killed himself in his living room. He hung himself. You remember what that guy's name was, Gus?
No, I don't remember. He owned a floor company in New Hampshire.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It was just a normal name like Bob. I mean, it wasn't a big name. Like, see, I remember Yoma. Because Yoma was spelled Jorma, so that was a weird name. He was from Finland. So Yoma died right after he died, right after his friend died. So these guys were dying, man, just from fighting the IRS. I mean, these guys were getting stressed out to that point. One guy had a stroke, and the other guy hung himself. So this stuff is just getting stupid and ugly that people are dying for IRS problems, and the IRS can be taking a couple of letters. There's no reason to be killing yourselves. And there's no reason for the government agents to allow people to be killing themselves for a debt that doesn't exist. It's just ridiculous.
That was Brian Bezio.
That's it, Benzio. I remember that name. It used to pop up, BB. I remember that. Yeah.
I don't know if I talked to his son a few times after that, and he told me that he ended up getting divorced, and he gave his wife everything, took all the debt. He assumed all the debt for the IRS, and gave her everything to make sure she was all set. And I think it was, after that he hung himself after that. But I think it was he just figured he wasn't going to make it because these people were just evil.
Yeah.
But he wanted to make sure his wife was all set, so he's a pretty decent guy.
Right, because that's what I was thinking at first. I was furious when you sent that to me, and I remember sending emails to you, text messages, that I am not talking to his son. He said, why not? I said, because I'm going to fucking tear his father apart. I am going to destroy his father. I said, his father ain't dead. I'm going to come up there and I'm going to kick his ass. Dead or alive, I'm going to kick his dad's ass. Because there's no reason why you kill yourself when the IRS is coming after you, because it's all on paper and pen and ink. You can fight these fuckers with paper and pen, and it's all over in a couple of letters. I said, you don't fucking hang yourself and leave your women and children behind because the IRS, this magical 3-letter word thing, scares you so much that you got to kill yourself. I said, man, even if the guy's dead, I said, I'm going to go up there and kick his ass. I said, Gus, I can't talk to his son. I'm furious right now with Brian for doing that. I said, it's chicken shit. Don't do it. Hang in there and fight. It's only paper, pen, and ink, guys. They didn't take your kids. They didn't take, your house. They're threatening you. Just write back to them. This is what we're going to write back to them, especially if they're communicating threats or committing extortion. We're going to write back to them, and this is how we're going to deal with them. But we're not going to hang ourselves and leave our women and children behind, because who's going to protect them from the next IRS? Nobody. So I said, Gus, you probably talk to the son a lot better than I can right now, because I'm furious with Brian. I mean, I was pissed. I wasn't sad that he killed himself. I was pissed. I said, that chicken shit motherfucker. I said, man, I just gave him a pep talk for an hour yesterday trying to tell him, look, buddy, we got this. We already got the first letter in. Give it a couple of days. We're going to send 2 more. We're going to get them. I said, this is going to be fine. And he sounded all, pepped up like, yeah, man, we're going to get them. Yeah, fuck them. They ain't going to destroy my life. Damned if 9, 10, 11 o'clock in the morning, man, I get a stupid text message saying, please call me. And I was like, oh, Brian calling me again? Oh, jeez. I got time to pep talk this guy again. I just talked to him for an hour yesterday. It's just crazy, So like I said, so it's always this weird balance of me. Like, can I just let people keep killing themselves because these government agents are torturing these people? Or do I just say to the people, look, just do this to the IRS and it'll all just go away? And then, but wait a second, when people realize there's nothing controlling them, how crazy are people going to get for a while? And I'm sure they're going to just, get a little while for a while, and then things will start settling down, go back to normal. But when people realize, holy shit, is that all we have to do? That's all you got to do. And it's over, and it's over. Well, hell, let's see if I can get away with it. Dude, no, don't try it just to try it. Just like this one guy said, well, let me get a seatbelt ticket just to try it. No, dude, don't just do things to try it, to see if you can get away with it. Like I said, to my little brother, my mom the other day when we went to Walmart, they said, oh, I got somebody else arrested at Walmart. I said, oh, boy, I'd love to, grab a $5,000 TV and walk out the front door. And my mom and brother said, why? I said, because I don't want Walmart to sue me or press charges on me for stealing a $5,000 TV. And I'd reverse, and I'd come after them, and I'd say they made a false claim because that TV was worth only $19.73 because that's all they paid for it. They did not pay $5,000 for that TV. They had some Chinese slave laborers making for $19.73. So obviously Walmart is trying to get something more than they deserve. They only got $19 into this thing. Why are they coming after me? And why are they lying in the public saying I stole a $5,000 TV? I did not take a $5,000 TV. It only cost $19.73 for Walmart to bring it over to this country and put it on that shelf. That was it. That's all it cost them. So that's all they can claim. So every single shoplifting case in U.S. history could be overturned by Walmart having me arrested for a TV. I get every single, shoplifting case ever heard in the United States overturned because that's not actually what it cost the jewelry store. That's not actually what it cost Walmart. That's not actually what it cost the drugstore. They did not get that much money stolen from them. Potential income they got stolen, whoop-de-doo. But it was potentially what Walmart could have got for that TV. They could have got $5,000 for the TV if it didn't fall off the shelf, if it didn't become part of Black Tuesday or Black Thursday or Freaky Friday sale. They could have got the $5,000. It was an overstock or it was the last year's model, and they had to sell it on a clearance sale. They could have potentially got $5,000. Yeah, they could have also maybe got $1 million if somebody was stupid enough to come and give them $1 million for it. But it only cost them $19.73 to put it on a damn shelf. That's all they could claim. Not one dime more. So like I said to my brother and my mom, I said, see, I can get every shoplifting case overturned in the United States so fast it would be ridiculous. But then what would be the point? Everybody would be going out shoplifting like crazy. Say, woohoo, Carl got every shoplifting thing overturned in U.S. history. Wow. How many people would just fucking hit Walmart like a fucking bunch of gangbusters and just say, we're going to steal everything in sight. Let Walmart stop us now. Because all they could claim for me for this $500 TV is $19.73. So what? If I get caught walking out the front door of it, you know what? I'll flip the guy $19.73 and say, here, I hope you enjoy the $19.73. Because that's how much I heard this TV really cost you. And that's all you could claim. Ha! And that's what people would do. I know people, man. That's stupid. Tell me people wouldn't do that. Tell me people wouldn't say, those TVs really cost $19.73? Wow. Okay. You know what? Without shoplifting it, you know what they do? Just hand it to get lady at the cash register. Like, yeah, here's $19.73, lady. What? I'm going to take that $500 TV. What? Yeah, because you call the cops on me anyway. Or you can claim it's $19.73 anyway, so here you go. Here's $19.73. No, it's $500. Huh? Well, sue me. Prove it. Prove it's $500. Bye-bye. Here's your $19.73. Everybody be walking through the store doing the same damn shit. I mean, I'm telling you, Gus, wouldn't that make for a funny show or like a funny movie watching everybody just do that?
Yeah, there's all sorts of those things that we talk about. Shit people would do. It's the same as those people trying to get free houses.
Oh, yeah. It's tough, man. You know, figuring out who to help, who not to help. I said you got to live it, you know, to understand what a trust is. Like I said, I have a lot of Italian uncles, and I don't have a drop of Italian in me. And you learn real young in life, it's a family. And you don't say nothing to nobody. You keep your mouth shut. And I don't give a damn what the government tries to threaten you with. You open your mouth, you're going to have a lot more problems than any government could ever even imagine you could have with the government giving you 3 hots and a cot. You're going to have a lot more problems if you open your mouth. You think you're going to walk back out on that street? That ain't going to happen. You might as well just take your 3 hots and a cot and wait for somebody to come and get you out of there. You shut your mouth. So, yeah, I was trying to explain that to him. The best way I could explain it to him, like, you know, like your mom and dad trust you, and you trust your mom and dad. And if you start running your lips to everybody who talks to you because you've got a freaking badge, your mom and dad are going to clam up. Your mom and dad aren't going to talk to you anymore. Your mom and dad aren't going to trust you with certain information. You know, your family is going to basically collapse because nobody's going to trust each other. And everybody's going to be afraid and say, well, you know, they might threaten to put my son in jail if he doesn't cooperate. So, you know what, I just won't get my son involved with this anymore. You know, I'll either hire strangers or do it all myself. Yeah, they're going to try to destroy the family business. No, that ain't going to happen. I tried to explain to his son. I said, look, that's my dad. You know, and I have a trust relationship with my dad. And I trust him and he trusts me. And there's certain things I don't want him to tell about me. And there's certain things I'm not going to tell about him. You know, and if you want me to talk about him, he's got to be sitting in this room with me right now. And if you want to question me, I'm going to run the question by him first. I'm going to say, Dad, do you want me to give him an answer to that, or you're not comfortable with me answering that? You know, and I'm going to do what my dad says. And it's that simple. I said, the government knows it's unethical, immoral, and it's wrong to try to enter into a trust. They know it's wrong. I mean, they know it's not. It's the worst thing you can do. They try to break it down to trust. And they're going to try to do it anyway because they want to manipulate the situation for their own gains. And they will totally respect you if you explain it to them quite, you know, succinctly that there's no way in the world you're going to breach this trust between me and that man over there. We have an agreement, we have the trust, and nobody's going to get between it. And I said to the kid, what's the worst that the government can do? They're going to say to you, well, if you don't cooperate with us, if you don't do this, if you don't do that, you hear them start with any of this, if you don't, right there, they're leading themselves right into committing extortion. So just let them say, if you don't, if I don't, what? Go ahead, fill in the blank with any damn thing. Anything after if I don't, it's going to be considered extortion. Because they're not going to say, if you don't, we'll give you a ham sandwich. No, they're not going to say that. They're going to say, if you don't do it, we're going to put you in jail. If you don't do it, we're going to hold you in contempt of court. If you don't do it, we're going to do this to you. Really, you in particular, or we are going to do this to you. Who's going to do it to me? Bob is going to do this to me? Are you threatening me, Bob? Did you just tell me that if I don't do something, you're going to threaten me, Bob? You're going to stand there in front of everybody here in this grand jury who's going to bear witness that you just committed extortion? You realize where we're at, Bob? Do you realize you just committed extortion, Bob? Do you realize you just, threatened me in front of all these fine folks? You understand what you just did? Oh, well, this is a court proceeding. No, Bob. This, I don't care what you call it. You can call it whatever the hell you want to call it. But you just threatened me. You just said if you don't do this, this is going to happen to me. This is going to happen to me. Oh, you're going to be in contempt of court. Whose court? Who's the man who's running this court? Whose court is this? I want to know the name of the man. No, not a judge, not an attorney. I want to know the name of the man who's running this court and who just threatened me. I said to the kid, I tried to explain it to him. I'm probably thinking about it now. I explained it to him as many different examples as I could give him, But it would have been a really good kid to have on this show and have me go back and forth with what I was doing with him to try to get him to understand where this trust relationship comes from. And everybody knows in the universe that there needs to be trust. Without trust, there's a total breakdown of society. So they're trying to have a total breakdown of your family and tell your family's business. I said, man, you basically tell them go pound salt and say it in a really nice way. I said, but they have no authority. They know that they can't do it. They know there's no way that they can force you to tell on your own people, your own family, your own kind. I guarantee there's all kinds of Geneva Convention rules about that. I guarantee there's all kinds of rules. And you can't waterboard somebody. You can't torture somebody. You can't make them tell, where your family's located, where your general is located, where your unit is located, where your troops are located. I'm sure there's all kinds of rules of engagement that you can't put this somebody to get information out of them. You can't threaten them. You can't torture them. If they don't want to cooperate, I'm sure they could say, look, just take me to a holding cell. I'm a prisoner of war, and just let me be. Let me just do my time until the war's over. I'm sure there's all kinds of ways that they even do that for wartime activity. You can't waterboard. You can't do all this crazy shit. I try to do all my filings right before a major holiday. That way it's in a skeleton crew, and nobody's paying attention. Everybody's out partying. It's one of those George Washington things. Even when they're sleeping on Christmas Eve and they're all partying and drunk. The United States government does the same thing too. On January 1st, they make all the revisions to the statutes of the codes. They do all the revisions when everybody's partying their asses off on Christmas, New Year's Eve. They'll sign the last little bit of legislation for the year. They've done it throughout history. It's a long history of them sneaking acts of Congress in, on New Year's Eve just before midnight and told everybody to go home. And when all the senators and congressmen went home, like say they were home, the Democrats would open up the Congress and they'd have a quick vote and they'd slide something through at the very last minute. So, everybody else would be like, the Democrats would stick around Washington, D.C., and when the Republicans go home, or the Republicans would do it to the Democrats. It's pretty sneaky stuff. So I see that it works, and it's worked out throughout history. So this is what I try to tell people. When I file something, there's a long, process to this, a long, thought-out process. Yes, is it simple? Yes, but I also want to get in there where nobody's paying attention. I want to get in there when they're all drunk, or they're all partying, or they're all, went on early vacation. So I go in there, like I said, when nobody's paying attention. We said, this is going to be great. We're just going to do a Lentz court at circuit court. And it was funny, I usually put in a nice big bold letters, the name of the court at the top. I said, nah, what? Bold letters. I'm going to go in there with nice little small, regular 12, 13 font, real just normal thin, not big fat letters that screams out, Karl Lentz, the Lentz court at circuit court. Or Augusta County. I said, no, let's make it nice and simple. Let's make it nice little 12 font, nothing standing out. And this nice little old lady, when she got there, it only took us 12 minutes, maybe. By the time we walked in and the time we walked out, it wasn't very long. So what was fun about that is we got in there and we put the paperwork. And she said, oh, I've seen stuff like this before. I was like, yeah, she's seen my stuff like this before because I just did 2 of them from my brother, Frank. And she said, you're supposed to be doing this stuff across the street. You're supposed to be doing the initial filing across the street. But we attached a bill at the very bottom, and the bill was, how much was the bill for? Like $5 million or something like that?
$5 million.
Yeah, 5, whatever, yeah. For the 2 kids for the 30 day bill. For the 2 kids, it was like 2 point something each, each month. So we did the $1 a second. So when we were supposed to do this across the street, I'm like, well, I think across the street is like small claims court, and and I believe I'm in a proper court for this. And she said, well, the judge is probably just going to kick it out. You're going to have to bring it across the street. And I said, no, I think Mr. Ludwig, he knows who I am. He knows what I'm doing. I think he'll let us stay in this venue. I believe it's proper, man. So then I was very nice. Donald said I was charming. That I was telling her that you're from England and trying to do misdirection, I guess you were saying. Trying to keep her from reading too much of the paper. Not that I do something like that. But the lady actually saw I attached exhibits. I attached Exhibit A, B, and Exhibit P. A was my child, B was my child, and P was Exhibit P, like Patrick, for property. So I put an Exhibit P for property, like the definition of the word property. And the definition I used was out of their dictionary. It wasn't out of my dictionary, it was out of their dictionary. So I don't want them to give me any nonsense and tell me, what the hell do you mean by property? I said, okay, instead of using John Locke or anything cute, I said, why don't I just use it straight out of their law dictionaries? And it was very simple definitions. It's like the ones I use in my, they even wrote it, cut, copy, and paste this out of my dictionary as well. Just a section. The property in my dictionary, probably like 3 pages long, but I just used the ones that they were familiar with. And it just says property. 1, that which is peculiar or proper to any person, that which belongs exclusively to one. So see, that's right out of their law dictionary, out of their legal dictionaries. And then number 2, it says in the strict legal sense, an aggregate of rights which are guaranteed and protected by the government. And there's an actual citation there underneath that, power versus state. So Fulton Light, heat, power versus state. And then number 3 was just the term is said to extend to every valuable right and interest. And this is what the whole lawsuit is going to be about, is interest. So most people don't understand what I'm doing. This is the word that I'm using to move my court, is interest. When you invest in something, when you put something into something, you expect to get interest out of it. This is all commercial. So I have what they would call a vested interest in my property. I put I put life to it. I'm the one who put it on planet Earth. I'm the one who worked and labored, and I'm the one who produced it. I'm the one who created it. And obviously, I passed it on to the mother. When me and her joined together, we became one. So we are the same person when it pertains to this child, this property, this daughter, this son. And we became one. So she could come forth and make a claim if she wanted to, and she just has as much standing as I would. And then we just go based upon ancient traditions and beliefs that since these are girls, obviously, if the mom and I couldn't live together, obviously the girls would go to the mom. And I don't want to hear none of this Canadian nonsense about we're all equal. No, we're not. There's only certain things a mom could teach a 12, 13, 14-year-old girl that a man could only imagine. So I wouldn't even want to try to imagine and screw their lives up by having me rear them when there's a mom or a woman available in their life that could explain things to them a lot better than I could ever dream of explaining. And that's why I always laugh at women when they say, you think you could raise a son to be a man? It's the most ridiculous nonsense I ever heard, because there's no way in the world I could rear a girl into being a woman. There's no way. I'm going to leave out so much information for her, and I don't have that certain nuance and style of rhythm. I just won't be able to carry it that a woman could, impart to another woman. So it's just ridiculous to think, that I could possibly do it. If there's a female available, believe me, I leave the girls with the females. If there's a boy involved, obviously I'm going to take him on, once he reaches a certain age, because a boy has to be, reared by a man. It's like a woman could say to him, you have to open doors for women. And then he'd say, why? I thought we were equal. I thought men and women were equal. I think, like, Mom, I thought you said women are equal to men. Why do I have to open a door for a woman? Or you might have a woman who's rearing a boy and think that it's chauvinistic that a boy is opening a door for a woman. She might be a feminist and say, no, you don't open doors for women. You let them open their own damn door. That might be the feminist point of view. So to me, a boy has to be reared by a man, taught by a man. And it's like, look, I'll explain to him, son, this is how this world works lately. We open doors for women. Yes, they're going to squeal and say, you're chauvinistic and you're a pig. We got to take the ridicule and we got to be mocked. Yes, we have to take the abuse from them. Yes, we have to tolerate it. Yes, they have a certain agenda, but we still have to do what is right. Regardless of whatever the popular trend is at the moment, we still have a duty and obligation to do what is right at all times, regardless of whatever the general consensus is, what the Democratic people in this country vote. That 51% of us say we're equal and we don't open doors for each other anymore. We don't care what the mob rules. We do what is right. Whether we're the only ones that agree out of 10 million or 10 billion, we do what is right. And we know what's right because God put it in our heart. So we know what the right thing to do is. We don't even have to think about it. We know it's right because it feels correct. It feels right. So number 4 on that definition of property, it says more specifically ownership. So there you go. This is right out of their legal dictionary. It says 5, the unrestricted and exclusive right to a thing, as in the right to 1, dispose of a thing in every legal way, 2, to possess it, 3, to use it, and 4, to exclude everyone else from interfering with its use. So I made it crystal clear that those children are my property. They're exclusive to me to use and enjoy. They belong exclusively to one. And when these people get it up in an uproar, they say, "Oh man, this horrible thing that you say," it's like, hey, it's right in the dictionary. Why is it horrible? Why is it a horrible thing to say that they're property? Because the last definition of property in their legal dictionary says property within constitutional protection. It denotes a group of rights inhering a citizen's relation to a physical thing, as right to possess and the right to use and dispose of it. So they could say that's a horrible thing. They keep saying that it's your property. And I say, well, to them, well, you could call her, I call her sunshine or cupcake or powder puff or what, my rainbow pony. I call her whatever the hell I wish to call her. Don't worry why I call her what I call her. Because when she throws a rock through your window, you're going to come walking out in that parking lot and you're going to say, who does this kid belong to? Who? Who is going to be liable for the damages that she created into this world? Who created this little monster? Whose monster is this? Who's going to bear liability for setting this forth out to society? Who? And they're going to look at me and say, good, now you pay for the damages or you go to jail for her. So I'm the one who's going to bear liability. I'd love to have somebody tell me that I don't have a vested interest in her. And anybody who comes forth, they would have to say that they have a superior interest in that which is mine, or my child, or my car, or my hula hoop, or my glass of water. Somebody would have to say that they have a superior interest in my, whatever that is, what I claim is mine. So the big thing with this, what's going on with this, the girl in the court, or the two girls now in the court, is they're going to try to bring somebody forth who's going to say, that she or the governor, like I said, I'm just going after the director of social services, because thank God I went there before the children were taken. I did a preemptive strike, and I went to them because I kind of had an idea that this was what was going to go down. So when Frank was taken into custody, I figured it's only a matter of time before the girls were taken. And that's exactly, my mom sent me the email from her attorney. I'll read the email from her attorney. The reason why they took the kids is because Mike the cop was afraid I was going to interfere with his police investigation and convict Frank. And they were actually asking me to leave the home until after Frank's conviction. And once Frank is convicted, then I could come back towards my girls. But they did not want me here because I could dissuade the girls to not testify against Grandpa. So that is the reason why they took them. So took the girls. And it's actually literally what my mom's attorney wrote. So I'm waiting for the Google to pop up here so I can pop it up and show you folks. Anyway, like I said, the big thing is vested interest. They're going to try to explain that they have a vested interest in that. And what's great about calling them out with a vested interest is you say, oh yeah, did you bring the paperwork to prove how much you actually, vested within this child? How much did you actually put into it? You're going to have to actually show me the dollar amount. You're going to have to show me a spreadsheet. You're going to have to show me the exact, what you invested in, the exact whatever you put into it. And there's no way in the world they're going to be able to get it to the penny. There's no way. But that's the way their world moves. Their world moves to the penny. So, like I said, one of the most evil things, one of the best things I ever heard a president of was Barack Obama saying that the greatest gift that our forefathers gave us was the right to self-governance. And he totally flipped it around in the very next breath. And he said, if you don't like the way the government is at this time, wait 4 years, elect a whole new, set of politicians, a whole new set of congressmen, whole new president, and reverse everything that we did. So what he was basically saying is, right, our forefathers gave us the right to self-govern. And he tried to spin that into saying they gave us the right to vote. Oh, really? No, I got the right to self-govern, and that means I don't need anybody to vote for anybody to be my leader to tell me how to govern myself. So in the same breath, it was kind of weird how he just basically just went right from the greatest gift our forefathers gave us, and I think that was October 17th, 2013. He said that it was around 9, 10 o'clock in the morning at some, breakfast, luncheon, or whatever he had going on. But that's where that quote comes from if you're looking for it. But then the very next breath he says, if you don't like the way the government is running, wait a couple of years, vote us all out, you take control, and then your mob rules. Well, he didn't say the mob rules, he said the democratic process. Then you become the 51%, and you tell the 49 what to do. But right now, we're in control, we're the 51%, and we're going to control you 49, whether you like it or not. If you don't like it, well, in a couple of years, you can vote us all out, and then you can control us, and then we'll lose all our rights, we'll lose all our freedoms, we'll lose everything, because you people voted that way, that you take everything away from us. So that was pretty insane how they went from such a nice, wonderful sentence by just saying, one of the greatest gifts our forefathers gave us was the right to self-governing, governance, to saying, and if you don't like what we're doing to you now, just wait 4 years and do it to us, flip it around and, abuse and, suppress us, and take away our rights and our freedoms. And right now I'm in charge, and this is the way the hell it's going down, whether you like it or not. And then the other crazy thing that I heard his speechwriters create for him one time was saying, before I leave office, the United States government is going to have an interest in all of the United States children. And that was one of the most evil things I heard him say, is because they're going to try to claim that they have an interest in our children. And if they have an interest in our children, then they have the right to make a claim to have them returned, and they become claimants. It was a claim to somebody who's making a declaration or a statement that he wants property returned to him. I don't want any fictional entity called any government, the United States government, Mongolian government, Syrian government, any government, having the capacity to say that they have a vested interest in a man or woman or flesh and blood. That's insane. That some, creation of man is going to try to say that they put something into that creation called man or woman or child or girl or boy. That's just nuts. That's just totally effing nuts. But like I said, what they try to do is they try to convince you folks that this is just the way it's always been. The government's always been in control, and this is just the way it's always been because we've been, birthed into this society, and this is all we know. And we forgot, like the wilderness kind of people, the people who came here, had to self-govern. They couldn't wait for the Parliament or England or France or the Dutch to tell them what to do. People who first landed here had to make it on their own. And as time's gone by, we forgot how to do things on our own. So like I said, we went to the courthouse, and it went really smoothly. We put the paperwork in. The court clerk lady, she went through the exhibits. Because most times I tell people, look, if you go in there to the court clerk's office, during normal business hours, they're going to have keepers at the gate that are going to make sure that you can't slide paperwork in like I did. They're going to make sure, they'll say, oh, the exhibit. Like I said, when the lady saw the exhibit of a baby, of the girl, well, she's 12, 13, whatever you want to call it. Going to put a teenager's pictures in there, and then another girl. Most court clerks, or clerks of the courts, the court clerk is the head of the court clerk. The court of the clerk's office is the court clerk. Almost everybody that you're going to encounter is just a clerk of the court, not the court clerk. So what happens is you're going to run into the people who, are not at the top of the ladder, So, but still, if they saw something like I dropped into that lady's lap, I dropped a picture of children into her lap. And most clerks of the court would say, sir, is that a picture of a child? It's like, this is a what? I thought this was a property. I thought you were talking about property here. Why is there a picture of a child in here? So some court clerks might actually try to get curious and try to say, no. If this is a family court issue, you are definitely going to have to take it across the street over to juvenile domestic court. You can't do it. Whatever you're thinking about doing, just forget about it. I'm not going to let it go through. So me and Donald, that's why I had him record it. I was waiting for the clerk of the court to say something about why in the world are pictures of children as exhibits, in this case, that you're trying to present to me, that you're trying to get me to file for you. So I was all set, with my whole rhetoric to say, look, ma'am, if you wish to interfere with my right to access this court, I'm going to have to call up your boss over at the Attorney General's office, and they're going to have to explain to you that you just need to file my claim. Now, if the court wishes to kick it out, that's between I and the court. It has nothing to do with the clerk of the court's office or the clerk's office. It has nothing to do with you folks and me. So just let it go through. So I was all set for that whole spiel. I was all set, because I've done it plenty of times with those folks down there, gone down with that storyline. And that's how I actually had to go up to the court clerk that one time. But obviously it never came before an open court. And honestly, it was just a way to just get them to pay attention to what I was doing and let me put my paperwork through, which they let me do years ago then, after I filed a claim against her. But the whole thing is, you got to understand, you go up to the court clerk. She's the one who assigns the judges his schedule. She's the one who assigns the judges his workload. She's the one who cuts the judge his check. So she's the money, she's the financier, she's the accounting division of the courthouse. So obviously the judge doesn't want to piss her off. So obviously you're not going to get too many judges who are willing to let you sit in judgment of the lady who cuts him his check. So he's not going to be too apt to want to hear that. You'd have to find more like a retired judge to go after something like that, or like I do. I wait till they have me there for some other reason, and then I'll slip that claim in as well. So that way there is a judge seated, and I'll try to get my case heard at the same time they're doing a traffic ticket. So I'll try to slide it in at the same time. Say, hey, since I'm going to be in the neighborhood, let's do it both on the same day. But anyway, we went there to the court clerk's office, and we were ready. Like I said, she looked at the suit, and she reads the suit. And she goes, okay, man, lands claim, wrong trespass, failure to restore property. See, I'm going for the failure to restore property. I'm not going for the taking and carrying off of property, because they could say they were totally justified that I had placed my child in a private institution or a private school or a private home or a private dwelling, and something went wrong. And when that went wrong, they jumped in and say there was a fire that broke out in that private dwelling, a fire broke out in a private school. Whatever happened, something horrible happened, or the headmaster of the school, was caught, doing something or alleged to have done something. So they took the children and they placed it into the state custody, which was nice of them. Instead of letting the kids just sit out in the street, or instead of, they could have dropped them off at a church, I guess. But the state decided that they're going to step in and they're going to play mommy and daddy until the rightful owners, until the rightful mom and dad step in. So I decided to realize that they were going to do this. They were going to take Frank or whoever, it didn't matter who it was, and I realized that if I had any influence on the outcome of their hearing or their trial against the headmaster or the stepdad or step-grandpa, whatever you want to call them, that I realized that they were going to take the girls to protect their case. Because if they took the man for 1 second and whatever happened was not true, that man obviously could sue them for an unbelievable amount of money and basically probably bankrupt this county, bankrupt the court system, bankrupt everybody from what they did to them. So I realized that they were going to take the girls. So I went there, and my very next line of my lawsuit is that said I tendered a document of fair warning prior to the removal, Exhibit 1. Exhibit 1 was simple. I wrote to the attorney commissioner, and I wrote to the head director of social services, and I called them by name. I didn't actually say that they were director of anything. I didn't say he was a commissioner or anything. And I just said I must require compensation of $1 a second for any use and enjoyment of my property in any manner which it may become into your or any county agent's or agency's possession. I said, I don't care if it was you stole it. I don't care if we make an agreement, a lawful agreement. I don't care if it was a legal seizure. I don't care. However it becomes into your possession, I'm going to seek compensation. Now, if you want to put them to work, I obviously have no control over that. What you're going to do? Are they going to be making Nike shoes while they're in entertainment? I don't know. Are you going to have them singing and dancing? I don't know. Because I know when that 6-year-old girl came back home from foster care when she was 6, she started doing all stripper pole moves around the Christmas tree buck naked on the first Christmas here. So obviously somebody's teaching her how to dance and perform. So when she comes back home this time, I don't care how she was performing or what you were doing with her.
All I'm going to tell you is I'm going to require compensation because you're using and enjoying her in whatever manner you wish. Because there's absolutely nothing I'm going to be able to do about it anyway, is there? Because you got a gun pointed at my head. So obviously, I'm going to require compensation because that's why I employed them as well. The only reason you are going to have the capacity to take that which is mine and hold it from me is because if I go to collect it, you could have a gun pointed at my head and you are going to kill me. So, however you want to word that, if you want to say, like they're going to say they have state law, which they've said a couple of times in some of these letters, which is hysterical, because Virginia is a commonwealth. It is not a state. So they're saying that they have state law that provides them this ability to do what they're doing. And I just laugh at them. And I used to say it's administrative. It's a policy from the executive branch. It has nothing to do with the legislative acts of Congress or the legislative branch here in the Commonwealth. It's not acting through the judiciary. It's acting, your courts, your family courts are all administrative through the executive branch. And somebody asked me, governor's office, said, well, who's your governor? I said, honestly, sir, I haven't had a governess since I was probably 2-3 years old. I said, if you're an adult and you still have a governess, that's pretty sad. Or if you have a male who's your governess, who's your governor, that's creepy. I said, I guarantee you, I've never had a governor. I said, I might have had a governess. But for I to have a governor at 50-something years old, that would be awfully creepy. That I couldn't take care of myself, that I couldn't wipe my own behind at 50-something years old or wipe my nose, that I actually need some man to tell me what I can and cannot do. That'd be pretty creepy at this stage of life, that I need someone to direct me, somebody to control me, somebody to govern me. It'd be pretty creepy. So what was funny is, when we did this with the court clerk lady, I was worried that she was just going to go find somebody else and say, wait a second, I see a lot of crazy stuff in here. And I'm not sure about this. Let me go ask somebody above me. So like I said, thank God that she was a nice, sweet little 70-something-year-old lady. And she let the paperwork go through. Because after I gave them the fair warning, prior to them taking and carrying off that which was mine, I said to them, I'm going to charge you either daily, weekly, monthly. I'm going to send you bills. I'm going to send you an invoice. And obviously, I'm going to send them an invoice. You know, I've already sent them a 30-day invoice. And what's even funnier, I'm going to send them a billing statement, you know, on Monday as well. And a billing statement is going to include next month's invoice or next month's bill that's going to be due. So it's going to be $5 million for the past 30 days. And then we're going to give a billing statement for the next 30 days. Well, it's going to basically be almost another 22 days that they're going to be looking at $10 million by January, 23rd. I think the billing cycle started on the 23rd. So I tendered them what was the next thing I wrote? A billing schedule. I made a delivery upon said road. There was a billing schedule prior to taking and carrying off the property. So then I told everybody what the billing statement was. It was hysterical what I wrote last week. You know, said, I may require from you, a woman, and or you as an acting agent for the county compensation rate of $1 per second, 24 hours a day for any use and enjoyment of my property, that which is mine, not yours. See Exhibit A, see Exhibit B. Same thing with Billy Ray Cyrus would basically be doing with Disney, saying, look, I will require of Disney compensation of this much money every day or every month for the use and enjoyment of Miley Cyrus. And they said to me, well, you know, Miley Cyrus had talent. I said, hey. I said, my kids are a triple threat. I said, the one girl certainly can act and say Grandpa did all this horrible stuff to her. I said, and the kid could sing. I said, she plays the clarinet. I said, and she dances. I said, she's a triple threat. I said, she can sing, dance, she can act. She's a hell of a performer. If they don't sign her up with Disney while they got her, well, that's to their, you know, they should. They should use her to their greatest use and enjoyment that they could get out of her. Why not? Why not use her for whatever they can get out of her at this point in time? I said, if they're just letting if they're not putting it to use, oh, well, that's not my problem. I said, how did you know that I wasn't going to try to see if she was good enough to star in a film yet? You know, who are you to say that what I can and cannot do with my child, that she's not worth $1 million? I said, you know, a day. Who's to say, you know, I just haven't met the right person at Disney yet. Who knows? Whatever. I said, but it's neither here nor there. I said, it's mine, it's not yours. Return and compensate. And so I gave them this contract prior to them taking and carrying it off, and they didn't dispel this contract. They didn't say, that's ridiculous, you know. They didn't say to me that, well, you know, we're not going to honor this. This is just your wish, that what you want, if we take and use your property, we're not agreeing to it. Okay, good. If you're not agreeing to it, fine. Don't. And then when I take it to court, you will have the opportunity to explain to the jury that that's just total insanity. And then they'll determine whether or not I'm crazy or not. And this is going to be a lot of fun. We're going to find out once and for all, does man have the right to property in this nation, on this land, or don't we? Does the government get to control man and man's property? Because I was told by the state trooper who just came out of the police academy out there, he was told on the very first day that we do not have, that he does not, nor any state trooper has any power authority over his fellow man. That they can tell the man what he can and cannot do with his property. He cannot control the fellow man. He has no authority to do that, anything to his fellow man. You said, now let's talk about defendants. Now let's talk about suspects. Now let's talk about homeowners. Now let's talk about debtors. That we have control over. But we have no control over man or his property. So they're all taught this. So I don't want to hear that they weren't given full disclosure. Yes, they were. Because why were they given full disclosure at the academies? Because when they go out and they trespass upon man, the county, the states, the governments, the agencies that they work through or operate under are going to throw them under the bus and say, look, we told you a long time ago, you have no ability to control that which is man. You have no right to take that which is man. You have no right to hurt a man. You have no right to harm a man. So they're going to throw the agents under the bus and say they acted outside of their scope of authority. And we fully trained you folks, and if you read your training manual on page 1, line 3, it clearly says that you have no authority and control over your fellow man. And they're going to squeal and say, wait a second. But then you told us all this other stuff we could do. It's like, but we told you, let's talk about a drunk driver. Let's talk about a pedophile. Let's talk about somebody who failed to pay their taxes. Let's talk about a taxpayer. Let's talk about all this other stuff. So they forget that they're talking about a man. If you wish to be a taxpayer, that's fine. If you wish to be a driver, that's fine. If that's what you wish to be at that particular moment, if you wish to be an actor at that particular moment of time, that's fine. And you're going to have to understand what's going to happen when you act. And like I you can go back to one of my first shows. I said, I don't care if you're Sidney Poitier. I don't care if you're, I don't care if you're, Lawrence Fishburne. I don't care if you're Orson Welles. I don't care if you're Laurence Olivier. I don't care how you play Othello. You're going to die. I don't care how you wish to be an actor. I don't care how you wish to be. This is only going to end one way. You're going to die. So if you wish to be a defendant, there's only one way this thing is going to end. It ain't going to be pretty. So when I say to you folks, when they ask you, make your appearance in court, ask, do you wish me to be a defendant? At this time, I can afford to move as a defendant. But I can take on the role of prosecutor or bailiff. I'm pretty good at that. I'm not sure how it would be at magistrate, but I certainly couldn't act as judge. But I'll appear, but I cannot at this time, in all good faith, and act as a defendant. I don't have 5 years or 7 years of, legal experience like you folks do. I didn't go to law school. I didn't pass the bar. So for me to appear in your court, in your legal proceeding, your legal setting, as a legal person, as a defendant, it's going to be ugly. I'm going to fail miserably. It's like you asked me to play Shakespeare. You asked me to play Othello. Hell, I'm not even black, and I didn't bring my black makeup. So how in the world am I going to carry this day? And it's going to be a horrible rendition of Othello. I don't know the lines. I don't know where I'm supposed to stand. I have no clue. No, I don't wish to have a coach, an attorney standing next to me. I don't wish to have any man or woman like that assigned to me to help me through this. And we made a joke during the week. We said, as they say, we'll have an attorney appointed for you. And we kind of made a off-color joke by saying something about if I want to get screwed, my wife has an assortment of toys next to her bedstand, and if I want to get screwed, I'll have my wife do it for me. I don't require an attorney at this time because I have no desire to be screwed. So like I said, you don't tell them no, but you explain why you can't accept such a wonderful benefit at this time. And you don't literally say what I just did, but I'm trying to convey it that by getting an attorney, I cannot see the benefit. Feeling I see if it's going to cause me harm, injury, or loss. I do not understand why you people would perceive it to be something that would be of aid or assistance to me. It would just cause harm to your fellow man. You can say it nicely like that instead of saying, my wife's got an assortment of toys, and if I want to get, she'll take care of that for me. So, because I trust her and I don't trust you. But regardless, and like I said, when we went to Exhibit 2, so the lady just blew right to Exhibit 2, so like, oh, thank God. And then we gave him a notice of a claim of trespass. So people probably getting confused what I'm saying when I say making a claim of trespass. And that's what I said in my suit. I said I made a delivery of a notice of a claim of trespass. So like, wait a second, Carl. You made a claim of trespass, but you gave it in the form of a notice. You did a notice of a claim. Yes, it's like a notice of a lien. It's not the actual lien, but the lien is coming. I have in my heart, in my mind, that there is a claim. Now, I'm going to give you notice that I'm going to move my claim. I'm going to present my claim to the world. So right now, I'm just giving it to you in the form of a notice that I have a claim coming. Like, say, I was making a claim for gold. I found gold over them dark hills. But I'm not ready to submit the paperwork to the court yet, or to the county recorder's office yet, or to the claims office yet. I'm not ready. But I'm just letting you know, I got a belief that I found gold. Now, I'm just getting all the coordinates, the longitude, the latitude. I'm just setting up all the exhibits. I'm just setting it up. But I believe I have a claim over at the other side of that hill. So if anybody comes in the next 2 or 3 days, and they have a claim, and it's already prepared, I'm letting you folks know I already have a claim working, and it's in progress. So at least that'll give me the ability to move my claim before the court and maybe have standing for a claim. So obviously I made a suit, and I presented a case to the court clerk's office, and obviously I called it. I said I'm going to appear as, Karl Lentz, man. Claimant. And a claimant is somebody, or a person, or a man, or a woman, who's seeking the recovery of property. And that's what it means. The recovery of a right or recovery of property. And this is what I made a suit on the very first line, saying that the wrongdoer is trespassed by failure to restore the property. They have that which is mine. And I asked them, I wish for its return. And we actually recorded it on the day before Christmas Eve, I think. And we recorded it. We called up the director of Social Services, Anita Harris lady, and they had me on some sort of conference call with the caseworker and somebody else. And I just said it was my wish to have the restoration of that which is mine for the holiday season. Thank you for taking it and securing it and protecting it. Now I wish it to be delivered upon I and my person for the holiday seasons. And they basically told me to go pound salt. Oh, thank God I recorded all this. Because why that's a benefit that I recorded it is because I believe you should try to settle it on the private side. So they had notice I was going to make a claim of trespass. I called them and I tried to negotiate with them. And they basically just told me there's no way that that's going to happen. And how I was trying to figure out a way to get them to hang up on me so I could say, or tell me no or something like that. In many ways, as many ways as they told me no as possible. And they were telling me many ways of the word no. So then I said to the lady, is it with your capacity to return that which is mine? And she tried to say that it is in the court's hands. I said, who is moving the court? And she said, whatever it's called, Valley Services. I'm asking on that. Valley Community Services. Oh, hey, Don.
Oh, do you want me to play it?
Yeah, if you got it, man, do it.
Okay, I'm just going to play it now.
Good. It gives me a chance to eat a piece of toast.
Okay, it's on for 12 minutes, so I'm going to play it now.
Thanks, man.
Okay.
Hey, it sounds good, man. I can hear it.
Your phone, because my supervisor's going to sit in on with me, okay?
Sure.
All right. Give me 1 second. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
I got an email from my director saying that you had left a voicemail for her.
No, I talked to Anita personally. I just got off the phone with her.
Okay. I thought it was a voicemail. I'm sorry. And was it about visitations with your children?
No, ma'am. It's that it's not so much visitations with my children. The children are within Valley Community Services program, and I just want the holiday seasons are coming, and I'm.
One more time. You're either breaking up, and I can't hear you.
Yeah, the holiday seasons are here, and I wish to have the children with me during the holiday seasons, Christmas, New Year's. So what's it going to take to have that happen?
Well, we're closed on Christmas, and we're closed on New Year's, and at this point, since the children are in the Department of Social Services custody, and we have to go through the court in order for you to get custody back, which involves you doing work in a service thing with us.
Ma'am, I've never lost legal custody of my children.
Well, your mother had custody.
No, ma'am. We already went through that. My mom's standing right here, and she found out the other day that there is no court order giving her legal custody. I transferred custody to my mother and her husband with my wife at a Chuck E. Cheese. We did not do it in a condescending and trying to make me believe that I don't have legal custody of my kids. Because I do, and so does the mother. And we wish them to be returned immediately. Not some day when you decide to assemble court. They're our children. They're not yours.
Well, at this point, the Department of Social Services does have custody. There is a court order right now.
But ma'am, the court order has nothing to do with I, the mom, or what is mine. The court has no jurisdiction over my children. I haven't given them custody. I haven't agreed to surrender my children to your court. Whose court is this? Well, what do you call your court?
Augusta County Court.
Okay, so who is moving the case through that court?
Judge Felton.
Who?
Judge Felton.
No. He is the one who's, the judge is the one who's like the referee or the witness. Who ordered the court to be assembled? Who brought the petition to the court?
It would be Shenandoah Valley Department of Social Services.
Ma'am, it would be a who. Who put the petition before the court?
It would be Shenandoah Valley Department of Social Services.
Do you have that man or woman's phone number?
It would be the department that has custody, not an individual.
Well, that's what I'm saying, ma'am. Somebody had to write the petition. Some man or woman had to petition the court. Somebody had to put their name on it. Because these are children. These aren't a cause. These aren't a bicycle. These are children.
Well, if you have asked for to see your children and to have them.
No, ma'am. I require the return of my children immediately.
And so at this point, the department does have custody. The Augusta County Juvenile Domestic Relations Court has given us custody.
Okay, so the bottom line is what I'm trying to say is you do not wish to return them immediately?
No, we do not.
Okay, so you wish to use them and enjoy them during this holiday season, and I can't use and enjoy them? I can't be with them, and they can't be with me?
If you would like to talk about visitation...
No, ma'am, no, not talk about visitations, ma'am. What I'm talking about is, whose children are they?
Biologically, they are your children.
Okay, biologically, they're mine. Okay, so they are mine. Are they yours?
At this point, we have custody.
Ma'am, whether you took it by gunpoint or not is irrelevant. You have custody because you had guns, and you took them away. Okay, that's irrelevant how you took and carried them off, whether it was stealing or legal procedure or it's a legal seizure. Bottom line is they're mine, they're not yours. But what are you doing with that which is mine? If you wish to have what's mine, that's fine, but you're going to have to compensate me or return them. Do you wish to either compensate me or do you wish to return them at this point?
Mr. Lentz, at this point, if you would like to see your children, then you are within your right to petition the court for custody.
Ma'am, do you understand what petition means? Do you understand that means to supplicate myself to a higher deity or a god or a higher authority? Do you understand the petition means to beg to God? That court, whatever you're assembling, that court is not my God. Do you understand literally what the word petition means? Do you have any idea what I do for a living? Do you understand I wrote a law dictionary?
Mr. Lentz, I am not going to debate this with you. If you wish to see your children, you may petition the court.
Ma'am, the only thing I'm going to do is I'm going to have to tender a bill to Anita Harris today. I'm going to have to serve it upon her because you folks wish to keep that which is mine that is not yours. You wish to use and enjoy it. Ma'am, you took it by gunpoint. Bottom line, you people used guns to remove that which is mine from me. Did you not? Did you ask me to voluntarily surrender them? No. You took them by gunpoint. You have some sort of court within your family services, within your organization. It's not my court. It's some administrative agency court. It's not a judicial court. It's an administrative agency. So, is this with your internal policy? You have some sort of policy. I'm not a Virginian. My children aren't Virginians. I'm not a citizen of Virginia. They're not a citizen of Virginia. So you folks have something that's mine that's not yours. And you don't wish to return it, you're saying. And somebody petitioned the court to take that which was mine away from me and give it to somebody else or something else. But bottom line, some man or woman went to a court and said, I want to take that which is called away from him and give it to somebody else or give it to ourselves so we can use and enjoy it. And call can't use and enjoy it. So this is what I was trying to tell you folks. I don't understand why you folks call me without legal competent counsel sitting next to you folks. Because this is law that I'm speaking. You believe that somebody just come in with a petition, beg the court, beg their friend who's a judge, to sign an order to come and steal some man's property. And you can just take and carry it off because you and your friends decide to take it for whatever reason. I've done nothing illegal. I've never been charged with a crime. I've never been charged with doing any wrong to any child on planet Earth. They are my mother's children. Why can't we just walk in there and come and get them back? You have them, that's fine. You found out that the state of Alabama said that this was a proper placement, a proper school, a proper facility, a proper home. They gave the certification that we were good to go. We placed them in this facility, we placed them in this home. You found out something went wrong in this home? Fine. Now the mom and dad will come and say, thank you for protecting and securing that which is ours and not yours. We'll take them and place them someplace else. Thank you very much. Or you believe you folks have the authority to not surrender the children back to the parents on a voluntary placement. Anytime the parents wish to have the children returned on a voluntary placement, they must be returned immediately. That is actually within your code. And honestly, we didn't voluntarily place them with you. So, I have no idea what legal authority you are going to hold that which is mine. Do you have any basis on how you're going to hold it other than some woman or some man petitioned a judge lady or a judge man to take something from me? So two people got together. It's called a conspiracy. They conspired to move, and they decided to do this. That's lovely.
At this point, Mr. Lynch, I think you need to go to the courthouse and you need to speak there.
Ma'am, there's who do I speak to? And a judge is a what? I need to know who the man or woman is.
There's this officer you go to speak to, and they will direct you in the way you need to go.
Ma'am, this is what I'm trying to say. This is going to be very simple. I'm trying to settle this on the private side. I'm going to have a process server come up there and hand you folks. Ma'am,
we are legally bound by the state laws.
Ma'am, it's not a state law. It's an administrative policy. You act under an administrative policy. You don't act under the acts of the legislators. You act under the executive branch. It's administrative policy. And when you talk about state law, it's really a state code. It's the code of Virginia, not the public law. Ma'am, you will not be able to go to Richmond and pull out the public law, roll it out, and show exactly where you get the authority to do this. It's been codified. It's written into a code. Then your administrative policies are written to the governor's office, the executive branch. This is not a state law, ma'am. So when you keep saying state law, it's not a state law. It's an administrative policy. It's an administrative code. It's an act of the legislature, which codified into the Code of Virginia of 1975 or I don't know if it's 1975. I think it's 1975. But regardless, ma'am, 1950. Sorry about that. Alabama's 1975.
Lance, you had called here to ask if you could have your children.
No, ma'am, I didn't ask. I require the return immediately.
Ma'am. Is there anything else that you would like to say before we terminate this call?
Okay, I need to know exactly what your name is, because I'm going to have a process server come up there and hand you some papers.
And so
I'm going to have a process server, ma'am, summon you to court.
Summon me to court?
Yes, ma'am. I'm not going through family court because I know it's a joke. We're going to go across the street to a circuit court to a court of record.
Valley Social Services is the custodian of your children.
No, ma'am, that's a what. It's not a who. It doesn't have... No, ma'am. Ma'am, you are the one who determines whether or not Are you the one who determines whether or not I get my children returned?
According to you, you can contact the court if you would like.
Ma'am, no, I did contact the court across the street. I will not go to family court. Family court is an administrative court. It is not a judicial court. Ma'am, I require to know your name. I'll call up Anita and find out who just told me that they are not going to return my children. Do you have the power to return my children, yes or no? Who there does? Anita? Does Anita Harris have this, and you just want me to call her? Who's got the authority to take that which is mine and return it to me?
I think you're handling that really well. You're calm and you're very clear.
I appreciate it, Don. That was fantastic. So hopefully that'll help everybody to show them how I approach this. And I tried to settle it on the private side. How she was trying to tell me to go petition family court, which means to prostrate yourself or supplicate yourself before God or a deity, which basically means you just open yourself up and you allow do what he wills to you. So you open yourself up and you accept anything that this guy wearing a black robe wants to do to you. As I explained, it's like Donald was like a high priestess or high priest used to do 1,000, 10,000 years ago. You could go and you would have to abide by his authority. And authority is an imposed order compared to freedom. So they have these authoritative figures like a high priest, a high priestess, that would impose orders upon you, tell you to go do this because I got a channel straight through God. And God says, if you don't do this, this farming village will be destroyed. This farming village will not get rain, or will get too much rain, will get flooded, or will be too dry. so you better do what, the high priest or the high judge tells you to do. So then if you tell them to go F off, well, the first thing that happens to the community, the judge is going to say, well, the reason why we're having this pestilence, famine, flood is because Karl Lentz told me to go F off, and he appeased the gods, and now the gods are really pissed. So, you know what, we're going to have to punish Karl for not doing what I told him to do because I have the channel directly straight through God. I'm not petitioning any effing man on planet Earth. That's effing insane. I'm never going to fucking petition a man thinking that he's got a channel through God, a higher deity, or he is my God. That's obscene. Even tell me to go petition something or somebody. That's obscene. You want to tell me to petition God? Oh, you better believe I will. You better believe I do every day. But you better believe I'm not going to do that to another flesh and blood being. That's obscenity. This is how obscene that these people have become, or have been for the last 10,000 years. They haven't evolved. They still believe that there's some sort of high priestess or high priest or temple telling me to supplicate myself to their control because they have a direct link, because they're some sort of supreme being. They have supreme knowledge. They're ultra wise. They got this magical wisdom that I could only hope that they would bestow upon me, and that I could act according to what they wish to impose upon me. That's what authority means. If you want to Google what authoritarian means, it means that which is imposed orders compared to freedom. So my mom's like attorney said that Karl has a very bad track history of abiding by authority. Of course, that means imposed orders. So you could Google authoritarian, and it means imposed orders, compared that to freedom. So yes, has Karl always had a problem with imposed orders? Yes. If it's voluntary orders, oh, I love them. I love them. Oh, you're going to order me to do something? Oh, I love it. Oh, you're going to impose these orders on me? That's fine too, but I want to see compensation because I'm not part of your crew, and I'm not part of your family, and I'm not your citizen, and I don't have a governor. I don't have a governess. What I do know is what you see is man, and you see him self-governing the best I can, and I'm using God to petition to every day, saying, God, which way should I go? And let God decide. And that's the way I flow. So, back to the lawsuit. I said said wrongdoers to return that which is mine and or compensate. Simple. I think I'm going to put that on a T-shirt. Return that which is mine or compensate. Make it nice and simple. I said, the last thing was, let's say, said I order said court to grant to, said I, compensation. See Exhibit 4. In Exhibit 4, we did a lovely invoice from Microsoft Word. Looks real cool. I even put the icon on there that I do with my invoice pads over in England, the pawn with the image of the shadow of the Queen. And I wrote customer's name, Anita Harris, address, Dick Hoff Lane, Verona, 540-245-5800. And I wrote days on the one column, 30 days, quantity, one 13-year-old girl, days, quantity, one 11-year-old girl. Daily rate, $86,400, total $2,592,000. Cost of the use. Yeah, I guess let me do the mom's letter to that the lawyer wrote to her. I'm not going to read the whole thing. It just says, I was glad to have the opportunity to speak to you this morning, follow our conversation, and emailed the first 8 chapters of the Child Protective Services Manual. As I explained to you over the phone, the ability of Child Protective Services to remove children is a function of state law, which is funny because, again, we live in the Commonwealth. So it would be Commonwealth law, not state law. And what's even funnier, it would be under the Virginia Code of 1950, where he's pulling this stuff from. It says, particularly Virginia Code, Section 16.1-2.51, 251 and 252, for purposes of our present case. The only problem is it's not my case, it's your case, it's not our present case, it's your present case, and I don't wish to appear. When people tell me, so Karl, you're not appearing in family court? Nope. Your sons who appear, the legal person was, the father was. The only thing I know is I'm a man. And I wrote them 18 freaking pages of what I am and what I am not, and who they are and who they are not. And I opened up my own court. So obviously, I'm going to have to write a lovely letter. Because Wednesday, they're having another court hearing, and I'm going to write to explain to Bob or Susie, whoever seems to be the hearing officer, that if anything happens on Wednesday where I get further loss or harm or injury to the man, whoever Bob or Susie is, whoever decides to make a ruling and administrate my property without my consent is also going to be added to the claim that I put before the court on last Wednesday. And I'm going to summons you to appear as man in my court. Because that's how I wrote on my claim. Susie Cupcake, the director, and the governor, whatever his name is, Terry, how you pronounce his last name, not a clue. I define him as a man, as a wrongdoer. Didn't say anything about a governor. There's not one mention that they're a director, and not one mention it's a governor. Like I said, I put the director's name down there, thank God. I went immediately, and I started to go put the paperwork, not to the caseworker, not to the case manager, not to their supervisor, not to the associate director. I went straight to the top. I went straight to the director. So how I explain it to people, why I believe it's such a good idea to go straight to the director, is like, say we're making a movie, say a Disney movie. Again, let's do Hannah Banana and Billy Ray Cyrus. And the director has Miley Ray Cyrus do something really stupid, and she gets hurt or harmed or injured. I'm daddy. Obviously, I'm going to make a claim that the director took and carried off, or the director would kept the child longer, kept Miley Ray Cyrus longer than we agreed on. We only agreed to have her there until daddy could come and pick her up. Fine. We agreed that the government, the sheriff's departments, fire departments, the Good Samaritan, saw that my child was in danger and took her into this Good Samaritan's home, or took her into the church. A priest saw her in trouble, took her into the nun saw her in trouble, took her into the church. Notified daddy. Something went horribly wrong, got to daddy, turned the child back over to daddy. The church can't hold the child indefinitely until it finds out why, investigates why the girl, got hurt or why the girl was out. No, you just give it back to that who it belongs to. You say, you know what? If I was you, I'd take a closer eye on that Miley Ray Cyrus. She's a little wild one. You better take care of your kid because, crazy shit like this, happens all the time. Said, yeah, okay, thanks for all your concern, but I got it from here. So that's what I'm basically trying to convey to the director, that I have it from here. And she basically told me to go pound salt in a nice way. They hung up on me, which was fantastic. So negotiations ended when they hung up. Now I have the opportunity to live claim before the court because negotiations had broken. And there's no sense for pursuing this any longer since they just hung up, didn't even say goodbye, just went click. This call is going to be terminated. So then I could pursue it. Yay. So I have absolute proof that I tried to settle it on the private side. I did everything honorably, and they hung up on me. Negotiations just broke down. So how long does Billy Ray Cyrus have to wait? Because the director doesn't want to return Miley Ray. He could wait about 10 seconds before he goes before court and says, I require that this court go and get that which is mine and place it with me immediately. No more fooling around. Get it back. So not only is he going to go after the director of the Disney film she's in, who else is he going to go after? Because obviously the director's a paid employee of Disney or paid contractor at Disney. Obviously, he's going to go after Disney as well. And he's going to obviously go after the chairman of the board, Mr. Walt Disney himself. So who's the chairman of the board of every state agency? The governor. So if you look it up, you'll see it within your own state. It'll say the chairman of the DHR board is Social Services Board. The financial, agency, the chairman of the board is the governor. He's the chairman of every single one of these agencies. So obviously, I'm putting down Walt Disney. And what's hysterical, I put the paperwork into the court clerk lady, and she said, who's this Terry McGulliff? She couldn't even pronounce his last name either. I can't pronounce it either. And I said, put their address down. So I put down the address I knew was 68 Huff Lane in Verona, where that lady's government center is. Now, where the governor's mansion is in Richmond, I have no clue. So obviously, he's not going to be able to be served properly on Monday morning. The sheriff's department is going to come back and say there is no Terry McGulliff at that location. Somebody's going to say he's the governor. I think Cole's going after the governor. So it's funny. I'll tell you guys that either some other day or later. I actually went down and talked to Brad Zinn, the newspaper writer, after I filed my claim. I talked to him in the lobby for about an hour. And when I mentioned something about Frank and the government has to come after people now, the stuff on their computer, like they have to, like the King Charles did, went after people with their paper and their fax, that he'd go into people's home and read their personal letters or open up their mail. The government's doing that now to see who is, going to go against the government policy or say something bad about the government or Barack Obama or somebody. First, they're going to start with saying that we've got to go into your computers to see kiddie porn. And then they're going to say, well, you're a danger to the national interest. You are writing subversive paperwork or saying subversive things about the government, and we can't allow that because we're in war. And you can go back, and I don't care how many wars we've been in, you'll always see that they've set up some sort of like a concentration camp for people who go against what the government policy is at that particular moment in time. I mean, especially World War I was incredible. I'm trying to remember exactly what it was called. Not the internment that they did back then during World War I, but it was massive, how they were just rounding up every freaking body. Everybody's going to jail who said anything about we should stay out of the war. We shouldn't go into the war. You know, it's going to happen again. It always happens. It's just going to repeat itself. We just got young kids who are 20, 30 years old, have no freaking clue what I just said. And there's people my age, 50 years old, who still have no freaking clue what I said. But anyway, we're back to going after the director and the executive producer of a movie. That's basically what I'm doing. I went after the director. She's actually literally called the director of social services. And the governor is actually called the chairman of the board of social services. So it all kind of makes sense why I'm going in that direction, because they're... Now, it's funny when I brought it up to the newspaper guy, he says, I'm going to love to see how you're going to collect the money. I said, I explained in great detail what I would do with that judgment after I got the judgment, how I'd sell the judgment, how I'd move the judgment, how I'd move another court, how I'd move a debt court, how I'd move all kinds of courts, how I'd move all kinds of financial institutions by holding this judgment. And under the full faith in my credit clause, that judgment would be good everywhere. So I'm not going to bother explaining judgments no more because I guarantee I did. And I guarantee that Craig Lynch guy probably broke it apart, and I ain't doing it again. I'm done saying this stuff 100 times. Right now I'm just concentrating on the kids. So, yeah, back to the letter that my mom got from the attorney. The attorney guy, she actually went out to go get an attorney, which, you know, I think is kind of amusing because she's got no standing in court, you know, because she had no legal custody. And if she actually tried to get custody, she'd have to get fingerprinted, background check. She would have to get a home study done. There'd be a whole plethora of hoops she'd have to jump through before those kids would ever get back here. She would be looking at a minimum, I'd say, at least 8 months before they'd even think about it. So I basically was trying to tell you, you're wasting your time. But anyway, let me get back to that letter. I wonder if he said our instant case. No, he said our present case. The lawyers usually like saying our instant case. Okay, he said our present case. Lovely. The only question before the court is whether it is necessary the government inform to prevent further abuse and neglect. CPS will argue that there is a danger of harm to the children, which is funny. Harm means actual physical. If they return to your care under the present circumstances, CPS is likely. See, what's funny is now they're saying CPS. First they said that the children are under the custody of Valley Community Services. Now they're saying it's under the CPS, Child Protective Services. That's interesting. Who is moving this court? That's why I keep asking. Who? Not what, because you guys keep changing, you know, the player here. First it was Valley Community Services, now it's CPS. CPS is likely going to take the position that you are willing to put up the safety deal about saying that your husband could come home. I said to my mom, when she went there for the bail hearing with him, they said, can Frank come home if we send him bail? And she said, yes. So I said to her, look, if you felt that this was a trick question, a trap question, which it was, you say, no, he can't come home, then you're saying that you believe that something happened. If you said he can come home, then you're saying that nothing happened. So when you said he can come home, you know, they pinned you in a corner. They asked you a question that they knew no matter which way you went, they were going to slap you. So you go left, you go right, they was going to still smack you back into the corner. I said, it's a trick question. I said, all you had to say to them is say, at this time I don't feel comfortable in answering that question. Let me seek out competent counsel, and I'll provide to this court a proper answer in 72 hours. At this time, I wish to seek out competent counsel before I provide a court that answer to that question. You could have just stood on that instead of making it like all you people do, except for Gus. Gus is getting good at it. All you people, and the Moldovan guy was good. Okay, so there are other people out there. They're getting good at this, and hey, that's right, Sean is getting good at this. He said unless habeas corpus is suspended, I still am going to require that my accuser appear. So you guys, okay, I shouldn't bash you guys that hard, man. Some of you guys are getting it. That when they ask you a question, you basically say, who the fuck are you? And if you wish to ask me that question, you better put it in writing. And if you wish a proper answer, you're going to have to give me leave of court for 72 hours or a properly answer this court after I seek out proper counsel, competent counsel. Okay. To CPS, this creates a problem. See, to CPS, this creates a problem. I told my mom, who is this Mr. or Mrs. CPS? Because it says CPS will argue. Do you mean by way of an attorney? CPS, this thing, this administrative agency, or this division of an agency, because I guarantee CPS is not an agency on itself of its own. I guarantee it's some sort of a division of family services or whatever the hell they got going on at the state capitol. But the branch of their agency, CPS, will argue, oh, really? And I'm going to say, oh, is CPS here today? Well, it's represented by counsel. Oh, really? And is that counsel having firsthand knowledge that anything it's going to bring before the court, or he or she's going to bring before the court, is true? Is CPS attorney going to testify that it is true today? No, I didn't think so. And why would I even bother wasting my time going into juvenile court, domestic relations court, family court? Why would I even waste my time? Because the judge is going to say, I'm out of order. Or the judge is going to say, we don't do that here. We just want to come to court. We all just sit here and we're a big family. We're all citizens and I'm the mommy. And I'm going to determine what's best for you, Junior, and what's best for your for your mom and the grandkids. You know, I'm going to make the ruling because I'm the high priest or priestess. Yeah, right. I got the one-way track to God. Yeah, whatever. So, CPS is likely taking the position that you're willing to break the state's agreement by saying that your husband could come home. Of course he could come home. What if he's exonerated? What if he finds it's not true? What was he going to say? No, she can't come home? It's ridiculous. The CPS, this creates a problem. Not because your husband might come home, but because you're willing to break the safety agreement you signed. Oh, that's special. And she signed a safety agreement. Yeah, she's got no authority or position to sign a safety agreement. They're not her kids. They're mine. I got legal custody of those kids, not her. So it's pretty funny that they were having her sign safety agreements when they had no right to make a proposal to her in the first place. Well, it's just that's lovely. That's why she said to me on Monday, she said they're furious at me because they found out I don't have legal custody of kids. They want to know why I have your kids go. I said, because I came to you. She's like, but where's the legal paper? There is no legal paper. I'm not a legal person. I gave you lawful custody. I'm a man. You know, a man is bound by natural law. There's a natural law. There's an absolute law that why I did what I did. It's our common belief, it's our common law that when a daddy can't wipe a little girl's behind, he places it with grandma. If grandma's not available, he places it with aunt. If aunt's not available, he places it with one of his female cousins. If cousin isn't available, I place it with one of my female nieces. It's the common beliefs, traditions of devout people. So before the written word even existed, since caveman time, this is what daddy's always done in accordance to our law, not some legal ridiculousness that only been around since like 1880. We're back to the letter. I think we would have a fighting chance if we were able to show CPS and the court, whatever this magical man's name CPS is. I should call it. I should say, hey, where's Kips? What? Where's Kips? What? This guy, Kips. You know, Kips what? Kips will argue that there's a danger. Who's Kips? I'll say CPS. No, CPS is a what? Who is going to come forth and argue? Well, their attorney. No, that's the attorney is a what? And then what is going to come forth and testify? I said, who is going to testify? It's just going to give them a brain fart. If I walk into a courtroom and I start doing that stuff, so I said, you know what? Screw this. You know, I'm just going to take him across the street and settle it across the street. I think you would have a fighting chance if we were able to show CPS in the court that Carl had left the premises and had gone on with his life that existed prior to your husband's arrest and away from the girls. My mom was smart and said, honestly, if he moved across the street to the mobile home park, say he just decided to rent a $500 a month mobile home across the street, which he can, he'll actually literally be closer to the girls if he moves across the street to that mobile home park than way back in the field behind the barn. So how far literally does CPS Carl want to move? Across the street, across the other side of the planet? How far literally does Carl have to remove himself from the premises before CPS will be freaking happy? And I told my mom, she understood that. She said it without me coaching. I said, holy shit, Mom, that was brilliant. I said, that's fucking fantastic. You know, your brain is functioning at a decent level that you're able to throw back at them. Because literally, they're just making you jump through hoops. They're just bullshitting you. They're not going to let those kids come anywhere near me or come to home because it's the other part of the letter clearly says it has to do with Frank and them being sued. So, KIPS, or CPS, she said it's in the best interest of girls that they not be influenced by anyone who is doubting their stories. And it's not their stories, it's a girl's story. CPS basically takes the view that someone taking care of the girls has to either be behind them 100% as dictated by CPS. He actually said as dictated by CPS. that CPS basically takes the view. What do you mean basically takes the view? He's saying they do take the view. CPS basically takes the view that someone taking care of the girls has to either be behind them 100% as dictated by CPS, or that person or persons is against the girls and poses a threat to them during the course of the criminal investigation. Yay! Effing yay! There it is. Bottom line, that they pose as a threat to them during the course of a criminal investigation. So, how is the girls going to be threatened during a criminal investigation? They're afraid Daddy's going to ask them questions. Like, hey, kid, the cop told me you were never nude in front of Grandpa. Were you ever nude in front of Grandpa? No. Was Grandpa ever nude in front of you? No. So, if you weren't nude and Grandpa wasn't nude, Grandpa have sex with you? Well, no. Okay. Just asking, kid. Just wondering this. Did you guys ever, like, run around naked in a pool or something like that? You know, take off your bathing suits and just swim naked and frolic? And no. Okay, I'm just asking these questions, kids, because I just want to know. So see, I would actually do the dad thing because I'm competent. And anybody who knows me and anybody who's ever dealt with me knows I know how to ask people certain questions a certain way. I'm a hell of a litigator, and I know how to get to the bottom of this. Because like I said, all I would do if Frank actually had to appear in court is I would question my daughter on the witness stand. I'd ask her a simple question. I'd say, here, honey, here's $100. Say, Grandpa did it. Grandpa did it. Here, honey. And I'd give her like $2,000. I'll say, Grandpa didn't do it. Grandpa didn't do it. I rest my case. And I'd walk away. And she could hold the $2,000 in her hand. Why? Because we're going to make $1 million off the county anyway. So what's the big deal? Because we're going to screw this guy's ass. We're going to sue the county's ass. Whoever runs this county for holding this man indefinitely without bail on the word of an incompetent minor. Yay. That's why incompetents can't testify. Because you could hand them a box of cookies and tell them, now say this. Okay. Would you like a pony? Another pony? Yeah, they'll say that. Okay. They're easily manipulated. They're easily steered. They don't have the ability to understand the word honor. It takes many, many years for any man to understand the word honor. And almost nobody on these shows understands what the word honor is. Because we were all been taught since we were little kids to have white lies, to speak white lies. I am horrible at white lies. When my sister took me to get glasses, she realized I needed glasses because I have night blindness. Just when I had no money. So thank God. I bought her glasses now, too. Believe me, it's payback time for me. I'm compensating her. She did great. She took damn good care of me for 3 years. So now I'm taking care of her phone bills. I'm taking care of her car. I'm taking care of her glasses. No, I'm taking care of her now in whatever little ways I can. But anyway, she took me to the eye doctor. And I have, I see great 2-3 feet away from me because that's where books are and that's where the computer was. And I didn't give my eyes enough exercise for 3 years, and I can't see distance very clearly anymore. But boy, can I read a book, and boy, can I see a computer crystal clear. So the lady tried to put the glasses on me. I said, ma'am, I'm not a baby. I know how to adjust glasses. And my sister said, Carl, can you just let this poor woman do her job? You know, just be served, Carl. It's no big deal. I hate people serving me. I hate it because I feel I owe a debt. And then I got to compensate. I don't like anybody doing anything for me. I like doing it for myself, as much as I can, obviously. You know, because I don't wish to compensate every single body 500, a million times a day. And that's what I tell people who call me up on these shows. The people who call me up and say, Carl, I've been listening to these shows religiously. I think some guy actually said to me, religiously for 5 months, morning, noon, and night. I'll compensate you, Carl, if you give me help now. I say, wait a second. You said you downloaded all my shows. You've listened to me religiously for 5 months. You haven't compensated me yet. But you said, if I help you one-on-one, now you'll compensate me. What do you call those 5 months of shows? Do not call those 5 months of shows helping you. I was like, well, yes, but now I just personally need your interaction one-on-one. Oh, so I provided a service to you for all these years, all these months. And not one time did you feel compassionate or did you feel moved to compensate. How do you people think you're going to pull this off in court when you don't know how to act like a man? When you're getting something from your fellow man and you're not returning something. Isn't this just lovely? Because what I do is a lifestyle. And you still got to get past that man in a black robe. And that man in a black robe is going to be able to tell if you are truly a man by the way you act before him. Like simple things I was doing when I went to court not too long ago. Every time the woman stenographer was getting up and down, or the court clerk lady was getting up and down, I was standing up and down in court. Now, the bailiff and everybody must have thought that was effing crazy. You know, they said, what is this guy standing up? I guess he's got to go bathroom or something. No, a woman stood up. So a woman stood up, I stand up. Why? What does a man do? Why does a man stand up when a woman stands up? Explained that on my shows in the past. I ain't explaining it again. But there's a reason why I did what I did. So if you guys just pull this stunt in court and say, hey, the judge says, what are you doing? Why are you standing up every time she stands up? What are you doing? Where are you going? Well, what's going on? Don't worry about it, Your Honor. I hope you know that that's what a man does. I've explained in great detail why I'm doing what I'm doing. But you guys ain't going to do it, because it's a lifestyle. You guys can't fake being a man. You can't. And this is why so many people crash and burn when you actually have to go perform in an open court. That's why even though you might know Shakespeare and you might know Othello like the back of your hand, you're still not Laurence Olivier. You're still not going to win the Oscar. It ain't going to happen. I don't care how bad you want to get that Oscar. There's only one Laurence Olivier, and you ain't him. So that's why I tell people, try to carry this all off in paper before you got to open it up in court. Don't try to just open up a court like I'm doing, because it's a lot of acting skills involved. Try to do it with paper, pen, and ink. Try to do it in 2-3 sentences. Try to settle it on the private. So anyway, let's go back to here. CPS is not going to take anyone's word alone that Karl is not going to be influencing the girls during the criminal proceedings. There you go. Karl's not going to influence the girls during a criminal proceedings. See, this is what it's all about. It has absolutely nothing to do with the girls are in danger. It has to do with the county's in danger, the cops in danger, the jail's in danger, the detention center's in danger. Everybody's in danger. The girls are in danger. So there you go. It is my understanding. Oh, this is a good one. You guys will love this. It is my understanding that Karl may be in the sovereign citizen movement. I bash those guys every which way from Sunday. It's too funny. So, but that's funny. It's my understanding. That's pretty funny. And that he has sued public employee on claims that were thrown out of court. Oh, no, I haven't sued a public employee. I've sued a man and a woman. And obviously, I can't go down to Alabama. Why? Because I like to live. I like to not go and be held indefinitely until when? I get 100,000. I told these people back in 2001. I said, oh, yeah, you know when I want to move my claim against you? They said, what? Oh, I bet it's in the case file somewhere. And they actually wrote that down. Karl said he's going to come back here with 100,000 people. So that's when Karl's going to come and move his case before the court, when he has 100,000 people behind him. I did not know so much of how the Internet was going to play into this factor, but I knew that there was something called the Internet. Like I said, poor Frank, he has to get that out to me, and I haven't gotten anything yet from Frank saying I have power of attorney. I told him to write a couple of things. One, do it a legal letter, basically saying I have power of attorney. Or the letter was basically just saying that I have the capacity to put paperwork into the court on his behalf. And then the third one was whatever the attorney is who is assigned to him, or if he buys one or if it's court appointed, whoever it is, regardless of whoever it is, that I can walk and talk to the attorney at any time, and I would be acting as Frank to his attorney. So his attorney could say, well, I can't discuss this case with you. I really talk to Frank about it. So the really problem is with that pal, it's right here. Frank said I could talk on his behalf, and I could talk for him as him. He's entrusted me with that capacity. So you gotta talk to me whether you like it or not. And if you don't, believe me, then I would have to what you would call petition the court out of a supplicate myself. And I have to say, look, even under your own rules, you have to allow me to do this. And then see what the judge says from there. So see, then I would have to actually be playing in their game, in their court. And obviously I have to be tap dancing and be very careful. But here when people say, oh, man, come on, USA don't go in their court. Oh, yeah? Right. Well, so what should I do? Let Frank sit there and rock for 20 years? Or should I try to enter into their court, do paperwork, and see if I can shake them up enough to make them realize there's another court coming. Do you want to just end it now, or do you want the other court to come? How would you like to do this? Would you like to do habeas corpus? Would you like to do all this? Would you like to drag them out of this court and put them into this court instead? So I don't mind communicating with the other side, if it's beneficial, if it gets the job done quicker. I think I've done like I just did with social services. I talked to those fine ladies. I explained really simply to them what I'm going to do if we don't settle this on, if you don't return that which is mine. For these holiday seasons, I'm going to have to open up a court, and then I'm going to have to summon you to appear. In my court, well, she said, summons me. You're going to summons me? Yes, ma'am. I'm going to summon you. And everybody else who has any involvement with this, yes, you're going to be summoned to my court. I ain't going over the Mickey Mouse family court. Are you kidding? Then I'd have to admit that I'm part of your family. And obviously I'm not the daddy here. I don't really care who the damn daddy is. You know, if I got to petition myself to daddy, would be some judge in a black robe, or even if they wear a robe over there, I don't know, and I don't care. I don't care if they're sitting at a picnic table and they call themselves family court. I'm not entering it. I'm not dealing with it. I'm not doing it. So when I hear all these women and guys all talking about family court this, family court that, I said, well, you know, why are you even speaking to daddy? Did you petition him or something like that? You got an attorney? Yeah. Well, then obviously they petitioned or they're moving something on your behalf. You're looking up to daddy, the judge, just like the attorney said yesterday when I was reading that letter. Oh, that's right. I think this called into when I was reading the letter. Said the judge has great power. That's right. Daddy's got great power. Whoever you're petitioning, whoever you're supplicating to, have great power. That's right. So why would I want to turn, you know, anything in my life, any of my possessions or property or any of my interests over to somebody who's a complete stranger to me? Not a complete stranger to the social service ladies, because they see each other every day. They go to work together, they hang out together, they go to lunch together. I'm sure they had a Christmas party together. So why would I possibly want to try to tell that lady that her friend is full of shit, that her friend doesn't have a fucking clue what's going on? I wrote something for Frank, and I said, if a piece of hair is missing off his head, you better go and find it and put it back on. Because when he comes out, if there's any hair missing, we're going to make a claim for that hair. So I guess they're just looking at it as, yeah, right, what can you do about it? Are you an attorney? It's like, no. You know, an attorney would have to petition a judge. And an attorney would never even waste his time petitioning a judge and saying, look, you got to go after the county facilities, you got to go after the detention center, you got to go over these private organizations. And like judges say, really, I'm going to sue the local detention center. I'm going to help you beat the county jail. I'm going to help you beat these people. Really. The only problem with that is my pension check is attached to that detention center. The money, if the detention center makes money, our pension checks will go up. If the detention centers don't make money, we're investing our pension funds into these privately held detention centers. So why would I want to help an attorney, if I'm a judge, why would I want to help an attorney sue a detention center where my pension funds are being funneled into, and we're trying to make thrive, and we're trying to have these detention centers grow, and we're trying to get more and more prisoners so we can make more and more dividends into our pension fund. We can get more, so when we retire, our pension, fund will be massive. Because, see, they get to control who goes into those detention centers, the judges. So obviously if they say, hey, you know what, we need 5,000 more people here, in the state level, the state judges are like, damn, how are we going to fill that? How are we going to meet the quota? How are we going to do this? So they're going to just start, well, let's look on people's internet. Let's look inside of people's computers and see if we can find a dirty picture. And that way we charge the guy with a felony and throw him inside of a detention center until at least the first of the year. So at least that way we got the quota up. We finished the year with 5,001 inmates. We just got to round up another 5,000 real quick, and just so we get matching state and federal funds for detention centers. So, like I said, it's going to have to be somebody from the outside, like me, who has absolutely no concern whether or not this prison facility, this detention center, these privately held, traded detention centers, make a profit or not this year. I couldn't care less. I was like, this man's been harmed, and you will compensate. This man's been harmed, and we're going to make a claim through their insurance, through whoever indemnifies them, whether it's an escrow account or a bond or an insurance policy. However they're indemnified, I guarantee they can't open those doors and put one man into that facility unless they're indemnified. So whoever their indemnifier is, I told my little sister Mary, go find out who their indemnifier is. I said, I can almost guarantee most of the corporations like that size would go to the Travelers Group up there in Hartford, Connecticut. But I'm not saying it. I'm just saying that's what happened in Alabama. I don't know who or what indemnifies these folks down here in Virginia. I said, but you're going to have to get online and find out. I told her about down in Bradstreet, whatever it was. I told her to go, build a little account if you need a little bit of money, to open up the account, let me know, and I'll open up an account. so I could do some research to find out exactly who or what is the indemnifier of that local detention center. I guarantee their information will be on there somewhere. And, that's what I was saying about Frank. I videotaped me going in there and talking to the nurse. One of the first days he was there. And she just laughed. And she said, "It's not going to get half of this." I said, "Ma'am, that's fine. If that's what you believe. If you believe that what this doctor wrote for him and what this doctor said that he requires for him to be healthy, if you don't believe what the doctor prescribed, that's fine. If you're not going to give him what the doctor prescribed, do as you wish." I said, "But I'm telling you, if there's one hair missing on his head, you better go find it now." I said, "Because if you don't find it when he leaves," I said, "I'm going to make a claim for that return of that piece of hair." So she said, "Well, I'll bring it back to the doctor and see what he can do." I said, ma'am. I said, "Look, I don't know if you know what I do for a living." And then I just showed at the beginning of the English show that I do. I said, "But I help people get compensation for when the government or an employee or a man or a woman of the government or any public servant causes harm to their fellow man, due to negligence." I said, I usually don't go for a deliberate wanton intent, but there's no doubt about it. Then now you know what he requires to be healthy, and now it's up to you to do as you wish." She was like, "Well, I'll get it back to the doctor and see what he'll do." I said, "Ma'am, watch my lips. Do as you wish. Whether you bring it to the doctor or not is no longer any of my concern. I just gave you the message, and I told you what the doctor requires for this man. If you don't do it, don't. Do as you wish." So like I said, that was a great little, 1-2 minute video. So let me see if I can get this man in Tennessee. But like I said, Frank lost his sight out of his left eye while he was there now. And Frank was trying to tell them, I'm starting to lose my sight, and I have to get a needle in his eye. I don't know if the needle had to be put in his eye to relieve the pressure or what. The doctor actually called the hospital, called the jail, called the detention center, faxed the detention center, said Frank has got to be, brought to this office immediately. And they ignored it. And then the doctor said, "Okay, you know what, I'll pack up this contraption. I'll bring it down to the jail. You have Frank put Frank in some sort of room, and I'll put him in his contraption, and I'll do the procedure there." And they said no. So thank God they got all this proof. Well, I got all this proof now, too, that they said no, that they weren't going to allow that to happen. So this magical unicorn fucking day is going to have a name. He's going to be a CEO. He's going to be something. But the bottom line is he's going to be indemnified. So whoever their, indemnifier is, that's who you just make a simple phone call and just say, "Hey, do you got a website, like a way that I could just file a simple form through your company, just a simple claim for damages? Is there a simple form I could find online?" They're like, "Well, yes, sir." And they'll tell you that you can look for our claim damage and this. Okay. And I done in Bradstreet, and I found out, is this the correct policy number for this organization? "Oh, yes, that's the correct, policy number for this organization." Thank you. So that way, when I put down file the claim form, you folks don't have to look for the policy number. It's nice to already have it, to put it right on the form. So it just makes it appear that you're competent, that you have kind of a clue what's going on, and you're just whining and bitching, that you actually have a kind of sense of what's going on and how actually all this stuff proceeds. Like I said, I'm going to basically do factual innocence. Obviously, I'm going to say it's factual innocence, but I'm basically going to tell them, look, these are the facts. To move this, it's just like O.J. Simpson guys could have done that with him. It could have been factual innocence. See, they could have done the same thing. They could have said what Marshall Clark was trying to accomplish and the County of Los Angeles was trying to accomplish. Actually, it has to be based on these facts. Facts 1, it must have this. Facts 2, there must be a witness. Facts 3, there must be a weapon. Facts, 4, there must be the body. Facts 1, there must have been motive. So yes, they had the motive and they had the body, but they had no third-hand impartial witness and they had no weapon. So honestly, O.J. should have walked, but since O.J. had $14 million, his dream team attorneys want to make sure they tap all $14 million out of O.J. Simpson's account when they could have. O.J. just could have called me, and just like with almost everybody I deal with, I just do a factual innocence type of notice to the court. I don't actually call it factual innocence because that's a legal term, but I compare it to factual innocence. And they just realized, now that you brought that up, honestly, we'll hold a trial in 6 months from now, a year or two from now. Yeah. We'll postpone this. Yeah, sure you fucking will. Yeah, the only problem is, honey, cakes is while you were doing your case against this man or this woman, I filed a case against you folks. It is just luckily it's going to coincide next week. We're going to move my claim in the court at the same time you guys move yours. So you better move your damn case into that court. You better open it, and you better, move your case. You told us it's next Tuesday. Damn it, it better be next Tuesday. I ain't coming back. So Bolly was supposed to get his old case into that court 3 weeks before we did it. We did it on the day of the freaking trial, which is on Saturday. If the guy ever knew the damn rules, he would have been able to say, look, you can't ambush me with a claim. You can't do this. You got to give me time to read the claim, study it. You got to give me time to answer. You got to give me time to get witnesses. You got to give me time to check your facts, blah, blah, blah. But thank God the guy was so freaking arrogant. He was like, what's this crap? What's this dribble? And he just threw it away. I said, oh, thank God he thinks I'm a joke. Oh, sweet Jesus, thank God. There's no clue what's about to hit him. So I love their arrogance. I love their attitude. I love it. Because it makes my job so much easier. Then if he knew the damn bloody rules. Because I actually told him that when it was over, when I went to talk to the prosecutors of the Crown, I said, look, let me give you a hint. What I just did was an ambush. I said, how to prevent an ambush next time. I said, I'll push this little hint, is that you have to have time to study the claim. That you have time to answer the claim. I said, next time somebody drops one of these in your lap, the day of the trial, just ask court for leave of court until you can answer the claim in the proper manner. Okay? That's all you had to do. I said, that's the only hint I'm going to give you. I said, there's probably about 105 hints I could give you how you could have stopped me. But how about I just drop you that little nugget? It's like, well, there is no common law. Yeah, really. Okay, well, the judge said enough of the common law side of the case. And I explained to you, there must be common law somewhere in England, whether you believe it or not. It might not exist in your world, which I'm sure it does not. It sure does exist in mine. I appeared in court as man, so it exists in my world. You know what also exists in my world? Unicorns, leprechauns, four-leaf clovers, anything I wish to manifest into reality is reality. Man is not limited in his capacity, any capacity, to do as he wishes, believe whatever he wishes. So, have a nice day, sir. But I love it. People look at me like, Paul, you're crazy. Yeah, crazy like a fox. Yeah, it's crazy. Good crazy. At least crazy had to be bad. Like I said, the people who listen to me, and the one guy, yes, I wasn't specifically talking about you last night. I forgot what his name is. It's a long name, Stepopopoulos, whatever his name is. I don't know. He says he listens to my show while he's working on the roof all day. He does some sort of roofing for a living. And I said, yeah, you folks are funny. You guys call me up. And he said, I've been listening to you for 6 months, 2, 3 years, whatever. I say, thank you for all your help. And he said, but they've never donated to me a dime. And then I said, well, I need you to help me now, and I'll give you some money now because now I need your help. I said, wait a second. Didn't you just say I helped you all these years? And like I said, I got to understand, because most people might think like they hear radio hosts on the shows, doing like Rush Limbaugh or somebody like Sean Hannity. Sean Hannity's not asking for donations because he actually gets paid by, whatever communication network he works for. And he gets paid whatever millions of dollars a year to spit out what he spits. So when people are saying, Carl, why are you only doing your shows now? And you're basically not answering questions from people anymore. It's like, because I realize people aren't, they're asking me questions for 5 freaking hours. And if the show would go for 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 15 hours, people would expect me to keep answering these damn questions. And I get about $100 a week in donations. And it's just not cutting it. It just doesn't make any sense why I should devote so much time to helping people when people won't help me in return. And then I say to people anyway, look, if you don't know the right thing to do is to, help somebody who's helping you, what makes you think you're going to carry this off in court? It's a lifestyle. It's like I said, I don't know if I said it in the show's recording or not, but, like I said, it's like, you're feeding like this dog. And my sister's got an old dog she left behind because she couldn't keep it in New York, so she brought it here. And it's like 13, 14, 15. It's old, gray, white dog. And when I got here, 3, 4, 5 months ago, the dog was shaking like a leaf. And my brother asked me, he said, hey, why is this dog shaking? I said, he's starving. I said that he doesn't have enough muscle strength to support his legs, and you're not feeding him. And they say, oh, yeah, we are. I said, no, you're feeding him corn. I said, the only thing he's going to get out of that is diabetes. The dog doesn't eat corn. Like yesterday, I made noodles when I was here, so I gave him some noodles. I put some ham in it and some turkey, and a couple of eggs, some milk, and butter, and cooking oil. And when I walked down to my place last night, I dropped it off him. And obviously he's not shaking anymore because I'm feeding him real freaking food. And this is what I tell people. I say, look, that dog really doesn't belong to me. He's not my freaking dog. But I see something and it needs help, and I go help it because it's a lifestyle. It's a style. It's not, you got to do it because somebody's paying me to take care of that fucking dog. That dog drops dead and dies. The only thing they're going to ask me to do is take up my backhoe, dig a hole, and drop the dog in a hole. And everybody's going to go on with their freaking day. You're just going to be like, oh, well, it's like throwing a piece of toilet paper, not a toilet bowl to them. It's like, oh, well, he's gone. So what? But while he's here, there's a quality of life that I try to maintain. There's a quality of life that I try to maintain for these animals. And anybody who's ever lived with me or seen me, they see that I give the food. Like Gus has lived with me for like 7 weeks. I guarantee Gus seen me feed those animals damn good food. He didn't see me just, toss them the, look, there's a sale. A bag of cat food, 100 pounds for $1. Oh, man, this stuff's great. Oh, wow, I don't have to pay no money. No, I'm sure he's seen me tossing all kinds of meat. I had 3 or 4 freezers full of meat. If I have meat, they eat meat. It's a style. So all you people who are trying to master what I'm doing, you are going to fail miserably. You're wasting your effing time listening to me and listening to my shows. You're wasting your time until you make it a lifestyle. People are looking for like this quick little, what are these guys called? It's like a Mark Stevens kind of thing, a form. Just fill out this form. Here's my 500-page package that you can get for $100. Drop it in a court's lap, and you won't have to pay a $25 parking ticket. Just donate to me $200, and I'll mail you this 500 pages worth of crap. Then he'll say, look, we got another victory. Another $25 parking ticket wasn't paid. Didn't have to be paid. And all this guy did is pay me $200 to give this 500 fucking page package because the prosecutor's going to look at the 500 pages and say, oh, this is ridiculous. We're not dealing with this guy. We need to tie him up to the courthouse for 2-3 days for a $25 parking ticket. We ain't doing this. So like I said, I could do it in by, 2-3 sentences. I'm done. I don't have to spend $500. I don't have to spend $200 to do it. But like I said, it's how you're going to carry it off. How you're going to pull it off. It's a style. It's a rhythm. It's a pattern. It's a swagger. It's a tone. It's a cadence. It's a rhythm. It's a lifestyle. And then if the judge tries you and he tries to put you back on your heels and he tries to see if you're for real, will you be able to carry the day or not? And that's the example I gave yesterday when some court reporter lady, she kept standing up and I kept standing up and she'd walk out of the room and I'd walk out of the room. Judge get up and down. He'd get up and down. I wasn't getting up and down for him. That lady got up, I got up and down because it's a style. It's a belief. You could say it's chauvinistic and it's, old-fashioned and, it's hundreds of thousands of years old, and we don't do that anymore, but I still do. Why? Because it's a lifestyle. It's a style. It's a belief. It's just like when we were walking in England, the Punjabi people, we were walking down the sidewalk, and it was funny. I'd stop, and everybody keep walking. And then I'd see the Punjabi men who were up in the front talking to each other, and they would look around looking for Carl. Where's Carl? And I was behind everybody. So they'd stand still and wait for all the women to walk past them, and then I'd catch up to them, and we'd start walking again, and then the women would start falling behind again, and then I'd fall behind the women again. And what was funny is I said to these guys, I said, look, I know you guys want to talk to me. I know all you men want to talk to me. I said, the only problem is nobody's got the rear. Who's got the rear? I said, the women are straggling behind. They're falling behind. Who's got the rear? Nobody. Why don't one of you men walk in the rear? And he said, well, the women walk in the rear. I said, do you understand that's why the English conquer you people all the time? Because of your damn arrogance and your damn pride, and you don't have any kind of military tactics. You guys just believe you're all going to run in like gung-ho and prove your manhood by just attacking a frontal attack, and nobody's got the rear. I said, do you understand how easy it is to pick you guys off one at a time from behind? Take your women, take your children, and what do you got? Who's going to supply you food? Who's going to supply you, the rations? Who's going to supply you with clothing? We're going to take you from behind. I said, because all you guys got too much pride. I said, that's why the English kick your ass every time you guys fight. I said, because you guys got too much pride. You think you're a man because you're in the front. I said, but who's protecting the rear? And I said, somebody's going to have to stay behind the rear so we could pay attention to what's going on, so the women are safe. And like I said, it's just a style. And it's like I said, you could say it's Germanic. You could say it's because I'm Bavarian. You could say I'm German. You could say it's because my dad told me that's how he was taught by his dad, who was taught by his dad. And not a freaking bloody male Lentz ever could read and write. A piece of paper. My dad couldn't read. His dad couldn't read. I'm sure his dad couldn't read. But we all knew what to do. We all knew how to survive. How to survive living in a forest. How to survive. Somebody's going to have to stand behind. Because my dad said that when he was up in the cabins when he was a kid. He said he used to hide out in upstate New York instead of going into the not foster care back then. They had reform schools back then. And he said he'd run away from the reform schools and go upstate, and that's where the Italian guys found him in one of their, like Goldilocks and Three Bears scene. He was hiding out in somebody's cabin, and it was an Italian family. They had like Italians and Jews that have all those cabins. And what was funny is he said he was watching the hunters hunt deer, and he said he was up on the top of the mountains. He said it was so funny. He said to me, all these hunters would come from like New York City, and they'd be walking around the valley. And he says it was funny watching all the deer follow all the hunters. So all the deer, when the hunters started walking again, the deer would start walking, and they were following the hunters. My dad said all the hunters had to do was turn around and walk like 200-300 yards behind them, and all the deer were just standing there, waiting for the hunters, following the hunters. So see, something like that stuck in my head when I was a little kid. My dad didn't go hunting. He thought it was just cruel. He said there's no reason to. He said there's plenty of meat available to, my dad was a butcher. My dad's dad was a butcher. And, that's when my grandfather came here to the United States. That's why he made so much money when he went back to Germany. During times of rationing, the guy who bakes bread and controls the rubber tires and the gasoline and the meat supply, and those kind of guys like Howard Hughes, is going to make billions of dollars. During time of rationing, during time of, scarcity. Those guys are going to make a fortune. My grandfather made a fortune as a butcher during times of rationing. So, what's funny is, like I said, my dad telling me that story, like I said, I guess that's why I'm such a, that's why I know as much as I do. It's because I was the kid that, when people said the grandfather down the street, he was deaf, but he would tell stories the best he could. And I remember his grandkids coming up to him when the ice cream man came around and said, my grandpa, they'd point to his ears, like they'd point towards the truck, like ice cream, and they'd get some money from the old man, and they'd run to the truck, but they wouldn't listen to the old man's story. So I listened to the old man's stories about how he worked up in sand pits and the salt that they would pull out of it up there in Long Island, and where New York City had like 7 million people. That's where they bury all the bodies, all the poor people, the people who didn't have family to actually intern them into a cemetery or grave or a mausoleum. He was explaining how they would just stack them, dozens and dozens of bodies every day, who nobody came and made a claim for. The family was just going to afford to bury them in a proper way. So, it's just stories from listening to older people, and what they've lived through since I've been a child. Allowed me to put this into practice in later life. So it's very important for the older people to pass down their stories to the younger people. So I understand why they're trying to do something like that to dads. They're trying to get the dads out of the children's lives, or get the dads so consumed with trying to make child support payments, or the dads so trying to keep up with the Joneses and have the woman lead the man and saying, look, we've got to get a bigger house. We got an extra $1,000 a month coming in, and we got to sell this old house and buy a bigger one. Or now that we got an extra $500 a month, we got to get rid of this old car and buy a big SUV. So the guys aren't saying, no, we're going to stick with what we got. It works. And no, just because we made a little bit extra, no, we're going to save it, and we're going to, get ready for a rainy day. That's why everybody says people nowadays have one paycheck, 2 paychecks away from being thrown out of their homes, because people are forgetting the old values in storing, for the hard times. People, there is no more hard times anymore. We get a massive snowstorm. Okay, we get a hard day for 3 or 4 days we're without, and everybody panics like it's the end of the world. Well, 100 years ago when it snowed in October, there was no more food to be found until June. So somehow we had to all save up and survive somehow, especially like you could say people in the northern hemisphere, like in Germany or something. They had to make sure there was 5, 6, 7 months worth of food stored. Well, they weren't going to make it. The family was going to die. Everybody was going to die. So I come from a very practical type of people that we couldn't just throw a net out into the Mediterranean Sea and go catch a shitload of fish every day. So we had to understand this concept of survival and what it took to survive. There's practical skills. So like I said, when I'm dealing with court, it's the same thing with me. It's survival skills. So it's not going to, you have to practice and you have to store up and you have to get ready. And that's what I'm trying to say. It's not just, you're just going to go out there and you're going to throw that line into the court and you're like, I'm going to walk away the champion. Yeah, you might. You might get lucky. You might knock the judge off kilter a little bit. He'll say, holy shit, what do I do? Or you're going to judge like me. Oh, you pull that stunt on me. Oh, you bet I'm going to work you, and I want to work you just like that one judge did to me. He worked me for 7 hours. I stood there for 7 hours. 9 o'clock in the morning till about 4:30 in the afternoon, and then the courthouse was closing up, and he said, okay, Carl, that's enough. We didn't stop for lunch. We didn't go to the bathroom. We didn't do anything. I stood there and I taught from 9 o'clock until about 4:30. He tried me. Man, he tried every move in the book to try to get me to move off my standing, my status. And I wasn't budging, not an inch.
I wrote a couple of letters. I wrote a letter to the Attorney General, just a real short one. None of this got sent out yet, but congratulations on your appointment to act as Attorney General. I wish you much success and respect in your job and assignments. I wish to let you know that I love this land of common law and enjoy living as man on the land. No finer land in the world where the freedom and rights of man are so protected. Wishing you Godspeed. Kindly let me know you got this letter.
Okay. Yeah, it's awfully long. The best thing I would do is the simplest thing I usually tell people to do is, I believe that you are, acting as the Attorney General for the United States, however it's written on your paperwork. United States of America, or United States, or U.S. government. I don't know how it's actually written on your paperwork. But you could just basically say something as simple as that. I believe you're the man. I believe you are the woman who acts as the Attorney General for the benefit of the United States of America's government, or the United States of America, or however they write it. And you just got to wait for that little simple answer back, without saying all this glorious patriotic Yankee Doodle stuff.
Okay.
Just got simple communication over there. Say, are you the proper man or woman who acts as the Attorney General for the United States of America, or for the United States government? And just let them send you back a very simple, yes, I am. How may? And they'll say, yes, yes, I am. How may I serve you? Or yes, I am. How may I help you? It's just that simple. And then say, oh, okay. I believe that there's a case that the United States is moving through their court, and we're asking basically, is the United States government moving the case to your court, in which I am a party of? Who is the man or woman? Are you the man or the woman who I should talk directly to settle this matter? Because you want to try to settle it on the private side. I'm trying to settle this matter before it gets its way into open court. Would you be the man or the woman who I would, try to settle this matter of any form of debt I might owe? Stuff like that. It's that line of logic. Just like if you were trying to talk to any other man or woman on planet Earth, instead of being enamored because this is the United States of America. It's a corporation just like I'm a corporation. Everything's a corporation. Everything's an assembly of parts that came from something that was issued, that was produced from something else. I'm a corporation because my mom and dad merged. And because my mom and dad merged, when they incorporated, they produced me. So I'm the corpse. I'm the body of their merger. Am I a corpse? You better believe I'm a corpse. Better believe I'm a body. I believe I'm a body. Let's put it that way. Only God knows it's true. But I believe I'm a body. But still, like I said, it's just that simple. Instead of being overwhelmed by thinking that this is the United States of America, this is the most powerful force on planet Earth, when really it's man that's the most powerful force on planet Earth, that you're not overwhelmed by it. And I know it's very overwhelming when you're trying to say, wow, I'm running to the Attorney General. Well, like I said, some man in Canada did it around this time of year. He put some snowflakes on the paperwork, and I said, man, you got it. I said, you so got it. He did it in 1 sentence, 2 sentences. I said, that's a perfect opening salvo. That's a perfect opening statement, perfect letter, perfect question. I said, and the snowflakes, that was a great touch. And an email, he wrote back to me, he says, okay, I'll lose the snowflakes. I said, no, honestly, leave the snowflakes, put Santa Claus, some reindeer, some elves on the paperwork too, doodle those on there too. And it's good that you wrote it in hand, because that way, when you write something in hand, when I see something written in hand compared to typewritten letter, when I open the envelope and I see it written by hand, I go, holy shit, somebody actually spent their time to write to me. When I see it written by a machine, honestly, it doesn't have that much of an impact on me. I kind of look at it, but like, I really don't read it. Like, I'll peruse through, peruse actually means to study with great diligence. No, so peruse is not correct. I'll just, read it really quickly. But when it's written in hand, then I'll peruse through it. Then I'll concentrate, intently on it. Because I see, oh, wow, let's see how the man writes. Let's see his style. Let's see if he writes heavy-handed or does he looks like a chicken tap danced on the page. So like I said, hopefully you got good penmanship, because I do. And so when you write something to them, and like I said, if I want to do calligraphy like that, if I want to write with like a fountain pen, and if I want to write like John Hancock, oh boy, I got some damn good penmanship. I hope I still do. I mean, I haven't done it in years, but I remember when I had to do it, boy, I was really good at it. So when you really send them a letter like that, it has a massive impact on them. They could tell your intelligence level. They could tell, there's a lot you could interpret in a man's handwriting. Is he a working man? Is he a common man? Is he a man of letters? Is he from academia? You could just tell by the way he writes. It's just the handwritten letters to me is the way to go. Unless obviously like your tap dance, if your letters it looks like a check and tap dances, then yes, still do the written letter, but then do the typewritten letter behind it, so you could kind of understand what all that tap dancing, Chinese-looking English tap dancing on that page was. But I always tell people, always send letters to any government entity in the form of hand, doing handwritten. It just has a huge impact. It has a huge impact on me, and I guarantee it has a huge impact on them. When they see something and they realize they're communicating with their fellow man, it has a much deeper impact than if they're just seeing a form letter. Like, oh, here comes another 1099 form. Oh, here comes another 1040 form. But when they see, somebody put snowflakes on it or Santa Claus on it, like, oh, let me take a look at that letter. Don't go so fast with that letter. Let me take a look at this. So like I say to people, when that guy did the snowflakes, I said, hey, you know what? That's a great touch. I wish, I thought of that. And the guy's like, oh, okay, I'll get rid of it. He thought I was being sarcastic. I don't know why anybody would think I'm sarcastic, but the guy thought I was sarcastic. So, like I said, you write a nice little simple letter saying, dear Sally, greetings. I believe you're the man or the woman or whatever it is. I believe it's a woman now who runs the Department of Justice. So I believe you're the man who acts as the, Attorney General, Attorney General for the United States of America. Would that be true? Have a happy holiday seasons, and, God bless you and your family, and hope to hear from you soon.
Okay.
And you'll see how fast. It's funny that who did I do that with? Malik Dixon, yeah, the basketball player up there in Chicago. He said he was writing for the Secretary of State for years and never got a letter back. He said, Carl, the letter you sent on Monday, he said, I got an answer on Wednesday. He said, Carl, it was crazy because it had to be mailed from Chicago, had to go all the way down to Springfield, Illinois, and come back. So the Secretary of State's office said, we got your letter this morning, on Tuesday morning. We're writing you back today. Like, it must have been sometime in the afternoon, and they had it out by 5 o'clock Tuesday afternoon, and he had gotten the letter when he opened his mailbox on Wednesday. He said, Carl, I was like, light. I said, yes, because you're communicating with them like man to man. And now they're understanding that there's a man on this side, and they're a public servant. They truly know that they're a public servant. So how they answered the letter is the Secretary of State's office signed, very truly yours, and whatever the Secretary of State's name was. And what's funny is that when they did it in England, I said, can you read it to me? And the guy read it to me, a letter that he sent to a minister. And he said, very truly yours. And a man from Canada said that, and a man from Australia said that. And every single one of the public servants signed it, very truly yours. So I said, look, these people aren't like, if there's a guy writing to you, I'm not going to write very truly yours. I'm not your wife. There's no gay stuff going on here. But what they're saying to you is they truly know that they're yours. They're at your disposal. They're there. They're getting paid to wait for a man or the king or the queen to want to grant access to this public facility, and we're just here waiting for you to serve you. So it's nice when they actually write back, very truly yours. So I said, holy cow, it's just weird. I know this was on shows at least 2 years ago now, and it was just weird how people were calling me up, Call, I got a letter back from the government too, and they said, very truly yours. And people from all over the world were telling me, wow, their letters do end very truly yours. I said, yes, they're not hitting on you. They don't want to go to bed with you. They don't got the hots for you. They're telling you that, they're very truly yours. They understand. At that level of government, like to the Secretary of State, you're talking to the Secretary of State. You're not talking to maybe some girl who works at the counter for the Secretary of State's office. You're going right to the top dog, as high as you can get. There ain't nobody higher. This is it. Buck stops kind of mentality. They understand that they're in a position to help and serve man. That's what they do. That's their mission statement.
Writing to the group coordinator guy who happened to be in my home back in June, and run that one by you. To Frank, and I've got his last name in there, greetings. Thank you for the return of some of my property on the 30th of July. Respectfully, Frank, some of the property is damaged by the software installed on June 23rd, and I require the wrong to be made right. I've been harmed, and I have had a loss by your actions and inactions over this matter. Frank, I require the immediate restore of all my property forthwith. Thank you in advance.
Okay. So like I said, if anybody knows the answer, I mean, obviously I know, well, I don't know so much I know the answer to that, but I know exactly what I want to tell them, because I already said it earlier in the show.
What I had told Paul is to write to the man and let him know that I require my property to be restored forthwith, and for compensation for anything that's not restored forthwith. And wait to see what you get, and then write a statement, an itemized statement of the account of what's not been completely restored, and send them a bill.
Okay, let me make it even simpler. This is how my brain works, and hopefully you guys will start seeing how my brain works. And maybe you guys should put it into your own life. The way I do it is just me saying something specifically, and I make it into something general. If I had my car ran across his yard and hit his mailbox, his fence, his gate, and his lamppost, now this man is sending me a letter, and he sees I drive a car. See, that's a big, giveaway right there. I did it with my car. And he's writing me a letter. He's asking me to fix the damages. What's the other option he could use if I decide not to answer, or if I don't have the money to do it? What would be the answer? Somebody type it in. I use that word about 500 times this month. At least 27 times I said it today.
Warrant and debt?
No. Who's his indemnifier? Everybody who works for a living, everybody who's employed, everybody who has any kind of position in any form of government or Coca-Cola, everybody has got an indemnifier. He writes to the man a very simple question like that. Say, I thank you for your, returning my yo-yo, my hula hoop, my pogo stick, but my snow cone was melted when I got my snow cone back. Do you have, through your employee, do you have an indemnifier, and is there a place where I could get a claim form through your indemnifier that I can just file a claim for damages so I could expedite the recovery of my property, or so I could be compensated? Did you just ask? If I ran over your mailbox and all this stuff, why don't you just come outside of your house and say, Carl, can I see your insurance card? That's what you would do. You would say, Carl, I'm sure you got insurance. Can we swap insurance cards? Can you show me your insurance card? Because I'm going to get to your indemnifier, and I'm going to call up your insurance company, and I'm going to say to them, is there a form I could file online, or is there a way you could fax me a form, or can you send one of your claims adjusters out here so he can assess the damage? Nowadays, they'll probably say, look, you just go right on our website, you click on a form, you fill out the form, you take a picture of the damage, and we might send a processor out there, or we might just tender us the bill for the damages, and we'll just send you a check. We'll just cut you a check. Okay?
Yeah.
Do you see where you got half the letter written, but the last half would just be something simple, saying, I'm not asking you directly to compensate me, but I'm sure you're indemnified, and if your indemnifier has any simple claim form online that I could submit the claim for the damages through your insurance, whoever your indemnifier is. I would say insurance. I say indemnifier. That covers whether it's an escrow account, a bond, or insurance. It covers everything just by saying indemnifier. It could be his mama. His mama could be his indemnifier. So it covers every clowns has a bond. And when I heard this stuff years ago, man, when I get on these shows and I just destroy these people, I say, did you just tell this guy about a hazard bond? And they were like, yeah. I said, when you put an adjective in something, it's not general, it's more specific now. Do you understand? You literally know what a hazard bond is? And the people, like, these gurus would say something. I was like, sir, that's what you're using, like explosive, like nitroglycerin right on the side of a highway, and you explode something and you blow everybody's, like, radio, you blow out the speakers. I said, sir, hazard bonds is for, like, explosives. It literally means something that's hazardous. So you check this opera for a hazard. To the judge, and I saw that ridiculous thing come across my desk. I don't know if I'd still be laughing. There's actually people out there reading stupid stuff, attorneys who are just filling the free man movement with ridiculous nonsense, and you guys aren't back-checking any of this stuff and saying, who put this out? Oh, this really cool free man guy. He's a real patriot. He's a real good guy. Okay, where is he getting his information from? Gee, I don't know. Okay, because let's say Karl Lentz. This stuff doesn't just manifest itself into my brain because I'm some sort of super genius. No, I have to go and I have to find the information. And when I find the information, I want to say, wait a second, where did that source come from? Where did that source come from? Where did that source come from? So, like when I was studying the dictionaries, and I got, I don't know how many dictionaries I'd say. I'd say at least 12 and no more than 17 that I actually get the words from. So when I actually look to research, what does the Supreme Court use as its definitive resource book for words, the terms and definitions of words? And like I said, when they said it was, Webster's 1828, obviously I looked at 1828 and that was Webster's, and I said, those words are kind of okay, but they're kind of like, I don't know, they're kind of watered down. I mean, they're kind of not like concise like they used to be. And so then I actually went to the London's Time Reviews of 1829. And I tried to see what was the book review, what was the general consensus of the people who actually read books for a living or read reference manuals for a living, and what did they actually think of Webster's dictionary. And they said this was the most ridiculous definitions of the English language. This guy took such liberties. He's like destroying what we created over 1,100 years with this ridiculous version of what he believes these words mean. Where does he come up with his beliefs that this is what this word means now, that he's just totally rewriting the language dictionary, language single-handedly? It was just ridiculous. The reviews, I mean, he didn't get one damn decent review. So like I said, when you guys are reading something, like say you're reading the Constitution or something like that, okay, great. Did you guys 1776, the Declaration of Independence, okay, Constitution 1781, 83, back then, are you reading like 84, 85's like reviews? Like what people thought, like in the editorial section, or what did the actual professionals who actually did this stuff for a living, did you actually read their opinions of what this Constitution was? Did you actually look at the negative or the positive comments of what was being issued into the world? Just because somebody makes something, car, like a Ford automobile, like, the Model T, that was the best car ever. Oh, really? And how about we read the Motor Week or car and driver review of the Model T Ford of 1904 and 1905. And they say it was the biggest piece of crap. The thing would explode. You run it 3 miles down the street, the damn engine would fall out the rear, and oh, wow. So the Model T really wasn't a great car. No, like I said, you got to, instead of just taking somebody's word on it, the Model T was the number one car of the world and whatever. I'm just throwing it out as an example. They might have great reviews. Might could have said it's the best damn thing since sliced white bread. But just because you guys are reading the Constitution, Declaration of Independence, you actually, like I said, when that's how I found out about the Constitution so much, is because I'm trying to remember, they had like a Whig Party and a Federalist Party, and half of them would bash in the Constitution, and the other half was saying it was a wonderful document. And like the Patrick Henry people was like, this is horrendous, this is insane, this would be creating a tyranny on future generations. So obviously, we weren't promoted that in school. His opinion and his political party's opinion was not promoted through our school. When I was growing up, the Constitution was the most glorious document that ever happened on planet Earth. But why was half the delegates who were there at the time said this is the most insane, insidious trickery, deception to the American people, and we're not going to have any part of this. So why didn't people read the cons and the pros of the Constitution, because there's so many people who say, well, the Constitution is, and we got to live by the Constitution. Oh, really? Did you read what Patrick Henry had to say about it? Well, no. The guy who started basically a revolution by saying, give me liberty or give me death, the guy, like the first guy who stood up by himself and spit in the king's face, that guy. Did you ask him what he thought of the Constitution after it was all said and done, the war and the battle and the treaties? Did you see what his opinion was of the new government? No. Why not? Well, the Constitution, man, that's the law of the land, man. That's ultimate, man. That's the best. That's really. Well, why don't you read it? How the people who thought it was a pile of crap? And I'm not talking about Barack Obama. I'm talking about people who actually started this nation. Why don't you find out their opinions, whether it was good or bad? And like I said, it was funny. Gus will tell you. Gus, when you go on eBay and you go to buy something, right?
Yeah.
Do you look when you go to the guys who you're buying from, and it says 99.8%? You go right to the negatives, or you go right to the positives?
I go to the negatives.
You go right to the F negatives, just like me, man. I want to know who this 0.2% is. I want to know what this 0.2% said. Is it the 0.2% on the product that I'm buying, or is it something totally irrelevant? Like, the rubber erasers didn't come for 16 weeks. And the other negative was, the pencils that he was selling broke within, 3 minutes of buying. I was like, okay, I'm not buying pencils. This guy rubber eraser. I'm buying a hard drive. But the first thing you go for is you look for the negative comments. That only makes sense. Why would you want to read the 10,816 wonderful comments the guy had? You want to go for that 1 or 2 negatives that he had over the last 6 months or a year,
Can I say something, Carl?
So I don't care how many people say that the Constitution is the greatest document on planet Earth, or Noah Webster's 1828 is the best dictionary of all time. I'm going to take a look at negative reviews and find out why. These 2 people out of 1 billion say that this is a pile of crap. Well, who wanted to ask me a question?
Donald.
Oh, how you doing, Donald? Yeah.
Right. And indemnify. If the man is frank, yep, I've done wrong. Here's my insurance details. The insurance people say, no. We're going to just pay you $1, even though the damages are $10.
Like I said, let's say you, the simple thing like that, let's put it with a car, an automobile, a motor vehicle, right? An engine-propelled, conveyance device, whatever, car, truck, Say the insurance company says to you, no, for the mailbox, we're only going to give you $1. What would you do next if the insurance company says we're only going to give you $1?
I would open up a court.
There you go.
And drag the CEO into my court.
Well, I'd obviously go after the driver and say, you know what, his insurance company sucks, so I'm going to have to actually hold the man who actually did it liable. Now, if the indemnifier says, that's all we're going to give you, okay, well, fine. The indemnifier, he bought a lousy policy. He bought a policy from an indemnifier who says, look, you pay me $1,000 a year for insurance, but when you've got to make a claim, I'm only going to pay you out, 50 cents, and if you don't like it, you know what? Too bad. What are you going to do? So like I said, you're going to have to go after the man then. If an indemnifier won't cover it, fine. Then you got to go after the man.
The man has been so...
if I ran over his mailbox, his gate, his fence, and everything else, if my insurance company says, no, you know what, we're not going to pay on Karl Lentz, he's done too many this year, and no, we're not going to pay on it. If you don't like it, go sue Karl. And then I'd have to go sue my insurance company for not, covering me, because I thought I had a policy that covered everything. So then you'd have to just flip it and go after the man.
Right.
First you find out if they're indemnified, obviously.
Yes, because the man says, look, here we are, here's my indemnity, right, here's the insurance people, right, go after them. And
right.
The guy says, no, only $1. And the insurance people say, right, you go after the man who we insured.
Right, they'll say, well, we're going to give you $1 for that mailbox. And you say, well, okay, well, the guy must have bought some lousy insurance. His insurance company is only going to pay $1 on a $100 mailbox. Oh, well, then I'm going to have to go after the man for the other $99.
Right.
And see, a lot of states, just like I said, there's some guy named Bill Thornton out there, and he didn't know how to solve this little ridiculous riddle puzzle, like 10 years ago when he started, 7 years ago, whenever he started his YouTube thing. I seen his little dilemma having this problem with an insurance company. Somebody hit some man who was riding a bicycle, and the man was California only required drivers to carry $10,000 for liability. So the man got the $10,000 check from the hospital for the hospital bill from the insurance company, but never got the $100,000 worth of bills he still had outstanding paid for. And the man tried to turn around and either, I don't remember what Bill said, he was trying to sue the insurance company or sue the man and the insurance company, but every time they went to court, the judge just kept throwing it out, saying no, the law requires him to do this. He lived within full compliance with the law. And poor Bill Thornton was going around forever, never getting anywhere with it. So it's funny watching these people, it's nice that he talks about it, and it's nice that he shows the people the frustration he has with the courts, but he can never get a damn thing moved to the freaking court. He never get a judgment. And it would have been so simple if he just opened his own damn court. But he didn't. He keeps working. And I hate that when people compare me to Bill Thornton. Bill Thornton does the legal process. He does English, English common law. But English common law is for the members of the legal society. It was the English common law, it's the English legal society common law. It wasn't the common law of the people of England. It was English common law. So they created certain procedures. You had to do certain things a certain way. You had to do demurrers, surrebutters. You had to do all kinds of ridiculous implevins. You had to do all kinds of ridiculous steps by step by step by step. That you had to be incredibly intelligent. You had to be incredibly in tune with the legal society and the legal proceeding. A normal bloke from England couldn't walk in and start talking about surrebutters. You couldn't talk about doing a replevins. You couldn't do a writ of, writ of provision. He couldn't. A common man would say, "What the hell are you bloody going on about? He squished my chicken with his donkey. That's all I freaking know." That's the common law. It's like, and he owes me, $6. That's common law. The stuff that Billy's doing is a glorified form of like legal proceeding. So when he tries to say it's English common law, it's not common law. It's an actual set of hard, rigid rules. And if you're off by one step, just like in the legal society, if you're off by one rule, just by a smidgen, it all gets thrown out. And a common man could say, okay, so I said it was a chicken. Okay, it was a hen. Okay, fine. It wasn't a chicken, it was a hen. The people would say, okay, honestly, what the hell's the difference? Chicken, hen, who knows what the hell the difference is? But if you followed like strict legal procedure or you followed strict English common law, your whole case would be thrown out. Because no, it's literally you have to follow this step and you missed this step, and since you had a misstep, the whole damn thing gets thrown out. So it's a ridiculous set of rules. And if you try to know the rules, it's so funny. Then you got to always go up to a judge or a referee kind of guy and say, and he gets thrown out and say, nope, I'm going to have to say you made a violation of that rule. Nope, you did not follow it completely in accordance to that rule. You missed that step. So nope, I'm going to have to dismiss it and come back and try it again, sonny boy. And it's the same thing that happened with me in England with Bali. We asked Farmer Charlie, can he come and testify? He said, yeah, sure. And Farmer Charlie was supposed to give him the other side 30 days notice, I believe. So obviously we only gave my 20-day notice. I was only there for 25 days. And the other side obviously said, well, we're not, this court is in non-compliance with Rule like 17B. And the Crown has the right to know the witnesses who are going to be in attendance are going to testify 30 days prior to the hearing of the trial. So their witness is not going to be allowed to testify at this time. So the judge said, no, overruled. You know what? And then the poor prosecutor said, what? No, it's Your Honor. This, and he picked up the book, and literally, this is what the rule says. So we have to be in full compliance with the letter of the law. And the judge said, I'm going to overrule, and I'm going to allow their witness to testify. And man, that prosecuting attorney, he went bananas, man. He flipped his wig. He started shaking the bench. I mean, spit was coming out of his mouth. He was furious. He just started. The first time he was adamant. The second time he was mad. And the third time he just lost his cookies. He says, why do we wear these stupid wigs? Who cares about this stupid book? And threw the book. He said, we'll just make this shit up as we go along. He didn't say shit. He says, we'll just make it up as we go along. He says, who cares about, 900 years of legal proceedings? Who cares about the stupid rules? We're just going to decide today because we got nothing better to do, and we're just going to rewrite the legal. We're just going to write all the rules over today. We're just going to do it because you feel like it, Judge, because you feel like not applying, but no, you just feel like it. You're not using any precedent or case law. You You're just going to totally disregard the fact that this is how we've been abiding by the rules for all these years, and you're just going to take the whole system and throw it down a crapper because you feel like it. And the judge said, yes, I feel like it, and it's overruled, and their witness will take the stand. And I was trying to keep from laughing. I was like, wow, what a performance from this prosecutor. This guy is fantastic. And I was like, that's kind of like me. You know, it's like I'd get that aggressive. I said, that's good. And then that's when the judge said to us, they said, do you want me to place your witness on a stand? And that's when Bowie said, yes. And I screamed, no. He said, I want no man. I said, God will provide all. We are not going to be indebted to you, sir. You will either abide by and do your job, do your duty, place the witness on a stand, or recuse yourself. I said, don't worry about it. I'm going to place the witness on a stand. I will do your job. And the judge said to the witness, take the stand. But that was the whole sequence of following the rules and why, like I said, when you do this Bill Thornton stuff and you compare it to mine, it's insane. It is completely opposite of my stuff. It is not even close. It is no similarity in whatsoever. Nothing. So, like I said, there's some poor guy from West Virginia keeps saying that. Well, I learned a lot from Bill Thornton. I call it. Well, if you learn from Bill Thornton, you better learn the complete opposite from me. It's because they're not alike. There's nothing alike. Like I said, I remember Bill Thornton saying something about the judge let me be master of the court. So I went down and I to the court clerk's office and I got a notary and I got my fancy sealing machine that I bought at Kinko's or Best Buy's at like $1,000 machine. And I put this really cool gold seal on it because now I opened up a court of record because it has a seal and you could get one embossed too and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, holy shit, listen to this guy. So you're going to be into somebody else's court as a master of the court. Really? Why don't you just open up your own court and be man and just appear as man and just have another man appear? And just why don't you just go down in court man on man and see who prevails and stop worrying about all these silly rules and say, oh, I got a court master. Oh, I'm the court master of the court now. Oh, and I get to use my seal and I get to get 3 notary signatures and 5 maids of milking and 7 swans of swimming. You know, and I got to, oh, geez, dude, would you stop worrying about all these freaking rules? And would you just say, hey, look, that man's done me wrong. I require compensation or return the bloody thing. That's it. None of this other nonsense. The judge tries to say anything else. He said, hey, are you a party to this, judge? No, do you want to be a party to this? Yeah, no, you don't. You know what? You better sit back, step down, and let this man say whether or not he done me wrong. That's all I want to hear out of this man's mouth. Is he going to return it or is he going to compensate? I don't want to hear any damn thing else from anybody else in this damn courtroom. Everybody can be held in contempt of court. This is my court. And these are the rules. Very simple, basic rules, common law rules. I come in there and I made a claim. He done wrong? Return or compensate. Now, what's your word, sir? Did you do wrong? Are you going to return it or are you going to compensate me? Well, no, I'm not going to return it. Well, then you're going to compensate. Oh, well, I'm not. Oh, you're not going to compensate. Oh, so you just think you're going to steal from your fellow man and you're not going to compensate. Well, I need a ruling from the court. Jury, what do you say? Is my case have merit or should my case be discharged? And let the jury determine. No, you got a good point there, man. There you go. My trial lasted, what, 17 seconds? Yeah, we're done. It's that fast. That's simple. Let the jury hear it. Say, here, he took this from me. He will not return it. He will not compensate it. Now, is it the belief amongst us as a people that one man can walk off with another man's, that which is of another man's, without either returning it upon demand or upon the wish of the other man or compensation? He took my bone and walked away with it. Does he not have to return it or does he not have to compensate? Yes or no? Well, he said he was a policeman. I didn't ask him that. We're not in a policeman court. That's the same thing the judge said, you know, the preliminary hearing. This man in the United States who's over here from the States, he knows your officers can't appear. And regardless, whoever the fuck they think they are, he summons him before a queen. Yeah, he summons him to the people's court. Doesn't matter damn what the guy's status was. It doesn't matter what his uniform was. It doesn't effing matter. He's saying he's done wrong. And it don't matter what the hell Adolf Hitler said in that order. It doesn't matter. This man has done wrong. He's caused harm to his fellow man. I don't give a damn what Adolf Hitler's order said for him to carry out. This is Nuremberg, and he's going to hang. So, do you think this man from the United States doesn't know the rules of Queen's Bench? You don't think he understands the rules of taking it to the people? Yeah, I think he does. So, like I said, I hope that helped you with some easy answers. I hope that kind of mellows out your minds a little bit.
Yeah. You remember we've got this one bad man who has an attorney, right?
Yeah, you're going to write to Mr. Badman, attorney.
Well, This is what I've written right now. It sounds a bit long, but it says, do you know and represent the man, and we'll call him Ben. The man Ben has my property. The property which is mine belongs to I. Ben did fail to perform legal service as he agreed. I require the immediate restore of my property and compensation for loss and harm, and respectfully, I require a response of you, this is writing to his attorney, of course, within 7 days by certified mail.
Yeah. Well, when I actually physically see that letter, it's a lot easier for me to tighten it up, but it's pretty damn close. But I know there's some things I'm definitely going to take out.
Okay.
Because read it again, and I'll tell you one thing I'm definitely going to take out.
The word legal service?
I'm going to modify that.
Okay.
That's too specific. It's something about belonging to you, like you surrendered it.
Okay.
You surrendered it, and you were seeking fair and just compensation, which you have not yet received.
We were talking about multiple meanings of the same word spoken and also written.
Right, and how, like I said, the Chinese said they're absolutely not going to sign any more contracts written in English. It had to be in French or Latin.
Yeah, you said Latin at the time. Yeah.
Right. So I remember all the law schools, because I was doing a law dictionary back then in 2007, 8, 9, 11, right around there. And I heard this coming through the law school, that they were all having to study Latin again because the Chinese refused, well, the people who want to do like international law or like, commercial, they had to start learning Latin again because the Chinese got done with being effed over by the U.S. attorneys by just saying like, well, I do that with my mom. It's like my mom will say, hey, I want that damn lawn mowed tomorrow. I said, absolutely, Mom. I guarantee it. I promise you on a stack of Bibles, my legal Bibles, my legal law attorney Bibles, I will definitely mow the lawn tomorrow. So tomorrow pops up, Monday pops up. Mom says to me, so you're going to mow the lawn today? I said, no, we agreed tomorrow I'd mow the damn lawn. And today is today. Today's not tomorrow. So it's like, oh, don't give me this legal mumbo-jumbo bullshit. It's like, no, we agreed on tomorrow. So tomorrow will never come, so you'll never get paid. I'll pay you tomorrow. And that's what the Chinese were realizing. They were just being totally effed over. And when they came to a court, they would just be laughed at. It's like, oh, you didn't know what that word meant? Too bad. This company or this whatever bank doesn't know you anything. Ha ha. Oh, they'll pay you tomorrow. Ha ha. And the Chinese got done being screwed. You got a million guys working in slave factories, slave laborers, working, for pennies on a dollar just to be screwed by Coca-Cola or Nike. And nobody's going to get paid. How are all these employees going to get paid? Nobody's going to get freaking paid. Everybody's living on slave wages, 500 people to a room, and you're going to screw them? And you don't think the Chinese are going to get pissed off at us? And say, hey, pal, you like underwear? Yeah. We're the only place in the world that produces underwear. You effing do this again to us. Within 3 or 4 years, your supplies of underwear in your warehouses, be gone. And then what are you going to do for freaking underwear? Because when the Chinese, we're not going to send one more damn pair of underwear over the United States. So go ahead and F us over again, because we're the ones who produce all this damn shit. We don't have to sell it to you. We can sell it to India. We can sell it over to Russia. We can sell it over to the African continent. We don't got to sell shit to the United States. You guys are so puny and tiny. There's like 300 million of you. 7 billion people on planet Earth. You people don't make a dent on our radar screen. We don't have to trade with you. Go ahead and F with us again. So that's why they're doing, they're walking away from the English language, because it's too manipulative. It's too, it's conjecture, speculative. It's ridiculous. It's obscene. It's a bullshit language. That's why I say, me, Tarzan, you, Jane, steal bone, give back bone. There's the caption, there's the court, there's the parties, there's the claim, and there's the order. There's everything. And I don't know how many words it is, 12 words, and that's every damn thing. And there's no effing wiggle room. And there's not a damn thing that you can do about it. I got you. I pinned you in a corner and I'm beating the crap out of you. Why? Because I'm done. I'm done with your bullshit. I'm done with your 5,000 words so you can come up with what is. You said the word is in the sentence. Now, is means what? Is. No, there's no cadence for this. Me, Tarzan, you, Jane, steal, bone, give back, bone. There you go. You hear the word is in there? The, and, no. Did you hear at? No. Did you hear nothing? No, nothing. I gave you no freaking wiggle room. Nothing. I pinned you and I beat the crap out of you in 2 moves. I'm done. You know, like, shit, how did this guy know how to do this? That's right, because I'm done. Why? Because you stole my fucking kids. That's why I knew how to figure this out. I'm done. I want my fucking kids back, and I want to be let alone. Push a man to the edge and see what he does. He's either going to fall off the edge and die, or he's going to fight and hang on to the bitter end. He's going to get up off that edge, and he's going to kick your ass. I got to send some paperwork to court tomorrow, and if my little brother's here, I'll have my little brother drop it off because my face is very recognizable down there. And if my mom is going through town, I'll have her drop it off. If not, I'll just drop it off at the post office across the street from the courthouse, and they'll get it in a couple of hours. But what I have to do is I have to basically explain that I'm going into a court of record, and I'm going to basically explain something very simple, that this court will only accept documents, papers, evidence, facts, witness lists from my fellow man, from the individuals that I am summoned to appear, that I'm making a claim. If I see any legal documents, any legal, terms of art, if I see any case law precedent, if I see any code, if I see anything filed inside of my case, I'm going to hold that legal person liable as a man, and I'm going to seek damages for trespass on my case. So see, that's basically one of the first notices I'm going to do. I already wrote 20, 30, 40 notices in my life, that I've already put in other cases in my past. So it's very easy for me just to pull up all those notices and dump them into this case and explain to the court clerk, if you try to modify my claim, if you try to move my court, if you try to, I'm going to hold you liable for trespass on the case. The word claimant, I got a notice for the word claimant. Claimant is that a man or a woman who's attempting to have their property returned or restored to them. And then I'm going to write the word plaintiff. I already got a notice of the word plaintiff. Do not define me as a plaintiff. A plaintiff is a nagging old French woman. It is somebody who's making a complaint, somebody who's argumentative, somebody who has no claim. So I'm going to put all those notices in. So when they get that ton of notices, boom, 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 they're going to be like, holy crap. Oh, yeah, I'm going to make this court so tight that don't even think about trying to alter it, amend it. Don't even try to move jurisdiction. Don't even try to move it out of my control. Don't even think I'm going to allow that to happen for a second. It ain't going to happen. It should be fun, to drop all those notices in. And they're going to be linking like, holy crap, how did this guy, write all these notices this quick? It's like, look, I had those notices around since 2005. I'm just going to cut, copy, and paste it and change the names a little bit on it. But no, this is the nonsense I've been doing for all these years. I've been doing this stuff for years now. So it's not like, oh, wow, I got to reinvent the wheel or I got to all of a sudden figure it out from scratch. Like I said, a lot of people think you're just going to put a lawsuit in and just drop the lawsuit in. It's like, okay, now how about all your notices? What? You're going to have to write a shitload of notices. Why? Because they're going to try to do this, do that, do that. They're going to try to modify your case. They're going to try to put stuff into your case. They're going to try to get the magistrate or the judge to dismiss your case. They're going to try to say, well, you failed to state a claim which relief can be granted. They're going to try to put all these legal tricks in there, this mumbo jumbo in there. You got to prevent it. You got to prevent your case from going anywhere but right before the jury or right before the judge, however you're wishing to move it. But you want an open forum and you want to get into that open court or take a settlement. But don't let anybody try to manipulate or change your claim. Don't try to make it into a complaint. Don't try to be a plaintiff. Don't try to let them do anything. Don't let them try to be a defendant. Keep them as a wrongdoer. Don't let them do a damn thing. Just make them appear in your court the way you title them. This is the way you're going to appear in my court. Don't even think for a second you're going to appear as anything else. You've done me wrong. You're a wrongdoer. Oh. And that's the... You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. We spoke a while back about this policeman who had a special job. How do you feel about writing to the chief of police, mentioning this guy, something along the lines of there is a man in your employ, commonly known as Sam, and the man has caused loss and harm to I, man, Paul Breton. I require to restore my property forthwith or compensate, but actually send it to the chief of police down there.
Yeah, but what did this Sam guy do?
He was one of the ones who helped destroy the computers.
How do you know? You have any first-hand knowledge of that?
I've got the camera footage of when they were here before I got back to the States.
Oh, you do have the camera footage of the man who actually touched the computer?
Well, there was two of them that touched it. The one guy who is this one, and then there was one guy who is the other man we spoke of tonight, who I'm writing.
Okay. Yeah, but I'm saying, you actually got the video footage of it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. That makes it easy. You could just basically send them an open letter, like something like that. Say, what are we going to do about it? So, what would you recommend that we do? You see what I'm saying? You could kind of like, if you want to talk to somebody else other than the man that did it, you could just basically ask them, what's his policy? What do they do? You know, when something like this gets brought to their attention, what would you do from this point forward?
But don't forget, this is the one guy who's outside his legal, and I use that term exactly, his legal jurisdiction. You know.
Okay, what I'm saying, you're talking to his boss. What I'm saying is, you know, you say to his boss, you know, you're trying to employ on him. You're trying to say to him, where do we go from here? You see what I'm saying? It's just like when you have your company. You know, you say somebody says, look, I saw somebody do this to my parts. You know, the parts that were shipped to you. I had a hidden camera, and you know, when this helicopter part got here, now this is missing. And I actually got on camera that your man did this. Where do we go from here? Does it kind of make sense putting it in his lap instead of doing all this compensation nonsense? Why don't you just dump it in his lap and say, where do we go from here? And then if he says, like, we go nowhere. It's like, okay, well, thank you. You know, I just wanted to know, where do we go from here? If he says, I'm not going nowhere, you do whatever the hell you wish to do, but I'm not going anywhere. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right. You try to show that you're looking at him for an answer instead of you saying, you're going to do this. This is what I demand you do. It's instead of trying to say, oh, yeah, really, and who are you to boss me around? I got the gun. What are you going to do about it? Instead of saying, okay, this is the situation. Where should we go from here? You tell me. What would you like to do?
Yeah, give him an option, give him an out to make it right?
Right. See, this is what I'm saying, man. I kill him with effing kindness. I don't know why I'm such a kind motherfucker, but I am. You know, I just have. It's scary how kind I am to my fellow man. You know, but it just comes so easy for me to do this.
I don't know how you do it, Carl. You know, I've spent time with you and talked to you, and I mean, whew.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It's just fun, man. I think it's, like I said, it's my upbringing, it's my rearing, it's the interaction, all the different people I've met in my life, all the stories I've listened, all the books I've read, you know, all the novels, you know, like when it comes to any kind of like myths, you know, like fables, legends, myths, you know, what people have passed down for thousands and thousands of years to their children. That I've just always been enamored in that stuff. I've always been, you know, riveted and loving it, and just can't keep getting more and more of that kind of basic knowledge into me, wisdom that's been passed down for centuries. And I just love being able to pull on it, you know, and say, I know the riddle of that answer. That's what the tortoise and the hare was about. That's what the sour grapes are about. That's what the golden goose is about. You know, that's what the Midas touch means. You know, so I got all these past, you know, the like Aesop fables kind of thing, those famous, like, you know, German, Austrian folks who wrote all those, who realized that they had to put this down in writing before they lost it, before old people who knew all these old stories disappeared, and they weren't going to be able to pass it down to the next generation. And these guys, you know, were in a panic, in a scramble. You know, a couple hundred years ago, they realized the significance of the wisdom that the elder people had, and nothing was written down. So they just had to go, and they had to do it through the spoken word. So I just was able to accumulate all this wealth of knowledge through the spoken word. You know, like half of it was spoken word, and the other half was what I read. So like I said, I got fortunate that I was able to do both. No, so like I said, my mom said that she, when she went to court the other day, her lawyer asked her, why did you tell Frank in jail that you're going to say whatever they want her to say in court just to appease them, to make them happy? She said, but don't take anything I say about you for real. You know, she said, I just got to say whatever the hell I got to say to get those kids back. And it's funny. So like I say that to people all the time, yes, you know, your calls at detention centers are listened to. You know, and that's what I'm saying with that Dean Clifford guy when he was in jail, and he was on I heard his phone calls to his brother from the detention center, and I said, you know, Fred told his brother, you got to tell your brother, stop talking like that. on the phone. I said, it goes right to the, government. Everybody is, he's threatening everybody and everything. I said, you can't make you can't talk like this. Got to talk in some sort of code. Like when I get out, I can't wait to get all those muffins and blueberries, and man, I can't wait, stuff like that. You guys better start making up some ridiculous code language between you, because when you say, I can't wait to get out and get every one of these son of a bitch bastards, I said, oh man, you can't talk like that. So it was funny that they asked my mom. She's like, look, I'll say whatever it takes to, to get you out, and I'll say whatever it takes to get those kids back. I'll say whatever it takes. Don't believe what I say in court. So it's so funny. My mom said to me, she said, hey, my lawyer asked me that. I said, yeah, so what did you ask? What did you say to him? She says, well, I just told him, that's my husband, and I got to try to keep his spirits up. I said to my mom, why don't you just tell him the truth? She said, tell him the truth what? I said, we're just fucking acting. We're all acting in court. Everybody's just a fucking actor. Everybody's just playing a role. Everybody's just acting. There's nothing real here. There's no damages. Nobody's been hurt. There's no injury. There's no harm. There's no broken bones. There's no blood drawn. We're just all acting here. This is a quasi-court. So I actually downloaded to my mom what a quasi-court was and what quasi-criminal charges are. And I explained it really simply, and it says family courts are quasi-courts. They kind of look like a court. They smell like a court. They look like a court, but they're not real courts. I said, so that's why I always tell everybody, get the hell out of these quasi-courts and go over there to a court where it's man on man. And my mom said, well, yeah, she said, I saw that in Virginia newspapers saying that the state wants to take control of the family courts and circuit courts. I said, well, one is a court of man and one is a quasi-court. I said, so a quasi-court, obviously, the state should take over quasi-courts, because at least you get a better shake when the government's overseeing them, when the judiciary's overseeing them, than a quasi-court. I said, so that's nice. But a circuit court is completely opposite of a quasi-court. The circuit court is man-on-man. So, of course, the government wants to take over circuit courts so that way there can be no more man-on-man trial. I said, so it's funny, they're trying to destroy the circuit court, the man-on-man court. They're trying to get rid of the, like the common law man-on-man court, and they're trying to get rid of the family court, where it's just like one big happy family, and the judge is your mommy, and she could hold somebody like Frank in jail indefinitely without any form of criminal charges, without any damage, without any injured party, without anything. So I said to my mom, yes, it's insanity. I said, why do you think I haven't shown up for one family court event? I said, Mom, you don't realize why I didn't. I said, believe me, I'm sure the judge does, because the way I wrote it, saying how it's a quasi-court. I said, but in this silly quasi-court, you still think that you're royalty. You still think that you have some sort of power and that you have some sort of grace and that you have some sort of authority over your common man, over your fellow man. I said, I don't know how to explain to you. You don't. And I don't recognize your authority over me. Because authority, they said in the notice, I just made it simple. I said authority that's literally means you should take your imposed orders compared to being free. I said, so they can impose their orders on you if they have authority over you. So why would I want to have somebody have authority over me? Because if somebody has authority over me, they can impose their orders. They're not voluntary orders. So like I tell people, I said, just go to something simple like etymonline.com, something simple like that, and just Google the word authoritarian, and it'll say imposed orders over freedom. And when they impose orders on you, that means you're part of their society. It means that they have the right to impose upon you. And you can't ask compensation because you voluntarily consented to be part of their society. So it's funny. The letter my mom got from her attorney, I think I read it last week before the show ended. But I think I mentioned at the end of the show, I said something about the judge said something I call has a really hard time with authoritarian figures. I said, that's right. I've been fighting them my whole life. You can't impose an order upon me. You can't. It's just like a cat or any kind of animal. You try to impose upon them, and they're going to try to struggle to get free. You try to say to them, no, I'm going to put you in a cage. I'm going to put you in a box. And I don't care how big or old or little the kitten is or the cat is, man. They're going to fight like an alley cat to get the fuck out of that box. It's just the nature of the beast. They don't want to be imposed upon. They don't want to be controlled. And say, well, why won't your son just take control? Why won't he just let us control him? Because I don't trust you. Why the cat doesn't want to go in a box? Because the cat obviously doesn't know what the hell's going to happen when it goes in that box. So it's going to do everything in its power to stay the hell out of the box. It doesn't know. It's like, hey, look, cat, this is the most wonderful box in the world. The cat don't effing know that. So the cat's going to do whatever it takes to stay the fuck out of the box. I mean, obviously the cat, gets to learn to trust the box. It's like, oh, this is a pretty cool box to be in. All right, I'll go in the box. But usually you got to let the cat do it by itself. You know, you can't just throw the cat in the box and the cat's going to be cool with it. The cat's going to do everything in its power to get the fuck out of that box. It's funny. It's the same thing. Like I've noticed that with every single cat I've ever had. If you try to give him a bowl of milk, you try to put milk in front of it, it won't drink it. I mean, you say, hey, look, cat, you stick its face in it. Like, push its face into the milk. They just look at you. It's like, what? I ain't drinking. Get away from me. They got to come to it on their own. It's so funny. It doesn't matter how. You're like, look, cat, look, you know, I know you haven't had nothing to drink all day. Here, man, this is your favorite thing to drink. This is milk. Here, drink some milk. Here. You can put its face down and it pushes its nose in it, and it's just going to fight you every inch of the way. It's like, I don't want no stinking milk. And then you just walk away. Say, fine, don't drink it. Die. I don't care. And then 2 seconds later, it walks there on its own and it drinks it by itself. You can't force a cat to drink milk. It just can't be done. They just walk away from you. And no matter how much they trust me, it's like, it doesn't matter. They're going to do it when they feel like damn well doing it. And you can't make them do it before they're ready. They're not going to do it. A dog is different. A dog will. You can push a dog down towards food or down towards milk. It's like, oh, food? Milk? Oh, cool. You know, just go fucking hog wild. But a cat, you can put your face down, the cat down at the food. You can push it down in the milk. It's just going to say, no, buddy. I'll do this on my time, on my own way, my own speed. So, like I said, the attorney said that, you know, in the letter, I was like, the court's realizing Carl has a hard time with authority and authoritarian figures. He said, there you go, Mom, and I just actually showed her when I said, good, let me write a beautiful notice. And I actually just got copied and pasted it like right at edamonline.com, and they just said, look, authority, dictator. Look, authoritarian, imposed orders compared to freedom. I said, so, you have a problem that your son doesn't like a dictator. Really, and isn't that why my dad's family left Germany? Because there's a dictator trying to tell them what to do. And one of the things they were trying to order them to do was kill Uncle John, unless he was born like a runt. And they decided not to kill him, so they left. But their government said, you got to kill him. You got to kill that baby because it's a runt. And we don't want runts in Germany. And out of his 7, well, my dad had 6 brothers and sisters. He was 7. He was number 7. Uncle John became the smartest out of all of them. And he became the tallest out of all of them. And, you know, he worked for Pitney Bowes. And he was an engineer down there. He was a genius. But they wanted to kill him. The government wanted to kill him because he was scrawny when he was born. So I said, you know, yeah, I have a problem with authoritarians. I got a problem with authority. Because they might say that the best thing to do is kill the son of a bitch. Well, how did they know in 20, 30, 40 years he'd been such a great man, like the smartest out of all the Lentzes? How did that happen? You know, so I have a real problem with the government consensus trying to tell me what I should or should not do. You know, I've seen it them make so many mistakes. You know, they're not infallible. They're not God. So, you know, thank you for your opinion, but it's just an effing opinion. And that's what law is. Law is just an opinion. So thank you for your opinion, but I'm going to have to do it my way. I'm going to see what works best for me. So my mom just said, man, and I videotaped my mom talking to me. You know, she didn't say anything hateful or anything crazy. So, you know, I let her know, man, that I was audio taping her while we were talking in her living room. So it's like, you know what? I'll put it on up there and let people hear, you know, like what she said, what happened in court, and Frank and all the other good stuff. So people could hear, like, what she said, what happened in court. And I think it worked out great, you know, that they said, my mom said she went last, and they took it deadly serious, and nobody's joking, nobody's picking. She said everybody's just strictly doing business, and I said to my mom, I said, she says, oh, and I really hate that attorney for the, you know, that they have there for, like, kids. I said, oh, really? I said, do you want the attorney gone? And she's like, well, you mean like what? Like, you want the attorney to have to recuse from the case. What? And she said, how about the judge? You like the judge or don't like the judge? And she's like, I don't like that judge lady either. I said, would you like her to have to recuse herself from the case as well? Would you like to have her out and get another judge in? And she's like, what? And it's like, yeah, of course I would. I said, okay. And I said, I'll just add them. I'll spend another $12, and I'll add her to the suit, and I'll add him to the suit, my suit. I'll have them summons to appear in my court. And if they have to appear in my court, then they can't hold court against me in their world. They have to, you know, my court is higher superiority. Mine is the court of man. So they got to withdraw from their own court. Because now, how could they be objective? How could they be unbiased when I'm suing them? She said, oh, wow. She said, yeah. I said, yeah, it works that simple. I said, is anybody else you want out of the case? I said, if you want me to, I said, I could just basically go after every single person in social services, and I have no idea how they'd represent the social services in a family court. I said, every single judge that sits there, I said, I'm just going to add them to my suit and just say you're administrating my property without my consent. And I'm going to have to add you to the suit as well. I said, you know, my suit is simple. It's failure to return property. So, Judge, are you administrating my property? What? Are you controlling my property? Are you refusing to turn my property over as well? Bob? Are you acting as a judge? Yeah, well, I don't care what you act as. You could act as a clown. You could act as an ice cream salesman. You could act as a judge. I don't care what you're acting as. You're a fellow man. You've got my property. And are you willing to give it back, or don't you want to give it back? Well, no. Okay, well, then I'm going to have to make a claim against you as well. You know where my property lies? Yeah. Do you have the capacity to return it? Well, yeah. Well, then, do you choose to return it? No. Well, then I'm going to hold you liable man to man. So, welcome to the party. Welcome to the courts. So I said, my mom's like, oh, yeah, that sounds pretty simple. I said, it's extremely simple. They're going to run out of judges. They're going to run out of attorneys. They're going to run out of them. Then how are they going to move their court? Look what happened in Alabama. It had 9 judges. It's easy to get rid of them. How many judges they're going to have to keep running through here in Virginia? How many attorneys they're going to have to run through? How many parties left? I said, just keep adding them to the lawsuit. Add them to my lawsuits. $12 to add another person. That's all, $12. And then all I got to do, I asked the court clerk, I said, how do we do it here in Virginia? When you summon somebody to appear, when you want to send notices, do I have to serve them upon them? They said no. They said just send us a copy of the certified receipt, like my mom did. Like I don't know if you guys have seen it on my website. I'm not sure if it's on my website or not. But all you do is you take you scan your certified, your green card, the certification green card that you get at the post office, and you scan that on top of the notice, and then you put that on there, and you put the receipt from the post office on that as well, and you scan it. So that way, when the court clerk sees it, the court clerk sees that you had a certified letter that went out. You have the receipt, from the post office on that day, and you put it on top of the notice. That's how my mom did it for the judge back on December 6th or December 7th, 2003. And by her doing that, it got the judge fired, and it got my attorney really pissed at everything on me and my mom. It was funny because they had court anyway on December 8th, and her certified letter didn't get down there until the 10th. So, but it was proof that she had talked to everybody on the 6th, and everybody had told her not to show up in court. They weren't going to hold court, and then they held court anyway. And since the family failed to show, the children were put up for adoption immediately. So we got the court order because the court order got mailed out on the 8th, but they didn't get my mom's letter till the 10th. And then all holy hell broke loose when I got that letter because during the holiday season the mail was slow, and I got it around the first of the year. And my mom called me up when I was in South Carolina working on top of a Walmart, one of the huge satellite dish up there. And she said, Carl, they put your kids up for adoption. I said, what? She said, yes, since none of us showed up on December 8th, they put the kids up for adoption. I said, what? That's ridiculous. I said, they told us not to show. She said, yeah, I know. I wrote that letter on December 6th saying that we were all closed up the farm and we were ready to come down there, and you were coming, and people from New York were coming, and they said, don't show up. The judge, the secretary said not to show up. The social service supervisor said not to show up. We got from many people not to show up. So thank God my mom did it that way. She sent it certified and registered and everything else. That worked out nice for us. So, like I said, the court clerk said to me, just send it certified. So I was like, I'm going to do it exactly the way I saw my mom do it. She put the green label on. She must have went, I know it's post office, she must have went to down here that has a scanning machine. She must have said, can I just scan a copy of that real quick? And I'm sure they said, yeah, because once it's certified, whatever, or registered, they're not supposed to let it out of the site. But if the post office person knows you, they'll let you do it. I know the postal man down here real well. He knows who I am. So I'll tell him, look, man, I got to scan this real quick. Do you mind? And I'm sure he said, no, go ahead, man. Just go to the machine and scan it real quick. Put it in the envelope. Because I know it's definitely not supposed to leave the building. I'm not sure if it could just leave his site or if it just could go over the scan. I'm not sure. But once they certify something, it's not supposed to be out of their control. But like I said, I'm going to just add more people to the suit because it's simple. It's just a simple suit. It just says, Karl Lentz, claim wrong, trespass, failure to return property. That's all. And now I can just keep adding more people. Now, oh, you got it too? Oh, you know where it is? Oh, can you give it back? Well, yeah, I could. But you don't want to. Oh, good. Good. I'm going to add you too. Anybody else want to be added? So I'll send you a copy of the bill too. You guys could get, it's like what do you call it? I tried to explain to somebody. It's like going out to dinner, and I'm a waiter or something. I work at a restaurant, and guys sitting at the table, and they got this great big, $5 million worth of spaghetti sitting on the table. And it's like, oh, the director of social services. Oh yeah, here you go. Here, this is for you. Oh, okay. Oh, and the governor. Oh, you want some of this too? Oh, you do? Oh, okay. And judge, you want some of this too? Oh, okay. And attorney for the social service. You want some of this too? Oh, yeah. Okay, so you split the check any way you want. You get eat all the spaghetti you freaking want. Here's the bill. This $5 million bill. Now, however you want to split it or work it out or settle a debt, I don't give a rat's ass. You know, you guys all get burdened with this debt. I said, I don't give a damn how you split it. I'm going to come after all of you. So like I said, I think they're finally realizing, you know, like I said, my mom said, man, they were not laughing on Wednesday. Nobody smiled. Nobody chuckled. Nobody said hello to anybody. She said it was all deadly silence. She said, man, it's a lot different than it was, you know, a couple of weeks ago. Everybody's laughing, high-fiving, say, oh, this guy's crazy. Oh, he's some free man. Oh, he's a sovereign. Oh, this stuff will never work. Oh, you know, it might work in Canada and England, but it'll never work here. She said, man, she's a totally different in the court now. Like I said, I was going to do that today. I was going to just write a nice little simple letter to the judge and say to the judge, yeah, I heard that you administrated my property yesterday. Do you wish to return it or no? But me and my little brother, Frankie, man, I'm trying to get him involved, you know. So we were working on his stuff, trying to explain to him. He's got a precipice day, like a preliminary hearing kind of day coming up. So I'm trying to work with him, trying to get him to understand what's going on. So we were driving around talking. We went to go look at a car for him. And I gave him one of my cars. We were just looking at a car interior. So I said to myself, you know what? All the courts are going to be closed today. Nobody's going to show up for work. I said if they do, there'd probably just be a skeleton crew there, and I don't need to file any paperwork because we got a letter back from the governor's office, and the governor's office just said I should get an attorney and I should just work with social services, and they felt that their kids were being held, you know, in a proper manner according to whatever state law, Commonwealth law. I said, okay, you know, he decided not to take it, you know, seriously either. Okay, that's fine. So now I'm going to sue him. So yesterday we filed, I don't even know how to pronounce his last name. It's Terry McGuffle or Terry McGallop or Terry something. His secretary keeps telling me how to pronounce it, and I was like, yeah, whatever, ma'am. I said, how does he want to be served? And she said, you could serve him at 111 East Broad Street. And she was giving me how to get to the back entrance and not the front door. You got to come around to the back and serve him that way. So it's like, look, I called the circuit court, and I said, how do I serve Terry over there in Richmond? You know, the governor. She says, oh, you just pay $12 and we'll serve it as long as it's in the Commonwealth, as long as it's in the state, the Commonwealth. You know, $12 serves anybody. I said, oh, it's lovely. I said I could just add people at $12 a pop. I said, oh, this is going to be great. So obviously I'm going to go out, send a nice little letter to the judge lady, and I'm going to say, oh, it's so funny. My mom said, she called the court. I said, Mom, find out the lady's name to the judge. I said, so I can write her a letter today. And she said, they said, oh, they only said her name was like L. Jones or something like that. You know, call her Judge Jones. And my mom's like, no, what's her name? And they said, the court clerks want to tell her. I said, oh, Mom, give me 2 seconds. And I Googled it. I said, it's Linda Scotia Jones. I said, there you go, Mom. There's her name, Linda Scotia Jones. So I'm going to write Linda a nice letter on Monday. I said, yes, I believe that you had some sort of a quasi court hearing on Wednesday, and you had some sort of quasi discussions. I'm going to just use quasi as many times as I can. Because quasi just means it kind of seems similar. Quasi means similar, like Quasimodo. He kind of has similar qualities to a man, but intrinsically he's different. So like with him, there's differences within him. That's intrinsic. He does have, you know, qualities of like human, but obviously he's similar to a man, but obviously there's differences within him. Obviously his skeletal structure is different. So I'm just going to write a nice letter to the judge lady and say, hi, Linda, greetings. I believe that you had a nice little quasi court the other day, and everybody was acting as judges, and everybody was doing their little acting roles, and I heard everybody performed in a pleasant manner. And yes, and now hopefully you folks are done acting, and you're done playing, and you're done having your fun. I'm going to require that which is mine to be returned immediately, or if you wish to continue to fail to return that which is mine, you know, I'll have to add you to a court proceeding that I'm going to hold in the next few weeks, and you could answer to the court, you know, to the court why you wish to not return that which is mine. Have a nice day, and God bless you. And just that simple. Drop it off to her. And just say, I know you're going to receive this letter sometime today, and if I don't hear from you by 4 o'clock this afternoon, I'm going to have you, served to appear in court tomorrow morning. Have a nice day. Just add her to the suit. And I'm going to do that to a man named James Glick. He's an attorney for social services, and I met him years ago here in Virginia. I met him probably close to 8, 9, 10 years ago, and I asked him, can you help me get a copy of the contract that Alabama is using? And he said, absolutely not. I said, look, man, I said, you know, the one girl was born here in Virginia. We could say she's a Virginia citizen. You can say that you want her returned to the Commonwealth because she's from here. And he's just like, absolutely not. He said, whatever's going on in Alabama, that's fine with me. He would give me absolutely no help whatsoever. So it's funny, he's in a different office now, you know. But what's funny is, if he said, I said, do you remember me, sir? He says, no. I said, do you remember me asking you years ago, can you help me with a case in Alabama? I was looking for court orders. I was looking for paperwork. I was looking for copies of the case file. I was looking for you to see if you could use, like, there's a technical rule that citizens of a state can be returned to that native land, their native country, their native state. And I was asking you, can you evoke that on my behalf and get that kid up here? And he said he wouldn't get involved. He says, no, I don't remember. It's like, your offices are now here on the 3rd floor over here, correct? Okay. Do you want me to tell you where your old offices were? Do you want me to tell you where your office room actually was? I said, you want me to tell you you were right next to the circuit court on a diagonal on the east side of the building? And would you want me to tell you that when you walk through the reception desk, turn to the first door to the right, that's where your office was? You want me to describe what your office was like? I said, dude, you did meet me. And, dude, I did sit in your office. I know who you are. And if you forgot who I am, that's to your disadvantage. I said, I believe you're the attorney who represents Valley Community Services or Valley Social Services, yeah. Do you have the power within the court to withdraw yourself and return my kids immediately? Well, yeah, of course I could recuse myself. And it's like, yeah, and could you make it your wish known that Valley Community Services or Social Services will wishes to return that which is mine immediately? Can you put that before the court? Well, yes. And you do not wish to return that which is mine at this time. Well, no. Good. Thank you very much. And then all I'm going to do is he's going to be served the next morning by the Sheriff's Department. Like, you've been served. Another $12. Cha-ching, goes down the drain. Oh, well, $12 gets that guy served. So now he's off the case. So then they're going to say, well, what happened to the other guy? You know, when they're going to say, well, we need another attorney to have this, to get his matter, calls kids. Well, what happened to James Clerk? He does everybody's kids. Oh, he's being sued. What? He's being sued by Carl. What for? For failing to return that which is his. He's like, what? I don't know, Carl. Some guy named Carl's got his own damn court going on over across the street at Circuit Court. He's got what? He's got his own damn court going. What does that mean? Well, we're going to appear in Carl's court. Well, what the fuck is that all about? I don't know. Well, do you want to fucking represent Valley Social Services? I guarantee the next attorney says, fuck no. I don't want to go near that fucking guy. What are you talking about? Yeah, oh yeah, he's just going to fuck anybody who's fucking administrating his property without his consent. Another $12, and he's paying the court clerk $12. And he's serving every fucking body. I'm going to say that's ridiculous. Oh, ridiculous. Yeah. I'm a social worker. I'm going to go and ask her. Say, hey, I got some recording that everybody listened to. I said, do you have any intent on returning that which is mine? She said, no, sir, you got to petition the court. I said, okay. Sarah, she's going to have to leave the case. They all just have to leave the case. Once they're being sued, they got to leave. They can't be impartial anymore. Because, like I said, once you establish your own court and they're moving their court against you, and you start adding people to your suit, there you go. The cop's prosecuting you? Oh, really? He's in my case. Really? Yeah, so can he be an impartial witness anymore? Well, no. Well, then how could he testify? He's not impartial. I'm suing him. Yeah, so what does that show about his credibility? What would be his benefit of him telling him, how can he be considered an impartial witness when I'm suing him? So he's just being a party to my case now, a party to my court. So you could actually look at it that way. So it's like my attorney said to me years ago, he says, the Brian Huffy guy who became a judge, says, Carl, man, I'm going to get your children over to probate court. You're going to divorce your wife, and my probate judge friend is going to award you the kids, and her attorney's already agreed to throw her under the bus, and you can take the kids and leave Alabama. And we can get a family court, because probate court is above family court, because family court is just some quasi-court, and probate court is like a real court. So we could pull it out of this bullshit, make-believe fucking family court, and we can get to a real court. And there's nothing a family court could do to stop us. So that's basically what I'm doing. I'm evoking the right of a circuit court to be above family court. It's like, oh, you're playing your little family court game over there. Isn't that cute? Well, you just play your little cute family court over there, and Mommy's the judge, and everybody else is, oh, what's funny. Did I tell you that before, Gus? I told you Frank wasn't with the criminal charges yet. It's still quasi-criminal.
You talking to me, Carl?
Yeah. It actually showed that to my mom as well. I actually pulled up the word quasi-criminal.
Yeah.
Frank hasn't been charged with criminal charges yet. They're quasi-criminal charges. You see how ridiculous that sounds, a quasi-criminal charge?
Well, I mean, if they charge them criminally, they have to give them a bail hearing.
Okay, what's funny is, so they gave Frank like a public defender.
Yeah.
No, you know what a public defender, you know what I'm saying about when he went for bail hearing the other day, they gave him like a public defender.
Oh, he did go for a bail hearing?
Yeah, but they refused him bail because there's a presumption that the charges, the allegations are so heinous that he's a potential threat to everybody within society. So they would not give him bail. They would not give him bond. And I said, how can you do that without a capital crime, without capital, being charged with a capital crime?
Yeah.
He's not even charged with any crime. He's quasi-criminal right now. And the judge was like, I'm not going to argue with you. And I was going to say, oh, you want to clear this up? Yeah, I believe it.
So what was up with the public defender?
He doesn't have a public defender.
Okay.
He has something that represents him in court, but what's that something that represents him in family court called?
Yeah, who knows?
No, you do know.
I do?
Yep. You'll guess and you'll get it right.
In family court?
Yep. What do all babies get?
Guardian ad litem.
Yeah, he's got a guardian ad litem.
What?
Yep, he's got a guardian ad litem that speaks for him. He's got a guardian. It's family court. He's got a guardian ad litem. He's a baby.
Yeah.
He's a baby. That's all That's all family court has control over is babies, children, incompetents, babies. The judge is your mom. The judge is your dad. Okay, and you're all children. You're in family court. This is a nice big family.
Yep.
And this is what people don't understand. And this is what I try to explain to all these fucking idiots that talk to them. Well, not fucking idiots. People are just fucking stupid who listen to my show. That's why when I was doing the stuff with social services years ago, I was saying to them, why don't I have charges? Why don't you have to actually abide by some sort of procedure? You guys are just making this shit up as you go. I said, this is ridiculous. It's almost like going to do. Well, somebody's making noise bad, man.
I got birds over here.
Oh, okay. Well, no, I just wanted to ask you that question. I thought that was hysterical. My mom said that, well, they assigned Frank a guardian ad litem. But they did what? Yeah, he's got a guardian ad litem. And I just said, this is the most ridiculous thing I ever heard. What do you mean a guardian ad litem? I was like, oh, that's right, because it's a quasi-criminal case right now. It's quasi. Kind of looks like a criminal case. Smells like a criminal case, but I said to my mom, the only problem with all of this stuff, and this is what I did with the guy in Chicago as well. The only problem with what Frank did, or alleged to have done, there is absolutely no public law in which he broke, violated, trespassed, incurred nothing. Because when you get these congressmen or these legislators together, they write what? What do they create? They create law. What kind of law do they create? Somebody should be able to answer that. What kind of law?
They create statutes for the good administration of government.
Yes, they create public law. They create public law. They enact public law. They enact law for the public. So, since they enact public law, what kind of law do they create? Public law. Okay? So, when these people who do YouTube videos and they try to make me look like, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, I ask these people the simple question. What law did Frank violate? Oh, they violated this public law, this public, this act. Okay, they act on behalf of the public, right? The congressmen and legislators, they act on behalf of the public, right? They create public law, right? Yeah, okay, they create public law. Okay. The only problem is Frank wasn't in the public when he allegedly have done what he did. He was in a private. So the legislators can't enact private law. They can only enact public law. So that's what I explain to people when anybody ever has me fly out to Chicago and pays me a shitload of money after they paid the attorney quadruple the amount what they paid me, just for me to tell them in front of their attorney's face, now, attorney, tell this man the truth. What? Tell him the effing truth? What? He can't be charged with a crime. Tell him. Well, no, Carl, no, I've been, Carl, I got arrested in the rain 4 months ago. Sir, sir, let your fucking attorney talk, okay? Can you just shut up and let your attorney talk? We'll call it very serious allegations he's got, growing pot and, manufacturing narcotics. I said, sir, tell this fucking man the truth. They don't have any charges on him. They never will have any charges on him. They can't indict him because it happened in the private. Go ahead, tell this man the fucking truth. Well, this is a very serious matter. I said, tell this man the truth. I said, I flew all the way from Virginia. He paid me a shitload of money to sit here in this office just to tell you what I'm telling him right now. He says, oh, Cole, no, I'm in charge. And I said, let your attorney speak. And the attorney said, well, honestly, no. And that guy exploded. He said, why did I pay you all this money? Why did we drag it on for 4 months? Why is this going on for so long? What do you mean I've been charged with a crime? Dude, they can't charge you with a crime. It'll never fucking happen. Maybe if this turns into France, maybe you can. But, dude, you did it in your basement. You did it in your closet. Okay, it's like you're gay and you want to stay in the closet. Okay, they can't take a pry bar and open up your fucking closet and expose you to the world. That's insane. That's obscene. King Charles lost his head for that crap. You can't do that shit. They know it, that you have the right to be secure in your paper and effects. You have the right to be let alone. Though if that door closes in your home, that's your castle. The drawbridge came up, nobody may enter. The rain may come through the roof, the wind may come through the fucking windows, but the king and his fucking horsemen better not cross that fucking threshold. I said, how the fuck can you people forget this simple shit? What the hell is wrong with you people? Don't you understand what a Homestead Act? Don't you understand what the castle doctrine? Don't you understand domestic authority? Don't you understand the man's home is his castle? What the fuck part of this didn't you people understand? Well, it's our castle until Man McCheese and he feels like fucking walking through your door, or Deputy Barney decides to fucking come walking, open your door and sit in your bedroom with you and say, hey, what's under that pillow? Oh, you're going to jail. Oh, really? What the hell do you people think you live? What part of America did you forget where you live? This is America. What part of that don't you remember? Why our families came over here from overseas? What part of this don't you remember? Why don't you understand where it says something very simply, that the sovereign power of the government resides with the people? What part of that don't you understand? Don't you understand we left kings and queens, so we all become kings and queens? Or don't you understand? We're all kings and queens here. We're all the sovereign power of the government resides with the people. It's in you. It's inside of you. What part of that don't you fucking get? How is it so fucking complicated? How much crystal clear do they got to make it? I guarantee that line is somewhere in the Constitution or Declaration of Independence or some freaking way. Somebody said it somewhere. I'm sure I'm not the one who originated it. I'm sure I heard it from somewhere. Where the sovereign power of the people, the sovereign power of the government resides with the people, or lies with the people, or lays with the people, or is within the people. I'm sure it's something as simple as that. What do you think the sovereign power of the government means? What do you think they say now? We're all kings, we're all queens. Yeah, right, we're all equal. Nobody has authority over us. What is authority? Dictator. Google the word authority. It means dictator. Nobody has authority over us. Nobody's our dictator. Oh, Carl seems to have a real problem with authority figures. Yeah, because my family left Hitler in 1938. Yeah, because they wouldn't kill my uncle because he was a little scrawny baby. Yeah, so they got on a boat and ran like hell. Because authoritarian bullshit was nuts. Yeah, because they don't want to kill their baby. So they left. Thank God my Uncle John was a runt, or I wouldn't be talking to you people right now. And my grandma wouldn't have gotten on a boat. So thank God my uncle was a runt. And like I said, he lived with us a while because I think my cousin's name was Lynn Marie. And her mom died. Uncle John's wife died. I don't even remember meeting her. But I remember they lived in my house when I was a little kid, when I was like 5, 6, 7 years old. My cousin Lynn Marie came and lived with us for a while until he got remarried or whatever. But anyway, like I said, it's very simple. And this is when I'm, like I said, going to write a lovely letter to the judge. I said, I hope you enjoyed your little party. I hope you enjoyed your little court. I hope you enjoyed your little quasi-hearings. I hope you enjoyed your little quasi-court. I hope you enjoyed your little quasi-judgeship. I'm sure you enjoyed writing your little quasi-orders and your little quasi-proceedings. I hope you enjoyed it. Now fun is fun, and I require that the immediate return of that which is mine and not yours to commence forthwith. Have a nice day. Oh, and I'm sending this to you I'm dropping this off at 9 o'clock in the morning. I'm sure you're going to be handed this to you within a few minutes shortly. And if I don't hear from you by 3, 4 o'clock, I could take the assumption that you are not going to return that which is mine. And have a nice day. And just leave it at that. And then at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, 5 o'clock in the afternoon, just hand another $12 to the court clerk lady. So here you go, ma'am. What? Oh, you want to summon somebody else up here? Yes, ma'am. Who do you want to appear? Somebody named Linda Scotia Jones. Oh, okay. You know, you got her address? Yeah. 1 Court Square. Oh, you mean across the street? Yeah. She works across the street. I figured that's the best place to serve her. Linda Jones. Oh, you mean the judge? Oh, I don't know what the hell she does over there. I know she does some sort of quasi court proceedings over there. She's a quasi judge. I'm not sure if she's actually a judge. I think she's some sort of quasi judge. She kind of looks like a judge, dresses like a judge, and thinks she's a judge. But it's not really. She's not really a judge. She's a quasi judge. So, you know, thank you. Here's another $12. Have a nice day. Oh, they're just gonna fucking love me. When Donald went to court, the judge said to him, "You got this off of the internet. You got this off of YouTube somewhere, didn't you?" You know, so that's why I tell people you have to make it your own. And like I said, when the Moldovan guy was talking to me, you know, I tried to speak in plain language, and what he wrote down was really good, something that he could understand. And that's why I tell people you got to make it your own, because like I said, I've seen Donald's style of writing. I'm like, holy cow, it's nothing like mine. Okay, so then you got to say to yourself, how do I get it into his style? How do I try to incorporate his style so that when he has to talk to a judge, that it's plausible. He could carry it. He could carry the day without, you know, sounding like something came off the internet. You just got to keep it concise, tight, and that's the biggest thing. And it's all loose. It just makes it real tough, you know, to carry the day. You just basically say as little as possible. Like I said, right now, give me my property back seems to be working pretty good. But what happened when the legal society starts saying, you know what, nuts to that. You know what, let them sue us. You know, it's like, what? No, they said give us our property back. We have to give them back their property. It's like, you know what, F them. Make them sue us. Let's see if they could do it. Let's see if they could actually move a court. Let's tell them no. And the judge will say, well, wait a second, then I'll be liable. Wow, that's if they can pull it off. Let's see if they can really pull it off. Let's see if they're really as good as they think they are. It was just one of those things that you can't get them to move on against one of their own kind. So I realized if you want to move against one of their own kind, you have to wait until they're coming after you. When they're coming after you in their criminal complaint, you make a claim. That way they have to show up whether they like it or not. And the judge has to show up whether he likes it or not. And when they're making a criminal complaint against you, prosecutors say, oh, you're moving a claim against us. Well, you know what, we're going to drop our complaint against you, and, you know, we're just going to let it go. And I say, oh, no, you are not going to drop your criminal complaint. That's what I did with a man with the IRS. I said to the IRS people, you are not going to drop your criminal complaint against this man. You will proceed with a trial next Tuesday because we are going to proceed with our claim against you. So, you know, you can't withdraw, even if you want to withdraw. If you're a prosecutor, if you're the plaintiff, if the other side doesn't want you to withdraw, you have to finish the fight. You started the fight. You have to present your case. You have to move the fight. Whether you want to or not, it's too late, too bad. Because other people are like, yay, the state dropped the charges, yay, the county dismissed the case, yay, they dropped it. Oh, no, you ain't going to drop shit. You're going to finish what you started. You want to start a fight, you're going to finish this fight.
Okay, so along the same lines. So the IRS writes and says, you owe $6,871.57.
The IRS didn't write anything.
Oh, okay, right. Oh, but it's signed. And so according to what you've taught, and also now, according to what I believe, I write back and I say, are you saying that I owe a debt? Is this?
I just asked a simple question. Who wrote this?
Okay, and then they sign it, but they've been signing it, and so you sign.
So you say who wrote this, and then obviously you're going to have to find the person who's in charge of the IRS, the man or woman in charge, and say, I got something. It looks like your trademark or logo or seal on it. I believe you're in control of this organization, this group. Yeah, I believe I see that on the website where you're in control. Who wrote this?
Oh, so
Can you find out for me who wrote this?
okay. So then, with the person that they actually signed their name, you write back to them and say, "Is this debt true? Is this debt due?"
No, you're going too fast. You're a kid. Yeah, I'm telling you, man, you're just a kid, and you just want the lollipop, and you want it fucking now. You don't want to work for it. You're just saying, "Oh, that's true." They're gonna say, "Oh, you know what? You're a tax protester. You know what? We're just gonna we got ways to deal with you."
So
you
what
don't
do
know
you do?
name. What I'm saying is, you want the answer in 1 or 2 letters, and I'm telling you, they're going to bring you into court eventually, and they're going to try you to see how good you are at really being a man, and you're a pretender. You only want to get 1 or 2 little things in there real quick, and you want to get them to say, "Okay, the debt's not true, or the debt's true." As they say, "The debt's true." What else they say? "Okay, yep, the debt's true." You swear to that? "Yep, I'm swearing right now." Now what are you going to do, smart guy? Now how's your answer? Because if I was a judge, that's exactly what I'd do to you. You'd come there with that little YouTube video, 1-2 punch, boom, boom. You think you knocked me out? Oh, really? Okay, now I'm the judge. You say, "Judge, has anybody come forth to say that that's true?" "Yep." "And the IRS says it's true?" "Yep." "And you believe it?" "Yep." "Well, sir, is there a man?" "Yep." "Well, sir, was that man before the court?" "Yep." Now what are you going to do?
Ask him to come and swear that the debt's true.
So he already did. Now what are you going to do?
Then what do you do? I mean, the other thing that you said that, obviously is you make payments where it doesn't, I am a man. As a man, you can't, you as an organization are here to help man.
Mm-hmm. And what they say, well, that's lovely. But if you don't come up with the money right now, we're going to have the sheriff go to your house, and we're going to issue out a warrant for debt, and we're going to take everything you got in the back of a U-Haul. Now what are you going to do? I'm telling you, you guys are trying to find a quick answer. I know what you're trying to do. You're just trying to go boom, boom, knock them out. It's a lifestyle. It's a belief. You have to learn what it means to be a man. It doesn't just happen by listening to a YouTube. It's a lot of what I'm doing right now. You said, how do I handle the pressure? Because I'm a fucking man. Why doesn't Frank know how to do it? Because he's not a man. He's Italian. He's throwing his hands up at the air, my mom said. He's all excitable. He's all upset. He's all emotional. Right. Because his mom and dad didn't teach him what it meant to be a fucking man. Yes, he could work from the day he's fucking 18 till the day he dies, but that never meant that he was a man. Could he provide for his family? Yes. But it didn't make him a man. No. You don't know the society and the culture in which you live. You don't know the people in control. You don't understand that it's like a British thing, and this British mentality is really dramatic, and it's a German style, and they don't give a damn. And actually, they couldn't care less how much pain that you're in. They don't care. They're going to toughen you up, make a man out of you, whether you like it or not. And they think they're doing it for your own damn good, instead of being a bunch of Nancy boys. They're going to toughen you up, whether you like it or not. And you can say it's not fair, it's not this, it's not that. Hey, so what? And sue me. So like I said, it's a long progression, and you guys are just trying to think. Look, I get lucky with some of you guys. And you guys write a letter, and these poor people at IRS don't know what to do. They just throw in the towel. They say, oh, screw this. We don't know how to handle this. But one day you're going to get a judge like me, and he's going to put you up there, and he's going to run you through the ringer, and he's going to want to see how good you really think you are. And like I said, it's a lot of fun. When I did that in England, the very first judge there, the preliminary hearing judge, me were on the same wavelength instantly. Me and the second judge, not so much. I had to teach him a lot of crap, walk him through a lot of shit, get him to understand where I'm going with this. First guy, implicitly, he knew exactly what the hell I was doing. He read those 2 sentences, said, it's over. He told the Crown, you better go make an agreement with that man out in the hallway. It's over. He said, never in the history of England has the Crown ever prevailed before Queen. You better go make an agreement with that man. And the guy's like, no, we'll prevail. He's like, not against that man. He says, I see somebody that I haven't never seen over there on their side. And I believe that's the man who wrote this. And I believe he knows exactly how to move Queen's bench. And knows exactly how to move this before Queen. That's right. Why? Because the sovereign power of the government is with the people. He didn't have to say that. I knew exactly what he knew that I knew. The people are the sovereign power of any government ever established on planet Earth. That's simple, but it's a lifestyle. You can't just like read the King and the Pauper, the Pauper and the Prince. Read that. I think it was a Dickens book. It was either Dickens or Mark Twain. It's one of them. Read it. Some kid looks exactly like a man, and you look exactly like a man. And you think you're a fucking man until you're put into a position where you have to act like a man. Well, this kid looked exactly like the prince, and he thought he wanted to be the prince, and he thought he could be the prince, and he thought it was a lot of neat, fun stuff, being the prince, being a man, until he realized, holy shit, I'm way over my head. These fuckers in court are going to kill me because I'm acting like a little fucking prince, and they're realizing I'm out of control. I have no idea what the hell I'm doing, and they're calling me on it. And they're going to tolerate this about 2 more seconds, and they're going to kill me. And thank God the prince comes in and saves the fucking pauper. You know, the prince thought it was a great idea to be a pauper until they actually seen what life was like actually having to act like a pauper and realized, you know, they'd be better off to be king. So that's what I'm trying to say. Just because you guys want to be man, he's like, oh, boy, I got all these cool man moves. Oh, boy, I got all look at the king. The king gets to say, off with his head. So you guys get to yell in court, off with IRS head. Yay! And then they're like, well, wait a second. Are you really a man? Well, yeah. Yeah, are you really the king? Yeah, let me test you. Yeah, we're going to test you first. We'll make sure you really know what you're doing before we succumb to your authority and your control. Let me just ask a couple of quick questions. And then they're going to realize, holy shit, just like they did to Donald in England, the judge said to him, you got this. The judge said, you got this off of YouTube, didn't you? You have absolutely no idea what you're doing. And then Donald had to just say, well, yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. But yeah, I thought it sounded really cool and neat. And he thought he was going to fucking be able to pull it, carry the day. And they're going to find you out. And hopefully when they find you out, they're not going to do something incredibly hateful to you, which they could. Because you're making a mockery out of that whole procedure. And you're making them believe that you're something that you're not. So like I said, that's why you always see me always say, I always forgive everybody of everything. When the judge read my stuff in Alabama, my lawsuit back in 2007, he said, Carl, who wrote the remedy? He said, you get that out of the Bible? We're all looking in the Bible. Where did you get this remedy from? Where did you get this passage from? I said, it's me. I wrote it. He said, what? I said, it's my own original stuff. I said, it was about 7 o'clock in the morning one day, and I was beyond exhausted writing this crap, and it just came to me. He's like, holy shit, Carl, this is brilliant. This is the Bible. I said, you never asked me if I was asked to be a deacon of a church, did you? I said, you never asked me if I understood the Quran, the Bible, the Book of Mormon. You never asked me if I read any of that stuff, did you? I said, you just think I'm some stupid guy who does cable or fixes, phone systems or satellites. I said, you don't understand who and what I am, what I was trained to do since I've been a child. It's just like you don't understand. Trained to be a man. You don't understand. It takes a lot to be trained to be a prince, to be a king. You just don't wake up and you're a prince. You just don't wake up and you're a king. You just don't wake up and you're a man. It takes a lot of hard work, a lot of dedication, a lot of grit. It takes a lot. And they're going to want to see if they should give you a ruling. They're going to try you for everything they got. And like I said, thank God, the Punjabi interpreter said that to Bali when I was gone to England. He said, tell your friend from the States, I have never witnessed the Crown lose in Crown Court. I never thought I'd live to see the day that the Crown lost. Not only did the Crown lose, but it lost to a non-attorney. Not only did it lose to a non-attorney, it lost to a man from the States. He says, tell your man from the States, I would have never believed it if I didn't see it with my own eyes, and tell him thank you for coming over because it was very entertaining and very educational. And this interpreter said he was doing for whatever, 20, 30 years there in court. So like I said, it's when the judge sees just simple things. Like I said, when the judge said to Bali, do you want me to place your witness on the stand? And Bali said, yes. So he yelled out, no, I want nothing of no man. I want to be indebted to no man. I want nothing of any man. God provides all to all of mankind. I want nothing from my fellow man. You will place my witness on a stand, or I will place it on a stand. If you fail to do what is required of you, you will be recuse yourself, and I will place the witness on a stand. And the judge just told the witness, take the stand. But that's how simple the judge could realize right there. Oh, no. Oh, no. Do you want me to place your witness on a stand? And Bali's like, yes. And I said, no, we want nothing from no man. No! Don't you understand the golden rule? Don't you understand if you get something from a man, you're indebted to that fucking man till that debt is fucking settled? Do you understand? I'm his slave. Do you understand? I do not wish to be indebted to any man on planet Earth at any fucking time. I've never filed a credit card. I've never filed for a loan. I've never applied for a mortgage. I don't want to be indebted to no man for no purpose. I'm not going to be nobody's slave. If I die broke, fine, I die broke. But I'm not going to be indebted. I will not die with a debt. That debt will carry with me for all eternity. So when the judge asked me that, my friend who was a judge said he read that remedy on the lawsuit. He's like, this sounds like some passage from the Bible. He says, you're forgiving everybody their trespass. I said, absolutely. I said, if they wish it, I will forgive them. I said, but these poor bastards will never understand the simplicity of just asking me for my forgiveness, and I'll absolve all debt. I said, so these poor bastards will never admit guilt. They'll never admit they have a debt. They'll never admit that they did wrong, so they're going to have to bear this guilt for all eternity. I said, and whatever fucking created this, whatever maker we have, gave us some very simple, basic rules to deal with that every animal on planet Earth feels in their heart. It could be a dog, it could be a cat. You know when you're doing wrong. You got that conscience. You got that ability to know when you're doing right and when you're doing wrong. These people choose to do wrong. And whoever created them, man, I guarantee there's something going on in this crazy world. I said, I can't be this fucking lucky. It ain't my charms and good looks that carry me through the day. There's too many ways I should have died. And I said, for some reason I'm making it. And I said, believe me, it's not because that's what I'm a lucky bastard. There's some hell of a game going on here, and I'm just fortunate enough to be a part of it. So he was like, huh? He said, I said, look, and I told my buddy who was a judge, I said, don't tell them. Don't tell them this is all over if they just ask me to forgive them. Don't tell them. He says, why not? I said, let them learn on their own. Let them bear the burden for all eternity. Because I have to forgive my fellow man. If any trespass, I don't care what he did. I don't care if he killed my daughter. I don't care I have to let him go. I got to let it go. I'm not a Judeo. This is a Christian land, and I believe in a Judeo-Christian style. This is my culture. This is my belief. This is why I'm alive, to keep this system, this culture going, this Judeo-Christian culture going. When the crown takes over and the legal society takes over, there goes the Christian, and here comes the Judeo, and we're going to become just nothing but a judiciary, and we're going to be eye for eye, tooth for tooth. When we owe a debt, we're going to go to jail to let debts paid. It says it already happens with the IRS. They believe you owe a debt, you go to jail. It's insane. It's insane that you would do that to your fellow man, hold them for a debt. But maybe my fellow man doesn't know the simple rules of Christian Judeo land that we live upon. All he has to ask is forgiveness, and they have to be forgiven. You don't have a fucking choice. We don't live in Israel. This ain't Palestine. This ain't Judeo. This ain't Judea. This is Christian, whether I like it or not. Do I like Christian? Honestly, that part of the Bible sucks. It's boring. It's always turn the other cheek. It's always forgive and all this other crap. No, believe me, I love old school. Believe me, I love old Bible. Eye for eye, tooth for tooth. I'm an ass kicker. But honestly, I understand the beauty of the Christian beliefs. So honestly, do I want to live it? Nah. I want to go old school. I said that's just the animal instinct in me. But oh well. This is the land I was born upon, and this is the culture that I got to support, and this is the beliefs that I hold true, and I got to try to keep it for my children and future generations. That's what I do. And when I was telling this to the U.S. Marshals, man, I could tell the one U.S. Marshal started to tear up. He said to me, you're a great man. I said, sir, I'm a simple man. This is all I know. Do I wish to know what I know? Absolutely not. Do I just wish I was some Joe Schmo six-pack motherfucker? I said, you better believe it. I said, you really think I want to be burdened with all this? Are you out of your mind? I said, but this is what I have to do. I have got no choice. This is my job. This is why I was put here to do what I do. Do I just want to watch TV and play with my kids? Of course. Do I want to be a soccer dad like my brothers and sisters? Oh, of course. I said, but this is the way I was geared for whatever reason, and this is what I got to do.
Some of the worst governments to be living under are democracies, is what you're saying.
There is. Because at least with a monarch, you have a one central point. You got one man you got to take out in a monarchy. One guy. That one guy goes down, hopefully there's freedom for the people. But in a democracy, that means 49% of the people got to wipe out the 51%. You got civil war. That's what's going on in like places like Iraq. When you take a country like that had a king, that had a Hussein, that had a guy in charge, and it was peace and tranquility. Once you take the king out, now it's a democracy. Now it's the mob rules. Now it's everybody voting to take everything away from the other guy. It's insane what's going on over there. Right? Because it's the mob rules. But at least with whatever his name was, Saddam Hussein, at least you had continuity. At least you had, one man to hate. Now you got to hate millions of people. Now the Sunnis got to hate the Shiites, and the Shiites got to hate the Sunnis. At least back then when Saddam Hussein ran the show, it's like, look, I'll knock both your heads to fucking get. I'll kill all of you. Well, you got to fucking behave. And everybody behaved. Now you got the mob rules. Because the people in Iraq will tell you it was much better when Hussein was in charge. Because at least we only hated one guy. Now we hate a million of our fellow Iraqis. Now we hate each other all over again. At least with that guy, he brought continuity.
Yeah, you got the U.S. right in the middle of 14 countries hate our guts over there.
Yeah.
So right now, I got a notice to, she's trying to write a letter to her public defender to the judge,
That's
asking for a continuance or a stay.
Stay of what?
Stay on criminal charges because she's
what charge?
She's got her common law claim pending. There are 2 like simple assaults on her kids in her own house, which never happened.
Tell them bring forth a third-party impartial witness to verify any of that stuff is true. You're in the wrong damn court. You're not going to get anything through family court. You're wasting your time.
No, they got the criminal charges on her.
Where are the criminal charges being held?
In a little county court.
Like a district court, a circuit court?
District
court?
Yeah.
Okay, district court. Oh, a district court?
Yeah, the daughter had
That's not that dude. That's not a real court. The district court is a Nisi Prius court. It's not a real criminal court.
Right.
But so you're wasting your time.
What about the common law claim? Should that be in the circuit?
You got to go to circuit court. Circuit court's a court of record. District court is a total waste of time. You have no rights. Nobody has to testify that anything is true. Nobody has to swear in a district court. You're in the wrong damn building. You're in the wrong damn court. Well, they could even hold it in the same damn courthouse. I'm just saying, you're in the wrong damn court.
Okay.
You got to get it over to a court of record because, like I said, you'll ask in a district court, is this a court of record or is this a Nisi Prius court? They'll say it's a Nisi Prius court because that's the first thing that whenever I walk into any kind of court, I say, hey, before I say anything today, I'd like to swear in and testify that everything I have to say is true. And so and the judge will tell me this: there'll be no testifying, swearing in today. So nobody's going to swear in and nobody's going to testify anything's true? Absolutely not. Then I say I'm in the wrong goddamn court. Sorry, you may proceed. And then I fucking just sit down and just say, do as you wish. I have nothing further to say. I'm not here.
Okay.
So if they won't accept that you wish to testify, that you wish to be sworn in so you can testify under oath, that everything that you have to say today is true, they say, no, we'll be taking no testimony today. Well, wait a second. We're all going to be sworn in today, right? Well, no, nobody's going to be sworn in. Okay, well, I have nothing to say. I'm in the wrong court. And that's it. The judge, that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm going to move it across the street. The same thing I did, if anything. I don't care if it's a traffic ticket. I don't care what it is. I said I would like to swear in today and testify that everything I have to say is true. And I want the other side to swear in that everything they have to say is true. No, we're not gonna be doing that today. Oh, okay. Well, in Nisi Prius court, we're not in a court of record where I can't hold that man liable.
And to move her claim over right like you would do across the street.
Yeah, you got to be in a court of record. Yeah, you're in the wrong court.
Right.
You got to get into a court of record. Yeah, but like I said, it sounds easy, but can you do it? I mean, it all sounds easy. The stuff I do sounds incredibly simple, but can you pull it off?
We're working on it. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why I said to you. That's why I tell people read The Prince and the Pauper. I believe it's a Mark Twain story. It might have been Charles Dickens, but I'm pretty sure it's Mark Twain. And it simply explains to you guys that you're trying to pull a stunt like me, and you're trying to play that you're in a court of record, and you're a little man-on-man, and you have no man-on-man fighting skills. Zero. None. You got none. And you're going to try to fight, oh, really? And do you understand what I could do to you? You're in my court. Do you understand? No, but I think I got the Constitution to protect me and a lawyer. Nah, you ain't got no Constitution. Well, I got a lawyer. Nah, he can't do shit for you either. Well, no, dude, it's man-on-man. Well, shit. Yeah, it's shit. Yeah, you better be good because you think you're asking. So, like I said, there's a lot more to this than just putting in this piece of paper like a lawyer does. A lawyer puts 2 or 3 pieces of paper in, and, the other side, they'll cut a deal, they'll negotiate, they'll settle. No, man, when it's man-on-man, it can get ugly real quick. You know, if it's, like I said, when somebody ever tells me, man, that they've actually harmed their fellow man, I go, honestly, you're screwed. Because if you actually owed me a debt, I could come in there with the sheriff's department and take every damn thing you got. If you say, well, Carl, we're going to pay you $1 a day. I don't give a effing damn. You're fucking with my kids. You're fucking with my family. You're fucking with my animals. You're fucking with my farm. I need that money. I need it fucking now. You told me to pay me. You pay me back. I'm coming to get it. Don't think that you people are going to thrive while my family dies. Don't think I'm going to forgive the debt. Oh, no, I'm coming after you with everything I got. And I got the law on my side to back me up on this. So see what I'm saying? When it's man on man, you got to settle that damn debt before you go to court. When it comes to like a government entity, oh, that's a joke. Once they realize what you're writing, they'll stop. They realize, you figured it out. Fuck, we can't nail this guy. He knows what time of day it is. We're screwed. But like I said, if, when it's man on man, when you guys do something wrong, like I said, there was a husband and wife called me up and they said, can you help my son? I'm like, why is that? He's in jail. Oh, what did he do? Well, he's in jail for, I said, we would rather not say on the air. I said, so did he hurt somebody? He's like, yes. And he's like, so he committed a crime against another man, another woman. They were like, yes. So he actually injured somebody, harmed somebody. Yes. I said, did he settle the debt? He's like, what? I said, where's his victim? Where's the victim of his crime? And mom and dad said, we don't know. I said, did you make them whole? Did you settle it with the victim? And they were like, well, no, we don't even know where the victim is. So I said, then you go fuck yourself. They're like, what? I said, go fuck yourself. Get the fuck off my call. I said, whoever's running the show, I said, get these fucking assholes off my show. I said, are you trying to tell me you're trying to get your sonny boy out of jail when there's still a debt to another man or another woman, and that you people haven't made that man or woman whole? I said, you want me to get sonny boy out of prison because he might have had a bad day? I said, what kind of parents fucking are you? I said, you let him sit there and rot until he pays his debt back to that woman, back to that man. Hell with the debt to society. I said, you people should be teaching your son, that he's got to sit there until he learns that you can't come out and cause harm to your fellow man without clearing up the debt. And while he's in there, since you created that little monster and unleashed him into the world, you're liable for that debt that he created. And you people ain't made it square. People are horrible fucking parents. And I said, I'm certainly not going to fucking help you get your sonny boy to fuck out. I hope he sits there and rots. Because you know what?
That would
he'd stay there until he's 50, 60 years old until he can't harm nobody else no more.
That would be where the common law and codes and statute crosses. When you cause harm, loss, or injury, that's where they two cross.
Yeah, I guess you could look at it that way. That kind of makes sense, looking at it that way.
Those guys out in Oregon that took over that government federal building, they're out there now doing it. One of them said, well, finally we're getting some good use out of a public building out here where they've taken over the building, something to do with Bureau of Land Management and the ranchers.
What do you mean they're taking over the building? What does that literally mean? They actually took the building? They're all armed and they've taken possession of the building out there. I've never heard of that. And those people are still doing it?
Yeah, it's going on right now out there.
How long have they done this?
It's just been in the news the last couple of days. It's all about that Bundy.
The Bundys were in Nevada. You're saying this is Oregon now, huh?
Yeah, it's the three Bundy brothers that are up there in Oregon.
So now they're doing it in Oregon because I'm telling you, the Bundys were in Nevada. They were up in the coast.
Yeah.
They were in Nevada.
Yeah, you're right about that. Yeah.
Yeah, because my wife was, they were pitching about the land management tortoise program, the tortoise patrol program. My wife was actually part of those crazy Indians that were part of that tortoise patrol program. They were actually going out there saving desert tortoises and, messing with ranchers like the Bundys. My wife was one of those crazy Indians that were doing that. So, yeah, I know what they're talking about. I lived out there in Nevada when that stuff was going down in the 90s. So now they moved over to Oregon, and they're taking over an Oregon courthouse, you're saying?
Yeah, it's a wildlife area, kind of like in the middle of the state, and it's a federal wildlife building that they've got. They're armed and all that. And they're out there.
Wow. I never heard of that, man. I don't understand what they're doing. See, this is what I tried to talk to the man, and I guess it's impossible to get through these kind of people. I've been trying to tell them, you could accomplish all you want with a piece of paper. I don't understand why you people believe you have to use guns. I said, I'm at a loss. These people will recognize the paperwork if you do it properly. I said, why don't you just learn how to master the judicial system we have in this nation instead of just getting all pissy pants and just taking up a gun and saying, I want to point it at somebody else's son or daughter.
Hey, Carl?
Yeah. Who's this?
Apparently, this is Kevin. Apparently, the reason that this is all happening right now over in Oregon was there were two ranchers that got jailed 5 years ago for using the land, and they were charged and sent to prison for 5 years, and they just were released. And another judge felt like they didn't serve enough time and resentenced them for the same crime.
That's crazy, man. You're kidding me.
No, I'm not. That's what happened, and that's why they all got together and they went over there and they took over that small little part, and they say that they're going to stay there indefinitely. It's pretty.
So that judge who did that, why didn't they file a claim against that judge?
I don't know.
All they had to do was say the judge did that to me, and I'd just say, I, a man, Karl Lentz, claimed the wrong of trespass, and I'd go again and say that the man that he brought false claim into the public. He charged me, he made a false claim, against I and to the public. The original trial, I guarantee, at the course of the original trial, nobody ever came forth with actual bill for damages. So if there's no damages, the government actually had no case. So they should have went and said the man acting as a judge committed a trespass because he knows that the claim against us 5 years ago was a false claim because no damages was ever brought forth into the public. We have never done anything wrong. Nobody has ever come forth and testified that there was damages. Without damages, there's no case. It's a maximum law. You can Google it. Like a maximum law, no damages, no case. So I guarantee the government had no damages because if the government did produce the damages, first of all, the guy could just say, well, okay, I'm sorry we did what we did to the National Park Service, and here's compensation for the damages. We're very sorry, and we won't do it again. Or they could have just said, well, we're U.S. citizens, and we have a right to access that public grounds, and if no other person of U.S. citizenry has a claim that we've trespassed it, well, then you have no case as well. You have to bring another U.S. citizen forth to say that I had no right to use these public lands in the manner I did, and if you don't, you have no case as well. You need a victim. Or okay, look, I'm not explaining it to you guys any simpler. Just because these guys have shitty fucking attorneys, and just because these guys don't know the rule of law, is no reason to have to fucking stand there with a fucking gun. That's exactly what they want. You could do this with paper. It's not hard. Like I said, I teach people how to do this in 2 seconds. This ain't rocket science.
I think the problem is that there's not enough people that understand exactly everything that's going on yet.
There's not everything to understand. All I need to know is there damages, tender me the bill, and I'll compensate. Or if there's another U.S. citizen that also have access to this park land, like I believed I did, if he wants to make a claim for compensation that I've done him wrong, I'll pay him. If you don't have those two elements, you have no fucking case. If one of those elements are missing, you don't have a fucking case. So why didn't they have an attorney just say, hey, look, those elements are missing, Your Honor. Honestly, the fucking government has no fucking case against these people. You got to let them go. Just because they had shitty attorneys and because they wanted to be the world's greatest rancher and they didn't spend 10 minutes of their life fucking learning right from wrong and how this government works, there's no reason to take up a gun and say, you know what, we're going to fucking solve this with a gun. Like I said, they could find somebody like me and say, look, this is all you got to do. Write these 2 sentences into the court and let the court answer. The court will never be able to answer. Then the court can never move. And then you're free to stay indefinitely. Why? Because until they answer, that's the rules of court, they can't move. You pin them. You trap them in a corner. Ask them, where's the claim for damages? Is there a damage here? No, well, no. Let the prosecutor fucking flip through his fucking envelope. Damages? One of the most critical elements of any case is there must be damages because man, like Karl Lentz, does fucking wrong 24/7, 365. Karl Lentz makes errors 24/7, 365 his whole entire life. But as long as I don't damage anybody, I could keep making all the mistakes in the world. I could keep doing everything wrong in the world as long as I'm not trespassing upon another man while I'm doing what I'm doing. Everything I'm doing is illegal. Everything I'm doing is wrong. So what? When there's damages, I'll compensate. Until there's damages, I don't give a bloody hell what you think. Oh, Karl, what are you doing, Karl? You're doing it wrong. Well, what? I'm fixing my fuel pumps. Yeah, Karl, you're doing it to the bed of your truck. You cut a hole in the bed of your truck. Karl, you're supposed to take the straps down and drain all the gas out and do it that way. Well, I don't want to do it that way. Well, Karl, that's the right way to do it. That's what the owner's manual says. Well, you know what? Fuck the owner's manual. I'm doing it this way. Well, Karl, you just made a hole in your truck. And? So what? Oh, Karl, it's not the right way to do it. Hey, look, you do it your way, I'll do it my way. Well, OSHA says, and there's supposed to be some rules of make this, specialty equipment manufacturer of the United States recommends that you don't do it that way, Karl. Like, oh, great. I took their recommendations into consideration. You know what? I don't give a damn. Well, see, Karl, with an attitude like that, the don't give a damn attitude, see, we got to confine you for your own good. It's like, oh, really? Show me the damages by me doing what I did to that truck. Well, Karl, it's not just your truck, it's society's truck, Karl. Everybody has the right to use and enjoy that truck at times. You're being very greedy, by, thinking it's your truck. Oh, really? So somebody else has a vested interest in this, really? Let them bring that claim fucking forth, and let me show me where they invested in this truck. Show me where they can tell me what I can and cannot do with this truck. Go ahead. Bring it forth. Bring forth the claim. Well, Carl, that's ridiculous. No, it's not ridiculous. It's the rule of law. Bring it forth. You have no fucking case. I don't give a damn what it is. You can say anything I'm doing. Everything I'm doing is wrong. Yay! I don't give a flying shit. Well, you should, Carl. You should. Well, you know what? I don't. And is there any law that fucking makes me have to do it your way? No, I'm self-governing. Well, Carl, if you're self-governing, Carl, that's anarchy. You don't believe anybody has authority over you? Oh, authority literally means a dictator? No, I don't believe there's a dictator over me. Well, Carl, you ever seen how a problem with authoritarian control? Authoritarian literally means imposed orders compared to freedom. Yeah, I have a problem with you imposing your orders upon me. You could voluntarily place those orders upon me, and I may or may not carry them out, but don't you dare think you're going to impose orders on me. I'm not your sonny boy. And I don't know how these guys, these free man motherfuckers, can't just listen to somebody like me for 10, 20 minutes and say, holy shit, that makes so much sense. Why are we doing it Carl's way? My way. I'm doing it caveman's way. Somebody told me, man, they talked to somebody from Ethiopia or Nigeria or Sudan who doesn't know how to read or write. And he said, Carl, you know what? I talked to that man, and he sounds exactly like you, Carl. Everything he believes sounds exactly like you. I said, that's right. That's just I'm taking back the caveman day. I'm taking down the jungle days. This is the way I'm doing it. I'm doing it the way it's always been done for thousands of years. That's all I'm doing, guys. You can find some black guy in the outback in the Africa jungle somewhere and, talk to him, and he's like, holy shit, he sounds just like you, Carl. I said, yeah, isn't that amazing? That somebody who can't read or write sounds exactly like me. And I'm supposed to be so fucking intelligent. I'm supposed to be so smart. How come all these other people that live out in the jungle are so freaking smart too? How did that miracle happen? Because it's basic and simple. It's rule of law. It's survival of the fittest. It's all of Darwinian. It's so simple. Like I say, it's so simple it's scary. And you guys are just making it so freaking complicated. I guarantee a guy in Sudan or whatever could say, what do you mean this is a National Park Service land? Wait a second. It's the jungle. It's God's land. We all use it. We've been using it for thousands of years. We all run our cattle across here, or our gazelle or our elk through here. We all run our, caribou, whatever we got going on. We've been doing this. Well, you can't do it now because the government said you can't. Well, I don't explain to you. We've been doing this forever, and we're going to keep doing it. Well, now it's owned by some Dutch company. Well, I explained to the Dutch, whatever the fucking Dutch is, but we ain't going nowhere. And if you want to make a claim that I've done something wrong, you come forth and you make a claim to our tribal elders like we've been doing since time began. And they'll tell you're nuts. Well, we got a piece of paper from the Pope and the Queen of England saying it's now a Dutch company. Well, I don't know what this Pope or Queen is, but this is the way we've lived for tens of thousands of years, and we don't have any paper, and we don't even know what a piece of paper is. So, honestly, let us be. And like I said, it's thank God, man, they still believe in the rule of law here in this land. If their king or queen or pope trespasses upon a man, you could still get compensation for the trespass. Or we're going to find out if that whole rule of law is totally collapsed, because that's what I'm moving to court, to see if that whole rule of law is gone, if we don't live in that land anymore. Like I told the U.S. Marshals, maybe we live in that land, maybe we don't. Maybe I'm just this whimsical thought that we still have, free will, and that the government doesn't own our children and doesn't control every aspect of our life. Maybe. Maybe we do, maybe we don't. I said, I'll find out. I said, you got to believe I'm going to test the courts and see what's going to happen, what's not going to happen. I'm going to do my damnedest to see how this is going to work out. I said, I'll do my best. I said, I'll be as honorable as I can and as mellow as I can and just try to do it as logically as I can without any violence and see how this plays out. Tell those violent people they should just back off. Until the violent people say, wow, they fucking took down Carl. He was the most mellowest fucking guy there was, and they took him down. Oh, well, all bets off. Let's do this, guys. And then they go say, well, I tried, guys. That's what I said, U.S. Marshals, I'm trying my damnedest to keep this civil. That I'm doing the damnedest I can. I said, yes, the government damn flat out stole my about it. I said, they put some other family safety plan in my case file and said that the mom and dad were committed domestic violence. I said, no, that was a domestic violence safety plan for another family for a 3-year-old girl, 4-year-old girl named Brittany Anderson. I said, and her dad was the victim of domestic violence. The dad got his ass kicked by the mom and her family when they came and got the kid from him, when he had the kid live with him. And the mom went home drunk. And the family said, you don't leave that baby behind, you bring that baby here. And then the dad stood up and said, no, you're not coming to my apartment taking the kid. When she sobers up, she'd come back home. But no, that kid stays here with me. He had to dial 911. He had to get the cops down there to help him. So that safety plan that's in the case file with my kids and me, that has to do with some poor guy named Scotty Anderson that lived for another 2-3 years before he committed suicide. So when people give me any crap, I said, oh, you don't think that's true? Google fucking Scott Anderson, basically probably about 48, 50 years old. He had a daughter named Brittany Anderson, who was probably about 6, 7, 8 years old when he committed suicide in the Birmingham newspapers. And tell me that I'm not telling you it's true. And then some people are like, well, why didn't you mention that in your lawsuit about the Andersons? I said, because the Andersons, there's a whole other family that's got nothing to do with me. The government just stuck somebody else's case file in there, somebody else's safety plan or contract to have the child put with somebody else's family, not mine. I said, I'm not going to explain the details about some poor guy who wound up killing himself because he broke his heart losing his daughter. So like I said, it's a lot of interesting, stories that happened over the course of these years, between me and the government. And still, I'm still trying to do it with paper, pen, and ink. I'm still trying to do it nonviolently. And I want to see if it works. I'm hoping it works nonviolently. I'm doing my best. I'm doing my damnedest to see if they respect the rule of law. I'm trying to see, it's like, look, I'm the most confident bastard when it comes to this stuff on planet Earth right now. I just happen to, have all my brain, cells still firing on all 8 cylinders. Not like my truck, which is giving me a pain in the ass right now.
How do I go about clearing charges off of my person if I've already pled guilty to a traffic offence? I went to the hearing and I put in a handwritten paperwork, like Karl suggested, just saying I am man. I'm here to settle all claims before the court. I went in. They kept me there for ages, and went in when I was called. They managed to get me into the dock, and I said my name, confirmed my address, and date of birth, and then all I said to the court clerk, because I'm in the UK here, so we have magistrates in the summary convictions courts, and the clerk of the court that really runs the show. So what I said to her was, have you received and read my paperwork? And of course I knew that she had. And then her response to that was, if you're not Mr. Benjamin Ross Psychic, you need to leave the courtroom. And so I picked up my stuff and I went and sat outside the courtroom in the lobby area, thinking that if they had the power to force anything upon me, then they'd just come and do it. Instead, They issued what they called a warrant for my arrest, which, when the police officer came to my house, much to my mother's distress, to our front door, took me away. I said, where's the warrant then? And he said, well, I don't have it with me. And I was like, well, so there isn't a warrant then, is there? And I asked him, well, I can't really refuse to come with you, can I? Because if I say no, because there's no warrant, you're just going to arrest me anyway.
How did they come and get you if you said that you're not Mr. Whatever your name is? What's your name?
My name is Ben Tykif.
What?
My name is Ben Tykif.
So, obviously you're not Mr. Parkus, right? I'm not Mr. Parkus. I'm not Mr. Lentz, right? Okay, so you played that I'm not the Mr. game. That's fine. I'm not it either. And so how did that go down, man? You said that they came to your house. Didn't the cop say, are you Mr. Parkus? And what did you tell them?
Well, the problem with that, what happened was my mother is not very well. She's got a condition which stress affects her really badly, and she doesn't really understand what I was trying to do. And she's pleading with me.
You just had to say she was a woman, and I understood.
Yeah. And she pleaded with me.
What that's supposed to mean?
You know exactly what it means.
She pleaded with me just to get everything finished. Just go and say that you're guilty, no matter what you think, and we'll sort it all out for you. We'll make sure everything is okay. And so that's kind of what I did out of concern for my mother's well-being. But at no point did I believe I was guilty. But now I really want to redress the situation. I think that in the process of my arrest and what happens in the courtroom, that there must be something.
I guess one of the easiest, quickest things you could do is say, I think I answered for somebody named Mr. Park, and I'm not Mr. Parkus. I'm sorry, I answered. on behalf of. Do you understand what I said, or not? Fucking clue.
No, I understand. I understand exactly. So I go to them and I say.
Tell me then. Tell me, what did I just say?
Well, you said that I'm. Well, obviously I'm not Mr. Tykis, a legal person.
I didn't say legal person. I didn't say legal person.
Okay.
What did I say? Of course I'm not Mr. Lentz.
That's what you said.
What does that mean? Okay, what does that mean?
It means exactly what you said. You're not Mr. Lentz.
Okay, how am I not Mr. Lentz? What's Mr. Lentz?
Mr. Lentz is a fictional person?
No, it's a person. Well, what kind of person? Mr. is a title. Mr. is a title. Sure. Like call me Squire Lentz, or call me His Lordship Lentz, or call me Mr. Prince Lentz. Mr. I'm not a Mr. I'm not a prince. You were looking for the prince. Oh, you were looking for Mr. I'm not Mr. I'm not the prince. I'm not Squire Lentz. I'm not Mr. Lentz. That's why you could have got out of it in 2 seconds. When she said, you're not Mr. Lentz, of course not. I possess no titles of nobility. I'm just a simple man.
Shit.
Yeah, shit. So now how much you're going to donate to me for the 50 years of shit that you don't have to go through? That's right. Yeah, but see how easy that is? I'm not a Mr.
Yeah, no, I understand that. But I mean, you didn't understand how long you've been alive on planet Earth. No, Carl.
No. How long have you been alive on planet Earth? How old are you?
I'm 27.
Okay, and that's a damn good reason why you didn't know it. Okay, fine.
But Carl, I only went with the police officer and accepted the title and went with him because my mother wanted me to do that, and I gratitude to her, man.
Oh, good. Then that's special. Then you just go in there and say you're the wrong person. That's all. Well, at least you're only 27, so that's kind of okay. I shouldn't beat your ass too bad, man.
So, Carl, you're suggesting that I write to the woman who acts as the court clerk and explain that I'm not the Mister.
Yeah, that you accepted a title, and you didn't know how to perform under that title.
Right.
Just like being a duke or an earl or squire,
Well, I shouldn't be trying to bring a claim against her for doing anything wrong, because I don't believe she has.
You fucked up.
Just doing her job.
You're the one who fucked up.
Yeah, I fucked up. Yeah. 27,
man. So you should fuck up. So that's fine.
Yeah, well, I've had quite a few fuck ups on my journey so far to get to where I am.
Yeah, there's people 70, 80 years old who call me who still don't understand what I just said.
I don't know what the average age of your callers is, but I'd like to think that I'm probably quite young.
No, believe it or not, man, I can't believe how many people in their 20s are calling me now. It's unbelievable, man. Well, they're catching on to YouTube too. See, I do a lot of YouTube stuff.
Well, that's my main way that I've been following you through Craig Lynch. I've just been religiously listening to Craig Lynch.
That's how you found me, right? Craig Lynch.
Yeah. Every single one, man, over and over and over again until it's just in there.
Yeah, pretty amazing, man. The thousands and thousands of hours, man, is just insane. I think this is so simple because I've lived it my whole life. I understand what I have to do, and somebody tries to call me Mr. Lentz. I was told at a very young age that that's the name of my dad. And because my dad is Mr. Lentz, he bears full liability for all the Lentz. And until my dad dies, I don't get that title. I don't get that right to call myself Mr. Lentz until he's dead. And then I bear full liability for all the Lentzes.
Sure.
So I was taught that at a very young age. See, you guys weren't taught that. Somebody will call an 18-year-old kid Mr. Smith. He's like, is his dad alive? Is he the oldest of the Smith? Well, then you better not call him Mr. Lentz. It's a title. And then he has to bear liability. I understood that at a very young age. I'm not a Mr. Why? Well, now I am. Because now my dad's dead. Now I have to bear all liability.
Well, unfortunately, I haven't had the benefit of learning from parents like that, because this is my parents do not even, they don't understand any of this. But they still believe that they are Mr. and Mrs. Tykis.
Well, like I said, they bear full liability. God bless them.
Sure.
It's a title of nobility. It's a very honorable thing to be called that, but then it's also a very burdensome title as well.
Absolutely.
Now,
yeah.
Somebody Mr. was a great title at one time. Now it's just like you're passing out a lollipop. Who cares? Everybody calls everybody Mr.
Yeah.
But it's still a title. And if you don't recognize it as a title, well, whose fault is that?
So I should write to the lady who was acting as the court clerk on the day something like, I, the man Ben Tykis, the man who was there on the day was not Mr. Benjamin Ross Tykis?
Yeah, exactly. You accepted a benefit, for some man titled, that was not I. It was a person. It'd probably be easy to say that you're a person titled as that. And sorry, that was not I.
And then what should I ask her to do then? And as a result of that.
No, let them tell you. Let them communicate back with you.
Right. Okay.
Let them suggest what they should do. I'm sorry, I claimed something that wasn't mine.
Because I'm going down to the same.
You could ask them. You could ask them. What do you suggest? Since I claimed something in error that was not mine, and I want to be honorable to this court. And I'm sorry that I was not. I was trying to deliberately act on with ill will, or evil intent, or dishonor. I just wasn't aware at the time that I am not who I believed I was at that time. What happened is I want to fill out a whole bunch of notices and drop them off to the court. But like I said, thank God I could do everything certified mail now. The clerk lady said I don't have to come down here anymore. So I was trying to avoid that at all costs coming down there. So there would be no confrontation between me and them. That way I could do everything in paper. And I'm pretty sure, man, especially like I said, the governor, he's one of them, one of the wrongdoers. I'm sure he doesn't want to make a personal appearance. I'm sure he wants to try to do everything in paper as well. I'm sure he doesn't want to actually like paper say, hey man, the governor's coming down. And, hey, he's coming down. So I'm sure he wants to try to do everything in paper as well. But I could just go onto the court clerk's website on the county out here, fill out their form, and put 3 more defendants on there. It's so funny. I'm going to put the attorneys who are acting on social services behalf. Because they're moving. They're the ones that are actually moving the court as the attorneys. It's not social services moving the court, but social services is just a name on a piece of paper. The attorneys actually have to be the ones who physically are moving the court. So since the attorneys are the ones who are actually physically moving the courts on behalf of social services, I'm going after them man to man. So my mom said there's 2 attorneys who are working for social services. So I'm going to put their names down. And they say, hey, you have the opportunity to return that which is mine. If you choose to keep that which is mine, that's fine. If you know where my property lies and you wish to keep it where it lies, and you don't wish to give it back or help give it back, that's fine. Keep it. And I'll put you on the bill too. So it's like, I'm going to write to the court clerk lady a nice notice. And I'm going to say, yeah, I noticed that you put it down as a complaint and you put me down as a plaintiff. You do understand there's a difference between a claim, a complaint, and a plaintiff and a claimant. I said, if you don't, I said, I'm going to require you to restore it back to a claim. But if you do know the difference, then disregard this letter. She says, yes, I totally understand the difference between a claim and a complaint. Yes, I do understand all this. Yes, I understand, what kind of court you got going. Yes, I understand your court's coming into this public courthouse. Yes, I understand all that. I said, okay. But she just might have a basic standardized form she uses, and she just might feel comfortable filling it out the normal way. But once you occupy that courtroom, then the game is on. And like I said, it's funny. That's what's good about Virginia. They have something called Recipe Day, so that both sides could sit down before the trial in the judge's chambers and explain how we're going to proceed. The judge could say to me, hey, you know what? I see that you're revoking the court of record, and I see that you wish me to act as a magistrate, and you want me to be independent of the tribunal. And I understand that you want to move this by trial by jury, and you don't want attorneys present. Yeah, how do you figure that you're going to do that? Or how do you wish to do it? And I'll explain to them. And then the other side could ask me questions. They could say, well, what happens if we want to bring an attorney? Well, good question. You can't. And they say, what's this? What do you call them property? I call them property. I call them scooter pie. I call them cupcakes. I call them sunshine. I call them rainbow. I call them one of those. Don't worry what I call them. It's mine. It's not yours. Just give it back. I can call them leprechaun. Just give it back. Don't worry what I call them. It was funny. My mom called up. I said, Mom, find the name of that judge for me, okay? And I said, I'm going to write her a nice letter. So she calls up. And they said the name of the judge is Judge Jones. And my mom said, okay, great. There might be more than one Jones or Smith on planet Earth. Can you be a little more specific? And they were like, no. She goes by Judge Jones. So I called up, my mom called me and said, hey, no, they just said the name is Judge Jones. They won't give me any more information. I said, oh, they're ridiculous. I said, all judges are like a matter of public record. They're public servants. Their full names, date of birth, salaries, and everything are usually right there in line for you to pull down if you want to. So I went online. Her name is Linda. So I said to my mom, I'm going to just write a loaded letter, like, dear Linda, greetings. I believe that you and your friends have had these little quasi-hearings and these little quasi-meetings and have had these little quasi-domestic family court proceedings. And I hope you enjoyed your little quasi-affairs, but fun being fun. I'm going to require you that you return to me that which is mine, or keep it and compensate. Do what you wish. So I figure that'd be a fun little letter. Just say, fun's fun. That's actually what I'm right. Fun's fun, but, in all reality, you got to give me back that which is mine. You got to return to I that which is mine, or I'll compensate. I'm going to say, these folks chose not to return that which is mine, and now I've set a court. I'm going to have them summoned to appear, explain why they should not compensate for the failure to return to me with that which is mine. So, do what you wish. And I'm going to write a little simple thing. My phone number is 540-245-0318. If I don't hear from you, by 5 o'clock this afternoon, I'll summon to you to appear in an open court. Have a nice day. And just make it something that's simple. Nothing too amazing. So that's the suit. Saying I've got a notice of claim that you have got that which, and I want to require you to compensate or return to me that which is. Oh, it's gonna be funny, man, when they read a letter like that. I said, and all good fun, fun being fun, Now, I'm gonna have to require you as well to return to me that which. And like I said, it's going to be a lot of fun to see how these people react to this. I couldn't imagine. Like I said, I'm trying to figure out case law precedent that they're going to use, like Bob versus Jones, 1967, where the Supreme Court ruled. What? Supreme Court ruled what? Go ahead, lady, tell me. What did the Supreme Court rule in 1967 at Bob versus Jones? Go ahead, tell me. And what does that have to do with Karl Lentz versus you, lady? Is my name Bob? No. Is your name Jones? No. Well, again, what? What does that have to do with my property? What does that have to do with two little girls? I'm calling out man to man. Was this man refusing to give back another man his child? I don't think so, because that'd be fucking cold kidnapping. No, I don't think any man was defending himself why he's allowed to keep another man's kid. And like I said, when I did that first lawsuit in Alabama back in 2003, they compared my case. It was like Texas versus Louis' pawn shop. It's like they're comparing what I'm claiming, or they called it a complaint back then, a civil complaint, the Texas versus Louis' pawn shop. It's like pornoporium, whatever. It's like, what? So I actually Googled what Texas versus, Bob's pornoporium was, and the guy Bob, said that that's his property. Is a pawn shop, a porno shop, and that Bob's got the right to increase business and flow of his business by opening up a brothel there as well. So the state of Texas said, no, regardless that it's your property, we can still regulate and control you. So Alabama actually compared me with my kids to a porno bookstore, saying that the state has the right to control the man's property. And I'm like, yeah, but that man, obtained a license to exist. I didn't obtain a license to exist. And I actually wrote back to the court. I said, this is the most ridiculous, case law precedent that they're using to move their answer to the court. All these have to do with the state controlling fictional corporate entity. What does that have to do with me and that which is mine, my children, my property? That's not the type of property I'm talking about. It was funny. Now they were using, but like I said, thank God, for some reason, it was just something that popped up in one of their precedents. But I said, wait a second. Are they comparing me and my children to Texas, saying they could regulate and control a porno shop? I think they are. And I say, oh my God, they are. This is fucking ridiculous now. I said, we're talking about human beings here. We're talking about children. We're talking about a man, a woman. They've got to be kidding. That this is a stretch. Okay, you can talk to Paul for a second, man. I gotta hang up for 2 seconds, man.
Hey, I'm here.
Hey, Paul.
Hey, Gus. We got a couple of trains of thought going on down here on what I'm going through, and one is to be ready for the man when he comes to take me to the courthouse to face the man in the black robes, just to do what is, usual. But the other one is I've typed this little notice up. Karl had mentioned that we need to explore the possibility of typing a notice up to take with me to hand to the man in the black robes, because the court clerk and the chief judge tried to adjudicate on my claim that's at that same venue. And they've actually killed the claim in their system without, we wrote the letter on asking on whose authority, on what authority, not whose, on what authority. They've actually killed it in the system. Well, the thought process is that if they've already adjudicated on a claim without authority, by what means am I going to get a fair hearing or fair anything else at that same venue? The judge would have to recuse himself, is the way I'm seeing it.
The judge has nothing to do with your claim. That's all about the clerk. It might not even be the clerk of the court. It might just be a court clerk. Just somebody who works there who just didn't label it properly. You just write them a letter and say, hey, I noticed you filed my claim in the complaint category on your website. Just giving you a heads up that it's actually a claim, and I require it to be properly labeled so the jury doesn't get confused. And kind regards, and that's it.
Well, we wrote back in. It's been about 4 weeks. Haven't heard back from either one of them. Wrote both to the judge and to the clerk.
Whenever you write letters, 10, 11 days later, if you haven't heard back, you repeat the same thing. You just keep doing it, keep changing the words up a little bit, and keep doing it by hand. Make sure it's handwritten. But if you send somebody a letter and they don't respond to you, you write them back 10 days later. Hey, Bob, I sent you a letter 10 days ago. On the 13th or whatever the date was. Here's a copy of it, and I'm looking forward to hearing from you soon. That's letter number 2. Letter number 3 is Bob, I hope you're okay. Hope nothing happened to you. I sent you a letter. I've sent you a couple of letters. Here's a copy of both of them. I'm going to get in touch with your supervisor in case you died or something. But you keep writing. You don't just stop. You don't wait for them.
Hopefully with the people who got their children taken away, I'm glad that it happened with me, because it's easier for me to show them how to do it by me doing it, and then just watching them cut, copy, and paste what I do, instead of me trying to explain to parents, well, this is what you need to do. Because most parents think that they're going into family court, or they think they're going into domestic court or domestic relations court, and it's not really a court. It's a quasi-court. The quasi just means similar. It's similar to that of a court. But like I said, if you actually go online, you can even go to Wikipedia if you're not really good on the Internet. You just go type in quasi-criminal or quasi-court, and you'll see that it says family court is a quasi-court. It's kind of like a court, but not really. You don't have rights. You have the rights that the judge gives you. You can speak when the judge lets you speak. You're not really a defendant because you really haven't done anything wrong. Yes, they charge you with abuse and neglect, but they're not really charging you criminally. It's just like a family getting together, and, you're talking to some great-great-granddad or great-great-grandma who's still in charge of the family, and she's laying down the law and telling you when you can have your children, when you can't. It's like, hey, old lady, who do you think you are? Oh, I'm the judge. I'm the great-great-grandma, and everybody's going to do what I tell them to do. Hey, no, I ain't playing this game. Get me over to a real court. I ain't playing this. Get the hell out of my life. And that's the problem, is parents really think that they're in a real court with a real judge, with a real bailiff, with a real... Because it looks like court. Me and Gus were talking about that they shouldn't even be holding these family proceedings inside of a courthouse, because it's tricking people. It's very deceptive. You actually think you're in a court, and you actually really think that these people have control over you. And I know Gus and I was talking about that they should hold it like at a social services building or something like that. They should hold it at wherever social services works. But people should just go into a meeting room and discuss what should not be done. But ultimately, the parents, they created it. Ultimately, they're the ones who have the ultimate say whether or not they're going to take the help from the government or not take the help. But the government's trying to force them to take help. Something that the government has absolutely no interest in. And interest means that they didn't put a dollar amount in. They didn't actually put, say that they put in $50 into your kid and there's $50 million into your kid. They didn't put anything into the kid. They can't show receipts. They can't show proof that the government ever gave you a dime, to raise your kids, pay for your hospital bills for your kids, pay for their birth, pay for anything. So if you got nothing invested in something, like if you didn't buy that house, or you didn't buy that car, how dare you tell that guy what he can and cannot do with his car? How dare you tell that guy what he can and cannot do with his house? Did you pay for that house? No. Did you give him a down payment or something? No. Did they borrow something from you? No. Then who are you to tell them what to do with that house? Are you gonna tell them what to do with the house? Oh, okay. So when you tell them what to do with this house, if something goes wrong, are you going to be held liable? Are you going to fix the guy's house when you tell them to do this and something goes wrong? Are you going to be liable for damages? We'll be like, well, absolutely not. Well, then, thank you for your lovely suggestions or your advice, but, I'm going to do what I wish.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, like I said, it's quasi. So, like I said, when I let a note to the judge, I'm going to just write a nice note saying that, thank you for your quasi advice and thank you for all your quasi opinions and thank you for your quasi rulings and your quasi orders and, those quasi little meetings you've been having. But obviously, it has nothing to do with, I as a man and that which is mine. You have no interest in my property. You have no interest in those children. They have nothing to do with you. They're not yours. They're mine. I'm not asking you for your opinion. I'm not asking you for advice. I'm not asking you for any help. So, I actually prefer that you keep your opinions to yourself and stay out of my business, out of my personal affairs. This is under my domestic control. This is under my domestic authority, and you're trespassing. So, if you have it within your power to return to me that which is mine, do it. If you don't have that within your power, then you can disregard this letter. But like I said, I would love to hear her say, no, I don't have the ability to do that. Oh, I don't. You're the judge in this matter, and you don't have the ability to return to me what's mine, or order the other side to return to me that which is mine. You don't have that ability. Well, then who does? Oh, it's going to be great having them try to answer a question like that. Well, then who does? If you don't, well, then who does? Who's going to determine whether or not I get back my children? I'm going to love to see that freaking answer. I'd love the judge to say, oh, I don't know, man. It's not me. Oh, really? It's not you. You're not the one who's holding a gun to my head and say, if you go near those kids, we'll have the policeman arrest you immediately. If you don't do exactly what I tell you to do, we're going to have the policeman take you away. We'll have the cop. If you come too close to kids, we'll have you shot and killed. If you try to touch them and drive them away, we'll shoot you. So who's the one who's going to tell a cop to keep me from coming near that which is mine? Who's the one who's pointing the gun at me? Is it you, Judge? I think it's you, Judge. It's like, no. Well, then tell me who it is. They're going to tell us it's social services. Oh, really? Social services? Well, good, because I already got a letter going off to the man who's in charge of social services, who also happens to act as the governor of the state. There's also the man ultimately in charge of social services. So, like I said, it's going to be funny when I start dealing with the governor's office, and they're going to say, why are you going after Terry? Why are you going after the man Terry? I was like, well, he's the governor of the state, yeah. And under the executive branch, social services lies. So social services is under the executive branch. It's under his control. So he's acting as a governor. He's got certain duties and obligations to not cause harm to man. And I'm telling man to man, you got a little monster called social services, and it's out of control. It just took in my, children. It just took in that which is mine, and it won't return it. And he could just come up with any damn excuse he wants. And I'm going to say, I haven't done anything wrong. And he's going to say, well, nobody's saying he did anything wrong. Okay, then why do you have the kids? And he'll say, well, they need him for a police investigation. Oh, really? They need him for a police investigation. And again, what does that have to do with me? Does it have to do with my police investigation or your police investigation? Well, it's the governor's going to say it's the state that's investigating. That's right, the state. And I'm not a member of this state. I'm not a member of this county. I have no concern. I couldn't care less about your police investigation. It has absolutely no concern to me whatsoever. So you're going to have to give me that back, that which is mine. You're going to have to compensate me while you're keeping that which is mine. You can't just keep something from somebody else, say, because you need to use it. You need it to work with it. You needed it for your job. Oh, you need your kids to work for you. My kids to work for you. My kids to perform for you. My kids to provide you a service. Oh, really? Well, who do you think's doing all their work when they're gone? I'm doing all their work. I'm taking care of their ponies. I'm taking care of their horses. I'm taking care of their chickens. I'm taking care of their dogs and cats. They're supposed to be doing this. Who's going to compensate me for doing all this? That's what they're here for. They're here to do work for me. They're my kids. I had kids so they could do work on the farm. That's what they have. That's why farmers have kids. They have as many kids as they can to perform as many jobs on a farm as they possibly can. So, and it's going to be interesting to see his answer, because when I take the kid, the kids come back to me, and I just say, you know what, I just don't wish to be involved with this police investigation, and I don't wish that which is mine to be used in a police investigation. I don't want you to use anything of mine in a police investigation. You're going to have to do this police investigation all on your own, because I don't want to be involved. I got too many things to do. I don't want my kids to be stressed out. I don't want my kids abused by this ridiculous nonsense. I don't want my kids to have to constantly, be afraid. I mean, they're living on some strange person's house. It's funny, my mom asked them the other day, she went to visit them, and she said to the kids, how do you like him? Foster care, what do you guys do for the Christmas holidays? And one girl won't say a word to my mom. She just looks at my mom, but my mom said she just looks at me. She said she just looks at her grandma and doesn't blink. She sat there for an hour and didn't say a word. But the younger one, who's I guess 11, said, "Oh, foster care sucks." She's like, "Oh, so what have you done for Christmas?" She said, "We sit on our bed." "So did you guys go out and play?" "No, we sit on our bed." "Well, do you watch TV during the day?" "No, we sit on our bed." She sits in one bed in her room, and the other girl sits in another bed in her other room. My mom's like, "Well, do you guys go out shopping?" She's like, "No, we sit on our bed." She said, "Well, do you play video games or anything?" She says, "No, we sit on our bed." She said, my mom said, "That's all you do?" She said, "Yes, that's all we do. We sit on our bed." So for the whole entire Christmas vacation, they've been sitting on a bed. And they come out to eat, they said, and then they go back and sit on their bed. So, man, to me, it's like, no, that just sounds just like jail. You just go into your jail cell, you sit on your bed. You come out to get something to eat, or they bring the food to you, and you sit on your bed. So my kids, that's what they're doing. For whatever, 10 days, 14 days, 15, whatever, how many days they've been off from school, they just sit on their bed. One has one room and sits on her bed, and one girl sits in another room and sits on her bed. That's it. They don't hang out with each other, play, they don't do nothing. So it just makes me laugh. It's like, okay, so you need my kids for a criminal investigation for Frank. So Frank's sitting in a jail cell on a bed, and my kids are sitting in somebody's house on a bed. So you guys could do what? And then when you're done using my kids, then however many years, like the one guy in New Jersey, when he got charged with touching a 4-year-old, no, the 4-year-old touched him, whatever it was, that it took them 4 years to go to trial. 4 years. So if they're going to keep my kids there for 4 years just so they can have a trial, that's going to be crazy, because the kids obviously be 18 by then. Well, the one girl will be 18 by then, because the one girl's already 14 years old. So it's going to be funny that they're going to hold the kids for that many years just to have a trial. I say, okay, what was the purpose of this? We were talking about some mad Unabomber guy who was going around terrorizing people, chopping people up. What are we talking about? Why are we sitting around for 4 years waiting for you guys to hold your trial? Why? Because I was reading that man from New Jersey. Somebody sent me an article. I don't remember the man's name off the top of my head, but I'm sure who's ever listening is going to post it on the chat board. And what a hell of a story. It was some 4-year-old girl told the babysitter that she was hurting in the bathroom, and the girl said, "Why are you hurting?" She said, "Did somebody touch you down here?" And she said, "Yeah, it's some newscaster guy on TV." So I guess the newscaster guy was their neighbor, and they had a criminal investigation. It was the most ridiculous investigation I ever read. And after 4 years, man, they finally went to trial, and the 8-year-old girl said, "No, that man never touched me." She's just like, but I was told to tell them, because they arrested the man, I was just told to just stick with my story, and I better not change my story. So she told the jury, and she's like, "I have no idea how these people got me to say it when I was 4 years old. Nobody touched me. I didn't touch anybody. This is all crazy." And then the man said it's all crazy. So even though the state had no evidence, no facts, no pictures, no third-party impartial witnesses, they had no evidence of any wrongdoing, no evidence of any damage, the girl was still a virgin, the guy still got 20 years plus 1 day before he's eligible for parole. So he has to sit in jail for 20 years plus 1 day, and before he's even eligible for parole. And the 4-year-old girl who's now 8 said, "That's crazy. He never touched me." And the guy said, "I never touched her. Some babysitter just said, that I did it." And everybody's believing the babysitter. And then they were saying that the babysitter had earlier been arrested for drugs or crystal meth or something like that, and she just made a deal with the state, to avoid going to jail. That she, like what happened with your dad, is like, find me five victims, find me 5 people that we could go after, and we'll forget about your crystal meth problem. So they did that to her as well, cut her a deal. Find me people that we could prosecute and put in jail. And she did. But they weren't allowed to mention that in the trial. They weren't allowed to mention that this girl was already in trouble with the state and that she agreed to work with them. So obviously she was just saying, yes, absolutely, this man must have touched her because the girl said to me the man touched her. So they're going on the word of some bimbo babysitter who got arrested for drug problems. And for some reason, this guy's attorney must have been the worst attorney in the world. Because I was the attorney, I said, wait, first of all, you can't get an 8-year-old on the witness stand. They're incompetent. It's like putting somebody from an insane asylum on the witness stand. You can't do it. They're incompetent for a reason. They're incompetent. They can't testify. They're incompetent. Second of all, you need a third-party impartial witness. Does anybody have any third-party impartial witness that could testify that this actually happened between this little girl, this baby, when she was 4 years old, and this 30-year-old man? And then thirdly, he could have said, how about damages? Is the girl still a virgin? Yes. Is there any damages? Is her wrist broken? Did she get bruises, swelling on her forearms or something like that? Did her shoulder get out of joint? What are you talking about here? Any damages? No. No damages. No third-party impartial witness. An incompetent witness. No hard evidence. And nobody's going to come here and swear that this man has done anything wrong. What kind of piece of shit attorney can you possibly be to not understand those simple 5 elements that I just whipped out while I'm just sitting in my car thinking about it? How can't you do this as an attorney? How can't you explain to the jury they have absolutely no case? But if they let that man walk, since he was like on channel Fox News, he was a Fox newscaster, you destroyed his world, you destroyed his life by saying that he had a child touch him. And he said, that's ridiculous. No child touched me. You know, he had 2 boys of his own. He had a wife. He was a Marine. He was stationed over in Europe. He married the woman over in Europe, and he brought her back home to the United States. And he became a newscaster for Fox News. And he's like, this is ridiculous. You know, even, you know, for such an accusation is just insane. So what happened to that poor guy is, like I said, he got 20 years in jail. And they told him he could have 7 years in jail, and they would stick him in a mental institution. There's special rehabilitation camps for these parents. You probably saw it on South Park because you're that age that you had seen it on South Park like I did. There's special rehabilitation camps for these parents. They don't go to prison when they plead guilty to sexually touching their kids or molesting or indecent liberties with their kids. If they plead guilty, they go to some sort of reform school, re-evaluation, retraining camp. And then when they come out, they all just say, you know, they have to go to the victim saying, I'm so sorry, I abused you, I'm so sorry I molested you. Yes, I see what I've done now, and I'm guilty, and I'm so sorry for what I've done, and please forgive me. So they said unless they feel that you're 100% guilty, that you believe that you're 100% guilty, they won't offer that to you. But they offered it to the man. They said, look, if you plead that you're 100% guilty, you'll be out in 7 years. But you just have to go to one of these retraining camps, like reprogramming camps, you know, where we're going to get your mind right. And you're going to understand that, yes, you molested that kid, and yes, you're going to believe that you did it, and then when you come out, you're going to apologize for doing it. So he's like, that's crazy. I ain't doing that. So they said, well, they're going to stick him in general population for 20 years if he doesn't. And he said, well, take me to trial. So I don't know what kind of freaking the jury could have possibly came back with a guilty verdict. What bunch of, I have no idea, the mentality of these people who could have possibly sat on the jury and said, okay, it was a 4-year-old girl. She's saying on the witness stand, this man never touched me. And the prosecutor's like, well, you know, you're just saying that he didn't touch you because you're scared of him. She's like, no, I'm not scared of the guy. She said, no, you know, I haven't seen him, 4 years. I'm not afraid of him. She said, they told me that if I didn't say that he touched him, my babysitter said she was going to shove cheese down my little brother's throat. My little brother hates cheese. So my babysitter said she was going to shove cheese down my little brother's throat. And that's on my house making that noise.
Oh, sorry, that's mine. My dog's
okay.
out.
Oh, no, that's okay. Yeah, I just want to know because everybody knows I have dogs. Because I just stepped out a couple minutes ago. I don't know if you heard me step out through my base of food. So it's just funny. Oh, yeah, that's right. What they said, too. They said they found kiddie porn on his home computer. What was funny is his father-in-law lived at the house, and his father-in-law said that it was the father-in-law's kiddie porn and that his son-in-law, the man who got arrested, told him to get the kiddie porn off that damn computer, the family's computer. And the father-in-law said, okay, I'll get it off. So, but the father-in-law never got it off. He just said he cleaned it up, but he never cleaned it off. So then the dad, the guy actually went to jail for 20 years. They, said that he tried to erase the hard drive, which is funny because they said that it's funny that, see, the people in the jury wasn't explained and the man who got arrested wasn't explained. He said he did a restore. And it's like, restore? Restore doesn't wipe out pictures. Restore wouldn't wipe out a video. So he's charged with, tampering with the hard drive by trying to restore it. So wait a second, restore just gets rid of programs. Restore doesn't get rid of photos. So what are they talking about? Well, he restored it at one point, so see, he was trying to get rid of the evidence. They say, well, then he's about the stupidest computer guy in the world because everybody knows restore doesn't get rid of photos or videos. Restore gets rid of programs. So if the guy really wanted to get rid of it or tamper with it, the guy would have just, smashed it with a hammer and called it a day. So like I said, this guy must have had the world's worst attorney because that's what I say to people. If you have an attorney, they have to work with the judge and they have to work with the state or they're going to be disbarred. Because if this man did not go to jail for at least 1 second, the state or the county, whoever is prosecuting him, would have lost millions and millions of dollars.
Yeah.
The damages, because they damaged the poor guy. So they have to find him guilty. They don't have a choice. They have to find people guilty who are there destroying their lives. It's like somebody like me. When they took my 3 kids, they had to find something on me, and they couldn't find a bloody thing in my past. Oh, it drove them crazy. They took a look at me and they said, oh, this guy's on America's Most Wanted. Oh, this guy had to belong to some biker gang. Oh, this guy had to make crystal meth. Oh, this guy must have done armed robbery. Oh, this guy must have, done mutilation, strangulation of women. Oh, this guy must have been a horrible monster in his past. Look at him. Just look at him. And when they ran my background check on me, and that was great, at the 30th hearing trial I was at, I said to the state, because finally I had to get a decent judge in there, I said, hey, tell the judge the truth. You ran a massive background check on me, didn't you? They said, oh, yeah. I said, you studied every damn thing, where I was born, my schools, everything. You looked everywhere to try to find some dirt on me, couldn't you? They said, yeah, we did. I said, did you find anything? They said, no, we didn't find a bloody thing on you. I don't belong to a biker gang, no child molesting, no raping, murder, no pillaging villages, no, selling crystal meth, no crazy biker gang activity. Nope. Couldn't find a damn thing on me, could you? Nope. Squeaky clean, other than moonshine for those Indians, right? Yep. It's like, there you go. That must drive them effing crazy that they can't find anything that I've done wrong in my whole entire life. They figured, this guy definitely went to prison for at least a couple of years or something. Nope. Not a damn thing other than moonshine. Nope. Not a damn thing other than making moonshine for Indians. I was teaching them how to make their own alcohol. I wasn't charging them nothing. It was their own damn corn and, it was their own flour, it was their own sugar. I showed them how to take all that stuff that the government was giving them every month for free and show them how to make whiskey out of it. And the government didn't appreciate a white guy teaching Indians how to make whiskey. Oh, well, but that's it? That's the worst that I've done? Yeah, well, sounds like a hero. Sounds like a nice guy to me, trying to teach Indians how to deal with the white man telling them no. So we're going to avoid dealing with the white man altogether. We're just going to make our own damn whiskey.
Hey, Carl, I'm back on.
Yeah, but I'm trying to say, too, right, I'm just trying to say that the government, once they destroy somebody's life, like they steal your children, they destroy your world, and then they have to find you guilty of something. Because how do they justify just coming in, destroying your world, and not compensating you? What makes them think they could just come in, destroy every single thing in your house, and say, oops, oh well, we're the government. We were just investigating it, and we were doing it because we believed it was the right thing to do. Dude, you just destroyed my house. You came to my house and you destroyed it for 6 years. I had a nice little house, nice little family thing going on, and you took my kids for 6 years. What did you find? Nothing. Did I lose legal custody of my kids? No. Did I lose lawful custody? Well, no. So you just flat out took them from me. Well, we're going to say that you voluntarily gave them to the state, and we're going to make them a bullshit contract. But my name's not even on that contract. Well, that's neither here nor there. Well, when are you going to compensate me for the wrong that you did? Well, we're just hoping you can never move this through the court. We're just going to hope that you can never actually figure out how to actually get your own court going and get a judgment against us. Oh, so is that what I got to do? I got to learn how to move my own court and get a judgment against you. Is that what it is? Well, yes, that's what it is, because honestly, nobody in the government is going to help you collect a dime. I mean, no attorney is going to help you collect a dime, because if the attorney shows you how to collect money against the state, they're going to be disbarred. And just like when my wife and I were going through this nonsense back in Alabama, her attorney did not realize that me and her got along fine. And my attorney didn't realize that me and the wife had got along fine. So when my attorney told me he's going to throw her to the bus, and she's going to lose, we're going to take it out of family court, bring it to probate court, like a real court, and we're going to go through a divorce proceeding, and the probate judge is going to give you your kids back to you, Carl, and you can take them out of Alabama. And then whatever you and her decide to do once you leave Alabama, that's between you and her. I said, well, I'm going to have to tell her. And I said, tell her? No, you can't tell her. I said, well, what am I going to tell her? That I'm going to divorce her? They said, well, yeah, tell her you divorce her, but, I'm going to have to tell her that I'm doing a pretend divorce, that I'm not really divorcing. I'm just doing it to get the kids out of family court and get them into probate court where the judge is going to give me the kids. And he said, you can't do that. I said, well, you didn't tell me that, you didn't know that me and my wife get along fine? They were like, yeah, we didn't know. They said, you haven't seen her in almost 2 years. I said, that's right. She went back to Alabama to try to do it through the legal way. She's doing all the family classes, family counseling. She got the apartment. She got the job. She's doing everything the social services is telling her to do. She wanted to try it the legal way. So I told her, God bless her, go. Go do it the legal way. Go do it the way social services tells you to do it and see if you ever get your kids. She only had 2 of them at that time, and 2 of them with me. She has 3 with me altogether. So after 16 months, she said to me, Carl, I did everything they told me to do. They told me to leave you, to leave your family, to not communicate with you and your family, to do family classes, drug classes, alcohol classes, family classes, anger classes, parent classes, every kind of class. She said I did every single class they wanted me to do. In 16 months, I did all of those classes 3 times over, each class 3 times, because every 6 months they said, well, you're going to have to, since you didn't get your kids back, you're going to have to do the class. And since you didn't get Cole, and the girl's name is Colette and Cameron, Colette and Cole, you didn't get those kids back. You got to do, every 6 months, you got to redo the classes. So she did the classes 3 freaking times. And she finally called me up on Memorial Day weekend one year after 16 months of not seeing me. She said, Colette is 16 months old. She was going on to be 2 years old. And she said, they haven't allowed me to see. She was taken a couple of days after she was born, too, about 2 weeks after she was born. Mary brought her down to Alabama to show her off to her family. I said, don't go. But I was in Florida, and I told her, don't go. She says, oh, they hate you, Carl, in Alabama. They don't hate me. I'm an Alabama girl. They love me. They just hate you. I'm just going to take the baby down, and I'm going to show them around to your family and, her family. And she was going to meet up with me in Florida. I said, don't come to Florida. I'm bouncing around from motel to motel. I'm working. And she said, oh, we'll stay in the motels with you. I said, that's no place for a wife and a kid. She said, that's okay. I want to be with you. I don't want to be on your mom's phone up here alone. I said, I'll be home soon enough, maybe 4 or 5 months. And she's like, no, I'm going to come to you. I said, no, don't come to me. Stay there. It's safe there. Nope. What did she do? She went to Alabama. The very first day she came down to Alabama, she got there at 9 o'clock at night, 6 o'clock in the morning. The cops came kicking in the door. They took the baby away from her. So I told her, I said, see, it has nothing to do with me. I said, they want those babies. And I said, you keep popping them out, they're going to keep taking them. And she couldn't believe it. And I said, yeah. I said, you have no, core support down there. You have no family, who's going to back you up. I said, you're a woman on your own, and they're going to just eat you for lunch. I said, they know that you don't have, a huge extended family. They know you're not a member of a church, and all the church people will get together and fight for you. They know you're just one woman against them, and, and your attorney, who's a clown. So after 16 months, she said to me the only way that she was able to see Colette was in a Polaroid that somebody took of her on Easter Sunday, and the baby was just wearing a diaper. Wasn't wearing an Easter dress. It just said Easter, whatever year, 2004, 2005, whatever it was. And they sent her a Polaroid picture of her kid. She said, that's all I've been able to see of my baby, who was only 2 weeks old when it was taken away from her in 16 months. She said, Carl, they're full of shit. They're not going to help me. I'm never going to see my kids. You're absolutely right. This has nothing to do with you. I thought it had to do with you, but I haven't. I said, I haven't spoke to you. I haven't spoken to her in 16 months. Didn't try to communicate with her. Didn't try to find her. I said, no. I said to my mom, let her do her thing. None of us are going to get involved in Alabama. None of us. I said, we're all just going to let Cole and Colette sit there and let Mary try to win them back through social services. We're going to drop out of the picture completely. And we're going to let the mother work with her beloved state of Alabama. She's a sweet home Alabama girl, They love her. She loves them. Let her work with them. Let her get the 2 kids back. They're supposed to help her get housing, an education, car. They promised her the moon and the sun, the stars and everything. Just let her see that they're full of shit. So it took her 16 months before she realized, Carl, they're full of shit. And she called me up. She found out where I was staying. And she called me up. She says, man, I am so sorry. I'm so wrong. I said, that's okay. I said, you had to do what you had to do. You're the mom. You had to throw me and my family under the bus. That's fine. You're trying to get your kids back. That's okay. Like, I forgive you. If I was a woman, man, I'd probably do that too. I said, that's just a woman's prerogative. I said, I'm a man. That's abhorrent. I would never even imagine doing such a thing what you did. But you're a woman. If that's what a woman feels inside, that's the right thing to do. Who am I to say, God designed you to, stab everybody in the back to get what you want? I said, I believe that's a woman's prerogative. That's what you do. That's what you do. I'm not saying you're good. I'm not saying you're bad. I'm saying, hey, God made woman. God made this and God made that. He made you your style and made me my style. I would never do what you did. But you tried it and, it didn't work. So now you want to go back to doing it the way I want to do it? And then she was like, yeah, sure. But at that time, she had gotten her own attorney, and her own attorney made a deal with my attorney. So she was bad tired for those attorneys because they didn't realize we had gotten back together that weekend. It was like the first time in 16 months. And my attorney called me up like on a Monday or Tuesday and told me what was going on. He said, man, I got a great game plan, man. What? Her attorney's going to throw her under the bus. What? Don't throw her under the bus. What do you mean throw her under the bus? Yeah. She's going to, not even know what hit her. We're going to move this so fast through probate court to my friend judge. You're going to get these kids to be out of here before she even knows what the hell happened. I said, I get along with her just fine. They're like, I thought she hated you. Yeah. She's a woman. She hates me. She loves me. She hates me. She loves me. Come on. It's like me changing a pair of socks. She's a woman. Come on. One day she hates me. The next day she loves me. I said, it's no big deal. I said, she tried to work with your system, and she realized you guys are full of shit. So now she wants to come back and work with me. He was like, oh, my God. He says, you ain't going to tell her what we're going to do in probate court. I said, yeah, I am. He's like, why? He goes, if I tell her I'm divorcing her, if she finds out I'm divorcing her, it's going to break her heart. I said, he's like, well, so what? Let her break her heart. No, she's kind of suicidal kind of person like that. Her brother committed suicide. So I said, no, I can't do that to her. I said, her ex-husband, Scotty, he committed suicide. I said, over this nonsense. I said, I can't do that. I said, I'd rather lose the kids forever than have this woman commit suicide. I told her, where's mommy? Well, Daddy had to divorce her to get you guys out of state, so she fucking was so depressed she killed herself. Yeah, you're right. I said, I can't say that to the kids. I said, so you know what, I'm going to have to tell the truth, but I'm going to try to tell her, look, don't tell anybody that this is what we got to do. You got to lose in court. But honestly, as soon as the courts are brought up, I'm going to turn the kids over to you, and you can do whatever you wish. But honestly, I'm going to tell you, do not go back in Alabama. And he was like, you think she'll listen to you? I said, I don't know. All I can do is tell her the truth. I don't know what's going to happen. Well, as soon as I told the truth, I said, now don't tell anybody. She's like, okay, she won't. So she went right to social services. She went right to the social service court judge lady. And she told the social service lady that her attorney and my attorney were setting her up to lose in probate court. So obviously, my attorney and her attorney and the probate court judge were all threatened by the family court judge with disbarment and going to prison for doing what they were doing. So they all had to turn on me as well. So they had to turn on her and turn on me. My attorney and his attorney, they had to save their own asses from going to jail. My attorney had to explain to me why he had to throw me under the bus. He said, Carl, because you told told Mary what was going on. And she went over to Linda, the social worker, and she went over to Judge Storm, and she told them what we were up to. I said, oh well. He said, well, that's why I had to throw you under the bus too, Carl. I said, no, I understand. Everybody's trying to do it for self-preservation. I understand what's going on. I said, I warned all these, man. I said, if this stuff's getting too crazy, just bail out. And I said, you just, don't have to be my attorney no more. Just say, Carl, I got to leave, and just leave. He said, yeah, well, the judge lady told me I had to do what she told me to do, and she was going to take my 4-year-old girl from me. I said, yep. I said, you got a beautiful little 4-year-old girl. I said, I would, I guess you had to throw me under the bus. You threw me under the bus. I said, but it would have still been a good idea to tell me that you had to throw me under the bus. I said, I would have worked with you, figured out a way how you could throw me under the bus, but do it in a nice way. I would have worked with you if you told me that your kid was on the line. I would have fired you. I would have told the judge I want him fired. I don't want him no more. And that could have got you out of trouble instead of having to throw me under the bus. But like I said, it's just amazing how when these social service people or these people like what's happening down with you folks in Tennessee or what's happening with Frank, when the government comes in and they make these accusations and they it's like they're making it up as they go along. I mean, when I watch TV and I watch movies, I see how they do it in the movies or I see them on TV. They investigate. They get all the witnesses, all the evidence, get it, all evidence that they need, all the facts, and then they arrest the guy. Nowadays, it seems like they're destroying the people's world and then investigating to see if there's enough that they could actually charge somebody criminally with. So they're not even doing the investigation anymore and then getting all the evidence, getting the witnesses, getting the facts, and then arresting the guy. It's like first they arrest and then they investigate. But once they arrest, they realize their investigation better have a conviction at the end of it because that other person could turn around and sue. So it's like incredibly lazy. It's like they're just going to arrest everybody and say, okay, now we're going to investigate you and we're going to find the dirt on you. When we find dirt on you, we're going to stick you in jail for 20 years. So you better just say that you did it and go to jail for 7 years. If you say you did it, we'll put you in a nice jail. If you didn't say you did it, well, you make us take you to trial, we're going to put you in jail for 20 years. And like I said, this guy had such a shitty attorney, that poor guy in Jersey, that when he got offered 7 years in a rehabilitation camp compared to 20 years in general population, his attorney should have went to the judge and said, this state of New Jersey just committed extortion. They just threatened this man that if he did not plead guilty, that this was going to happen to him. If he pled guilty, this is what was going to happen to him. The state has no ability to sentence somebody. It's for the court or for the jury or for the judge to decide, not the state to decide how many years you get. So the state actually said that they were going to give this man 7 years if he pled guilty. That's not for the state. That's not for the prosecutor to decide. That's extortion. That's communicating a threat, saying, look, if you don't give me $500,000, I'm going to break your legs. If you don't plead guilty, I'm going to throw you in general population for 20 years and see what they're going to do to you in general population. Because I'm going to say that you went in there molesting a 4-year-old and see what happens to you. So obviously that's communicating a threat. Obviously that's extortion. And for some ungodly reason, his attorney didn't just say, hey, judge, I was there. I heard him make this man this offer. That's insane. But obviously his attorney has to work with the prosecutor, and the defense attorney has to work with the prosecuting attorney because the whole legal society will go down. And this is what I was saying earlier to you, Paul. I'd love to find out, like I said, if for shits and giggles, I said to them, okay, fine, you know what? I want to play in your legal world. I want to be a legal person. I want to be a legal daddy. I want to be a legal father. Where on the ladder do I stand? Where on the pyramid? Where on the hierarchy of legalese, legal land, this legal court procedure? Where's my position? Where's my status? Where's my position or status of standing? Where is it? Am I at the top rung? Do I get to decide what happens with my kids? Well, no. Well, then who does? Well, then that would be the judge. Oh, okay, so that would be the judge. The judge would decide what happens to me, to my kids, or to me and my kids. Well, to both. Oh, okay. So then would I be just under the judge? Well, no, because then it would be the state prosecutor. He would be just under the judge because he's the one telling the judge what the state recommends. Oh, okay, and then where would I be? Would I be under the prosecutor? Oh, no. We'd get you you'd have an attorney because you can't speak as a man of court. You'd have to be legally represented, so your attorney would speak for you. Oh, so I'd be under the prosecutor, yeah. So then I'd be under my attorney. Oh, yeah, listen, is there anybody in this court, this family court, that would be considered lower than me, that would have the less standing, less status, less position? Would there be any member of this court that would be lower than the father? Is there anything lower than the father in this courtroom?
No.
Or is the father the ultimate lowest? And then if I'm the father, I'd have the burden, though, of all the child support, all the court costs. I'd be the one who would have to pay for this little party, right? So I got no position, no standing, no status, except for the guy who's got to pay for all this crap. Would that pretty well sum it up?
Yeah.
And I'd love them to say, yeah. You know, and it's just like, why would anybody want to be part of that legal proceeding? Like, where is my standing? You know, and where's my status in this proceeding? To just shut up and wait until I'm told to talk? Or just shut up and never told to talk? Or just shut up and never have a turn at the table, except for to pay for all this?
Well, you got to keep asking for a turn at the table and raising your hand up is what you got to do in that world.
Right. And then even if I do raise my hand and say anything, would I just be totally, just totally dismissed? Like, yeah, great, wonderful. You know what? You're just a stupid dad. You just pay for all this. You go to work for 18 years, and you pay for all this shit. And if you don't, we're going to throw you in a cage. So like I said, it's a lot of fun. That's why I wanted to ask them. What would be the benefit of me entering your little legal proceeding? And part of me wants to just draw like a little pyramid. Where would my position be as dad? Where would I be in your little hierarchy? Your little, because obviously everybody in your court isn't equal. Obviously, everybody has their own status or level. When I call court in the common law, we're all equal. You're just as equal standing as me. The governor's equal standing as me. Everybody has equal standing. So you better explain in my court why you as a man or you as a woman, we all have equal standing. We're all equal in the eyes of the law. Why do you think that you could take and carry off with somebody else's, which is not yours, but which is clearly mine? It looks like me, it sounds like me, it's got the same name as me. Is there some reason what you believe that you could just take and carry that off because I haven't done anything wrong? I haven't been charged with any crime. They haven't been charged with any crime. I haven't been charged with touching them. So explain to me, because you need them for a criminal investigation. I can't have them because you're afraid I'm going to screw up your criminal investigation. Well, you know what? You're probably damn right that I'm going to screw up your criminal investigation because there is no crime that's been committed. You got no third-party impartial witness. You got no hard evidence. You got no facts. Factually, he's innocent. And, you're wasting your time. You're blowing smoke up everybody. Everybody's behind. You ain't got nothing. And you just hope you're grasping for straws. You're grasping that everybody's going to crack and break while you torture them. You figure if you can torture them long enough, man, they'll finally give in.
You hit the nail on the head there. Back in November, my legal servant is still on the hook to me. And when all this mumbo-jumbo with the grand jury came down, he didn't even respond to my calls or emails for 11 days about Ian. And I said, look, when he did, I sent him the request. I said, well, if my son's got to appear at grand jury, then I want the right to appear there too. And I said, I want you to find out for me, I said, as the client, what my rights are. Can I go? Can I not go? And everything else. In the meantime, of course, I'd already downloaded the grand juror's handbook and all the stuff that went along with it on what your rights were. Can you go? If you're asked a question, can you leave the room, consult with your attorney, and then go back in there and all that kind of stuff. I already read all that stuff. But he never responded to my question. Never. And then when I went to the grand jury with Ian, and Donald got served that subpoena, this legal servant's on the phone to me, accusing me of pretending that I'm Donald Watson. And I said, well, I'm sorry, I'm not Donald. I said, and if you want to talk to Donald, I'll put him on the phone. He's right here with me. I said, but if you looked at us side by side, there's no question of a doubt, you'd know we're two different men.
Yeah. But the big thing, too, is when they were doing that with the grand jury and them, how far away was your attorney that you couldn't just go down there and get in his face?
Well, my attorney was probably about 5 streets downtown, about 5 blocks downtown.
Wow. So what I'm saying is, why didn't you get in his face and just ask him flat out, hey, look, you're going to ask these damn questions. I've been trying to get you on the phone for the last 20 minutes, and I couldn't find you. So I'm down here in your office 21 minutes after that phone call. Is there some reason why I'm saying that you didn't go down to his office and stand in his face?
Well, I'll be honest. I truly believe the man's worthless.
What I'm saying is, like, when my attorney gave me crap, I blew right past his receptionist. He heard me looking for him all through that law office, and he hid under a water cooler in the lunchroom. I finally found him, and he looked like shit because his hair was all disheveled from curling in a ball. I said, come on, Brian, you look ridiculous. Come on, get on up. Come on, just take it like a man. Stand up. I'm not going to hit you. You're a little guy. I said, but I'm going to ask you some questions. You're going to tell me exactly what happened, what in the world is going on. I said, don't bother bullshitting me. I said, because I know before I ask you this question, I already have an idea of what the hell happened. You tell me. And then that's when he told me to throw me under the bus, because of what happened in July. I said, okay, that makes sense. I said, but, and then what I did with another attorney, he was trying to avoid me too. So I got him when he went into a public bathroom, and I just tapped him on the shoulder when he was peeing. He was a big guy. He was like 6'4", 280 pounds. He was an ex-state trooper. And I just tapped him on the back, because he had his, dick in his hand. Where's he going to go? I said, hey, you've been avoiding me, man. Now you want to answer a couple of my questions? And he was like, oh, shit, man, it's you. Yeah, it's me. So like I said, man, I don't fool around. I find these people who are supposedly my attorneys or supposedly work for me. I'm going to find them, and I want to ask them, hey, pal, what the hell's going on? Oh, the last attorney, who, like I said, if you go on Facebook, he's now a server at Applebee's, not Applebee's, Ruth Chris Steakhouse. He's not even a waiter. He's a 50, 60-year-old man now working as I guarantee he was disbarred over what he told the judge in court, that he wasn't going to help me. And the judge heard him say he's not going to help me. But the judge had to help me. See, there's I'm sure there's some sort of ethical canon code that when the judge hears that the person's client will not help them, he's like, are you going to help Carl? He said, oh, absolutely not. I like my job. I'm going to be disbarred. The judge had to help me. So the judge had to jump on my side during the hearing, during the trial. The judge had to help me because he realized my attorney just told him, F you, man, I ain't helping this guy. I like my job. I don't know what the hell the state's got against this guy, and I don't care. I'm not getting involved. So when the judge heard the attorney saying, I'm not helping Carl file an appeal. Hell no. That's why I guarantee he's a server or a busboy now with the Ruth Chris Steakhouse, because he told the judge, hell no. The judge said, dude, you're so disbarred. He didn't say that at the hearing, at the trial, but I guarantee it wasn't too much longer before that guy was disbarred. But the same thing with him. He was giving me the runaround. So I went to his house, and I knocked on his freaking door. He says, what are you doing here? I said, what do you mean, what am I doing here? I've been trying to call your office for a month now. I said, I finally figured out where you lived. He said, how'd you figure out? I said, I went to the Bar Association. I typed your name in, and it told me that when you got your bar, degree, and it told me, where your office is, and it told me your home address. So here I am. He's like, it's like so unethical to knock on my door. I said, well, it's so unethical not to answer the damn phone when I've been calling you for a month. I said, I ain't got time to dick around. I said, you better fucking help me or what? He's like, I can't believe you're here. That's all he kept saying is, I can't believe you're here. I said, what do you mean you can't believe I'm here? He's like, I can't believe you found me. I said, it's easy to find you. I said, you're a member of the bar. I said, all your personal information is on the website. You don't want to be a member of the bar? Well, then, you shouldn't, then all your information wouldn't be available. I said, you gave your history of like who you are and, where you went to school, and you went to a Catholic school, and then you went to university up there in Buffalo, New York. And I said, yeah, it gives you a whole life history on that damn site. And he says, I didn't know that. I said, well, now you do. I said, you're a bar member, and every bar member has the right to know what's going on, and believe it or not, the public has access to that fucking website, whether you want to believe it or not. So he was like, oh. And he was beside himself, like, holy shit, I cannot believe you found out where I live. I said, so what's the big deal? You're my attorney. What are you going to be afraid of me for? Unless you're doing something to hurt me, what's the problem? What's all the fear? Or your client know where you live? And it's like you guys know where I live. I'd bring you right to my freaking house. It's like, well, Carl, well, I'm going to help you, but I'm going to help you at arm's distance, and don't come to my house, and and I don't want you to know anything about me.
But there's something called Super Lawyers on the web that you can look up, and it's supposed to have live, testimonies from what's happened recently and that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah, there's a couple of good ones. Like I read, man, it was like websites was like Rated Judge or Judgeopedia.
Yeah.
Hey, did you rate it, Judge? Oh, it was great because I realized that the man that they put me in a judge who was the first black judge ever assigned to the United States District Court. Honestly, I don't remember the man's name, but it was down in Birmingham, Alabama, Montgomery, Alabama, and he's ridiculed throughout the whole judiciary as the Mr. Appeal, Judge Appeal, because no matter what ruling he makes, he always gets appealed and he always gets overturned on appeal. So the old nice black man, he's gun shy, they said. He's very shy of making a ruling. So he'll take years before, if somebody asks him, can you please give me the definition of is? It'll take him years to come back to you and tell you what the definition of is. And when you're suing somebody, you don't want to wait years for the judge to come up with an opinion or a ruling on the word is. So what's funny in this, or Rated Judge, some attorney said, I forgot the name of the man that I have. I don't know if he's still even, sitting as a judge down there. But it was funny. They said they did a zoning plan. They were trying to determine whether it was commercial or residential. And they had this huge project up in the air. And they said, after the one side, either the zoning side for the county or the developer, I asked the judge what his opinion on was about a certain phrase, a certain term, like what's the difference between commercial and residential, something simple like that. It took the judge 9 years to come up with his opinion on what the difference between commercial and residential was. He said by the time the judge came up with his ruling, his decision on what the difference was, he said the codes had changed, the laws had changed, the statutes, all the zoning rules had changed, that they had to, scrap the project, the real estate development project, and start all over from the beginning. And they had to reapply for the permits and everything all over again. And he said we just went right back to court, but 9 years later it took just to get this judge to give his definition of the word commercial compared to residential. 9 years for him to come up with an opinion. So they said this judge, they don't, I don't know if his name is Thompson or something. I don't remember the name of the man. He's the first black district court judge in U.S. history. He was put there by Jimmy Carter back in the 1970s, and he was still practicing like 30 years later.
We've got a federal judge in Nashville that's appointed by Jimmy Carter.
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say, is if you allow them to run your case, like this one judge alone took them 9 years, not 9 days, to come up with a ruling. Like, let me get some help with this one because this is a little above my pay grade. Let me get a ruling on this. Let me get some of my clerks and let me try to get some law students to dig this information up. Let me call up a couple of senior judges, retired judges, and let me see if they could help me with this opinion on what residential compared to commercial is. Let me get back with you. Give me a couple of days. 9 years later, the guy comes with a ruling of what just that phrase meant. Not ruling of the case, just what somebody said to the judge. Well, you know what is your opinion? Do you understand, like, what's your opinion between commercial and residential? What would you say is the difference? He's like, you know what, let me get back on that. Because, see, they had a trial by judge, not a trial by jury. So the judge was like, let me give a little bit of time to think about that. Can you imagine you had a trial by jury and the jury sat out for 9 years to determine whether or not, well, I don't know if it's like commercial or residential. I don't know. Let's sit around here in a hotel for 9 years and determine that.
Wow.
People would say that's the most ridiculous bullshit I've ever heard. And the trial was still going on. He's like, okay, Jerry, just sequester yourself for 9 years because you're having a hard time figuring out what happened yesterday. You're still debating over commercial or residential. Take as long as you need. So 12 juries just sit back for 9 years to determine, you know what? Okay, I think we've got a good understanding of commercial and residential. Now let the trial proceed. They said when it was ready to proceed again, they said people had retired, people had pulled their funding out of the project. The project had to get all new permits again because they'd all expired. It was ridiculous. I think that was the man's name. It was Thomas Thompson. I bet you that's what it is. I bet you somebody, if they Googled it, they'd say, yeah. But, he felt bad for the old black man. He sounded like a nice black guy. He sounded like he had a tough life. He had polio or Parkinson's or whatever when he was a kid. He was semi-crippled, so he spent most of his time, like, in the law library. I mean, great story from coming from nowhere to becoming a judge, but holy Christmas. Talking about just putting somebody in a position just because he's just handicapped and black and didn't have the actual competency, ability to actually carry the position. But it was a feel-good thing to do. Come on. It's like saying you gave Ray Charles a driver's license and told him to be a limo driver for a day because you felt bad for the guy, but he's awfully nice, wrote good songs, so he's going to be a limo driver, a helicopter pilot for the day.
Yeah, for the day. It would only be a day.
Yeah. Like I said, it's a feel-good thing. He's handicapped and all, but Jesus F, you got to be kidding me. You can't just appoint people in these positions who have absolutely no idea what the hell they're doing. No disrespect for the man, but Jesus F, 9 years for a ruling, that's insane. Like I said, I couldn't imagine the attorneys practicing law before and said, oh, Jesus F and the Lord. Look at the ruling this guy just came up with. Oh, my God, we got to appeal this thing tomorrow. Oh, my God, he's going to be overturned again. Where is this guy coming up with this stuff? It's like, is he even on the same map? Are we in the same country? Does he think this is Mexico or something? Does he think this is Zimbabwe? What else are you getting these opinions? But like I said, you can't let your life as a man be determined by these judges because these guys will let this stuff go on for years. They don't care. They're getting paid. They're going home every day. Their life isn't being encumbered by any of this nonsense.
Yeah.
So it's like, how can we get this thing to speed up a little bit like me? Oh, well, hell, they want to dick around with my kids. Like I said, that one guy in New Jersey, his trial lasted for 4 years.
Wow.
You know, for this nonsense, you know, with this 4-year-old girl. And then she was 8 when she finally testified. It went on for 4 freaking years. He had like 3 or 4 charges, like lewd conduct with a child and child endangerment, whatever, you know, but no sex with the kid. Went on for 4 freaking years. You know, but they let him go home on a $250,000 bail. $250,000. The kid was a virgin. What do you mean $250,000? $250,000 and the kid was a virgin? What are you saying the guy did? Oh, he took out his wiener and told her to play with it. Are you kidding me? And you have any proof of that? Well, the babysitter. Oh, the babysitter said. Oh, was the babysitter there? No. Oh, and the babysitter got arrested for drugs not too much before that. Yeah, and you said that she's got to cooperate and help, you know, find like some drug people that she could put the finger on to help, you know, reduce her sentence. And oh, instead of a drug dealer, she found what you call a pedophile. Yeah. Oh, really? And that's your expert witness. Yeah. And you really think you're going to run this to a jury? Yeah. And his attorney was so lousy that he wasn't allowed to bring up the fact that that babysitter just got arrested recently before saying that that this man had this girl touch him. It was ridiculous, and the jury actually believes it. I mean, it's ridiculous how the judge just totally railroading this poor guy, saying no, that they're not allowed to bring up the fact that this babysitter was arrested. No, they're not allowed to bring up the fact that her and the state were working together to reduce her own sentence. No, you can't bring up that fact. You're just going to let the babysitter stand there and say, swear in a stack of Bibles, oh, yeah, there's no doubt about it. That girl definitely told me he did it. There's no doubt about it. That guy definitely did it because a little 4-year-old told me. But then what's funny is they actually had a 120-minute video that they tape recorded the 4-year-old when she was 4 years old, and they said they're not supposed to tape more than 20 minutes, but they taped her for 120 minutes, almost 2 hours. And they said, or 1 hour and 20 minutes, whatever it was. I knew there was a 120 in there, either 120 minutes or 1 hour and 20 minutes. And they said 21 minutes of the footage of that interview with the little girl is gone. They took it out, they edited it, they redacted it, they took it out. And his attorney wasn't able to say, wait a second, what happened to that 21 minutes of video? What we want to hear what that little girl had to say during that 21 minutes.
Or what somebody else said to mess with her head.
Yeah, like I said, you know, time out. Look, you've got to stop saying that. You got to say it this way. Stop saying it that way. Say it this way. And the little 8-year-old girl said when she got in the witness stand, she was like, I was threatened by the babysitter that she would shove cheese down my brother's throat. Now that's something definitely an 8-year-old would say. Something that somebody would, because you ain't going to threaten me. It's like, well, Carl, if you don't agree with me, I'm going to shove cheese down your mama's throat. I'd say, oh, come on, stop. That's about the most ridiculous threat I ever heard in my life. But the little 8-year-old girl, she took it seriously because she said that her little brother hates cheese. And she didn't want to see her little brother, like, cry because he was forced to eat cheese. So that's definitely a threat that you could tell a 4-year-old, and a 4-year-old would believe because a guy my age would just laugh at you. You're going to do what? I would have shoved cheese down your brother's throat. Okay. That's about the most ridiculous thing I ever heard. Yeah, I guess he ain't going to like it, but I'm sticking with my story. Well, we'll put a bullet in his head. Oh, okay, well, that's different. Shoving cheese down his throat? What? That's a ridiculous threat. So, yeah, it was just amazing listening to the story. So, like I said, I hate it when people, don't understand. In this country, man, in this law, in this land, there must be damages. There must be. Like I said, when I did my fuel tank today in my pickup truck, I got tired of going underneath the truck and dropping the damn fuel tank out. Because every time I take it out, if there's 20, 30 gallons of fuel in the damn tank, that's 200 pounds of fuel. I have to find containers to put all the damn fuel in. Then I got to get all this crap falling in my face while I'm disconnecting it all the time. Forget it. I just cut a hole in the bed of my pickup truck. I said, screw it. It's a pickup truck. It's a work truck. Screw it. I got a bed liner in it anyway. I pull the bed liner out, cut a huge hole in the bed of my pickup truck, and yank that fuel pump out from the top. I ain't going underneath that damn truck no more. Hell with this. This is the second time I replaced this fuel pump in 3 months. I ain't doing it. I ain't doing it no more. So somebody will tell me, Carl, that's wrong. That's not what the manual says. That's not what the book says. The book says go from underneath the truck and do it. It's like, I don't care what the book says. I don't care what the manual says. I don't care what the precedent is or procedure or the proper procedure is. Well, Carl, you're doing it all wrong. Hey, you know what? Good. I'm doing lots of things wrong in my life. You know what? Oh, I'll help. everything I do is against procedure. I hope everything I do is against the code in the book. I hope every single thing that I'm doing is improper in your world. Oh, well, the mechanical books highly advise that you do it this way. Instead, I don't give a rat's behind what your books say that I should do, how I should do it. I'm not getting dirt in my eyes anymore. I'm not worrying about how I'm going to move this gasoline from one container to another container without worrying about it blowing up and burning. I am done. I'm done worrying about that shit. You know what? I'm going to do it my way. I'm going to cut a big old hole in the bed of my truck. I'm going to put put a bolt, put a square piece of sheet metal over it, put a couple of screws down, and I'm done. Bed is back as good as new. Oh, no, man, that's all wrong. Dude, I don't care if it's wrong. I don't care if it's illegal. I don't care what you call it. Is there any damages? Yeah, well, look what you did to the bed of your truck. Okay, whose bed of that truck is that? That's my truck. Well, the community, we should have the right to access that truck. Well, what do you mean? Well, it's going to be driving on our public roadways, yeah, and? Well, we don't want trucks driving around that's got a hole in the bed of it. You can't see it. Well, it's just not right. It's not the right thing to do. The right thing to do is this way. I say, yeah, I know. That's the right way to do it. And I choose not to do it the right way. And? Well, what you're doing is wrong. I agree. Well, where's the damages? You got any damages? No. Then just let me be. Then what you're doing is complaining. You're not making a claim. If you got a claim, that means you want your property put back the way that I found it before I got to it. Now, that was a customer's truck, and I said, hey, you know what? Screw this. I'm just going to blow a hole through the bed of the truck. He's got a bed liner in it. He's always going to see it anyway. And then he finds out that I did. Of course you can make a claim that I destroyed his truck. Carl, you know what you did was wrong. Yeah, well, fine. Carl, but that's my truck. You can do it to your truck, Carl, but don't dare do it to mine. Did you call me up and tell me you're going to blow a hole through this thing? Well, no, I just figured it was easier. Well, Carl, come on, you're going to pay for this damn damages now. Oh, well, come on, throw the bed liner on it, buff it right out, you'll never notice it. Come on, Carl, get a grip. You could have cut a hole in the floor of my truck because it's easy access to the fuel pump. I didn't pay you to cut a hole, in the floor to get to the fuel. Like I said, in this Thunderbird, oh, man, I could cut a hole in this floorboard in about, give me about 2-3 minutes. I'll get you right on top of that fuel pump. Instead of taking out the cross member, instead of taking out one of the drive shafts, there's 3 drive shafts under there because it's independent suspension, without taking out the exhaust system. I said, it takes you about 5 hours to get all that nonsense out of your way. Then you got to take the fuel tank down. Then you got to take out the fuel pump. I could cut a hole in the back seat. I know exactly where it is, right behind what brackets and under. And I could cut that damn hole through that back seat and pull out your fuel pump in about 10-20 minutes and change it and be done. Or take 5 hours just getting the crap out of the way, and then another 2-3 hours putting it all back together.
Yeah, and
Why?
wearing 20 gallons of gas.
Right, then having to deal with trying to where I'm going to put all this damn gas. When I'm going to put in these containers, how dangerous it is, it ain't worth it. Just cut a hole in the damn back seat, put the pad back over it, drop the seat back on it, and you're good to go. Be done. But is that the right way? No. Is it wrong? Of course. So what? Man makes tons of mistakes. I made billions of mistakes in my lifetime. So what? Have I done anything, how many times have I done something wrong compared to have done it right or correctly? Probably 101. I've probably done 100 things wrong before I finally got it right. Well, before I got it correct. So what? Was there any damages while I was learning? No. And? What's your point? Oh, well, if you don't do it correct, you did it wrong, we're going to hold you liable. If there's damages, well, even if there isn't damages, we're still going to hold you liable. Dude, you have to get damages. You have no damages, you have no case. It's been an ancient tradition, ancient custom since caveman time.
Yeah.
Because man is fallible. Man makes mistakes. He was put on this earth to make mistakes. God didn't make us like some sort of a deity that people could say, well, God, even you make mistakes. What? What do you mean I make mistakes? Well, explain cancer, God. Well, sometimes, even the best plans have men go awry. Yeah. But you're God. How do you figure this into the equation? How do you figure that this is the correct thing to do? This is proper to do this to a 1-month-old child, a 3-year-old baby. Well, how do you feel that's proper, fair, and just? How do you justify it? We're not all, perfect here. Dude, you're God. You're all perfect. But there must be a reason why God's doing what he's doing. And that's the way I look at it. There must be a reason. If I don't understand it, that's just because I don't have the capacity to understand at this level why it would happen to be the way that it happens. But there's certainly damages. But look what I'm doing. No. Did I give the kid cancer? No. Did I give the kid AIDS? No. What's your point? Is there any damages? No. Well, what are we doing? If you can't even, like I say to people, man, you have to find liability. There has to be damages. You can't. I said to my mom, trying to explain to her what's going on here. I said, Mom, it's like me making a claim to your insurance company that your van hit my car and damaged my car, but there's no damages. Okay, your van hit my car, but there's no damages, but I'm still going to make a claim that you owe me compensation because you came towards my car with your car and you almost hit me, so I'm still going to make a claim for compensation, but there's no damages. I said, that's basically what's going on with Frank. They're going to charge him with indecent liberties to a kid or assault or abuse or whatever, but there's no actual damages. They'll say he came at the kid with intent to have sex with her, but he never had sex. So they're going to say that he attempted to, but he never did. And there's no third person that could say, to what level do you believe he was attempting to have sex with her? What do you believe happened? Do you believe he ripped her clothes off? Do you believe that there was buttons or ripped clothing? Did you find some evidence of ripped T-shirts or ripped underwear or buttons that were flying off a shirt? Do you have any proof of any of this? Well, no. Okay, so then how do you believe he attempted it? Well, he just had a look in his eye. Oh, he just had a look in his eye. Oh, and that means come Heather, look, come here. I want you so bad. Look, what are you people going on? How are you people going to prosecute this guy? How are you going to convict him? Because it was funny. My mom said to me, his guardian ad litem, because he doesn't have a lawyer, he has a guardian ad litem, said to him, it's almost impossible to withdraw your confession. And I said, see, that's a magical attorney word. Almost impossible. It's like, I will definitely, maybe do it tomorrow. Definitely, maybe. Now, how ridiculous is those two combinational words in the same sentence? Nearly impossible. Impossible means this, and near means this. So near, okay, it's near to me, and it's nearly, okay. And impossible means it's like a billion miles away. So it's near and impossible, near and far at the same time. Near and remote, Interesting. It's nearly impossible. Just like saying, definitely, maybe. Oh, you're going to do that for me tomorrow? Oh, definitely, maybe. What did I just fucking tell you? Definitely is because that's the first word you heard, or maybe because that's the second word you heard. Like, you're going to do that for me tomorrow? Oh, definitely, maybe. I'm on it. And then when I don't do it tomorrow, it's like you say, well, you said you were definitely going to do it. No, I said definitely. Maybe I was going to do it. Maybe. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. It's like, no, I heard definitely. Well, it's selective hearing. And that's what a lawyer will tell you, man. They just manipulate the language.
Well, that's why I hit the nail on the head when we were talking. And Gus hit it as well when I read him one of my letters that I'd put together when I was first learning. And, like Gus said, he said anything with four syllables, he said, you better forget that right out the gate.
Oh.
He said 3 syllables, you better be really questioning if there's not another word that really means what you want to say.
Right, because like I was explaining that to people for years. Like when you hear me talk, it sounds like me, Tarzan, you, Jane, steel bone, give, black bone. That is a perfect lawsuit. And like I said, fortunately, I would hope that, what's his name? That Craig Lynch guy, or somebody finds that man from Europe, England, who was on the call, I'd say at least 6-7 months ago. And he said, Carl, exactly what you're saying about these one-syllable words. The judge stopped me in the middle of trial and said, I know exactly what you're trying to do. You're trying to move under common law. Use one-syllable words. Let me give you a hint, sir. Use one-syllable words if you want this to work. And I said, the judge actually stopped you in the middle of a trial and taught you that? He said, yes, Carl, it's exactly like you said. Use one-syllable words. The judge even gave me a hint in court. Stop. Use one-syllable words. Common law, use one-syllable words. Because I said, what you were probably doing was mixing common law with legalese.
Yeah,
and the judge was saying, you're confusing the shit out of me. I think you want to talk like a man, and I think you're trying to act like a man, but in the same breath, you're talking like a effing lawyer. Now, which is it going to be, sir? Choose one or the other. Talk like a man or talk like a self-represented man. Talk like a pro se. How do you want to do this? you want to talk through legalese, or do you want to talk to me like a man because you're confusing the crap out of me? And that's what I tell people all the time. When you people try to talk to me man to man, and then you use legalese and you mix it back and forth on reading this stuff, it's nauseating. It's like listening to some sort of like, a 3/4, waltz kind of dance, and now all of a sudden you're doing a 6/8, rock song, and then you go back to a 4/4, and you go back to a 3/4, and there is no syncopation. There's no rhythm there. You're all over the freaking map. And when we're trying to read this damn garbage that you guys are writing, you're driving us freaking nuts because we're trying to concentrate on what you're writing. And it's funny, the Attorney General, I think his name was Hernandez, down in Texas. If you can find it, it's Robert Fox's notice or claim or lawsuit against whoever down in Harris County, Texas. And when those folks down there, Robert Fox's followers, sent me that damn thing, it took me, I think about 9 hours to fix the first paragraph. And I only left 4 words in there. The rest of the words I redacted for him, and I explained why all these other words had to be removed. And I said to the guy, Tom, somebody, the reclamator, he made some reclamation device, Tom Murphy. I said to him, now, this took me 12 hours, and I gave you every single reason why that first paragraph was nothing but tripe. I said, I am not reading the rest of these 39 pages of this crap. I ain't doing it. The 4 words that I put on there, you could keep those 4 words. Everything else has got to be removed, and here's the reason why. And you could take your little friends and your little followers of this clown, Robert Fox, and tell them this is what the hell's going on. Robert Fox was like some freedom guy down in Harris County, Texas, and he bought an old pharmacy, and he found a whole bunch of old pharmacy pills in the back storeroom. And he went online, and he was selling these old drugs that were expired through the Internet, through eBay and shit like that, or wherever he's Craigslist, wherever the hell he was using them, selling them. And then obviously the state came in and shut him down for selling expired drugs. It's just like in that one movie, I don't remember that one movie where the guy found some old Quaaludes, and they took the whole damn bottle before it finally took effect. Like, wow, 1 Quaalude, 2 Quaaludes, wow. So the guy taking like 100 Quaaludes, and it finally hit him. They finally, it was delayed reaction for whatever because they were expired or something like that. It took a while for them to kick into effect, whatever reason. I don't remember the name of the movie, but it was pretty funny. It was based on a real story. So this guy, Robert Fox, was selling all these old drugs from the 70s that he found in the back of some pharmaceutical place, and they were trying to say, well, since he's a patriot, that's the reason why they're taking him down. I read the actual criminal indictment against the guy. And it's because he was selling pharmaceutical drugs, expired pharmaceutical drugs, because he bought an old drugstore. He found some old drugs in the back, stored for him, and he was selling them on the Internet. That's why they really shut the guy down. So he was using all this patriot crap, so they wouldn't send him back to Canada. And I read this crap, and it was nothing but pure tripe. And it was so funny. The Attorney General of Texas, and I don't think in Harris County, I think Texas, actually read what they sent to me as well. And he said that this is the most nauseating, insulting to the human intelligence, the most bizarre dribble that he ever had to put his mind and his body through. He said it was painful to read this shit. I was like, oh, thank God. It's the same thing that I feel when I'm reading this stuff. It is painful to read this stuff because it's like almost trying to listen to a cadence or a rhythm or a pattern. You're trying, and it's like, what the? These guys are just cut, copy, and paste and shit from all over the place, and there's no clear flow. There's nothing going on here. And you're like, okay, I'm trying to follow you. Okay, now you went this way. Now you went back this way. Now you're over this here. Now you're over there. Where are you going with this? And he said that he read every damn page. I said, oh, that poor Attorney General. And his name was Hernandez. I'm pretty sure it was Hernandez. And I'm sure his opinion is somewhere on the Internet. On Google, Robert Fox, Attorney General Hernandez opinion of Robert Fox's claim, case, lawsuit against the state or Harris County, whatever. It was the poem, whatever. It was nauseating. And it's like, oh, thank God, man. The people in power, the people who are Attorney Generals actually feel the same way I do. But the patriot people think that stuff was like the manifesto that was going to, free everybody's souls from, whatever. I'm like, holy Jesus, this is ridiculous. So like I said, when I try to tell people, look, when I gave something to the court in England, and the judge looked over at me, and he said, there's a man over there that I don't recognize. And there's a document now before this court. And I highly recommend that you go over and talk to that man out in the hallway and you settle this, because this man knows exactly how to evoke Queen before this court. And I recommend highly that you settle this matter, because the Crown has never prevailed before Queen. In the history of England has it happened. Don't think for a second that man over there doesn't know what he's doing. And I just looked at him like, what, who, me? I don't know what the hell I'm doing. No, man, no, not me. Me? No, not little old me. I don't know shit, you know. And the judge was just looking at me like, oh, yeah, he knows. You know, because like I said, you can just tell by my demeanor, my style. I just like trying to keep from laughing. I like looking up at the ceiling tile. I was like, not me, man. It's not me. I don't know shit, man. Not me, but us mice, man. I don't no, nobody here. No, you're not looking at anybody over here that knows anything. No, I don't know anything. And, oh, come on, let's get this going. Let's get to court. Come on, let's get it done. This is gonna be fun. They're trying to say like, who, me? Nah, man, no, I'm so afraid of the Crown, man. Oh, I'm so scared. Oh, the Crown's gonna kick my ass. Oh, I'm so scared. You guys got such nice big wigs. I'm so scared. You know, I bet it's just I've just got to go back in the hole in the ground where I came from. You know, I better not fight with you mighty Crown people. Who am I? I'm just some lowly man. Who am I? I don't know shit. They're like, yeah, he knows. I'm like, no, not me, man. I don't know shit. You got the wrong guy. Because, like I said, when people are looking for Queen's Bench, you're actually looking for a physical location. And I try to tell the people, no, when me and Bolly went there, we had to pay to access the court. I wanted to have access to a public courthouse. So I said to Bolly, we have got to file this claim into this court. We got to have, I want to pay to access the Queen's Bench. I said, it says that we don't have to pay. Every court in England, is the King's Court or the Queen's Court, and the people have free access to all the courts. But to me, I still believe that we should pay for the use of these public facilities, because I know the Patriot people would flood. They would inundate the courts with the most ridiculous crap of every gripe they've ever had against any cop, any school teacher, any principal, any county commissioner, any public officer that ever didn't fulfill their wish as a servant. That was my public servant, and they told me no, and I'm going to sue them in court. And a policeman told me this, and this fireman told me, holy jeez, you people are just going to inundate the court with this silly paperwork because, you understand that the sovereign power of the government resides with the people, and you're going to use your sovereign power to make all these public servants dance like little monkeys for you, right? Yes, because I'm the sovereign. I've got sovereign power because the sovereign power of the government resides with that people. And holy Jesus, and you're just going to pull everybody's string like a bunch of marionettes, ain't you? Just because you can, because you think you figured it out. And we're all supposed to dance to you now.
They forget, though, as well, even if public funds built the facility, and you've been in a lot more courthouses than I have, but that facility up in Nashville, and they're building the new one now, but the facility, the old one, it's a beautiful building, and it's cleaned, and it's kept clean, and there's a very respectful, court ushers or whatever you want to call them, the guys who make sure you get to where you're supposed to go when you're supposed to be there. Yeah. And the place is spotless, and, if they don't want to pay a fee, what do they want? Do they want a piece of grass out in the field to do court in, or do they want a table and chair?
Yeah, well, that's what I say to people, especially when there's old courthouses, now there's new courthouses. I said, you people just tell, your county that you wish to occupy the old courthouse and you're going to move common law hearings under there while the legal society could take over the new courthouse. That's fine. But we, the people, are going to use these old courthouses to move common law procedures under, because you people are neglecting all our common law claims. You're worrying about your civil complaints. And there's a lot of claims that are laying around these clerk's offices that aren't being heard. So since your clerk and staff doesn't want to assign a judge or a magistrate to hear these common law claims, we're going to use these older facilities to move common law cases under. And obviously the legal society is going to go nuts, and they're going to say, wait a second, you have 4 years of training, you don't have any understanding of law, it's like, let me see, me Tarzan, you Jane steal bone, get back bone, that's all the law I need to know. Did somebody take something from somebody else that belonged to somebody else? Well, yes, but you're going to understand in 1916, the Supreme Court ruled that man could take something of another man's, especially if it's a bone, because, in the the Wrigley Spearmint case versus the Bones Incorporated, it clearly ruled that Wrigley Spearmint could take the bone away from that man because they needed it for the benefit of society. It's like, what? Look, my name's not Wrigley. I'm not the Bone Company, Bone Incorporated. I'm Tarzan, she's Jane. Give me back my damn bone. Bottom line, she's got mine, give it back. You know, I'm not going to waste around for 9 years before you come up with a ruling on what's the definition of a bone. That's mine, give it back. Bottom line, we're going to move this through like the courts like lightning because I don't care about billable hours. I want it now. That's mine. I require you to return it immediately. And make it that simple. It's like, well, that's not how we do things. Yeah, the only problem again is I'm not Chinese. My name is not Mr. Wee. So we don't do things that way. You might do things that way. You might be Mr. Wee. I'm not Mr. Wee. You know, I'm Lentz. And that's mine, and you're going to give it back. What's the last name attached to that kid? Lentz. That's a Lentz kid, right? That's another Lentz kid. What are you doing with the Lentz kids? Well, we took him. Okay, and this Chinese guy named Wee. This Mr. Wee is every fucking where. Who took my kids? And like I said, that's why I let everybody listen to that recording. They said, well, Valley Community Services or Valley Social Services has the kids. I said, oh, really? And Valley Social Services, it has arms and legs, so their Valley Social Services is physically holding the kids. Well, yes, and they're in physical custody of Valley Services. So really, in the physical custody of Valley Services. So that's a man or a woman named Valley Social Services or Valley Community Services. That's Valley is their first name, last name. Who is this person named Valley? You said they have physical custody. How could a thing have custody of a who? How could a car have custody of my children? Who put the damn kids in that car? Well, the car has physical custody of your children. Okay, great. The kids are in that car. Who put my kids in that car? Well, the social service director, she personally got involved in your case. That's right. I made sure she personally got involved. I pissed her off. I went to the director, and I went directly at her. And I made sure she physically had my children taken at gunpoint, and she physically placed them into somebody else's house under her orders. I made sure a caseworker wasn't going to get involved. I went right to the top, and I pissed the head lady off. And she personally took control of that case. And I was like, hallelujah. Boy, that was easy. Got
it all. Because I've got like 4 or 5. No matter what I do, I've got 4 or 5 separates. You're all on one page just about.
What's that? What about 4 or 5?
I've got like 4 or 5 different entities that I've got to deal with, but you've got it a lot simpler than that.
Oh, yeah, I went right to the top. You know, it's like if you were getting involved with this stuff way back when, I would have went right to the head of the Department of Justice, went right to Eric Holder, and said, hey, you've got some Department of Justice people down here giving me shit. You know, you want to get your dogs back on a leash, or you want to have them actually prosecute me and get the hunt over with, or what? What do you want to do? Because this is costing me, and I'm going to hold you liable. You just shit or get off the pot. And like I said, that I did that day one before they even took my kids. I had wrote to the head of social services, which was the director lady, and I wrote to the head of all the agencies in Virginia, which was the governor's office. And I told them straight up, this is going to be crystal clear. I'm not fooling around with you people. You know, take all of my property if you wish. I don't care. I got lots of property. Take anything of mine, all of mine. But whatever you take, I don't give a shit. I said because I'm going to charge you $1 a second for whatever piece of property that you take and carry. I don't care if it's a hula hoop. I don't care if it's an empty coffee can. I don't care if it's a child. I don't give a damn what it is. You take any of my property, any of it. I don't give a damn what it is. You want to call it yours? You want to take it away from me? Fine. I don't care how you do it. You're going to compensate because you're a man and I'm a man. And I don't give a damn no matter what badge or what hat another man's wearing. I don't give a damn what law you think you're moving under. I don't give a damn what you're doing. Because the law protects people. The law is meant to protect. The law is not meant to impose upon people, to force people. The law protects the people. It doesn't impose upon the people. It doesn't take from the people. Laws protect the people. So you're going to protect me and my property. You're going to help secure my property with the law. You're not going to take from me because the law says you could take from me. No, you can protect my property. And like I said, and I'm going to love them to say, how are you protecting them from Daddy? What did Daddy do? Did Daddy do everything wrong? Well, no. And like I said, it was beautiful when Mom said that to me. She said, Carl, man, you got them all fucking scrambling. Because they all said, well, tell us how Carl, deals with his kids. Does he hit his children? Does he yell at them? Does he give them time out? Does he punish them? What does he do? He said, Carl hasn't come near his kids in 10 years. They're like, what? That's ridiculous. Well, how does he deal with them? He doesn't. He stays as far away from it as humanly possible. Well, why is that? Because of people like you. He's not stupid. He knows exactly what you people are going to do, daddy. And he's not going to let you people do it. He's not going to let you people take him down by saying, oh, see, well, Carl yelled at his kids, or Carl punished his kids, or Carl did this with his kids. I didn't do a damn thing. What? Carl waves hi to his kids. They start talking to him. He just starts walking away. He said, yeah, honey, I got things to do. See you when you're 18. I'll be back real soon. What? I'll be back soon, kid. I said, I'll be right back when you're 18. What? I'll be right back. So like I said, it's too funny, man, that these people don't understand somebody like me has been setting them up for all these years.
You knew they weren't going to take it laying down because you beat them.
Oh, yeah. These people don't realize, man, I've been setting them up for all these years. And like I said, when they did that to me in 2001, so they were going to take my son, I said, well, I'm being charged with a crime. They're like, no. And have I done anything illegal? No. Are you accusing me with abuse and neglect of this child? Because he's only 2 days old. No. And are you county people or state? Because the county's bankrupt. The state, oh, hallelujah, I'm going to own the state. Go ahead and take whatever you wish. And they're like, what? I say, you have no idea who you're fucking with. You have no idea. I understand now why I've been studying this stuff my whole life. Now I understand why I know what I know. They're like, what are you talking about? I said, I'm going to own you people by the time I'm done. You have no idea who you're doing this to. You think I'm just some stupid hillbilly, right? You just think I'm some stupid cable guy. I said, you have no idea who you just threatened. And I'm telling you, if that little bundle of joy, my little piece of property, is not where I lie it tonight, and I come back tomorrow and it's not fucking there, ho, ho, ho. Every day you keep that from me, I said, it's going to cost you. I said, I want to make a claim for compensation. It's going to cost you. You know, if we have no idea what you're talking about, I said, yeah, of course you wouldn't know, because you have associate's degrees in sociology and baby wife and assing. You got a degree in wife and baby's asses. You know, I know how to make a claim. You people are screwed, because you have no idea who you just threatened. You know, like, well, good luck with that, Mr. Lentz. They said, you know, I said, oh, I'll be back. I said, I'll have 100,000 people behind me. And they actually wrote that down somewhere, that he's going to come back with 100,000 people. I said, that's right.
Is that right?
Oh, yeah, because that's what I'm doing. By doing these radio shows, I'm getting hundreds and thousands of people to understand the law. So when we come back, or when I come back, it'll be a whole bunch of people coming back at the same time, explaining what's going on. This is how it's going down.
Well, I will tell you, Carl, I wouldn't know where me and him would be without you. I mean that hand on heart. I mean that hand on heart. And Ian, you know, he's over in his room doing some programming right now, but he has grown so much in the time we spent with you. I can't thank you enough for what you've done for both of us.
Oh, yeah, because like I said, doing it for you people is also doing it for me as well. Because like I said, when everybody knows this, it's going to make it so much easier for me as well. Because people will be watching what's going on, and they'll say, hey, let's see what Carl's going to do with Alabama. Now people are saying, let's see what Carl's going to do with Virginia. I always thought it was going to be Alabama. Now it's being Virginia instead. Okay, so a little bit. So it's not Alabama anymore. Now it's Virginia. Okay, works just as well for me. Let's make it Virginia. I would have sworn it would have been Alabama, but it's Virginia. Okay, Virginia, Alabama. Who cares? It's a state. It's a governor. It's a head of social services. Who cares? So it's just a different location. For whatever reason, you know, I would have sworn it would have been Alabama. Me doing this with Alabama again, dancing with Alabama. I would have never figured Virginia would be stupid enough to do this. It's like they would have studied who I am, or they would have called up Alabama and figured out what to do. But like I said, when they get involved with Alabama, like I said, they have no idea. They said to my mom, we can't get a damn piece of paper out of Alabama. We can't get a copy. We can't get a copy of the case file. We can't get any court orders out of them. We can't get anything out of them. They will not return our calls. Nothing. They're not working with us. Like we've never seen nothing like this. It's like, of course, everything they did, they broke the law. They kidnapped kids, and they're not going to just give that information out freely and say, well, you know, they took this guy's kids without probable cause, without any justification. Because, like I said, it's funny. There's like like a guy who's just doing a lot of hateful stuff on the internet and saying hateful stuff about me, which is funny. I told people there's a safety plan in there. That's from another family. And this guy found the safety plan. You know, I don't know how he found it. I mean, I made a lawsuit, and it's part of the evidence that there's a case file in there with some other family's name on it. with somebody else's child and somebody else's situation, and has nothing to do with me or the newborn baby boy. It has to do with a 4-year-old girl. And this guy, for whatever reason, he's not bothering to mention the facts that this is about a 4-year-old girl, not a newborn baby boy. And for some reason, he's not mentioning that. He's like, well, I don't see their name on it. It's there. Well, I don't see the father's name on there. Well, it's there. He said, well, I didn't see it. Okay, fine. You didn't see it. I'm telling you, it's there. Because it's funny, the family's name was the Andersons. And the girl's name, now she's 18. I don't mind talking about it because she's over 18. Her name is Brittany Anderson. And Scotty was the dad. And Scott Anderson and Mary is the mother of my 3 children. So before she met me, 3 or 4 years before she met me, she had a baby girl with Scotty Anderson. Scotty was a great little Irishman, about the size of Brian Bonner, about 5 foot, full wall, 5'5".
The guy that had about 8 teeth.
Right, a really, really small little guy. The really little guy. Irish guy too.
Yeah.
Mary was married to him. And when I met Mary and Scotty, when I first met Mary, she told me she had like a 3-4-year-old girl with this guy. So it's like, okay, fine, I don't care. But then when I saw them together, it's like walking out of Scotty's house. When I first met her kid, I only met her kid twice. I only met Brittany twice, just for a couple of minutes. So she said to me, that's Scotty, the dad. I said, I met Scotty, and I started to talk, and it's like, I looked at him and looked at her. I said, boy, you guys could be like brother and sister, because my wife is very small, and he's very small. And I said, look, Scotty, I said, you got a woman, you got a kid with this woman. If you want me to step out of the picture, I've only known her for about a week or two. If you want me to step out of the picture so you get another shot at getting back with her, God bless you. I said, you got a kid with her, I'll step out. It's not hard for me to get another woman. He says, no, Carl, you're more than welcome to have a shot at her because there's too much bad blood between us. There's too much under the bridge. It's just time for us to move on. She's, if somebody like you doesn't come along and help her from her drinking problem, she's going to be dead. So it seems like she's starting to sober up. So, you must be doing a good job. I can't stop her from drinking. He said, I'm an alcoholic myself. He's like, good luck with, helping her. So I said, okay. So, obviously I was huge compared to him, and I didn't have to tell him, look, I'll back away from her, because obviously you two look like you get along great. You look like, have a daughter together. You don't want to try to work it out one more time and see you guys make some magic happen. He's like, nope. He said, I'm so done. I said, okay. So then I carried on my relationship with her. But, I got like the green light to go from Scotty, which I did not need his fucking permission at all. But it was the respectful thing to do.
Yeah.
And but like I said, when you're reading the safety plan, it says due to domestic violence between the mother and the father, that the grandmother is to have the girl. Well, I think it says baby. I think it actually says girl, it just says baby. And that baby was 4 years old at the time. So I say to the people, yeah, but you don't understand. The domestic violence is like when you read on the newspaper I gave you for the Moonshine article in the front page, it said the police responding to a domestic violence call between Karl and Linda Lentz at this location.
That's so funny.
Right, at the very end of the story, it also says Linda Lentz was arrested for domestic violence. It doesn't say Karl Lentz was arrested for domestic violence. It says Karl Lentz was arrested for moonshine, distillation of, an alcoholic beverage. Linda was also arrested for that and for domestic violence. So, but you always instantly think if there's a domestic violence call, it's the man who must have been the initiator of the domestic violence. And Linda didn't domestically violently assault me. She was fighting with her mom, who was drunk that Sunday morning. Her and her mom were fighting in the front yard, wrestling around on the front yard. That's who was fighting. It was 2 women fighting. The saw that the grandma, her mother-in-law, was crying, and asked her that she had gotten in a fight with the daughter. No broken bones, just she was crying because she was upset because she was drunk, and she had no place to go. But like I said, when you read something about domestic violence, you instantly think it was the man. So this clown who's writing this stuff on the internet about the safety plan, saying this is called safety plan, no, it's not. Everybody knows how family court proceeds. Anybody who would understand family court, first is initial petition by a social worker who says that she petitions the court for the immediate removal of a child. That's going to probably be on page 1. Page 2 is probably going to be the pickup order. Page 3 would probably be the actual detainment order, the placement order. Page 4 would probably be the safety plan. Well, the safety plan in my son's case file is on page 40, 41, and 42. Now, to get to page 40, 41, and 42 in any case file would probably be at least 2 to 3 years down the road. To get to page 40 on a case file usually takes years to get that far, that many proceedings, and that much paperwork generated. So somewhere along the line, they came up with, why does Mary not have a 4-year-old child or a 5-, 6-year-old child by then living with her and Karl? Why does the mother not have a daughter? So somebody put the explanation of why Mary doesn't have a 5-, 6-year-old daughter living with me in the case file. Or they were trying to use that safety plan, the safety plan between me and Mary and the state of Alabama. For whatever reason, the Anderson's safety plan is in my son's case file. It doesn't belong there. Yeah, I'm saying it doesn't belong there, but it's in there. So whatever reason it got in there, I really couldn't care less. Like I said, people said to me, well, why didn't you mention that in your lawsuit years ago that this was the Anderson's case file? It's like, well, when I make a lawsuit, I try to make it as simple and quick as possible. I just say there's another family's lawsuit in there, and it doesn't belong. Look, this is the case number. It's like JU1234567. Look at my child's case number. It's JU7654321. The case files are not the same. So this is a case, the safety plan that pertains to this case file. Why is it in this case file? Is it as a misdirection? Is it in here to confuse somebody? Is it here for deceptive? Is this here to explain why Mary doesn't have a 6-year-old living with me? Is that the reason why? I don't know, and I don't care. But the only safety plan I see in my son's case file is this one that belongs to another family. And like I said, this guy's trying to go on, like saying the reason why the kid was taken in place with grandma was because of a domestic violence situation between the parents. The only problem with that is Mary and Scotty were massive alcoholics. And Mary got pregnant and popped out a baby. Scotty got off the bottle, and Mary went to get off the bottle, but Mary stayed home with the baby, and Scotty went to work. Scotty would come home and kept catching Mary drunk when the baby was there. So Scotty said to her, look, you got to leave. You know, you're drunk. You can't be around the baby. Take care of the baby while you're drunk. I think Mary dropped the baby. And Scotty said, that's it. You got to go. You know, just put the baby down. You know, go back home to your mama. You know, that's it. I'm done. You know, I'm done. We're done. So when Mary went back home without the baby, her mom and her brother said, where's the baby? And said, oh, Scotty kicked me out of keeping the baby. Well, they went to Scotty's apartment, and they said, we want the damn baby. And Scotty said, not in your life. That's my child. She ain't leaving nowhere. So they started to beat up Scotty. Scotty got up to the phone and dialed 911. So the police came. But when the police were coming, Mary and her family left without the baby. So then eventually, you know, Scotty didn't press charges. But yes, is there a report for domestic violence between the Andersons and the Manginas? Yeah, Mary? Yes, absolutely. But it was Scotty who was the victim because he was a little guy. He wasn't a big guy, but he was a little guy. So he was the one who dialed 911. So he didn't press charges. So over the next year or two before she met me, Scotty and her mother agreed to watch the baby during the weekdays and that he would have the girl on the weekends. So Scotty would fly kites with the girl, with his daughter. He'd build model airplanes and flown like radio-controlled model airplanes with the girl, and he loved his daughter to death. And when my son was born, Social Services got in the picture with my Downs boy. And when the boy was born, they said to Grandma, you know, Mary's mom, why don't you have something in writing between you and Scotty why you have Scotty's kid, Scotty's daughter? And she's like, I don't know, we've just been a gentleman's agreement. He just gave me the kid, and we agreed that he has it on the weekends, and I have it on weekdays. And Social Services said to her, well, how would you like the kid full time and get Scotty out of the picture altogether? Work with us, and we'll get rid of Scotty altogether. And she did. So there was a safety plan signed, and Scotty said he didn't know that a safety plan was being signed. And he lost custody of his daughter to Margaret Mangina, the lady's name that you see signed on page 42. That this guy who bashes me fails to mention. There's a lady named Margaret Mangina whose name was signed on a safety plan. That's the grandma. So like I said, for years I didn't bother explaining all this. One, because it's nobody's damn business what's happening with the Anderson family. It's nobody's business what's going on with some girl named Brittany Anderson. She's not mine. So for some reason this guy feels he feels that he deserves an explanation of what the safety plan is doing. And nobody who listens to my show, who is reading these guys' comments, isn't stopping this guy and saying, look, there must be a reason why Karl doesn't feel that he should put this in here. There must be a reason why Karl's not mentioning this on the show. You know, there must be a good reason why Karl's, not explaining the contents of the safety plan. So just let Karl, if Karl doesn't want to explain it, let him be. So I was like, you know what? This guy just keeps making video after video after video after video after video saying Karl's lying about Alabama. Okay, you want to know what's going on? This is what's going on. So when Scotty and them made an agreement, they made an agreement to take Scotty's kid away from him. Scotty was devastated. He went one Saturday, Sunday to pick the kid up. And they said, no, we got a court order. She stays here with us forever. Get the hell out of here or you'll go to jail. So Scotty called up me and said, hey, Karl, you know about law. What's going on? I said, I don't have a clue. What'd they tell you? I said, oh, there's a court order. I said, there's a safety plan signed that I can't have my kid no more. She used to stay with Grandma. I said, let me try to figure this out, Scotty, because I'm just trying to figure this out for myself. Because it took, they're threatening to take Colt. They hadn't taken Colt at that time. They were threatening to take him. So let me just try to figure out what's going on with my kid here, too. What they're all about, why they're trying to do this to us, what's going on. So this guy's trying to say, well, the child was placed with Grandma in the Grandma's apartment. Yeah, the only problem with that, so that he was trying to say, well, see, your son was placed with maternal grandmother. The only problem is when my son was born at birth at the hospital, the maternal grandma was told, like me, that he probably has Downs. But it's going to take 10 days before the tests come back from Kansas or somewhere in the Midwest, whether to confirm, what level of Downs he had. Was he a mosaic Downs? Was he like a Category 1 Downs? Was he Category 2 Downs? What level of Downs did he have? There's all different levels, because some Downs kids don't even have fingerprints. Some kids, it's amazing that they don't have fingerprints. My kid has fingerprints, so they said that's a pretty good sign that whatever Downs level he has, it probably won't be that extreme, and he'll probably make it past 18 years old. But most kids who have Downs who don't even have fingerprints don't usually make it past 18 years old. They don't survive long enough. So I said, okay. So honestly, the maternal grandmother, Mary's adopted mom, was still visiting her grandson, still coming up to the hospital, until the day when it came back that he had Downs. She took all the balloons down from the maternity ward. She took all the stuffed animals down. The whole Mangini family never saw that child ever again. Totally abandoned Colt. Totally abandoned him. Totally. So when this guy's saying, well, look, the baby was placed with the grandma. Not the Downs baby. Why? Because she didn't want no Downs baby. Why? Because he wouldn't look good on a Christmas card. Why? Because she wanted nothing to do with him if he had Downs. So it's like, oh, really? It's like, yes, because when Mary, on the 10th day when she found out she had Downs, she still went to go back to her apartment, her mom's house, the apartment, to go get a camera to take pictures of Colt. When she got back to her apartment, the locks had been changed. And Mary had already lived with her mom on and off for almost 35, 36 years. The locks were changed. Mary called her mom inside the house, and Mom, the doors are locked. I can't get in. She said, that's right. You're not getting in. You're not going to bring that damn baby here. I don't want no Downs kid in my house.
Wow.
Yeah. So Mary was locked out of her own house. So then Mary had to be with me full time because I was on the road working all the time. So Mary said, I'm going to have to stay with you. So Mary went to work with me until December 8th. She worked every single day with me from like August 10th to December 8th. She was sitting right next to me in the truck. She had no place to go. They kicked her out. And her baby was in the hospital because he would weigh 2 pounds and 9 ounces. So they weren't going to discharge him until November, December anyway, until he packed on some weight. So that's what was funny is this guy saying, well, the baby was put in the maternal grandmother's house. Not my baby. The Anderson baby was put into the maternal grandma's house, and she was 4 years old. So this guy wants me to give him like this ridiculous explanation on the Internet, and I can't keep writing comments, all the time, explaining to this clown what's going on. But it's like, you know what? People love drama. So I said, you know what? The people who listen to my show, they probably want to know a little bit more detail, too. It's like, well, there you go, folks. There's super detail of what's going on between the Andersons and the Manginas and some girl named Britt Anderson. They're like, oh, if people still don't believe me that this is Scotty Anderson's kid, I'm not going to tell you how to get in touch with that little girl because this fucking pervert, he'll probably try to find her and say, did your daddy really kill himself over this? They said, if you don't believe it, go read the Birmingham News or whatever the newspapers in Birmingham, Alabama, and Google Scott Anderson died. He was probably about 48 years old, maybe 52 years old at the time. He died of asphyxiation. They're not going to say he committed suicide, but Google Scotty Anderson and Brittany Anderson in the same, a Boolean search and said Scotty obituary, Birmingham newspaper, and I bet you'll say Scotty Anderson left behind a 4, 5, 6, 7-year-old girl named Brittany Anderson. And it might say the mom's name as being Mary Kay. It might say my wife's name. That's who the safety plan was written on. That's who the baby they're talking about, Brittany Anderson. Now, this guy said, well, why didn't you write that in your lawsuit and explain everything about the Andersons and everything about the Manginas? I said, because I don't give a shit. I'm a Lentz. I'm fighting for a Lentz kid. I'm not fighting for a Mangina. I'm not fighting for an Anderson kid. I'm fighting for a Lentz kid. I don't give a damn why the state of Alabama put an Anderson safety plan in my kid's case file. Where's my kid's safety plan? Because they said we voluntarily signed a safety plan and gave this control of that child over to the state. We put him into the state custody, the mom and the dad, upon an agreement by social services. And that's what I'm saying. I don't understand if this guy is so good at finding information, why didn't he go to the appellee, the appeals that I filed that the state of Alabama put into the public record on June 30th of 2008? Why didn't he go to the appeals court and get the appellee reply brief that said, the very first paragraph says, if I can find the appellee reply brief, I'll put it up on the internet. It says, due to an agreement between the parents and the state of Alabama's Department of Human Resources, the child was voluntarily placed into the state of Alabama's foster care division. And I was like, holy shit, I was waiting 6-7 years for that. I was waiting from 2001 until 2008, so that's 7 years. I was waiting for them to give me an explanation just how in holy hell did that kid wind up in foster care. So they put it on their very first paragraph, due to an agreement between the parties, between the parents and the state of Alabama's Department of Human Resources, the child was voluntarily placed with the state of Alabama's foster division. Oh, like hallelujah, sweet Lord. Now, there better be a contract where it was signed by the parents. And then on page 3 and 4, the bottom of page 3, the parent's signature should be found. And then on top of page 4 it says, on page 42 of the safety plan. I was like, hallelujah, it has some grandma's name up there. It ain't my name. It ain't the mother's name. Yay, hallelujah, it has nothing to do with us. Yes, they are using the Anderson kids case file. Yes, they're using the Anderson safety plan. Hallelujah. That's what they're using.
Yeah.
So like I said, hallelujah, this guy brought this up, and he's still just trying to dig dirt and just trying to make it seem like I'm lying about stuff. It's like, lying about stuff? No. It's nobody's business that Scotty died. And it's funny how he died because he was Catholic and he was Irish and he didn't want to commit suicide. But I could just tell, man, the guy was just falling downhill, and I kept telling Scotty, hang in there, man, hang in there. Don't kill you, man, hang in there. And he's like, Carl, I can't take this no more. Just the pain's too great. I said, dude, you got a mom. Your mom loves you to death. You got a nice house. You guys got to stay. Kid will be 18 soon enough. Just hang in there, Scotty. Just hang in there. And trying to keep talk to him, pep talk him. With some people, like especially Irish, like I was telling you before about Frank being Italian, they're just a big bag of emotions. And thank God I'm German, and my emotions were beating the hell out of me by my dad since I was a little kid. So I know how to handle, loss. I know how to handle a death in the family. I know how to handle a Downs kid. I know how to handle a blind dog, or I know how to handle this stuff without crying, without saying, God, why me? I know how to handle it. I know how to handle pressure. So like I said, this poor guy couldn't do it. So while he was moving a dresser or a bureau in his bedroom, and it fell on him. And his old brother, I don't remember his name, he has an airplane. He lives down in the Gulf Shores down there. He's a really nice man. His brother ran upstairs, and Scotty said, don't take this damn dresser off of me. And his brother said, but if I don't take it off of you, you're going to die. He said, just let me die. Just let me go. He says, this is God's way of letting me die. He said Scotty tried to, fight to get up to a push-up to get the furniture off him. He couldn't get it off him. But at least Scotty fought like a good Catholic. he's like, I'm not trying to commit suicide, God. I'm trying to fight, but it was just bizarre that his brother would let him asphyxiate. Just let the pressure of the furniture, suffocate him. I wouldn't have done it to my brother, but I'm not there, and I can't judge Scotty's brother, but I guarantee I would have ripped that damn that bureau off of Scotty, and I would have said, Scotty, you're going to stick your ass next to me, you're going to work with me, you're going to be in the same damn room, you're going to stay with me until you get out of this funk. I'm telling you, it's going to be all right. You are not going to leave my sight, until the kid hits 18. It's going to be okay. Until we get that kid back or until that kid is 18, you're going to stay right next to my behind. The same thing I did to the mom. She stayed right next to my behind until December 8th of 2001. She stayed right next to me. I knew she was in a funk. I knew she'd fall back into the bottle. I said, no way. A year to get her out of the bottle. I'm not going to let her sit home and get depressed and fall back into a bottle. I'm not going to do it. But for whatever reason, Scotty's brother let him go. And there's no way in the world I would have let Scotty go. He was a great little guy. There's no way. He was a hard-working guy, and there's no way I would have let him go. Absolutely not. But so if somebody actually wants to Google Scott Anderson, Brittany Anderson, deceased, or I don't know how they write left behind, a daughter, it'll be there. It'll be in that newspaper, I guarantee. There'll be something there written up about him. I'm not sure what year he died. Was it 2004, 5, 6, 7? I'm not sure. It's been so many years to me now. I can't possibly remember the exact year that he, gave up.
I was going to ask you if you want to take, there's a couple of, I guess it was two guys with hands up.
Okay. The thing, too, is, but I just wanted to clear that up a little bit because, like I said, this guy's just making a ridiculous video. It's just saying, Carl's lying about what happened in Alabama. I'm like, oh, really? And it's like, you know what, honestly, I don't have time to deal with this guy's, that he doesn't understand the whole picture. This guy wanted to actually come up here and talk to me, and I'd say to him, hey, you know what, I'm sure I got it on my hard drives on my old computer, my tower. I'm sure I could find the appellee appeal. I'm sure I can find it. Do you want to take a look and read it yourself? I said, I'm sure I got it. But like I said, my house is all full of crap right now, man. I'm busy, unpacking. I'm busy getting my stuff set up for the wintertime. I ain't got time to actually look for the actual review. I said, if you guys don't believe me, if you want to find out through Alabama Civil Court of Appeals, how do we get a copy of even just their first page, the first paragraph, the first page, without getting the whole entire appeal, the brief? Fine, let's just get the first 4 pages where it explains exactly what happened, how the kid was taken into custody. So that would, placiate that guy's mind. He'll fucking, hey, you know what? Oh, now it all makes sense. Now I see what happened with Carl and the Andersons, and now it all makes sense. There was a guy named Scotty. Oh, yeah, and now it all makes crystal clear. But like I said, I think he's just hoping. First, it was funny, in one of his earlier videos about a month or two ago, it's like, the reason why Karl Rudolph Lentz got divorced from his wife is because the wife filed divorce against him for domestic violence and spousal. I said, what? And I looked at it, and I looked at the case number, so I had to Google the case number. It's like, oh, that's my dad against my mom in 1980. I was a kid. Dude, you're putting my mom's and dad's divorce on your YouTube thing, showing people, look what Patricia Lentz wrote about Rudolph Lentz. That's my dad. Like, I'm junior, he's senior. My mom's name is Patricia. That's my mom's petition against my dad. It's so funny that this guy has got such a hold-on for me that he doesn't even realize, oh, yeah, I guess Carl was 16 years old back then. Yeah, Carl was 16 years old. How could his wife be filing for divorce and saying that she wants custody of the 3 kids? I'm 16 years old. I got 3 kids. A 14, a 16, and a 17-year-old. I'm 16. But like I said, these people have such a desire to try to, make me look bad that they don't even bother researching. But like I said, and people say to me, well, people on my show, they'll be like, oh, Carl, don't worry about somebody like him. Carl, he's just saying that stuff. Carl, you got much more important things to do than to worry about him. It's like, the only problem is when people go onto YouTube and they want to say, oh, who's Karl Lentz? let's see the good things and bad things about him. So somebody will put my name in, Karl Lentz, in the YouTube search. And they'll say, oh, let's see, is there any good things? Or let's see the bad things about him. Let's see if we can find any bad videos about him. And then all of a sudden, they find all these bad videos saying that Karl was, charged with domestic violence. No, it was Linda. Well, see, Karl divorced his first wife because his first wife petitioned the court. Patricia Lentz divorced because of Karl Lentz and domestic violence. It's like, no, that's my father. Well, look, you see the safety plan says that domestic violence between the mother and the father. Well, no, it's the Anderson safety plan, and that had to do with the father being jumped on by 3 of his in-laws. And he was in panic in his apartment when they came into his apartment. So you people, like I said, will say, Karl, but, you got so much other stuff to do. It's like, yeah, okay, you people know this. You people know this. You people who study my stuff have been following me for months or years, you know that this guy is just starting crap. The only problem is with these new people who are learning and coming on board, they're going to be looking for my name. They're not going to realize this guy is full of crap. They're going to think that, holy shit, this guy's got Karl's safety plan. Holy shit, this guy's got Karl's wife's divorce petition from 1980. Holy shit, Karl's got this moonshine thing, and they were responding to a domestic violence call. Oh, Karl's a crazy animal. That's why his kids got taken. No. But I don't see anybody jumping this guy's shit and saying, hey, pal, you got to stop. Karl ain't got time for your crazy bullshit. Yeah. So like I said, and that's what I tried to say in there, I said to the guy, I said, do you realize that you just used somebody else's child's name and somebody else's case file without their consent? Do you understand that by putting somebody else's safety plan up there, talking about somebody else's children, they're not my children, they're somebody else's child. I guarantee, you cannot put somebody's safety plan up for public view between their children. Yes, I use it as evidence in my case because they were pertaining to my children. I could mention my children in a lawsuit, but how could you mention somebody else's children in just because you just have a morbid curiosity or just trying to make me look bad? Mm-hmm. So like I said, I don't mind that people are human and people have a morbid curiosity, and that's just the nature of the beast. I understand how people think and how people always try to find dirt on somebody. Just like I said, when I go on eBay and I buy something, obviously I'm looking for the one comment out of 1,000 that said that this seller shouldn't be trusted, that he's going to steal your money and you're never going to see a dime, and you're never going to hear from him, and he's going to use you and abuse you. But wait a second, there's 1,000 other people that said this seller is the best seller that they ever dealt with on eBay, and you're not going to care. You're just going to listen to the one bad comment and rip the guy. Yeah. But like I said, it's people want perfection. They want 100%. And if they could find one damn thing bad about you, that's going to turn them off about me. And this guy knows it. This guy who's writing all this hateful shit knows it. That if somebody could find something bad about me, it's going to turn them off from looking any deeper into me. So this is what I try to say, man. This is why you always got to, like I said, the volleying them. I said, when you deal with these people, man, you have to do the best you can. I said, you can't, blow these people off. Show up for a seminar, you're going to show up for a seminar. If people say you're going to be there and, court for them, you got to be there. You can't tell people you're going to be someplace and you're not. I said, you got to do it. You got to perform, whether you like it or not. Because it was funny, we had to go in the most ridiculous remote part of England that I was in. And it was just south of the Midlands, but north of London. So, I mean, it was rural. And we get to this little rinky-dink town, these really ridiculous little roads. And we get there at 11 o'clock, 11:30. The show was supposed to be at 12. We get there. And the organizer, we were going to do it at a library down there. That was like their public meeting hall, was a library. And the organizer, when we got there, we got in the parking lot, but it was empty. And I said, wait a second, nobody's here. So he called the organizer, and he says, oh, I'm sorry, guys. We tried to keep calling you for hours, but you're driving in this remote part of England that has, no cell phone towers. So sorry about that, but we canceled the show because, only 17 people were confirmed to be there, and he said he needed at least 20 people to break even. I said, what? He said, we needed 20 people to break even for renting out the event and the food. I said, sir, I would have paid you for the other 3 people that didn't show up. I said, I would have paid you. It was like, how much were you charging? It was like 20 quid. Dude, I would have gave you 60 quid. It wouldn't have mattered to me. You know, we got a show to do, and we do it. And he said, well, you know, there's no sense doing it if I'm going to lose money. I said, you should have called me up, and I would have lost the money. You didn't have to take it on the chin. I would have taken it on the chin. I said, you can't tell 17 people, too bad. Those 17 people is just as important as 17 million people. You got to perform. I don't care if only one person shows up. You got to perform.
Yeah.
So it's so funny. Some guy from London was coming up, and he called us on the cell phone just as we were getting done with this promoter guy. And this one guy called up. He was a tall fellow, man. It was funny. We got video of me and him in a bar, and the security guards at the bar were actually boxer dogs. They were actually dogs, and it was a really cool little pub. But I said to Bali, this guy was coming up from London, and we were going to do a show there, like in a week from then, closer to London. And the guy said, oh, he's almost, you know, in that part of the motorway. He's almost up at that exit. And Bali said, well, well, there's not going to be a show here, so you might as well go home. And I grabbed the phone from Bali. I said, you son of a bitch. I said, sir, where are you? And he said, whatever exit you said. I said, find the nearest pub or, petrol station or hotel, motel, restaurant. Just find some place that you see when you get off the motorway and give us a call, and we'll see you in a couple of minutes. We'll get there as soon as we can. And Bali's like, what are you doing? I said, the show goes on. He's like, what? I said, there's going to be a fucking show today. He said, that man drove all the way from London. We're going to do a fucking show. He said, that's ridiculous. I said, well, ridiculous? I said, do you understand what we're doing? I said, do you understand what we're trying to accomplish here? We're trying to build up people's belief in something. We're trying to get people to believe in a whole new concept that they've never been exposed to. They know in their heart it's true, but they've never seen it, and they're waiting for a miracle. I said, we can't let these people down. These people depend on us. I said, I don't know what the hell you're doing, and I said, I don't have no idea how you were raised or reared or what you believe in, but when you say you're going to do something, you're going to do it. I said, you ain't going to work with me. I said, it's that simple. So when the man called up, I said, where are you, sir? And he told me where he was. So we met him up at a pub. So I did a show for the guy, just me, him, and Bali. And when we were all said and done, the man gave me 200 pounds. And Bali's like, wow. The guy, there's only 20 quid to come see me, but the guy actually gave you an extra 180. He said, yes. You see how that works out, Bali? Because I guess the guy figured, hey, you know what, I was decent enough that the show went on. And he realized I didn't have to perform just for him and give him a show. But he showed up. He deserves a show. If I take my time out to drive 3 hours to come and see you, God damn it, you better fucking be there. But anyway, like I said, the show went on, and the guy gave me 200 pounds, which was fantastic. I said, see, Bali, we still came out ahead. He's like, holy shit, Carl. I said, yeah, you thought today was going to be a total loss, didn't you? So not only did we make money today, Bali, we did our show. We got a guy from England that he said that he knows a lot of people in England. So he's going to say, hey, you know what? Carl gave me a one-man show. What? Carl kept his word. He gave me a one-man show. He did, yes. We went to a pub, and Carl talked to me until I was satisfied, and, the show was over. And Carl and Bali went down the road, and he went down the road his way. But at least the man felt that I'm sure he felt that he got his 20 quid worth because he gave me 200. So, like I said, it's, people who are new to this are looking for something. And I don't need moms who are trying to get their children back or dads who are trying to get their children back to read this crap from these filth, like this guy who got nothing to say but filth, and trying to say something's not true. What I'm doing is not true. It's like, oh, really? So you really want to know what's going on in Alabama. You really want to know what the safety plan is all about. You really want to know the actors in the safety plan. You really want to know, the participants. You see the dad's age. My age was 37. You see the dad's age on that thing was like 45. I wasn't 45 at the time, 2001. You see the divorce decree back in 1980. I was 16 years old. That wasn't me. Oh, well, I read a newspaper about the moonshine and cops responding to a domestic violence between you and your wife. You were wife beater. No, it was my wife beating up her mom. Oh, well, there's something horrible about you, why they took your kids. Yeah, because they didn't know how the kid was going to be all the medicated, was going to pay for like $1 million worth of hospital stay because he had to be in the hospital for at least 4 months. And that's going to cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. And Alabama wanted to know who's going to pay this damn hospital bill. I said, I will. I said, how are you going to pay for it? You do what for a living? What do you do, cable, satellites, or something like that? How are you going to pay for it? I said, ma'am, don't worry about it. Just hand me the damn bill. I'll cover the bill. They're like, look, just sign Medicaid and Social Security with us, and Medicaid and Social Security will pay the whole entire hospital stay. I said, ma'am, I'm not going to do that. I don't want to pay. I don't want to get Social Security and Medicaid involved at this point. I don't need them to help cover my child's expenses, my child's bill. They said, do you have any idea? Like 22-year-old girls were saying, do you have any idea how much this is going to cost? Ma'am, I know how to pay for a debt. I know how to pay on a debt note. Ma'am, I do know how to cover this. I do know how to make payments, ma'am. I got this covered. I don't need your help. I don't need the United States government to help pay my bills. I know how to pay my debt. Just give me the damn bill. She's like, do you have any idea how much it's going to be? I said, ma'am, I've got it under control. There's like, there's no way in the world you can afford this. I said, ma'am, how do you know? They said, well, what do you do for a living? How much money do you make? I said, ma'am, you're 22, 23 years old? I'm 37 years old. Who do you think you're talking to? It's like you're talking to your dad. You understand how old I am compared to you, honey? I know how to handle my debt. I know how to handle bills, okay? When a bill is due, send them when they're going to discharge my child into my custody and care. You tell them to send me the bill, and I got it covered. They said, if you don't sign this paperwork, you're never going to see your kid again. I said, oh, really? Is that a threat? They said, we do this every day, Mr. Lentz. I said, oh, do you understand who you just threatened? You work for the county or the state? State. Oh, God bless you. I said, no, because the county's bankrupt. At least the state's got money a mile deep. I said, I'm going to own the state when I'm done. So go ahead and do as you wish. If that property doesn't lie where I lay it today when I walk out, I'm going to claim this state. I'm going to own the state when I'm done. They said, how are you going to do that? I said, oh, you'll see. There'll be 100,000 people behind me when I do it. They go, what? I said, ma'am, you got no idea what I'm thinking in my mind right now. Oh, that my mind was already spinning. I said, you're going to make a move like this against the state call. You better have 100,000 eyewitnesses. What's going on? Because people are going to, state's not going to let one man do this. You better believe that there better be 100,000 people watching, Carl, watching what you're doing, keeping an eye over you, saying, look, if anything happens to Carl, man, we know why it happened. Carl didn't do a damn thing wrong to anybody. Carl didn't go near his kids for 10 years. Carl didn't touch his kids, hug his kids. Carl didn't approach his kids. You ain't going to get Carl on some ridiculous domestic violence, abuse and neglect, indecent liberties on his wife, his children. Nope, Carl's avoided everybody. How many people? Everybody. Carl's lived like a earth. How many years? 10 years. Why? There ain't no effing way. No effing way. You're going to make up some trumped-up bullshit charges on me. I'm not going to give you the opportunity. I'm not going to let you be able to do it. You're going to have to figure out some other way than what you did to Paul Frank and say that, some trumped-up bullshit indecent liberties charges on Frank.
Yeah, Paul Frank.
You're not going to do it to me. Oh, no, I'm smart enough. Even my little brother Frankie, he said that. He said when that girl took her clothes off, when the first Christmas she was here for like a month or two before Christmas, and she took her clothes off and started running around naked doing some stupid stripping pole dance, around the Christmas tree, like it was a stripping pole. Man, he said he put a lock on his door in his bedroom, and he didn't talk to anybody, even though my mom cooked him dinner, did his laundry, didn't talk to anybody in that house for a year. If anybody tried to talk to him, my mom, his dad, he'd run right up in his room, lock the damn door. He said he didn't want to get involved. He didn't want to know shit from Dick. He didn't want to know nothing about nothing. He said he was scared shitless. I said, well, God bless you, kid. You understand the culture, the rape culture that we have in this country. You understand the fear. He says, oh, absolutely. When your kid did that, he said, I was scared out of my mind. I was not going to go down for rape, abuse, fondling, touching, looking at her, nothing. He says, man, I don't want to know nothing with your kid. He says, I knew there was something wrong with her. He said, man, I was going near her. His own self-preservation. He's like, man, I heard about shit like this. He says, I'm not going to jail. I said to my brother Frankie, I said, you knew that? Back in 2007, 2008, you knew that? He says, oh, absolutely. I said, wow. I said, see, that's sad when a 20-something-year-old man is scared shitless of a 6-year-old, a naked 6-year-old. He's like, I don't see nothing, man. I don't know nothing. I don't see nothing. I don't get involved. He says, I don't know anything. I don't see anything. He put a lock in his. He took out an outside lock on his door, bedroom door. It's pretty funny. He said, Carl, I had to talk to that fucking bloody soul in this house for one whole year. He says, not until the next Christmas did I feel safe enough to talk to somebody in this house. He said, I didn't talk to your kids. I didn't go near them. He said, I didn't go near mom. He said, I didn't go near dad. He said, I didn't go near anybody. He said, I was stuck here because I had to live here at this house. But he said, man, I don't want to get involved. He says, it's just too damn dangerous with a loose cannon like that kid. So God bless you, kid, because I did the same damn thing. I wouldn't go near those kids. since they got back here from Alabama. I didn't go near them. I said, I don't want to get involved. I said, I don't know what the hell's going on. I don't know what's going on with the kids. I ain't going near them until I know what the hell's going on. I said, until I get some notices to the state government saying that's my kids, and if I choose to do whatever I wish with these kids, state federal interest, a vested interest. I mean, I better not hear that I'm abusing, neglecting my kids. If anybody makes a claim, third party. I knew I was going to have to do all those notices before I even approached my kids. And it sounds crazy, just like that I was going to have to make sure that everything like that was in place before I actually started making contact with my kids again, because my sisters and my nieces kept saying, look, your daughters want to have a relationship with you again. Your one daughter plays softball. You played semi-pro ball. She wants to throw the ball around with you. I said, absolutely not. She said, well, why can't you just play catch with her? I said, you're out of your fucking minds. She said, well, she wants you to be a dad. I said, nope, not until I get all these notices and until I get the Secretary of State to recognize that she is mine and they have no interest in that which is mine. And I said, absolutely not. I am not going there. I said, not if the state believes they have an interest in them. Absolutely not. I said, because they're going to say I did something inappropriately, and I am not dealing with it. I'm not going to jail like Frank did. I said, I'm not, but then Frank wasn't in jail. But they're like, that's ridiculous. You're not going to jail just to play catch with your kid. Oh, I said, oh, really? Is that what you think? And why is Frank in jail? Well, because he yelled at her in front of her boyfriend for chasing the chickens around on Halloween, and then he put locks on her window so she couldn't let the cats come in a bedroom anymore at night, the stray cats. That's why he's sitting in jail, because she's pissed. And she was told by other kids in school, this is how you get rid of grandma, grandpa, daddy, mommy. This is what you say. They touched you. As soon as you say they touched you, they will get rid of grandma, grandpa, daddy. They'll get rid of anybody in that house who's an adult. They'll get rid of any adult that's in the house that touched you. And like I said, it's a South Park episode. It's funny. They have old third graders, fourth graders walking around the school teaching each other, hey, mommy's making you eat peas, daddy's making you eat broccoli. Say mommy touched you. Say mommy molestated you. Molestated? Yeah, it's molestated or molestate, something like that. Just tell Mr. Mackey, the guidance counselor, that mommy molestated you, and he'll make mommy disappear. Well, daddy's making me eat Brussels sprouts. Well, say daddy molestated you too, and daddy will be gone too. So they actually make an episode about that, where they sent the moms and dads to a rehabilitation camp, and Hitler ran it. And that's exactly what they said about this New Jersey guy, that he would go to this rehabilitation center. It's kind of like a mental institution for people who abuse and neglect kids. And that way they wouldn't have to be in the general population of the prisons, where when we tell the general population that you raped a 4-year-old girl, well, we just have to say you did and not prove it. Guess what they're going to do to you? So it's just beyond cruel. So like Gus was saying that to me last night, he says, yeah, Carl, he says, what you're trying to accomplish hopefully is going to have so much effect on, hundreds, if not thousands, if not millions of dads, terrified of going near their kids. Like my little brother Frankie, he's 35 years old, and he's like, there ain't no effing way. Well, he's 32 or 33. His birthday just passed. Sorry about that. I think he's 33. He said, there's no effing way I'm getting married and having kids. There is no way. He said, I am not doing it. And there's a whole network of people Frankie's age. It's like Men Going Their Own Way club. And he says, there is no way that we're going to get a woman pregnant. There is no way we're having children. There's no way we're going to be in total fear of mommy saying that we touched a 2-year-old baby girl or a 3-year-old baby boy. And mommy's pissed at us because we cheated on her, so she's going to throw us in jail for the rest of our life because she's going to rape the 3-year-old boy and say daddy did it, and we're going to go to jail. All these men who are like 25, 35 years old saying there's no effing way. These women are getting too crafty, they're too evil, they're too conniving. We're not doing it. We're not going to jail for the rest of our lives. We're not doing it. Like that poor guy, he was like 25, 35 years old man, whatever, who worked for Fox News down there in Jersey. And he's got to spend 20 years plus 1 day before he's even eligible for parole for allegedly having a 4-year-old girl touch him. Not that he touched her, that he allowed her to touch him. And the 4-year-old's like, I never touched no man. That's all baloney. And for some reason, the jury still found him guilty. I don't know how. Like I said, they got that jury convinced that this man should be put in jail for freaking ID. I said, there's no way in the world you're going to tell me that without a third-party impartial witness that that man allowed that girl to touch him. I don't care if the 4-year-old girl said she did do it. It's like, look, do you have an impartial witness? No. Okay. Then I can't believe either one is. Well, the little girl, she looks so cute and adorable. Look, not only is she cute and adorable, you know, she could have been coached. And I'm sure she was coached for 4 years, and when she still took the witness stand, she said absolutely nothing happened. And the prosecutor said, well, regardless of what the 4-year-old, 8-year-old girl now said, when she was 4, she said, maybe her mind, her memory is gone on her for the last 4 years. Oh, really? So you're saying her memory is gone, but at 4 years old, she was a competent witness to testify about a sexual encounter because she knew what the word sex meant at 4 years old. Really? So it's just mind-boggling, you know, that some poor guy is sitting in jail for 20 years plus 1 day until he's eligible for parole. I mean, how many people just walk across the street, put a bullet in somebody's head, and you hear them out of jail for 3 years, and they killed somebody?
Yeah.
So they're getting guys totally scared shitless to go near a woman or go near a girl. You know, you think when I was a kid growing up, I said, man, I can't wait. You know what? I'm going to have a girl. She's going to be interested in soccer, baseball, softball. I'm going to kick the ball around with her. I'm going to fly a kite. I'm going to play catch with her. No, no way. I'm not going near her. No way. Well, just play catch with your daughter. There is no fucking way. Well, I'm not going to jail. I remember, man, I was talking to my little sister Mary, and she was on the phone in New York. I was walking out here by my shop, and I was livid. I wasn't screaming at her, but I was yelling at her because she kept saying, Carl, just be part of their lives. I was like, there is no fucking way. And her dad got arrested, and I was livid. She said, no, they talk to me all the time. They know you live down there now, and they really want to see you, and they want you to be part of their life, and they want to go to movies with you, and they want to take a ride in your cars with you, and they want to play catch with you. I said, there is no fucking way. Tell them no fucking way. It ain't going to fucking happen. And he's just like, but Carl, I said, look, Mary, it's a whole different world. When you were a little kid, because my little sister's 21 years younger than me, I used to put on a motorcycle. I used to take her to work with me all the time. I used to, I worked in a bowling alley bar. We used to bowl at midnight. I'd ride around in my old cars. We had a great time. I said, Mary, times have changed. You can't bring a little kid around with you anymore. You can't put him in your car. You can't take him bowling. You can't take him to the movies. You can't fly a kite with him. You can't do it. Why? Because somebody's going to say I did something inappropriately, and I'm going to go to jail for the rest of my life, and I ain't going to fucking jail. And like I said, damn, I should put little Mary on with these calls one time this week, and I said, Mary, tell me, did I sound a little upset to you? She said, Carl, you were screaming at me. I was like, no, I was yelling at you. No, Carl, you were screaming at me. Well, okay, fine, I was screaming at you. What was I saying? There's no fucking way I'm going near those fucking kids. Not fucking prayer. Did I say this before your dad was arrested? Yes. Fine. You said you're scared shitless what the government's going to do to you going near a girl, near a woman. Yeah, exactly. The government is controlling totally. They're getting it down. That a guy's scared shitless to go near a woman, getting scared shitless to go near a girl. There's no fucking way. It ain't going to happen. Why? Not until I put a shitload of notices before the government says, you're looking at man. I am not your fucking citizen. I'm not your fucking resident. I have nothing to do with your societal order. I am not going to be at the lower end of the rung. I am not going to be at the bottom of the fucking ladder. I am not going to fucking be your servant. I am not fucking doing it. So I said to my little sister Mary, until I get all these notices out, I figured I was going to do it in November, December anyway. There's no way in the world, I said, I'm getting involved with these kids. No way. Until I make it crystal clear to all the legal societies, all the government institutions, there's no way that I'm going near those kids until I get confirmation from every single fucking one of them that I'm not a part of their legal community, I'm not a Virginia citizen, I have absolutely nothing to do with the United States government, I'm not an employee, I'm not a servant, I'm not a citizen, I'm not subject to any of your fuckers' controls. Is that crystal clear? And until I get confirmation from them, yes, we understand what you're trying to communicate. And you understand, I'm going to hold any man or woman liable who makes a claim that I am a resident, a citizen, a defendant, under their control, under their authority. Do you understand? I'm going to make that man or woman liable for compensation. Any accusation that they have any jurisdiction or control over me, I'm going to hold them personally liable. I'm not going to tolerate it. So I knew I was going to have to put all those notices in. So when I put those notices with Virginia, I put a shitload of notices. I'm not a legal person. I am not a Virginia citizen. I have nothing to do with the United States government. I am simply man. When you see me, I'm appearing as man. I'm talking to you as a man. I'm not a defendant. I am not a resident. I am not anything but man. And I just let him have it. I hit him with everything I fucking had. I said, there is no fucking way I'm going down. And when I go down, there's no way in the world they're going to drag me into that court. I said, I gave you notice. I sent it to you. I've got the notices. I got the certified mail. I got the faxes. I got every damn thing. Like, don't think for a second, man, that I didn't make it crystal clear. You know, what my intent is and who I am and what I am and who you are and what you are. You know, you're my public servants. You know, you will serve me. I will not serve you. I'm not under your control. I'm not under your authority. I will not do it. You know, I refuse to submit to your jurisdiction and your control. I will not do it. There has to be a proper claim submitted. I will not answer to any complaints. I said, if you got a claim and I've done damages and you can prove it and you got a third-party impartial witness and you got firsthand testimony that it's true, you let me know. Until then, you better not come nowhere near me. You better not touch anything that's mine. If you do, because you think you got a gun and you think you got the police or the state police to fucking come and take it, that's fine. I'm still going to hold you liable, and you're still going to compensate me until that property is restored. It's just that simple. That, you know, people are going to have to start doing that. People are going to start having to make like declarations to the Secretaries of State offices wherever they happen to, you know, hail from at that particular moment in time, and start warning them. Look, I'm man. I don't want to get involved. I want to be let alone. I don't want no more help. I don't want no more aid and assistance. I want no more benefits. I'm doing just fine without you. The guy who was in jail for pot and not paying for his kid and whatever, is that?
Yeah, it's not that I didn't pay for him, but it's interference with the parental custody order.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Is this something that you wanted to ask me that related to anything I was talking about tonight, or you just want to talk to me something about your case?
Yeah, everything you're saying is pretty much where I'm at in my case. Everything is kind of corresponding. And you were talking earlier about making sure that you fulfill your I guess be honorable and show up to court appearances and all those obligations.
Yeah, but the big thing with you is you got the woman involved. You got the mom that wants nothing to do with you.
Mm-hmm.
Right. It's not the same. I don't have any idea how you let it get so out of control that the woman doesn't want a damn thing to do with you. It's like me. Like I said to social services years ago when this first all happened. I said to them, look, you got to give that baby boy back to the mom immediately. Oh, no, you know, we're not going to give it back to the baby unless you guys sign this paperwork. I said, look, I don't want to sign a damn thing. I don't want no benefits for you people. I don't want any, you know, government intervention whatsoever. Look, if it would help to get the mother back to her child, if you want me to plead guilty, I'll plead guilty to any crime you want me to plead guilty to, as long as it has nothing to do with child abuse or rape or, you know. If you want to just say that I'm a violent man and that I beat the mother up, I'll sign a piece of paper. That way I'll help write up the court order and shut that fucking noise off, please. All right? Like I said, very simply to them, I will do whatever it takes to get that child back to the mother. I will never step in the state of our kid. I'll pay child support to that kid for the rest of his fucking life. I'll plead guilty to any crime you want me to plead to. That is her baby. That baby needs to be with the mom, not with the dad. I'm a big boy. I can have thousands and thousands of babies. My uncle was butt-fucked ugly, and he had 40 children. Okay? Butt-fucked ugly. That guy Karl Lentz you see on the YouTube videos, he's one of my cousins. Yes, he's half Mexican, half German. Yes, he's a pastor of a church there in Brooklyn. Yay. I can have hundreds of kids if that's what I wish, but that woman can only have a few babies in her lifetime. Give her back her baby boy, and I'll do whatever the fuck the state of Alabama wants me to do. You just let me know that you will get that baby boy back to that woman, and I will sign and agree to any damn thing you want me to do. Any damn thing. Just get that woman back to her baby. And they said, no, we're not going to do that. I said, why not? They said, no. I said, look, I'll pay any damn child support you want. Just make up any bullshit charge, and I'll fucking plead guilty to it. and you'll never see from me again. But that woman's got to get that baby back to us. So that's not the way we're going to do it. That child's going into foster care. There's no reason for that. Let her have a child. They said, nope, it ain't going to happen. Then it's all about the money. You have no desire to get this woman back to her child. You have no desire to work with this woman and this child, do you? It's all about the money. I know what it is. That baby boy's worth $1 million a year because he's going to be deaf, dumb, blind, and crippled. I know how this works. The more handicaps he has, the more money you're going to make. I know what's going on. I'm not a stupid man. You're going to keep that kid no matter what we do, ain't you? So this is what I tried to say. You are not similar to me. You are fighting this woman for the boy or this girl. I am not fighting for this child to be back in my life. They belong with women. If it's not working out between the man and woman, like I told my dad, like he told me, the man gets up and he fucking leaves. He leaves everything behind. He leaves the house. He leaves the furniture. He leaves everything behind. My dad told me that when I was a little kid. He says, look, a man can make it on his own. A man can stand up and walk away. A man can make it again over and over and over throughout his lifetime. He can be knocked down, but he can get back up because he's a man. A woman, they need a nest. They have nesting instincts. They need stability. They need a place to call home. A man, he can travel around the world, and he can make it on his own. A woman can't. They need stability. When you divorce from a woman, just get up. Don't fight them. Just get up and go. Just leave everything behind and go. And that's what my dad did. He got back on the ocean. He got back and traveled all around the world. When guys like you call me up and say, I want my baby back, I want my baby back, I want my baby back, I want my baby, what are you kidding me? It's us. You've got to work with us. It's like a motorcycle. It's like me having a motorcycle. Can you imagine a woman saying, I want to share custody with your motorcycle? What? What are you going to do with a motorcycle, lady? It's 700 pounds. What are you going to do with it? You're going to pick it up if it fell down. What are you going to do with my motorcycle? Oh, no, it's our motorcycle. We got it in our marital relationship. While you were with me, we both have the custody of that motorcycle. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you just breaking my balls? You're just being funny. It's the same thing with a kid. It's like, what? That's the woman's. What? She labored over it. She spent 9 months doing it. What did I do? I spent 3 minutes dropping it in there. Yeah, and what? Who carried it for 9 months? Who labored over it? Who almost died carrying it? Not me. You carried that thing on your back for 9 fucking months or in your stomach for 9 months. You were on the edge of death for 9 months. You better believe you earned it, honey. It's all yours. You want it, you keep it. You don't want it, let me know and I'll pick it up and I'll carry it. But until then, it's all hers. That's the way I was taught to be a man. That's what I was taught. I was not taught this new liberal attitude or this new progressive attitude that men have rights to children. What are you talking about? I got no freaking idea. You watch the Alamo with the newest one with Billy Bob Thornton, and you watch Colonel. I'm trying to remember the Colonel, the Lieutenant Colonel who Travis, when he signs his child away to the wife, and he says he's going off to the Alamo. He's going to go off to the big adventure, but he's going to leave everything behind. He's signing his house, his property, his name, everything that is his to the woman and to the child. He's surrendering everything. I couldn't believe they put that into the movie because I think that is such a huge concept of what I'm doing and what men used to do. A man would sign everything away. If he wanted out of the relationship, he'd sign every damn thing away to the woman. He'd sign everything away. The man had no expectation of this child ever being in his sole custody. Everybody knew children need moms. They don't need dads. So I'd say, guys, they don't need us. They need a mom. Yes, do they need a dad to act honorably and act like a man? Absolutely. But honestly, if we go off to war and we die, you know what? The civilization will go on. The women go to war and they die. But guess what, guys? Civilization stops when all those women die. Not when we die. They'll find a man somewhere and they'll repopulate. But the women all go, that's it. So, like I said, I know you're trying to say, well, Carl, it was a similar situation. No, because you can't go to court like I can and say, give that back to I, which is mine, not yours. You are battling a wife or an ex-woman or an ex-girlfriend, or, like you said, you didn't even know the woman got pregnant until the baby was 2, 3, 4 years old, and she gave you a phone call one day and said, hey, remember we slept with each other one night? Yeah. A baby popped out. Oh, wow, really? Yeah, really, it's yours. Oh, wow, really? So I got a child? Oh, wow, that's great. It's not the same. I don't mean to get mad at you like that. When you
Carl,
say
that's not what happened. Carl, that's not, you must have me confused with somebody, Carl. That's not the same, I didn't have that situation happen to me like that.
What situation did you have?
Well, what you're describing is in my life.
Okay,
so,
what happened then? Okay, when did you marry this woman?
I had a baby with this woman. I was never married. I had originally the courts gave me full custody and primary placement because she wasn't she wasn't acting competent. She wasn't acting responsible.
Right. So you allowed the state to give you custody, and you accepted it. And you gladly accepted it. And you gladly accepted being a custodian of a school. You gladly accepted that position and title. You gladly took the custody. And they could fire a custodian anytime they want. If you're a custodian of my house, I'm going to fire your ass anytime I want. I'm going to strip you of that title. And I'm going to say, leave your keys at the fucking door and leave everything behind, including that fucking kid. Why in the world did you take custody of something that was supposedly yours? Why? I don't need fucking custody. I don't need no blessings from the fucking court. Who the fuck are you people to get involved in my private matters? That's mine. Back the fuck off. When she wants to fucking work something out with me, she'll let me know.
Yeah, at that time I didn't know.
Oh, I didn't know. I wasn't man enough back then. I didn't know. I'm not in the same position with you because I knew back then. Do not think that you're going to give me custody of my kid. How dare you? That's obscene. To even think that the government's going to come into my life and say, who gets what? Who the fuck are you to tell me what I get? Oh, well, I'm a mighty judge. I'm a mighty 22-year-old social worker. You're what? You're a 22-year-old cupcake little honeypot, and you're gonna decide for me what I'm going to do with my woman and my little bundle of joy property baby on the other side of that window? You're going to talk to me? Who are you again? What do you think you are? You're my servant, honey cakes. I'm the man here. That's my property. She's my property. What the hell are you going on about, sweet cheeks? Oh, you're one of these old type of guys. Honey, this is the way it's been for tens of thousands of years. And this is the way it's going to be tens of thousands of years when you clowns disappear, because you clowns ain't going to make it very long. So when you clowns disappear, yeah, the old style's going to come back. It ain't going nowhere. You got 1 billion people on planet Earth called Muslims. They ain't going to change, honey cakes. They're going to stay the old-fashioned way. There's no way in the world. What are you going to do, kill 1 billion Muslims? Do you think the world's going to change because you little honey cakes want it to change? The Muslims ain't going nowhere. So how are you going to change the old ways, honey? It ain't going to happen. What are you going to do, kill them all? Convince them? Oh, right. That the old way doesn't work? Really? And that's the way I am. The old ways work. Nobody's going to tell me that I got custody of my kid. Oh, really? Custody? How dare you? Well, you don't have legal custody. Lady, I don't have custody. I don't have legal custody. I don't have lawful custody. I don't have any effing thing in your books, in your world. How dare you even talk about my property? You know what? Talk about it all you want. Enjoy it. Guess what? I'm going to charge you $2 million a month. Go ahead. $1 a second. Go ahead. 2 million seconds in a month. Go ahead. That's what I'm going to charge you, honey cakes. Every time you trespass on my property, for as long as your foot is on my throat, for as long as your foot is on my property, for as long as your foot is on the back of my child, I'm going to charge you $1 a second. And don't think I'm not going to get a judgment. Oh, well, let's see you do it, Mr. Lentz. Hey, it's never been done before, has it, honey cakes? Well, no. Well, guess what? I'm here. Now what are you going to do? Oh, shit. Co-file a claim against us. Yeah, my mom said she went to court last week. She said nobody's laughing. She said nobody's joking, nobody's picking. Nobody's being callous anymore. Nobody's being crass. Nobody's ridiculing her and saying, oh, your son is so funny. She said, oh, they were deadly serious. She said, nobody's picking anymore, nobody's laughing, nobody's joking anymore. She said, Carl, you got them all scared shitless with that claim. I said, that's because they all thought us full of shit. They all didn't understand this concept. That's mine, not yours. Give it back or compensate. They don't understand that little simple one-sentence word, that little one simple sentence claim. Really, that's it. It's not mine. It's mine, not yours. Return or compensate. And they're saying, holy shit, now you're for real. Now they see it coming. That's right. Now I'm going to write a nice little letter to the judge. I'm going to write to the judge. Hey, I heard you had a nice little quasi-meeting last week, and I think during your little quasi-hearing, a little quasi-trial, or your little quasi, let's see, what do they have? They call it, they had an adjudicatory hearing last week. You had a little quasi-adjudicatory hearing last week, making little quasi-orders. Well, in your little quasi-hearings and your meetings, your little quasi-get-togethers, well, you had all these little quasi-plans and hopes and dreams. Well, fun is fun, but now return that which is mine, or I'm going to seek compensation. So do as you wish, Linda, who's acting as a quasi-civil administrating tribunal hearing officer, judge, ma'am. Have a nice day. I'm going to write that nice little lovely letter for her, and she's going to get it on Monday. And when I write that nice little lovely letter to her on Monday, I'm going to add her on Monday afternoon as a defendant, as a wrongdoer to my claim, that she wishes to not return that which is mine, and she wishes to be issued a bill as well for compensation. And she can answer to me. And my mom said to me, she said, you know what, the judge isn't laughing no more. The prosecutors aren't laughing. Everybody's being serious. I said, Mom, let the judge disappear. She said, well, let the judge from the case. She said, yeah, I can't stand that judge. The prosecutors. She said, I said, Mom, do you know how I make that happen? She said, no. In my court. In my court, it can't be. I said, you can't. The wrongdoers in my case. If I got across the street, you said, what? In my case, they won't be able to hear the matter. They won't be impartial anymore. Now they're being sued by me, right? Okay, if I sue them, can they sit as a hearing officer or as a prosecuting attorney in family court? No. Why? Because they're not impartial anymore. Why do you think I went through 9 judges in Alabama? Because I kept suing them. And every time I sued them, what happened? They had to recuse themselves from the case. Oh, they're going to run out of fucking judges. How many people are going, when they see my paperwork coming through now, see, because the crap I put into Alabama for all those years is because I didn't know how they took my kids. I didn't know. I was guessing. Those lawsuits I made back then were complaints. They weren't claims. I was guessing why those kids were in the state of Alabama's custody. I thought it was because of abuse and neglect. I thought they held a trial in my absentia, but I wasn't there to defend myself, and they said I abused and neglected those kids, or it's domestic violence against the mom. I thought it was something like that. I never dreamed it had something to do with we voluntarily consented to place the children into the foster care division of the state of Alabama. I would have never dreamed that. But that's the very first paragraph they put in their reply brief to the Alabama Supreme Court. That's the very first thing they wrote. None of my wildest dreams. So I said, oh, my God, that's what they're coming after me with. Now I can make a claim. Now I know what they've done. They used a safety plan. They used an agreement from another family to convince the world, to convince the court, and me and the mom surrendered them. I get it now. So now it's a lot different. When I'm going after them now I know how to make a claim in 1 or 2 sentences. Now I know how to do it. And now I can put the name. Oh, I saw that a guy who hates me did a YouTube video, and it's like, oh, good. He showed me the form I fill out now. Oh, there's an actual form from the clerk's office that says if you'd like to add more defendants, just add their names and, give us another $12, and we'll subpoena them as well. Oh, that's lovely. I'll put the Linda name, the Judge Linda. I'll put her down. James Clerk, he's one of the attorneys for the kids. I'll put him down. There's another man for the attorney for another kid. I'll put his down. They're going to have to remove themselves from the family court case. Oh. And then who's going to be the next brave hero who's going to want to be sued by me? Who's the next judge? Who's the next attorney for the kids who's going to say, well, I want to keep his kids away from him. I'm going to help move his kids away from him. I'm going to help the state keep the kids away from him. Well, Mr. Glick, he does all these cases. Well, he's being sued by this guy. Does this guy have any chance of collecting from Mr. Glick? James Glick? I don't know. I've never seen any paperwork like this. Nobody knows what to fucking do with it. He's saying that James Glick's trespassing on his property. James Glick is actually he's actually in collusion and a conspiracy to deny me access to my property. He's actually working in collusion with the other fucking members of this fucking quasi-domestic family court into keeping the property from which is rightfully Carl's from Carl. And Carl's making a claim against them. And, well, what court is called, bring it into? I don't know, something called the Lentz court. Lentz court? Yeah, Lentz court. What the hell is that? Oh, Carl understands that the sovereign power of the government resides in the people. Carl's using the sovereign power of the government that he has within him. Oh, really? And how's Carl doing that? Well, after the Revolutionary War, we all became kings and queens. We were all equal in the eyes of the law. Oh, Carl knows that? Yeah, Carl knows how to move his own court. Oh, just like any king or queen would know how to do it? Absolutely. Carl's got the skills to do it. How did he figure it out? I don't know. We took everything away from him. He was a desperate man for the last fucking 10 years. He was starving. He figured it out. He did whatever was necessary and proper to figure this out to survive. He's got this down. It's going after the servants. Thank you, Mr. Franklin Johnson, in Alabama Court Judge, United States Supreme Court, Alabama District, United States District Court Judge from Middle Alabama. Thank you, Mr. Frank M. Johnson, for showing me that you got to do whatever you got to do to protect your fellow man. You could step in and take over state government. Yay, I'm not taking over the state government. I'm just going after the man on man. Forget the government. I don't want the government. I'll go after the man on man. It's a lot easier for me to go after the man on man than it is for me to go after a state government. That's the state government. I want to go after man on man. Are you a man who's acting as a governor? Yeah. Do you have a monster called social services? Yeah. Do you know your social services swallowed up my children and won't spit it out? Well, tell them to spit it out. I want them back. I require. But that is a real court that's recognized here in the Americas. Your quasi-courts, they're not recognized by man. Man can't appear quasi-courts, can I? No. You can't summon the man to appear in your court, can you? No. Summon social services to appear in your court. No. I really summons my fellow man into my court. That's right. I can't summon social services. I can't summon the governor. I can't summon the social service director. I can't summon the judge. I can summon my fellow man and a fellow woman. I can summon them to appear in a court created and held by man. I can't summon the pine cone. I can't summon the governor. A governor could be something on top of my carburetor that determines the rate of flow of the air and the fuel mixture going into my engine. I can't summon a ridiculous mechanical device, but I can summon man. I can call a man out and say, hey, man, come here. I got business with you. I can't yell, hey, pine cone, hey, tree, hey, lamppost, come here. Here, social services, come here. Appear in my court. Ridiculous. So nobody's laughing anymore, my mom said. She said she was the very last one to go that day, and she said, man, nobody was joking. Nobody was smiling. Nobody was making fun of my stuff anymore. Nobody's making fun of what I'm doing. She said, hey, they said they were all deadly serious. They just said, we're just going to let it ride. We're just going to leave everything as it is, status quo. We're going to keep the kids into the foster care custody because we need these kids to testify against Frank. And Carl's going to stop that from happening. That's right. If I don't believe that, if they have any proof, they will not testify. It's 50-50 split. And right now it's 50-50. And I am not going to hang in as a man. I will not do it. So you got to show me that 1% that's going to tip it over the top. You're going to show me that my kid was damaged. She's going to show me, look, Dad, Grandpa ripped his shirt off me. See all the buttons that are off? Oh, okay. Thanks, kid. Got it. Yeah. You see, I took a picture of scratches on Grandpa's face. Yeah, that was from me. Okay. Thanks, kid. Got it. Until then, hey, kid, it's just your word against his. There's nothing I can do. My hands are tied. That's the way this law of this land works. There's nothing I can do. We have to give him the benefit of the doubt. He's innocent until proven guilty. You haven't shown me anything that he's guilty of anything yet, so I can't move. And like I said, with you, Jesse, it's just, you're battling a woman to get custody of the kid, and why you let the court give you custody in the first place is ridiculous. It's like, what the hell am I doing here? Who are you to give me custody of anything? Did you create that kid? No, then who are you to be here to tell me what I cannot do? And then you took their orders, and you carried out their orders, and you didn't say, I'm not a part of this. You're imposing your orders upon me. These are imposed orders. Do you think you have some authoritarian position over me? Because that's what authoritarian means. It means imposed orders compared to freedom. That you're free to carry out the orders if you wish. You allowed them to be an authoritarian. You allowed them to look up to them as they were an authority. Oh, so you're an authority on this matter. Oh, so you know who the dad is and you know who the mom is, and you're going to say who gets what. Oh, so you got some sort of authority over this? You got some sort of control? You got some sort of say over this guy in a black robe? You got a vested interest in this? Did you create that little bundle of joy? Did you pay for it? Did you labor over it? Did you put one dime into this kid? No. And who the fuck are you to sit there and judge it? Well, the power of the state. The power of what state? You have one of the people of the state here that's going to swear in open court that they gave you that power? Well, no. Well, then, how do I know what you're saying is true? Oh, well, yeah. Well, what? Well, how did I get this black robe? I don't know how the fuck you got that black robe. I know in Alabama, I'd see them fucking call an attorney walking down the hallway and say, hey, we're a little short on our fucking judges today. And the fucking attorney say, oh, no, I don't want to play judge today. Well, we need you. And the guy would fucking, I remember a black attorney was walking down the hallway and they said, we need you to sit in as a judge. And they called the attorney right out of the hallway. He walked in the fucking courtroom, put on a black robe and stood us up behind the judge's chair. I said, oh, my God, this is fucking ridiculous. That's not even a judge. That's just some attorney that was walking down the hall and he said, hey, we need you to sit in as a judge. That was the guy who said to me and to my wife that we can never see the child ever again in February of 2002. He said, well, it's the order of this court that you to never have contact with that child ever again, you or your wife. Ever again, just because some lawyer guy was walking down a freaking hallway and said, hey, we need you to make a ruling for us. And I said, what the hell is going on here? They were calling me to the courtroom, and this guy's wearing a black robe. He's saying to me, my wife can never have contact with that child ever again. It's the order of the court. What the fuck, dude? I heard them asking in the hallway, we need somebody to sit here as a judge. He wasn't a fucking judge. He was just a guy walking down the hallway. He was an attorney. He's like, oh, my God, I don't want to play fucking attorney. Judge today, I got shit to do. He said, it ain't going to take long. We just need you to sit here and be a judge. He's like, oh, my God. Next thing I know, he's the fucking judge in my case, in my wife's case. It's like, oh, this is too fucking ridiculous. So, like I said, I have no idea why you can't just say to these prosecutors and why you can't say to these judges, are you acting like a judge? Are you acting like a prosecutor? How many years of acting have you under your belt? How many years have you been acting as a judge? I've been acting as a judge for 17 years. How many years have you been acting as a prosecutor? 12 years. How long have I been acting as a defendant? What? For about 3 seconds, right? I've been acting as a defendant for 3 seconds, and you people are going to try to speak legalese to me? Your language? How long have I spoke legalese? 3 minutes. So I've been speaking legalese for 3 minutes, and you want me to contract with you? You want me to give you a competent answer in legalese? You want me to tell you whether I'm guilty, not guilty, or no contest? And that's a legal question, right? How many years have I gone to school learn legalese? You think I'm a legalese practitioner? You think I speak in legalese? You think I'm a legal person? No. When you're looking at me, you're looking at man. When you look at me, you just say you're looking at woman. This is woman before you, not a legal person, not a legal lawyer, not a legal defendant. You're looking at a woman. You're looking at man. So if you're trying to convince me to speak in some foreign tongue, Japanese, Chinese, legalese, you're trying to get me to speak in some sort of crazy foreign language that I have no competency in, and you know it. And you know I'm not have any competency in legalese. And you know legalese. You live legalese. This is all you do for a living, is speak legalese, Japanese, Chinese, and you're trying to get me to act in your court as a legal person or speak legalese when you know I have no training? Why don't we make this a fair fight? Why don't you let me go to law school and learn the legal language for 4 years and then call me? How about you do that? How about you give me full training? How about I come here after 4 years of training? How many years of training did you have before you became an attorney, before you became a judge? How many years of training did you have? How many years of training are you giving me? 3 minutes? And then you're going to run over me like a freight train? Because you think it's funny? You think it's cute? You're getting me in a boxing ring and you have years of experience on beating people up? And you're going to put gloves on me and say, now defend yourself? You're going to beat me up in 10 seconds. What the hell's wrong with you, sadistic people? What the hell's wrong with you? Do you not know that these people can't defend themselves? Yeah, well, we know they can't defend themselves. So then why are you fighting with them? Well, it's easy. It's easy to take everything away from them because we ask them a question, are you guilty, not guilty, no contest, and they don't say, hey, is this a legal proceeding? Is this a fight? Am I a fight? Am I a defendant? Are you trying to take something from me? Are you trying to say I owe you something? Are you going to make me give something to you if I lose? Well, yeah. And you think that's fair. With no training, no skills, no practice, you're just going to run me over. You just think it's funny.
They laugh at people in court.
Of course. Unless you say to them, hey, you know what? You want to do this man-to-man? That's fine. Let's do this man-to-man. Are you claiming I've done something wrong? Have I done something wrong to you, ma'am? Well, you could ask me as a judge. Okay, judge, is that your first name, last name? Your name is Judge? Okay, judge, have I done something wrong to you? No. Have I done something wrong to the guy over there? Is there anybody in this court saying I've done anything wrong to them? No. So I haven't done anything wrong, yet I'm standing here today. Have I done anything wrong? No. Then why am I here today? Well, what I did was illegal. Okay, I don't speak legalese. I don't know if I did something un-Japanese, un-Chinese, unlegal. I don't know, and I don't effing care. All I want to know is did I do something wrong? Well, nobody's saying you did anything wrong. So I didn't do anything wrong, so I guess everything I did was correct. Well, nobody's saying you did it correct. Okay, well, did I do it wrong? No, I didn't do it wrong. Okay, well, then did I do it? I did it incorrect. What did I do incorrect? Well, you went through the light. Well, is going through the light legal, or is that wrong? Did somebody get harmed? Did anybody get injured? Any man here got a claim that I've done something wrong? Was there actual damage to their property? No, then what did I do again? Oh, so what I did was illegal. Okay, I don't speak legalese. I have no interpretation of your legal codes. I don't speak legalese. I don't read legal documents. Why, you got a legal document there saying I did something, illegal? Where does it say that? Here, right here, the legal code. Oh, the legal code. Isn't that special? I don't speak legalese. So what do we keep talking about this legal language? Just talk to me man to man. What did I do? Bottom line, what did I do? Well, you went through a stop sign. Okay, was there any damage? Well, no. So then why are we here? I thought damage, I thought guilt. and debt was the same word. So if there's no damage, there's no debt. Every case needs to have a damage. Without damage, there is no case. So, where's the damages? There is no damages. So, what's the case that's before this court? Well, that's the case. Well, that case is to be discharged because there's no damages. It's missing. It's like it needs 3 legs on a table. It's missing a leg. It ain't going to stand. You have no case, ma'am. You have no damages. You can't move a case against me in court. You can't move a case against a man or woman in court without damages. I'm not a legal person. Yes, you can move a case against a legal person without damages. You can't move a case against man or woman without damages. There's no way I could satisfy the debt. There's no way I could be not guilty. There's no way I could pay off the debt without damages. Without damages, there's no bill. Without bill, there's no way I could compensate.
They try because they said that I beat up the cop.
If you beat up the cop, why didn't you pay for the damages?
Because I didn't even hit him. He said I hit him.
So why didn't you ask him to hand you the bill? Because there must be damages. If to hit somebody, there must have been damages. So where's the damn damages?
Okay.
Did you ask him for the bill for the damages?
No.
If he hit your car, and there was no damages because he just hit it at 1 mile an hour and he hit the back bumper and it didn't even put a scratch on it. He hit your car. Yeah, whoopee-doo. What's the damages?
Okay, what's the damages? All right.
You just hit a damn bill. Like, oh, you hit my car, you hit my car. Look, dude, it sounds like you're saying I hit your car at 100 miles an hour. Dude, I hit your car barely rolling 1 mile an hour. There's not even a dent on your bumper. What the hell are you squealing like a little woman for? What are you doing? What's the hell wrong with you? Well, where's the damage? Oh, you hit my car, I'm a policeman, you hit my car. Dude, I don't care if you're the freaking Pope. I hit your car. Yeah, is there a dent? No, then quit squealing. What are you jibber-jabbering about? So, oh, you hit a cop. Okay, great. Where's the damages? Well, there is none. Then what the hell are you squealing about? So give me the bill for the damn damages and I'll pay for it. No damages, you got no case. You hit a cop. What, I hit you with a feather? I hit you with a piece of dust? What did I hit you with? Where's the damages? Any damages? No, then what the hell are you squealing about? You sound like a little girl.
Oh, I'd love to say that.
Yeah, then just say it.
Okay, I'm going to.
Yeah.
Because he is a little girl.
Yeah. So where's the damages, buddy?
He freaking tased me.
Yeah.
And then he said, well, I hit him. That's why he tased me. And he said I hit him 15 times in the face. And my God, I'm only 5'1". Good.
Has he got a third-party impartial witness? Does he have a video of it?
He's got all the no video.
Well, there you go. Say that's your word against my word, Mr. Please, man.
All right.
Yeah. So your word is as good as mine. But if you got pictures of where he tased you, like if you got burn marks or something like that, say, hey, buddy, I got burn marks. You don't.
Yep, I do.
Well, there you go. And that's where you show the judge. And that's why you make a claim against him for trespass, that he attacked you.
He did.
Yeah, well, then why did you have a suit against him?
Because I'm an idiot. I'm not legalese. I don't know.
Oh, well, I thought you said that he attacked you with a taser.
He did.
So then why didn't you sue him?
Well, I'm going to now.
Oh, you're going to now. Why didn't you sue him before?
Because my head was wrapped up on all this junk.
Well, the odds of you being successful at suing this guy is like 0 and none. But just the way you're talking. Well, if you even think about suing the guy for attacking you, what's the point of doing it now? You didn't think that you didn't think that was wrong for him to attack you?
Yeah, I thought it was very wrong.
So then why didn't you sue him then? Why didn't you file a lawsuit or file a complaint or claim then? Did you file a complaint or a claim that he attacked you?
Yeah, I tried to. The sheriff wouldn't let me.
Oh, the sheriff wouldn't let you. The sheriff would let you do what? File a claim?
Yes.
File a complaint? Oh, what did he do? He pointed a gun at you?
No. I asked him for the complaint to, fill out and do that, and then I told him I wanted him arrested, and he said he couldn't do it because, from what I've learned, that the sheriff.
Oh, so you talked to the sheriff with your mouth?
Yes.
Oh, so you're so smart that you talked to him. Is there some reason why you didn't write him a letter and have it served upon him? Is there some reason why you didn't write a letter to the sheriff and say, hey, I require you to do your job. Take a police report now. Yeah, or why didn't you just find a police report? Why don't you find a copy of a police report somewhere and say, oh, okay, that's their forms that they use? Okay, and then you fill out the damn thing. Make it look just like theirs and say, there you go. I filled out the report for you. Now send it over to the prosecutor's office. Oh, you won't do it? I'll do it myself. So the sheriff won't do it. Just say, hey, tell him he's got to do his job. So write him a letter. Say, is there some reason why you want to be derelict in your duties? Is there some reason why you don't want to take a report? Is there some reason why you don't want to report this? And serve him. Then when he doesn't want to do it, then what do? Then you make a claim against him for being derelict in his duty. That he has his duty to serve and protect his fellow man. And he's derelict in his duty. And say, since you're derelict in your duty, I'm accruing a loss. So make a claim against him. Take it to the court. Say, hey, Bob is acting as a sheriff, refuses to do his job. And because he refused to do his job, I wasn't able to pay my hospital bills, because why should I have to pay for my damages? Why should I have to pay for it when this man assaulted me?
You're making it much clearer for me.
Huh?
But you're making it clearer for me now. I guess it just
that's what I'm saying. If the sheriff won't do his job, you serve him a letter upon him. But like I said too, it's what happened in Ohio, what happened in North Carolina. And the sheriffs in these towns don't want to do their job, the sheriffs in the county. The people go to the state police. They say to the state police, I'm going to need you to take. So the state police will do it. If the sheriff won't do it, the state police will take it. So I'm having a problem over here in this county, and this deputy took me a taser to me, and he lit me up. And I want you people to find out why he thought he had the right to light me up like that. I believe he committed a battery on me. Yeah, let the state police determine whether or not. Just because you say, oh, this, you go to little mom and pop police department and say, hey man, the police, Sheriff Andy Griffith, Bonnie Fife just lit me up, and he's like, look, Bonnie's my friend. I knew him for 30 years, man. I'm not going to charge him with a crime. It's like, okay, then I'll go to the state police.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, just imagine it's Andy Griffith, and this is Mayberry. And it's him and his buddy. It's like, look, I grew up with the guy. I'm not going to press charges on him. I'm not going to put him in jail. He's my friend. You're just some crazy drunk lady. I don't give a damn. It's like, oh, so I'm some crazy drunk lady. Yeah, well, you know what? I'm going to go to the state police, and I'm going to have them investigate what's going on down here in Mayberry. And maybe they'll get to the bottom of it. Maybe they'll say I am freaking crazy. Yeah, and of course, I'm sure that when you ask the sheriff to charge this guy with a crime, it's probably 2 minutes after you got arrested. It probably wasn't 2 weeks or 2 months after it happened.
No, it was probably about a week, because I was in jail and then I got out.
Yeah, when you got out, what did you do?
Well,
other than going to your local bar and slamming back a few tall ones, what did you do?
I didn't do that. I just came home and trying to reflect everything, write everything down that happened.
What did you get arrested for?
Well, he pulled me over. He said I was crossed over the yellow line, and I didn't have my tags on my car, so I thought he was coming for me for that, but he didn't. But he's a cop I know. We've had issues when he's off duty. He's been very rude to me. He planned this whole thing, and that's basically what happened.
So you went to jail for a week for going over double yellow line. So that's special.
Well, no, that's what he claimed at first. Because I asked him, I said, well, what are you pulling me over for?
So what town do you live in? So I don't go there and cross the double yellow line, spend a week in jail.
Kansas, Lynn County.
Oh, so that's why you went to jail for a week? That's the official police report? You went to jail for a week because you crossed the double yellow line?
No. When he asked me to get out of my vehicle, I told him, no, I'm not getting out of my vehicle until the sheriff gets here. I said, I do not trust you.
Oh, so he said, oh, that's cool. So that way you could just turn your keys and put it in drive and just drive down the road at 500 miles an hour, right?
No, I gave him my keys. I told him I'm not going nowhere. Here's my keys. I handed it to him. And
good. So then what did he do?
And that's when he yanked on my arm and tried to pull me out of the... I'm sorry?
You had the window down?
No, they pulled my door open.
Okay, so you didn't lock your door. Okay, so they pulled the door open.
Right. And then I tried to pull my door back shut, and they pulled it open again, and then that's when he started asked me to get out of the vehicle, and I told him, no, I'm not going to get out of the vehicle until the sheriff comes here. Because I did not trust him because I already had problems with him. I know how he is. It's my way or no way. And so he pulled on my arm, and he couldn't get me out of the vehicle that way. So then that's when he decided to show me the taser, and then he tased me 3 times, and I would still not do nothing, and he acted like I hit him because I pushed that taser away from my leg real gently, slowly, to have him stop tasing me, and then he whipped my arm up in the air and went, ugh. So that's why I thought there was video.
Yeah, so what did he do in the past that was so horrible that you couldn't just comply?
I just wouldn't comply.
Huh?
I was not going to comply to him.
Yeah, why? What did he do to you in the past?
I yelled and screaming and threatened, basically.
So what did he do to you in the past?
We live in a gated community, and we go to work at the same time every morning and come back home every day. And he acted like I did not live there. He was trying to keep me out of the gate, blocking it. So I pulled up next to him and rolled down my window and asked him, why are you blocking me out? And all he did is screaming at me that I trespassing. Oh, he says, do you know what you're doing? You're trespassing. And I said, no, I'm not. I live here. And then he says, do you know who I am? I'm Tate West, the chief of police of Lacey. And I said, yes, Tate, I know who you are. And then he says, did you know you just about hit my car? And I said, well, I didn't hit your car. And he was just screaming at me. I couldn't even really talk to the man. I mean, he was just, like, psychotic.
Okay, great. So you guys got into a yelling match at one time. Then he pulls you over the side of the road, goes out of the yellow line. And what did he actually charge you with for a week?
He charged me, well, it wasn't a week. It was, I bailed out.
Okay, it was 20 minutes. Okay, regardless, it was 20 minutes later. You got to jail. Then what happened? No, before what I'm saying, what did he actually charge you with?
He's got me with battery, assault, and then interfering with his duty, and then DUI, and then not taking any of the sobriety tests because I wouldn't consent to nothing. Because I thought the free men, the thing is, don't consent to anything. If you consent, then you're in their jurisdiction.
That's right. Everybody bellows up to the ball, gets a free round. That's right. It's a free man thing. We all get drunk and go home driving. Yeah, I know. That's the free man thing.
Well, I don't know about that, but...
Just tell the cops to go fuck themselves.
And I wasn't drunk. Anyhow, me and my husband were just coming home from work, and that's what he put us on.
Yeah, and too bad. Yeah, and what's with the DUI? How are you gonna fight that?
Well, I didn't do anything wrong.
Okay, so how are you gonna fight the DUI? How are you gonna defend yourself for the DUI charges? He didn't take a blood sample?
No.
He didn't take a breathalyzer?
No.
So how did he know you were drunk? What does the police report say?
He just, he said he smelled alcohol, that's all.
There you go. So he smelled alcohol. Great.
Yeah.
Okay, so he smelled alcohol. So when he said that he smelled alcohol, he has no video of the encounter at all?
No, that's what I don't get.
Okay, so he said that you were drinking and driving.
Yeah.
And smelled alcohol.
Yep.
And he didn't do a blood test, and he didn't do a breathalyzer.
No.
And they arrested you for DUI.
Yeah.
So what did your attorney say about the DUI? How is he going to get you off of that?
I don't have an attorney.
Okay. Okay. So you don't have an attorney. So when did this happen?
July 29th.
Oh, so it happened like 6 months ago.
Yeah.
Okay. And what did the prosecutor say to you about the DUI? Anything?
I don't know. He brought up a whole bunch of stuff from my past.
Okay, all I want to know is this DUI. Okay, you were charged with DUI. What did the judge say? You're going to go to jail for 6 months of DUI? What did he say?
Oh, yeah, they gave me, they got me on charges like $10,000 and 5 years worth of jail time. They got me on a DUI, interference with the LEO, a PBT refusal, and battery on the LEO, and a DUI test refusal.
Okay, so So when they lock you up, they didn't take a blood sample. They didn't take a breathalyzer. They didn't do anything. When you went to jail, they said, "Don't worry about it. We're not going to take a blood test. Don't worry about it. We're not going to take a breathalyzer."
They didn't do nothing to me in there. They didn't even swab my mouth. So I talked to the sheriff, and he asked me if he did that, and I said no, he did not.
Yeah. You haven't been to trial since July?
I've been in and out. I went to, first they had a bond hearing, and then they had arraignment, and then
the judge didn't appoint you an attorney?
They wanted to, but I refused because I thought if I got an attorney, it would bring me into their jurisdiction.
Okay, so like I said, breaching a peace, it doesn't matter whether it's in your jurisdiction or not. If you hit a cop, if you hit another man, if you hit anybody, you drinking and driving, you're in their jurisdiction whether you want it or not. You breached the peace.
Okay.
Yeah, so like I said, you could say, well, I'm not in your jurisdiction. Yeah, you are. You hit somebody. You hit a man. Or you hit their car. Like, well, I don't have to answer that. What do you mean? Did you hit the guy's car? Didn't you hit the guy's car? Well, it's a big old dent on the side of the car. Yeah, well, you hit him. It's the same thing with breach of the peace. If you're out there causing a public disturbance and you're drunk, you're going to jail for breaching a peace. So, right. Like I said, I'm trying to figure out what in the world you're charged with.
But I didn't even breach the peace.
Okay, it's just, okay, so the policeman, you're in the public. You're driving your car down a public road. The policeman stops your car. He says, get out of your car. You say, fuck you, no, I ain't getting out. That's not breaching the peace?
Okay.
Of course it is.
All right.
Right, everybody knows when a cop says to, do something, you're supposed to do it. So you put up a hell of a fight, and you weren't going to get out. Did he kill you? Did he shoot you?
No, he just tased me.
Yeah, well, why do you take it? Well, you got out of the car. Do you think if you just got out of the car nice and cooperatively, he would have tased you? I
don't know, really.
You think he had nothing better to do? He's like, oh, man, if she's nice and sweet and she's polite to me and she steps out of the car and she acts like a lady, you know what, I just can't wait to light her up.
Well, I'm telling you, he set me up. That's what he did. He did this on purpose.
For what? For crossing a double yellow line? So you cross a double yellow line. You pay a $5 fine, you go on with your day. Set you up for what?
Okay, Carl, this is what happened. I was coming home from work. I was at the stop sign. He was coming from the highway from the east side and going west, and I came behind him, and my husband was behind me, and we went into town. Once we got into his jurisdiction, he cut down a road and down another and came behind me.
Okay.
And in the police report, he's telling them that he was behind me the whole time. That's where I asked for the video because he's lying.
He was behind you the whole time while he was in his jurisdiction.
Yeah, he got behind me because he knows me.
Right, in his jurisdiction. In his city, he was behind you the whole time. Outside of his jurisdiction, he wasn't. Okay, so he's driving behind you. What'd he do? So he's driving behind you, then what happens?
Well, then the next thing I know, lights are coming on.
Okay, then what are you supposed to do when the lights come on?
Pull over.
Yeah, I have a Fiesta and everybody starts dancing in the street. Yeah, I know, one or the other. Okay, so you pulled over.
Right.
Okay, so you pulled over. Then what happened? Then what are you supposed to do?
I guess give him a driver's license and whatever he wants.
Yeah, just put your driver's license on the roof of the car, stick your hands out the window so he doesn't feel like you're reaching for a gun. Right. You put both your hands out the window, say, here you go, sir. No, I'm showing you I don't have a gun in my hand. My gun in my car, gun in my possession. Yeah, my hands are out the window, sir. I don't wish for you to be harmed. I don't wish for you to be afraid. I wish you to go home to see your wife and kids, and I hope I get to go home and see my wife and kids. But here's my hands, sir. They're empty, sir. My wallet and my driver's license is on the roof. Is there anything else I can help you with, sir? No, you decided not to do that. You decided to do what?
Like I said, I thought the free man listening to them, don't give your license, don't do anything, don't step out of the car, don't do this, because then you're contracting with them is basically
what's the worst that would have happened if you contracted with them? What's the worst that would have happened?
I don't know. I didn't know.
You would have got a ticket. That's the worst that would have happened. He would have gave you a summons to appear in 30 days to explain what happened on the side of the road today.
Okay, so you're getting it, just comply, and if you get a ticket, then you can work with that.
Yeah, when you get a ticket, you show up in court in 30 days and you explain what the hell happened on the side of the road.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all. And then now it's my turn to explain what happened on the side of the road. just like I'm doing right now. I got a case going where the cop stopped me, and I didn't have a license plate or a tag on my trailer, on my farm trailer. The judge said, "Oh, hell, it's a farm trailer?" I said, "Yeah." He says, "You don't need a tag on your trailer." I said, "Yeah, I know. You know that, and he knows that. We all know that." He says, "Well, no. Just raise your right hand and swear there was a farm trailer." I said, "No, absolutely not."
Right.
He's like, "Why not?" Because I want my day in court. And I'm going to stop this once and for all. And if I didn't breach the peace, there's no reason to stop me. I want to be stopped because I breached the peace. I don't want to be stopped because of a silly code violation anymore. I want to be stopped because I breached the peace. Now, if I breached the peace, you could pull me over and you could cite me and I'll pay the fines, the penalties, and the damages because I breached the peace. But I didn't breach the peace. And I know I didn't breach the peace, and he knows I didn't breach the peace. But you're not just going to stop me every 5 feet because you're like, well, you don't have a tag on your vehicle. Okay, so did I breach the peace? Did anybody accrue a financial loss? Did anybody be harmed or injured by my actions or inactions? No. Then what is this about? This is just your belief that you could tell me that I have to put a license plate on my property, on my vehicle? And how much? What happens if this license plate costs $10,000 next year? Am I supposed to not take my trailer down the road because I can't afford a $10,000 license plate?
Right.
There's been many years in my life when I couldn't afford $20 to put it on a stupid trailer.
Right, I know.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I don't understand why when you got stopped by a cop, I don't care how much you hate the bastard. I don't understand why you just don't say, you know what, I'll deal with this in court instead of paying $10,000 worth of fines and 5 years in jail. I don't understand whether you thought that was a benefit to you or anybody in your family to have to deal with this bullshit.
Right. I just went the wrong way, Carl. I wish I would have met you before.
Yeah, but I'm trying to say is, everybody's...
Well, now I know.
Well, I'm telling you, I'm 15, 16, 17 years old, when everybody gets their driver's licenses, everybody's like, look, when a cop pulls you over, man, let's just be as sweet as pie to this guy. Keep your attitude for your husband. You want to give anybody shit, give it to your husband.
Well, I guess I just got left along the way.
Yeah, well, like I said, I guess the only thing you could probably do now is just have to apologize for what happened on the side of the road. That you let it escalate and let it get out of control, and ask them, is there any damages, is there any harm or injury to that cop? And if there is, just send me the bill and I'll make it square with the man. I'm sorry if I gave him any shit on the side of the road.
Okay.
Yeah, because honestly, that's the only common law way out of this. Is like I said, when even a man got his face kicked in by a cop, man, I told him, apologize for having your face in the way of the policeman's boot. Apologize for having your face in the way of the policeman's fist. Say, whatever you did or didn't do led that man to hit you. Now, when we go to trial, when we go in front of a jury, and you're going to say, look, I apologize for the policeman having to beat the crap out of me. I'm sorry my head was so hard, and I'm sorry his fist, hit my head. My head was in the way. I'm sorry about that. And then the jury's going to have to hear that. The jury's going to be like, what? He did what to you? He punched me in the face. Why? Because I want to get out of my seat. What? I want to get out of the seat in the courtroom. So they beat the shit out of me. Oh, really? And I apologize to the cops for having punched me in the face so many times and kicked me in the face with their boots. I'm sorry if I scuffed their boots. And the jury said, that's ridiculous. You shouldn't have to apologize for that. They shouldn't have kicked you. Well, that's what I feel too, but, just in case it's my fault, what, I'm apologizing, I'm sorry. Well, the jury will say, no, it's not your fault. They know better. They shouldn't be kicking you like that. What did you do? Did you fight back? No, I just laid down and let them kick that shit out of me. Why? Because I'm not stupid enough to raise my hand to a cop. I don't want to get killed.
They got guns.
Yeah, they got guns. Yeah, so that's why when you get pulled over on the side of the road, you just say, hey, you know what? I'm going peacefully. Like, look what's going on with me and my kid. They got my kid in custody. You don't think my kid could just call me up right now? She knows my phone number. You don't think my kid knows? Send me an email right now. Say, hey, Daddy, I'm going to walk down to 7-Eleven. Pick me up at 7-Eleven. Get me out of here. Honey, they got guns. Honey, they're going to shoot me. Right. They're going to kill me. Okay, I'm not stupid. Kid, just hang in there. You know what? I'm going to use paper, pen, and ink. And I'm going to run them through the court. That's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to be stupid enough to fight with these guys who have 10,000 guns pointed at me. They're going to win. Yeah, so like I said, if you don't know how to act in public and just say, oh, they're the guys with the guns. Oh, they're the guys who are going to kill me. Oh, they're the guys with the tasers. Oh, they're the ones who are going to light me up. Oh, you know what? I better settle this in a courtroom with a piece of paper. Because out here in the street, they're going to kill me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that's why I handle my problems with these guys.
I know. I was just too scared, and I guess I let my fear get ahead of me.
I have no idea why you were scared, because you said you were just coming home from work.
Right. Because
You're saying you were coming home from work. What time was that?
About 8:30 at night.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What, you got out of work at 5 and you crashed at the bar until about 8:30?
No, me and my husband do our own construction, and we've been working really hard getting this house done. It's a big house, and we've been putting in a lot of hours, 7 days a week.
All right. So, like I said, why did he get you a DUI? What's his evidence? What's the proof? I mean, did he have any bottles of alcohol he pulled out of your vehicle? What's he got?
Well, I'm sure he had bottles. I haul my trash. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he's going to get you. Yeah. He's going to get you for an open container.
Yeah.
Yeah. So how are you going to explain why you're having an open container in your vehicle?
The only reason I have problems with him is because he is a very ego.
And he's got guns. So what?
Everybody has
problems. He could be a gorilla. He could be a gorilla, and he's got a gun. What are they going to do? Kick a gorilla in the nuts?
Well, no.
No, he's a gorilla. What am I going to do to a gorilla? I'm just going to say, hey, Mr. Gorilla, don't kill me. Not you. Just say, hey, Mr. Gorilla, kill me. Light me up. Especially if you know he's a gorilla and he had problems with him in the past. Why would you be crazy enough to mess with a gorilla?
Well, I wasn't being crazy to mess with the gorilla. I just wanted the sheriff there so I could deal with them over him.
Yeah, well, whenever the sheriff, he was out of town, then what are you going to do? Sit there on the side of the road for a week or two until the sheriff decides to show up? Well, he says, lady, look, I ain't playing no games with you nonsense. I got better things to do. Get your damn ass out of the car. You're in the public. You act in the public. You act like a lady in the public. You don't want to act like a lady in the public. That's how I'm going to act towards you. Well, that's what I'm saying. You have to act like when I go in the public, man. I have to act like a man.
Right.
And when you're in the public, you have to act like a lady. If you want to be treated like one, you act like one. If you don't want to be treated like one, don't act like one.
I got you. I understand now. That helps out a lot, and I appreciate that.
Well, that's all you have to do is just basically write a letter saying, I'm sorry I didn't act ladylike in the public. I'm sorry I didn't fail to act in a proper manner. I mean, that's what I had to get some guy in West Virginia out of fighting with the cops in West Virginia. I think he got into a fight with 2 cops. He was charged with assault and battery on 2 cops. He was drunk and domestic violence. And all we did was write a massive amount of apology letters saying, can you please give us the damn bill? And that's how he got out of all his felonies. Yeah. Pretty simple.
Yes, that is.
Yeah, you can just say shit. You just say, you know what, maybe I did fuck up. Maybe I wasn't acting ladylike, or maybe I wasn't acting like a gentleman. Maybe I was drinking. Maybe I shouldn't have done what I did. Just hand me the bills, and I'll make it all, and I'll cover everybody. The guy knows he was guilty. The guy in West Virginia, he knows he was guilty. He knows what he did. The cops gave him shit, and there was a woman cop and a guy, and he was like, I ain't going down easy. Everybody knows what they're supposed to do. Like I said, if there was no cops around, you'd say, hey, man, when you need a cop, then all of a sudden you're like, hey, man, I wish there was a cop around. Then when they are around, man, you're not supposed to give them any shit. You're supposed to say, look, I'm telling you, man, I've gotten arrested so many freaking times in my life, and I'm telling you, when I get pulled out of my truck or something like that, the very first thing I do, I have my hand so far out the mirror, and I said, I used to have these extended mirrors. I said, look, if you want to, I said, it'd make me comfortable too. Can you handcuff me to my mirrors to my door? And my wallet's on the roof. My driver's license registration's up on the roof. So why do you want me to handcuff you to the mirror? Says schools, when they find a bullet in my head, they're going to find handcuff marks on my wrist because obviously I was, and I'm going to have the mirror pulled in. When you shoot me in the head, my body's going to snap in half. And I said, at least I'll pull the mirror through the window. And they'll say, how did his mirror get detached from his door? He must have been handcuffed. I said, I don't want no accidents here, sir. I want to go home. I want to see my wife and kids someday, and I know you want to go see your wife and kids. So if you want to, please handcuff me to my mirror. I don't want no accidents. Just give me the damn ticket, whatever I did. I'll pay you whatever you want me to pay you. I just want to go home alive. I want to make it out of here alive tonight. You want to put me in jail, that's fine. Let me make a phone call on my cell phone and get somebody to come here and pick up my truck and my tools. I'm going to leave my truck and tools on the side of the highway. And a couple of times I had gotten arrested on the side of the highway. And a couple of times the cops actually stood with me behind my truck until the tow truck came and took my tow truck off the side of the highway and put it into a police impound yard. And they made sure nobody stole my tools. Now, if I gave them shit, they would have brought it to a police impound yard. And when I got out of jail, all my tolls would have been stripped out of my truck, and the cops would have said, hey, it's a bad neighborhood we have around here on the police yard, you know. Shit happens, man. Sorry you lost all your tools. Right. Sometimes the police let me use my cell phone, and I called another contractor who I know is in the area and said, hey, man, yeah, they're gonna book me him. I'll probably be gone for the weekend. Catch you on Monday. If you don't mind, can you come on down here and secure my truck and tools? They'll be like, yeah, we'll be right down. And I'll get a friend to come on down and secure my truck. But like I said, that's because I'm not an asshole to these cops. The very first thing I said, hey, let's do this quick and painless as possible. I know you want to go home see your wife and kids, and I want to go home see my wife and kids. So whatever goes down, sir, believe me, I am absolutely no threat to you whatsoever. I just want you to go home and see your wife and kids, and someday I want to go home and see my wife and kids. Let's do this as quickly and painlessly as possible. And they appreciate it. They're not afraid I'm going to come flying out of the truck with a stick or a knife or a bat or a gun, you know, because I'm a big, goofy-looking dude. You know, and I'm sure they appreciate the way I talk to them and the way I act. It's like, look, do what you got to do. That's what helps with me being so big and goofy looking my whole life, because I know the natural reaction people have when they see me. The first thing they want to do is pull their guns, and it's illegal and unlawful to pull your guns on a man unless there's been a crime committed. You can't pull a gun because the guy crossed the double yellow line. But these guys will pull a gun. When they see me in a car, man, they got no problem pulling their guns and saying, whoa, buddy, get out of the vehicle real slow.
Got that.
Yeah. And that's why before they even get to that point, my hands are so far out the freaking window.
Right.
See, I put them at ease.
Right.
And see, that's what I'm saying. That's when they did that with me in social services with my kids. I didn't threaten them. I said, look, if you take my kids, I'd come up here and blow this bill. I didn't say anything like that.
Right.
I said, oh, you're going to take my kids? Guess what? I know you're going to take my kids. You know what? I guarantee it. You just take one look at me, and you think it's going to be a piece of cake, you know, stealing my kids and convincing the court to keep me from ever seeing my kids because I'm such a goofy-looking dude. I said, that's fine. I got no problem with that. You know what? Take any of my property. Take my kids, take my hula hoops, take my dogs, take my cars, take whatever the hell you want. Any of my property, it's all yours. Take whatever you wish. I said, just remember, if you don't return it, I'm going to seek compensation. And I charge a lot of money when somebody walks off of my property. So do as you wish and take whatever you want, whether it's a car, a dog, a child, a hula hoop. I don't care what you take. Any of my property you wish to take, you may take. Why? Because you've got a lot of guns. And guess what? You're going to take it anyway. But if you don't return it, I said, I'm going to claim that you did, you know, I'm going to claim a trespass, and you're going to compensate me. I said, you better have a damn good reason why you're taking and carrying off my property. And right now, this is driving Virginia, wherever the hell I am, Virginia, crazy. Because they're like, wow, Karl never lost custody of his kids. No. He never lost legal or lawful custody of his kids. No. There's no court order ever saying that Karl can't have his kids with him 24/7. No. There's no court order that exists on planet Earth that says that. And Karl can't have his kids anytime he wants them. Anytime he wishes them to be next to him, there's no power on earth that's supposed to be able to stop me. I haven't done anything wrong to them or to anybody. So they're like, holy shit, we really fucked up. And yeah, it wouldn't be the first time a state government fucked up. If you don't look at me. So the only thing you got to do is like what I did to the guy in West Virginia. You got to write to the prosecuting attorney, and you got to explain to him, I'm sorry, I wasn't acting very manly or and acting probably very ladylike, and you know, I had bad experience with this man in the past, and if there's any harm or loss or whatever, my debt to society, I want to pay my debt to society. Can you attend to me in the bill? How much did it cost to have that guy, you know, recharge his battery on his tasers? How much did the guy to get, you know, to get the soil out of his pants and his uniform for me beating him like I did? You know, and he'll say, "There's no, this is the lady. There's no debt. You know, we didn't. There's no bill." So it's like, oh, okay. So at least the judge will see that you're trying to pay your debt to society.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's the big thing they want. They want to see that you're willing to pay your debt to society. That's why everybody goes to jail. It's because you owe a debt to society. That's never that when you're taught that since you were a little kid. The reason why you go to jail is because you got to pay your debt to society. So what you're trying to do is trying to find anybody in society that you believe that you owe them a debt. And the judge says you're guilty or not guilty. So when the judge said that she's going to enter a plea of not guilty on your behalf, that's saying that to the world, I don't believe I owe a debt. And they're going to try to prove that you do owe a debt.
Ah.
Yeah. So you want to tell them, show me the damn debt. He's like, if you think I'm guilty, if you think I owe a debt, because the word guilty and debt means the same in German, it's the same word, debt and guilt, same word. They just want to see that you owe a debt. And they're going to show, well, you owe a debt because you did this, you did this, you did this. It's like, okay, fine, I did this, I did. You do that before you go to damn trial. You say, okay, fine, I did this, I did this, I did this, I did this. Okay, how much does that all cost? How much does it cost? They say, well, you did this, you fought with a cop. Okay, how much did that cost fighting with a cop? How much damage did I do to his taser? How much damage did I do to his uniform? How much damage did I do to his body? Well, he had to recharge his batteries, and, that cost about 63 cents. I was like, okay, what else is the debt? Well, he had to stay away from other calls because he had to dick around with you for 2 hours. I was like, okay, how much do you pay him by the hour? $20. Okay, so it's $40 worth of cop time. Okay, fine. What else do I owe? Well, they had to drive you down to the police department. Okay, so that's 17 cents in gas. Okay, what else do I owe? Tell them to give you an itemized list of all the damages, all the expenditures, of all the costs.
Okay.
So you can pay the damn debt to society. And what they'll tell you is probably what they told the West Virginia guys, that no, that's the reason why you pay taxes. You pay taxes because then it pays all the debt of the police, the use of the police service. Because there was a benefit that the police came and arrested that guy that night because he was drunk and that he was fighting.
Right.
So the police went up and arrested him. And he didn't understand the wonderful benefits the police department provided for him. Because him being drunk, it might have escalated, it might have got out of control. He might have killed his wife or that other guy that was there.
Yeah, do something stupid.
Yeah, so the police were able to stop it before it got out of hand because him and his wife kissed and made up a couple of days later.
Exactly.
Yeah, so thank God the cop was there to stop it from escalating.
Right. I see
Yeah.
the point of having police protect and serve. Awesome, great, But I just don't see where they can just attack people just because they want to.
You're in the public. You're not in the private. They can't come into your house. See, if they came onto your yard and did that to you, or in your driveway, or came into your house and did it, my story would be completely opposite. I'd say you go nail that bastard for everything he's got.
Okay.
But you're in the public. You got to learn how to act in the public. You're an actress. You're acting. You have to act like a lady in the public. At home, you could act like a $2 whore. At home, you could act like a drunk at home. But you can't act like a drunk in the public. You can't act like a $2 whore in the public. They're going to shut you down. But you get into that house, you close that door, you act any damn way you want. But you acting in the public, people expect a certain decorum, a certain courtesy, a certain courtesy, a certain politeness, a certain respect towards each other. You don't want to give it to that community got every right to shut you the hell down and get you the hell out of there. Like I said, and one of the best examples I always give is that Rambo movie. Some clown came to and I was the sheriff, it looked like that Rambo guy. Oh, man, I would have made about 1,000 little toothpicks out of his Rambo knife. I was like, oh, and here's your knife back. Oh, here's your knife back? Oh, it would have looked like a curly fry when I gave it back to him. I said, oh, yeah, and here's your toothpick. Enjoy using your knife now, asshole. Here's $50. Get on that bus, and I better never see you back in my town again. I mean, that guy was that movie was unbelievable. Like Rambo's like, well, I'm going to walk around this neighborhood and I'm going to do whatever the hell I want. I'm going to carry a sword and I'm going to scare the living shit out of everybody. Fuck them. I fought in Vietnam. I could do whatever I want. I was like, oh, really? You're going to walk around my town with a mini sword, scaring the living shit out of everybody, dressed just like that, really? No, I think I'm the sheriff of this town, and I'm going to make sure there's a nice, quiet, clean, simple town. People pay me to protect and serve. You want to act like a little maniac? You're going to do it someplace else. Now, people would say to me, well, Carl, people got the right to bear arms. I say, yeah, right. I'm not going to let a guy walk, past a elementary school with a machine gun. You ain't doing it in my damn town. It's like, well, I'll sue you. You know what? Sue me. Well, I'm the sheriff. You're the sheriff, and you got the Constitution. I don't give a damn what the Constitution says. I'm going to let some maniac just to say, well, I got a constitutional right to walk out with a machine gun past a nursing home or an elementary school or an orphanage, and he's just going to keep walking in front of that orphanage with a bazooka. Oh, really? And you think you got that right? Yeah, absolutely. Pal, you're in the public. You're not in the private. You want to do that? Do it in the private. You doing it in the public? We're going to shut you down. Why? Because the public has a certain expectation of being peaceful and tranquil within the common grounds, and you're breaking the peace, and you're scaring the shit out of an awful lot of people. And you want to do that in your house? You want to do it in your yard? That's fine. Don't be coming out here with no damn bazooka and think you're going to walk down Main Street and scare the living bejesus out of everybody. Everybody crashes their cars and everybody's climbing up telephone poles to get the hell away from you. Don't think you're going to walk your gorilla down the sidewalk. Well, he's a nice gorilla. Dude, it's a different gorilla. Well, then he's not going to hurt nobody. Dude, we don't know what he's going to do. Well, that's speculation and conjecture. You know, you're already condemning him before he's done something wrong. It's like, look, you're in a public. As a public, you have a social contract. You have a contract with those within the society to act in a certain manner. And if you don't understand how we flow here, how we roll, you know, when you go up to the mountain somewhere, when you go get a Gilligan's Island and go walk around with your gorilla monkey all day alone on an island, but you ain't walking down Main Street with a gorilla and carrying a bazooka. It ain't going to happen. Not when I'm the cop. Not when I'm the sheriff. Well, I got rights. Dude, you got the rights in the private, not in the public. In the public, you have duties, obligations, and responsibilities to your fellow man. In the private, you have all your rights. Your rights stop where my rights begin. I have the right to be in peace and have a nice, tranquil walk down this street. I have the right to just walk the common grounds and be in peace and enjoy my time on planet Earth. If you think you're going to come here and scare the living bejesus out of, because you know what you're doing is scaring the living bejesus out of everybody. Now, if the guy's Tarzan and he comes out of the jungle and he's buck naked, and he's swinging a monkey off his left hip, well, obviously the guy's an idiot because he's from the freaking jungle and he doesn't know societal decorum. He doesn't know how he's supposed to act in the public. So, of course, you're going to give that guy a pass. You're going to say, hey, look, Tarzan, we don't swing from the vine like that down here. You know what? You got to throw one of these rags on you. What's a rag? Dude, this. Let me just wrap it around you. Well, no, I'm not going to take that. Oh, dude, then you got to get the hell out of here. Dude, you just can't be floating free like that. You know, there's women that chilling here. We all that's God's body. Yeah, that's God's creation. Yeah, we understand that. But you know what? It don't hang like that here. You know, you got to move it on. You got to keep it going down the road. We can't tolerate that here. And you got to respect it because you're in the public. And the public has a certain, expectation to what we expect from each other when we act in the public. And it's like I said, if people want to say, well, you know what, Cole, where can we do this? You do it in a private. You go home and swing from your chandeliers all you want. Go bang a monkey. I don't give a damn what you're doing at home. Just you better not be doing it in the public. You know, there is a difference between private and public. It's very simply, it's like, say, almost what's going on with Frank, my mom's husband, and my kid. The government wants to say that Frank did something horrible to my daughter. I was like, okay, that's fine. Frank did something very horrible to my daughter. Let's just say for shits and giggles he did. Let's just say he did the most horrible, horrendous things to my daughter. And I asked the government one simple question. Did he do it in a private or did he do it in a public? He did it in a private. So isn't that a private domestic authority, domestic affair? Well, no, because he did a horrible, horrendous thing. He murdered your daughter. Yeah, but again, you write public laws. Right, okay. This happened in a private. Yes. Okay, so wouldn't it be up to me to determine what happens to him? Why does the state believe that they have an interest in what happened in a private? It happened in my castle, under my watch. I'm the king of this castle. You're a king of another realm. You're the king of the public. I'm the king of the private. If I need your help, I'll let you know. If I don't need your help, you know what? You can't come in. He's like, you're just going to let it go. Yes, I'm just going to let it go. You're just going to forgive. I'm just going to forgive. You're just going to let the guy get away with it. I'm going to say, you know what? If I wish to forgive him, he's going to have to meet his creator someday. Someday he's going to die. And I'm not going to punish him on earth. If God wants to punish him in heaven or hell, that's God's prerogative, but it's not mine. They're like, well, no, that's ridiculous. No, it's called Judeo-Christian beliefs. And you have a Judeo belief where if Frank kills my kid, you get to kill Frank. I might have a Christian belief that says if he kills my daughter, I turn the other cheek. Well, that's crazy. Well, that's what Jesus Christ said, too. And I thought he was pretty freaking crazy. But you know what? I think the guy is right. And if I want to believe Jesus Christ is right, who are you to tell me I got to let you murder Frank and I got to help you murder him? I got to help you kill him because he killed my daughter. I got to go eye for eye, tooth for tooth. What if I don't want to? What if I want to turn the other cheek? Well, you can't turn the other cheek. Why not? Well, Carl, that wouldn't be right. Why not? It was okay for Jesus. If it's okay for Jesus, it's not okay for me to forgive the trespass. I'm not supposed to forgive his trespass against my child. Okay, what trespass can I forgive him? I could forgive him if he trespass what? If he takes a bar of soap from me, then I can forgive him. Or if he takes $5, I could forgive him. But if he kills my kid, I can't forgive him. I thought we lived in a Judeo-Christian land. I thought we were supposed to forgive our trespasses as we'd wish them to forgive us of our trespasses. I thought that's what we were supposed to do. I thought that's what made America great. I thought we didn't live in the world of Palestine or Israel or Judea. I thought we lived in America. I thought we lived in a Christian land. I didn't know we lived in a Judeo land. I didn't know that the United States of America had turned Jewish. So all these people that want me to hang Frank say Frank did kill my kid. And I said, no, I'm going to let him go. What? I'm going to let him go? What? That's between me and Frank. If I want to do something to Frank, that's between me, Frank, and God. It has nothing to do with the people in the public. Did he kill your kid? No. He killed mine. All right. Then I'll determine what I want to do or not do with Frank. It happened in a private. It's like, well, Paul, you're supposed to let the government put Frank in a cage. Look, I don't want to be a part of it. If I just say, look, I want to play the Christian role. I just want to forgive him of his trespass. No, Call, you can't. A guy like that's got to go to 20 years jail for 20 years. Okay, look, if you want to be Jewish, if you want to do Old Testament on him, if you want to be what you call these, you hate, people always say, these people who do these shows, oh, I hate those Jewish people. This country's turning all Jewish. Oh, the Jewish media and the Jewish this and the Jewish that. They're like, okay, well, if Frank did something horrible to my kid, what should I do? Oh, Frank should go to jail for 20 years. Okay, then you're Jewish. I'm not Jewish. Yes, you are. You're Jewish. Well, how many years should Frank get? Well, you should at least get 6 months or a year. Then you're Jewish. What? You're Jewish. What did Jesus say? Turn the other cheek and forgive and forget and go on with your life. Well, that's ridiculous. No, it's not. If you believe that your world is this world and there is nothing else but this world, you're Jewish. If you believe that if you forgive the trespass of others and then God's going to reward you in the next world, well, then you're Christian. If you people don't like the fact that I'm Christian and I'm not Jewish, you're listening to the wrong fucking show. If you want me to go eye for eye with Frank, I'm not going to do it. I could go Judeo on him. I could go old school. I could go Old Testament on him. I could act Jewish. But what am I above all that? If I'm over it. I'm like, you know what? I'm done. What? I'm not a kid anymore. What? I'm a man now. I know there's more going on than just whatever silly shit's going on here on planet Earth right now. I think there's more to this. I think there's a hell of a game. I think there's a hell of an opportunity here to forgive and forget and teach people how to forgive and forget. Just like I'm going to tell my daughter. Obviously we're just writing simple emails back and forth to each other. The only thing I said to her about Grandpa is I'm trying to help Grandpa. That's all I said to her. I'm trying to help Grandpa. Now, maybe in the next 2 or 3 emails she'll write to me. She'll say something about Grandpa. I'll ask her, do you know why you're in foster care? And if she says yes or no, I'll say, okay, why do you think you're there? If she says, I don't know. It's like, well, they said Grandpa did something to you. Do you remember what Grandpa did? And I'm going to ask her a simple question. What do you believe Grandpa did? And she's going to tell me if she did something or he did nothing. Say he did something. Oh, Grandpa did this, Grandpa did that. I say, well, what do you think we should do? Do you think we should just say, Grandpa, that wasn't very nice, and you shouldn't have done it, and we should all just, kiss and make up and just say, you know what, please don't let that happen again? Or do you think we should say, Grandpa, you should hang. Grandpa, you should spend the rest of your life in jail and die. What should we do to Grandpa? I'm going to ask her. And just want to see where her mind is at and see how she was raised and how she was reared compared to how I was reared and how I was raised. And see where her mind is at. I'd be impressed if she just says, you know what? Grandpa shouldn't have done it, but this is worse than what Grandpa did. So you know what? Honestly, I just want everything to go back to the way it was. And just hope Grandpa don't do that again. I was like, okay, kid. Hopefully she's going to say that. Or she's going to say, you know what? Grandpa didn't do a damn thing. I just wanted to say it because Grandpa embarrassed me in front of my boyfriend. I said, okay, kid, that's fine. Then you know what? You lied, and now we're going to have to deal with you in a whole different way. Now we're going to have to worry that you might lie about me or your brother or your uncle or Grandpa again or Grandma, so we're going to have to treat you different. You understand, right? It's not going to go back to the way it was. If Grandpa did do something, obviously it's not going to go back that way. Grandpa's going to have to leave. And if you're the one who lied, obviously we're going to have to treat you different. I said, you're going to have to, wear a body camera. So it's going to look like a pack of cigarettes hanging from your pocket. But, we're going to have to protect other people from you telling a story again. So, like I said, it's all kinds of things that what might not happen depends on when I'm talking to her, what she tells me. And right now, she seems to really respect me, and she doesn't talk to anybody else, but she's emailing me, and she's talking to me. My mom went up to meet her today, and she said, no, your kid didn't say one damn word to me. She said she just looks at me every time I come up there. She doesn't say hello. She doesn't say goodbye. She just looks at my mom. I said, well, maybe she doesn't trust you. I said, I'm pretty sure she trusts me.
Right.
So I'm going to see how this works out with the kid. If she's going to talk to me. And like I said, and that's the whole thing with the society, and that's what the whole thing that happened with West Virginia, with the man from West Virginia. He asked them to forgive him of his trespass, of his debt. And the court said, absolutely, not a problem. And it was all gone. And he's like, holy shit, Carl, that was easy. I was like, yeah, if you seem sincere, if you seem to be real about it, you can't just say, it can't be a smug little punk, because you still got to convince that judge that you're really sincere, that you're not going to let it happen again, and you're very sorry for what happened. You're going to man up to it. And you're going to, you know what, I'm sorry that it happened, and I'll never let it happen again. I'll do my best. And that's and the judge and everybody's like, good, that's what we wanted to hear.
Okay.
It's silly because it's so simple. It's like you were taught that when you were a little kid, when you were 3, 4, 5 years old. Right. It's so funny. I forgot some stuff that my kid has been doing. Even like my little brother, Frankie's 32 years old. When they do stupid things and they break things around here, just stupid things happen. And I just say, hey, don't worry about it. It's all gonna, be dust someday anyway. Don't worry about it. So you broke it. It's no big deal, kid. As long as you didn't do it deliberately, that's okay. And if you did do it deliberately, do you understand that that's going to cost? And do you understand now we're going to have to do something different? Do you understand? My little brother Frankie did that. He was 33 years old. And when he was 5 years old, I walked outside to my tractor, and all the glass on the gauges was busted. So I walked around, and I saw him outside with a hammer. I said, come here, kid. He was like 5 years old. I said, tell me a little story. What happened here? And he just looked down at the ground. I said, yeah. I know. Let me take a wild guess. You just decided to bust all the gauges, the glass out of the gauges. Yeah. I said, okay, kid. You know what? Honestly, I love breaking glass too. I said, I enjoy breaking glass. I said, here, come on out of the ball with me. So I found a whole bunch of plate glass. I found a whole bunch of bottles. I found a whole bunch of junky glass laying around. And we just started shooting up the glass. I said, there you go, kid. Here, now shoot the glass. And we just took like a little .22 and we started shooting the shit out of the glass. And he was laughing his ass off. I said, now that's how you break glass. I said, if you want to break glass, you come find me. And we'll break glass all damn day. And I'll tell you what glass we can break. But you can't be breaking glass on cars, on motorcycles, on tractors. You can't just break glass there, okay? You understand? No breaking glass on like this stuff, okay? You want to break glass, you come find me. We'll break glass all damn day. And we never had a problem again like that with him. But that's what I'm saying. I didn't yell up and down. I didn't scream and say, you goddamn bloody little bastard. You understand what it's going to take to fix those damn gauges? My God, what the hell's wrong? No, I didn't do any of that shit. I said, come here. You like to break glass? Yeah, come with me. I'll show you glass. Come. And that's the way I handle things. Because I know I'm going to be dead anyway. I could have died 10 seconds after he broke that glass. He could have broke that glass, and I could have took 2 steps at him in anger. I could have tripped over a rock and broke my neck. And then that's how I went out in the world, angry at the kid for a piece of broken glass.
Right.
That's not my style. It's just not my style. That's why I tell you people, when you go to court and you want to be like me, it's a style. It's a lifestyle. The judge can see it. The judge can tell. It's just, this guy's got a style. He's got a certain style. He's got a certain, like, what do you say, like a style, a charm, an elegance, a grace, a manner, a demeanor, a cadence, a rhythm. He's got a style. It's interesting because people are like, wow, that's not the usual typical reaction. It's the same thing that they said when they took my kid. They said, people don't usually act like this, Carl. They say, what did you want me to do, yell at you? You wanted me to get mad that you took my kid? Well, you just said that Grandpa did this to your daughter. Don't you want to kill the Grandpa? No. I want to get all the facts. I want to get all the information. If nothing horrible happened, we're just going to forgive it and go on. We're just going to say, you know what? We're going to keep a lot closer eye on what the hell's going on here. Thank you for the state's cooperation. Thank you for the state's aid and help. But we got it from here. We don't need any more aid and assistance. Thank you very much. I asked the cop some very simple questions. Is she a virgin? Yes. Is there any torn clothing? No. Was she naked? No. Was he naked? No. Did anybody touch each other's body parts? No. Okay, then what are we talking about? Well, he was, playing with her aggressively, like wrestling with, okay, really? According to who? It's like, well, he just was touching her inappropriately. According to who? She said some things to the guidance counselor. Okay, what did she say? Well, she said Grandpa was wrestling with her rough. Okay, really? I never hit anybody that I've known in his adult life. He's never struck any human being. He has, I don't know how many kids. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4 kids. He's never hit any of them. How many grandkids he has, I don't have a freaking clue. But he's never hit anybody. He hasn't hit my mom in anger. And I went down to the sheriff's department. He actually said that. I was talking to them. Said, he hasn't even hit my mom in anger. What? Oh, she'll double deal, backstab, lie. She'll bullshit to get whatever she wants. She's a woman's prerogative. She's crafty. She's slick. She's sly. She knows how to get what she wants. And don't tell me my mom don't. Because poor Frank said that to me about a month before before this went down. He said to me, he says, Carl, I wanted to write out a will and try to give my children some property here on this farm. And my attorney, did a title search, and I don't own anything, Carl. He was like, what? He says, I don't own anything. What do you mean you don't own anything, Frank? He says, I don't own a damn thing. Your mom owns everything. She says she owns all the cars, the tractors, the trucks, all the farm implements, all the tools. She owns the house. She owns the land. I said, yeah, my mom's a federal agent, an IRS agent. Yeah. What did you think she was doing while you were busy working for 33 years without a day off except for on Sunday? So you worked 6 days a week. What did you think she was doing? She was nesting. She was doing a woman's thing. She was building a nest egg. Yeah, go ahead and divorce her. Go ahead and leave. Go ahead and do whatever the fuck you want. She's not going to give a damn. Guess what? Because you're going to walk out of here with nothing. She says, holy cow, I can't believe she did that to me. I said, dude, it's a woman's prerogative. She's building a nest. She's building a fund. She's building like a little cloister here. She's building her little nest egg. Yes, you're giving him money. It was so funny watching him go to bail bond hearing. It was hysterical. The guy's worked for 33 years. He actually asked me that, back in August or July. He says, oh, thank God, Carl, you came back. He says, I haven't had a vacation in 33 years. Remember when I last had a vacation? I said, yeah, when you dropped Frankie off when he was a baby with me and my sister. And you said, and you get your mom and you went upstate New York for a weekend. I said, yeah, that's the last time I had a vacation. For 2 days in the last 33 years. I said, yeah, Frank, it kind of sucks being married to my mom. She drives you like a mule, doesn't she? He's like, yeah. She never gives me a minute of peace. I said, yeah, I can't believe you ain't snapped her in half. I said, God bless you, Frank, for never getting that kind of anger and never hitting my mom. I said, I don't know how you do it. And then he was, like I said, about a month later, he says to me, Carl, I went to get a will written up, and my lawyer says I don't own anything. She got everything transferred in her name. I said, yeah, she's a woman. That's what women do. I said, I could have told you that. I could have told you that when you met my mom when I was 16, 17 years old. I could have told you. She's a woman. She's going to make sure that she's got her ass covered for the rest of her life. So it was funny when he went to the bail bond hearing. It was hysterical when the court lady was taking all this information down. And the judge said to him, do you own any property? No. Do you own any land? No. I thought that was the Russo farm. And yes. You're Frank Russo. Yes. And that's Pat Russo. Well, Pat Russo, Pat Garner. Pat Lentz. Yeah. No, she owns the farm. So you don't own that farm. And he had to say in court, no, I don't own that farm. So you don't own the land? No. I don't own the house? No. Do you own any cars or trucks? No. And he was saying with a straight face, and he was telling the truth. The judge said, okay, for all, you're 65 years old, you worked like every damn day since you were a 20-year-old kid. What do you own? He says, well, I got $200. She's like, what? He said, that's all I got. He said, I got 2 bank accounts, and I believe there's about $200 in 2 bank accounts. That's all I have. And I was like, when I got outside the courthouse, you better believe I said to my mom, I said, do you understand how pathetic that sounds? That this man is 65 years old. His oldest daughter is almost 40. He's been working for 40 years with you. 40 years. So he makes a minimum $35 grand a year. That's $1.2 million. And the guy's got $200 to his name. $200 to his name. I said, does it kind of show the court and the world, Mom, that, you know, he's been working like this, like a dog for all these years, and he's got nothing and you got everything? Like your little nest egg's got to be well worth over $1 million, and he's worth $200. I said, do you understand how sad this sounds, Mom? I said, Mom said, don't worry about it. It's a woman's prerogative, and he just doesn't understand women. I do. He didn't understand that you were doing to him all these years. He thought that you guys were partners, that you guys were equals. He was like, well, yeah, if he wants to live with me for the rest of his life, he can have the farm, and he can share in the farm, and he can share in the cars and the trucks and the vans. I said, what do you mean sharing it? She's like, oh, yeah, I'm going to make sure if he leaves with nothing. But if he stays with me and he plays ball and we get along fine and he doesn't hit me and I don't divorce him, I'll let him have half. You let him have half. And he's worked for everything. I said, isn't that just special? And again, like I say to guys, hey, this is a woman's prerogative. She didn't do anything evil. She didn't do anything bad to the guy. She's a woman. That's what women do. You know, you didn't marry a guy, you married a woman, and you don't know the rules? You don't understand that's what women do. They build a nest egg to protect themselves for the future, in case the guy drops dead, dies, or runs off and marries somebody else, you know, half her age. What do you think my mom was supposed to do? Trust the guy that he was going to stick around for the rest of his life and not fool around on her, not beat her, not whatever? It's like, oh, hell no. My mom's like, oh, no, man, I'm building my corner. I'm building my wall. I'm building my nest egg. No, I'm a nice guy. I don't trust nobody. So that was her prerogative. She's like, I don't trust a damn. I don't trust anybody. Hell no. I'm going to build up my little nest egg. And that's what I told her. I said, look, Mom, I said, I explained this to you. I said, they're coming after Frank. But when they find out you got the money, they're going to come after you. When they come after you, you're going to have to give everything you got to some stupid attorney. Because they're going to come after you next. Because they're going to find out you got the money. And that's what I see so many people saying to me. The elderly people are telling me, Carl, I'm 50, 60, 70, 80 years old, and I filled out an IRS tax return, and they said I filled it out wrong, and they're going to charge me with $300,000 in fines and penalties, and I'm going to have to sell everything I got to keep me out of jail. I said, yeah, well, welcome to the United States. What do you think they're going to do? Do you let you pass your money off to your children, like die and leave a will? Is that what you thought was going to happen? Where do you think you live? You live in the United States. You're not getting out of this world with anything. The government's going to take everything from you before you die. I said, what do you think these lawyers do for a living? You think they get their hands dirty and they build dirty and they build or dig a hole? No, these lawyers live off of working. They live off of another man's sweat. And parasites. Yes, is a lawyer good for certain things? Yes, for creating a will, for going over real estate, going over mortgage plans with you, but that's it. To actually intercourse with a living, breathing man is ridiculous. No man should have to need another man to carry him through the court. You should, if you do something wrong, you should know how to pay your own damn debt back to society. You should know how to write back to the cop. You should know how to write to the judge in court. Say, holy shit, I'm sorry I owe debt to society. I'm sorry I did what I did. How do I make this whole? How do I make it square? I had a really bad day. I wasn't acting very manly and probably wasn't acting very ladylike. I'm sorry. How do I square this up? Can you please tender me the bill? And that's all they want to see. That's all the judge wants to see. The judge just wants to see that you're gonna that when he lets you go, that you're going to pose no more threat to the community. That you're not going to act like a little crazed animal. He's not going to let a gorilla run back through the streets. He's not going to do it. Like I said in the movie Rambo, I can't believe that sheriff let that guy, back in the streets. Like, dude, you had him. And look what happened when you let him go. Look what he came back to give you. What, are you crazy? Why don't you give him Las Vegas did that. Las Vegas used to give people one-way tickets on Greyhound or Amtrak anywhere in the country they wanted to go. If you were homeless and you wanted them in Vegas and they called you and vagrancy laws down there, they'd give you a one-way ticket and send you back home. And what do they call it? What's the name of that people? Not the AFL, it's ACLU. Sued the city of Las Vegas for doing that. So they lost like millions of dollars in a stupid lawsuit. So Las Vegas said, no more of this. So what they did is they took the city of Las Vegas and made it private property. And they leased it out to all of the casinos down there and all of the shops and all the stores. The whole entire 5 streets by 3 streets, the city blocks, there's private property down there. So if you come into the downtown Las Vegas area, you're on private property. You're like stepping into somebody's house. And if they say you're trespassing, they'll give you a warning. If you look homeless, they'll stop you and say you got $100 on you. And the homeless guy will say, no, well, then you're trespassing. You got to leave. Oh, okay. You know, and then they'll leave. And then 2 seconds later, they come around the corner. They come from another angle, and they think they're coming back downtown, but they're coming back into somebody's house. Now you're going to jail, buddy. And then they would take the homeless guy, and they say, look, he's going to cost you $1,000 and 1 year in jail. What's your pleasure? And they say, well, I ain't got $1,000, so they put you in jail for a year. But at least when they put you in jail, they put you in jail where O.J. Simpson is, about 90 miles north of the city of Las Vegas, up by Mercury Air Force Base, where I used to work. And they'll put you to skills to good use. They'll teach you how to do heating, ventilation, air conditioning, or they'll teach you how to work on cars. They have a huge car shop, a transmission shop up there. So when you come out of jail when the city of Las Vegas puts you in, at least you'll have skills. At least you'll have a trade under your belt. So that's how they dealt with the homeless. They actually take a homeless guy who came from Oklahoma to the city of Las Vegas to bum for nickels and quarters. They'll put you in jail for a year. They'll teach you a trade, and when you come out, they'll hire you at the casinos to do work. So then you're not homeless no more. So hooray. I mean, the city of Las Vegas, I mean, it's great entrepreneurs, people who figure it out, who say, hey, you know what? How do we get rid of the homeless people and not look like rotten, dirty bastards anymore by throwing them on a train, throwing them on a bus, and sending them back home? How do we get rid of the homeless? Oh, we're going to put them in jail. Oh, that's horrible. No. Not if we make the jail really nice, and we feed them good and house them good and clothe them good, and we give them a skill and we give them a job training. So then when we put them back on the street, they don't want to go to the street. They like, sleeping in a nice, comfortable bed. They like taking a shower every day. They like eating good food. They like being able to get up in the morning and go to work and get paid. We teach them how to do that here in jail. That's how jail should be run, not like little prison camps. So the city of Las Vegas did it right. So like I said, this is a great opportunity for me to show people, man, like if Frank did do something, they can't believe I want to forgive and forget. It's unbelievable. It's like people are bashing me on my show. First, Angela's show bashing me. The people out here bashing me. It's like, look, my kid doesn't have any broken bones. My kid, he didn't draw any blood. There's nothing here. There's no damages. I gotta let the guy go. What? Because that's the belief and the culture that I was reared under. That's how I believed in the American dream.
Right.
It's off with your head just because the king says so, because the king doesn't like you. Actually, there has to be damages. And look, is there any damages to my daughter? No. Then you gotta let him go. But he did this, dude. Bottom line is that damages. That's everything I teach people on my shows all the time. So wouldn't I be a hypocrite to say, well, Carl, even though there's not physical damages, there's emotional damages to her. Oh, really? Emotional damages to her. Uh-huh. And what do you think it was like for her now to be sleeping on the street? She says, I was going to put the email that she sent me. Like, this place sucks. This house sucks. The school sucks. This is not my home. I want to go back home. I want to go back to the farm. I want to go back to my animals. I want to go back to my friends. I want to go back to my school. This place sucks. I can't wait to go home. Is there some? She actually said to me, is there an email address that I can get in contact with the judge at the court to tell her I want to get my ass home? So she wants to tell the court judge, get my ass back home. So I'm going to go find who this Linda lady is and say, hey, is there a way that I could find an email to this Linda lady so my kid could write her an email? I'm starting sending emails to the judge. And then this judge who said, oh, well, it would be punishing the victim from taking her away from her home. Well, the judge turned around and did it anyway. 2 days later, she did it anyway. She told me, I said, wait a second, when they were arraigning Frank, when they were trying to give him bail or bond, they said no bail, no bond, because she still poses a threat to the girl if he's allowed to go back home, and she's there. I said, hey, look, I can take the daughter out of there anytime I wish. I said, I've never lost custody of this kid. I said, I'll take it to another family member. I've got plenty of females, all over the country that'd be more glad to take my kids and me in. And I said, no. The judge said, no. She said, this will be victimizing, punishing the victim by removing her from her home. And 2 days later, the judge did it anyway. Because looking at back and forth hindsight, it's like, look, it doesn't matter whether or not you release Frank, because I already took my kids and already took them out of the state and already placed them in another home. And the judge would have said, what? I said, yeah, because you told me Grandpa abused her. Grandpa was sitting in jail on Saturday. Well, today's Monday. You better believe when I found out on Saturday, Sunday I packed the kids up and they're gone until we figure this out. And I'd love to hear the church say, well, you can't do that. So I did on their damn day. But as far as I was concerned, Frank didn't do anything. Obviously, if they thought Frank really did do something, why did they let Frank come home after he said that he did all these horrible things? So the cop said, look, just say that you did it all and we'll let you go home. And we'll work with you. But if you say you didn't do it, we're going to lock you up for at least 5 months. No bail, no bond. So Frank said, okay, fine. Whatever you want me to say, I'll just say whatever you want to say. You promise me you'll let me go home? Yes, we promise you. As soon as you say everything we want to hear you say, we'll let you go home. And they let him go home. Yeah, they let him go home for about an hour. And then they came and arrested him. But they let him go home. They did tell him the truth. Because it's that slick bullshit legal jargon. Did we say you could go home if you tell us the truth? Yes. Yeah, they let him go right back home to my kid. Yeah. Well, technically, they kept their word. But they only kept half their word. The other half of their word is like, well, we won't charge you with a crime. We won't put you in jail. You know, we won't, we'll work with you. We'll give you a counseling, and you go to work on Monday. That's what he was promised. So they only lived up to half the agreement. So that's where I'm going after Mike the cop for breach of the agreement. He had an agreement with Frank, and he only lived up to half the agreement. So that's the lawsuit against Mike the cop. And Mike the cop said that this is what was going to happen. And obviously it's not what's happening. So Mike, committed fraud. And he knew he was committing fraud. He knew he wasn't going to live up to what he said. Yet he got Frank to enter into agreement with him. And Mike the cop says, well, I'm allowed to lie. And it's like, look, you made an agreement with the man, and that man thought he was talking to another man. He thought he was talking to man to man. He thought you were being a man, and he thought you were being honest, telling him really what was going to happen. You were lying to him, and you knew you were lying, and you tricked him. So we're going to hold you liable for tricking another man, for lying to another man. And he's like, no, I was acting as a cop at that time. It's like, you got every opportunity, Mike, to tell it to the jury. You got every opportunity in the world now to tell the jury that you were lying to Frank. And you tell the jury that you're allowed to lie. And you'll let the jury determine whether or not a man dressed in the uniform of a cop could lie to another man. And you will let the jury decide. And the jury says, no, Mike, you didn't do anything wrong. You're a cop and you're allowed to lie your ass off. Fine. Then that's the land we live in. We live in a land where it's settled once and for all that the cop could just lie through his freaking teeth. He can say any damn thing he wants, and he can't be held liable. And we can't seek compensation from a cop that lies. So we'll let the jury determine it. That's what we're suing Mike in the lawsuit against Mike. So when people say to me, Mike even wrote that. Mike said, Mike had an attorney write, say, and Mike's like, I don't know what I'm being charged with. I don't know what the trespass is. It's like, and all we had to say was, yes, you do, Mike. You know what it is. If you don't know what it is, well, when we get to court, we'll explain it to you. And that's it. I don't have to explain it any further than when we get to court, Mike. You know what you did. I know what you did. And when I say it to the jury what you did, you can defend yourself from that point. I don't have to tell you now what you did. You know and I know what you did. Because when we say what you did in front of the jury, you say, that's ridiculous. I didn't do that. Well, you're damn right I did it. You're damn right I told Frank that. Okay, then why did you tell Frank that? Did you let Frank go home? Yes. Did you give him the keys to his car, and did he get back in his car, and did he drive home on his own? Or did you guys drive him home? No, he drove home on his own. So, did Frank was led to believe that you would let him go home and you just get therapy? Because when you let Frank go home, did he grab his .357 and start shooting at you guys? No. Did he grab his .357 and shoot himself? No. Did he come home and grab his .357 and shoot the kid? No. Frank's got a gun, right? Yeah, he's got .357. Yeah. Well, why did you let the guy go home? Why did the guy have a gun? If you were so afraid of him, if he was such a horrible monster. Why? Why did you allow that to happen? Well, Frank must have been led to believe that you were going to keep your word. That if he just said, fine, I'm going to cooperate, I'm going to go home, I'm going to get the computers, I'm going to get the video cameras, I'm going to get the cell phones, I'm going to give you everything we got. And you guys can investigate me as much as you want. You're going to let me go home? Yes. And you're going to investigate some more? Yes. And you're not going to lock me up today? No. What do you want me to say? Well, we just want you to say that you did all these things. And then you'll let me go home. Yeah, okay, fine, then I did all those things. Now let me go home. Okay, here you go, Frank. Here's the keys. Here's your gun. Here's your car. Have a nice day. Go get the computers and we'll come and get them. Or you bring them down here, whatever the hell the agreement was. So when they came here, he was putting everything in his car. He was loading up the car with the cameras, the computers, everything. My kid was there. He didn't go after my kid, say, look what you did, you little devil. Look what you did, you little monster. Look what you did. My whole Saturday shot. No, he didn't come after my kid. He didn't say to me, Carl, your kid is fucking my world. He said to me, Carl, what should I do? What do you mean, what should you do? I said, just say your hearing's not so good and tell Mike before you agree to do anything Mike tells you to do. Tell Mike to put it in writing because your hearing's not so good. So that way, if he goes back on his word, at least we got something to slow in his face in court. And say, did you write this? Well, yeah, I wrote it. And it's like, okay, now that he wrote it, let's take it before the jury and ask the jury, shouldn't this man have to hold up to what he wrote? That Frank's allowed to go home. He should just be acting like a little Nancy boy and saying, I'm going to get my kid no matter what. I'm going to be like these Bundys out in Oregon. I mean, these Bundys, man, could just fucking blow it for everybody. They could blow it for me. They could blow it for dozens of people like me who are trying to solve this with paper, pen, and ink. I could solve all this with paper, pen, and ink. And you got these stupid Bundy schmucks fucking around out there in Oregon with guns. And part of me is just like, you know what? The U.S. government, just get in there and just wipe these son of a bitches out before it gets nutty. Just end it. These guys, they want to point guns, dude. Just wrap them. Just drop napalm on them. Just vaporize these bastards. Because if these clowns start some stupid patriot movement, war, everything that I'm trying to accomplish with paper, pen, and ink is going to be considered like we're under martial law now. The court system is closed. We have internal national terrorists. You people are terrorizing us now. People like me are going to be labeled as terrorists. Because these dickhead Bundys are doing something with some stupid cattle or some bullshit. Like, they burned some pasture land down and they got in trouble for arson because the other family who was adjoining the national park decided to clear burn some land. So if there was a forest fire, it wouldn't catch onto their property. Well, hey people, if you were so fucking worried about your property burning down, why did you go over to the National Forest and burn their land? Why didn't you burn some of your land? Why didn't you do that? Well, I guess our land is valuable, and the national and the people's land isn't valuable. Well, nobody's going there. Really? How many hundreds of acres or thousands or millions of acres do you have? Why didn't you burn your side of the fence? Why did you go into the national park and burn their side of the fence? Why doesn't somebody ask this guy, this Hammond family, or Harmon family, whatever they are, this very simple question? Why didn't you burn your side of the fence? Why did you burn the national park side of the fence? Well, our land is cleared and valuable, and theirs is just a whole bunch of trees, and it's not valuable to anybody. Well, what happened if the fire got out of control? What happened if you couldn't put it out? What happened if you burnt down billions of acres? What happened if you burnt a couple of your neighbors' houses down while you were doing this? What happens? Then what happens then? You got enough insurance to indemnify all your neighbors that you're going to burn down to the ground, kill their women and children accidentally? Oops, I didn't mean to, but it just happens sometimes. Yes. That's why you get permits, and that's why you ask the government, hey, can you help us burn some of this shit down? Can you give us some advice? No, you're just going to fucking do it on your own. Yeah, that's why you fucking went to jail. Because you just said, oh, you know what, I'm just going to burn a national park down. Well, not the whole park, just a good section of it, so it doesn't. If it does catch on fire, it won't get on my land. Oh, yeah, so when I just burn a neighbor's cornfield down, half his cornfield, say, oh, this cornfield might catch on fire someday. So I better just burn my neighbor's corn down. Because if he gets a fire over there, well, gee, it might come over to my field and burn my alfalfa hay field down. Oh, really? That makes a freaking lot of sense to somebody. No, it doesn't. It doesn't make a lick of sense to me. So these stupid Bundys are going to start World War III for a stupid reason. Give me a real reason why you're starting World War III. Give me a real reason why you're going to get the Patriot movement to look like a bunch of fucking mental midgets. I mean, I heard it on the fucking radio in the car. I said, oh, my God, not those fucking Bundys again. This has got to be like a cartoon, like a sick joke. Like the Bundys is the most notorious family on TV for being dysfunctional. From back in the 80s and 90s, that comedy show, the Bundys. I was like, oh, you've got to be kidding me. I thought it was a made-up name when they first told me about these clowns 2-3 years ago. So these Bundys are going to start this crap. I was listening to this on NPR, driving down the road, about the Bundys. And they said, yeah, well, we got to the National Forest Park Ranger Station. We got to the main headquarters cabin of the Net Park, and I was greeted at the door by a big, tattooed white guy with tattoos on his eyelids. Tattoos on his freaking eyelids. I don't have a tattoo anywhere on my body, and I never wanted one, and I never will be one on me. Unless I'm held down and the government puts one on me. It ain't going to freaking happen by my free will. I'm not going to fuck with something that God designed. There's nothing wrong with it. So this was moron. He's got tattoos on his eyelid, and he's the one meeting and greeting the press on behalf of the Bundys. Oh, yeah, and the people in that community are like, man, get these freemen the hell out of here. Get these Bundys out of our freaking neighborhood. And I wouldn't blame them. They came to my farm and said, Carl, we're going to help you. No, dude, I don't need your freaking help. What? I got this. What? I got paper, pen, and ink. I got this. Well, no, Carl, we're going to protect you. Dude, get the fuck out of my farm. I got this. If they're going to shoot me, they're going to shoot me whether you're standing in front of me or not. They're going to snipe me from 100 fucking miles in the sky. Don't worry about it. Get your shit and get the fuck out of here. I want to solve this with paper, pen, and ink. If they want to do it violently, let them do it violently, but I'm not going to be the one who's going to draw first blood. They're going to blame me. They're not going to start World War III and clamp down on all these patriot movements and call us inland terrorists or something like that, homeland terrorists. I ain't going to go for it. I ain't doing it. Just pack up your little, pistols and your tattooed eyeballs and get the hell out of here. I got this covered. I don't need your help. Thanks, guys, but no thanks. You know what you guys could do for me? Write letters. You know what you guys could do? Write emails. You know what you guys could do? Watch me on the internet. You know what you could do? Pass this knowledge around to your neighbors and your friends. That's what you could do. How about that? I don't need you camped out here in my front yard like an encampment of a military compound. I don't need it. Let's do this with paper, pen, and ink. I really do believe they respect law. If you give them paper, pen, and ink. This judge wanted to give them an additional 5 years. Fine. Let's deal with this. The judge says, we're going to give you another 5 years. Hey, you know what? Lovely, Judge. Why, when they were told they had to turn themselves in this Monday and they didn't turn themselves in, why, when the judge told them this, 2 months ago, 3 months ago, 6 months ago, a year ago, that he's going to give them an additional 5 years, why didn't they call me up? The Bundys know who the fuck I am. Why didn't they call me up and said, Carl, we have a situation down here. Is there something you could do with paper, pen, and ink to set off the debt that these harmon people have to the national government? Is there some way that we could set this debt off? Oh, absolutely. Because the judge is going to threaten them to give them another 5 years. Oh, really? 5 years? Let's see how much that equates to. And let's see how much damage they did. Well, why don't we have the United States government tender them a bill? What? Give us a fucking bill. Give the Hammonds a bill of how much damage they caused. Getting the fire department out there, closing the National Park Service. Tender us the bill. And we'll pay the bills to the United States government. Why didn't the fucking Bundys just give me a call and say, Carl, we got a similar situation. What do we do? Because I ripped that fucking Bundy kid a new asshole, man, on some Boston radio show. And they thought I was going to come there and support them. I said, I'll support the U.S. Marshals. I said, you're going to fly me out there and help you? Uh-huh. Where's the U.S. Marshals? About a quarter mile down the road. You willing to drive a quarter mile every day to see me? What? I'm going to stand next to the U.S. Marshals, asshole. Why? Because you guys are morons. You could solve this. I could write 2 sentences to the United States District Court out there and stop all this nonsense. Why? Because until they can answer, they can't proceed. It's the rules of the game. It's like chess. Until the other player makes a move, the game's just in a stall. It's like a stalemate. Nothing's going to happen. I'm going to toss them a question that they can't answer. And until they answer it, they can't move. They can't execute an order on you. What? Dude, it's 2 damn sentences. What the fuck you got all these fucking machine guns down there, you asshole? Don't you understand and respect the rule of law? Don't you understand we live in America? Don't you understand that we can settle this civilly through the courts? Don't you understand why your grandfather built that courthouse? Access it and use it? If you know how to do it. If you don't know how to act like a man in court, well, then go ahead and be a little Nancy boy and point a gun at another man's son or daughter. Call the U.S. Marshal. I wanted to be a U.S. Marshal, asshole. What makes you think that I'd tolerate some clown with tattoos on his eyeballs pointing a gun at me if I was a U.S. Marshal? I can't believe the restraint those guys have to not just fucking blow you fucking the smithereens. I said, I don't know how to tolerate your crazy dumb shit. I said, I could probably tolerate your shit for about 2 seconds. I said, you're lucky they're holding back and they're holding a little restraint. God knows why. I wouldn't. You guys are fucking crazy. Who you do point a gun at another man's son or daughter? Who the fuck are you? To think you could take human life? Who the fuck are you? Oh, well, they won't take us back our cattle. Send them a bill. How many cattle do they take? 10,000 heads? Send them a fucking bill. Get a judgment on them. What the fuck is wrong with you people? They're fucking cows. You're pointing a gun at a man or a woman. You're pointing a gun at somebody's child. What the fuck is wrong with you? Oh, they stole my car. I'm going to kill them. Dude. Oh, they stole my cow. I'm going to kill them. Dude. You're going to make hamburger meat out of that motherfucker, right? Yeah, you're going to kill somebody for a hamburger. Really? Is it your pet cow? Is it the cow that you loved and you can't live without? Did you marry this motherfucking cow? Is that what we were talking about? Well, no. What the fuck are you people? What are you people doing again? You people are out of your minds. Did I ever threaten anybody for taking my kids? No. Did I ever threaten anybody in court saying I'm going to come here and kill everybody until you give me back my children? No. I said, you know what? I'm going to figure this out. When they did this to me in the year 2000, I said, you know what? It might take me 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, but I'm going to figure this out. I'm a very patient man. I'm going to figure this out. No, I'm not going to come with bazookas and a 1,000-man army. I said, I'm going to come here on the backs of 1,000 scholars. 100,000 people are going to be watching what's going on. I said, I'm going to get my knowledge from a book. I'm going to figure this out. And when I come back, I'm coming with paper, pen, and ink. I'm not coming with a gun. And I'm going to get my kids. So that's what I'm trying to say with those Bundy kind of people. What are you out of your fucking minds? You're going to blow up people like me who there's like a state government, a county government. They know their back's up against the wall. They know people are learning like I'm learning. You people are learning. I'm learning. They're getting their backs up against the wall. It could all end for them so fast. When man starts saying, wait a second. Do you have any damages here, United States government? No. Did you just charge me with bringing in 10 billion pounds of cocaine? Yeah. Okay. Do you have any damages? No. Then you have no case. Well, that's correct. Hey, IRS. Did I not pay my taxes for the last 27 years? Yeah. How much do I owe in debt? $26,833,017. Yeah. You got the claim for damages? Well, no. Then you got no case. Hey, Mr. Policeman, I was doing 963 miles an hour in reverse on my roof down the road. Yeah. Yeah, how much do I owe you? $17,812.16. Yeah, well, either I'll make monthly installment payments of 2 cents for the next 300 centuries, or how about you just show me the bill for the damages? Oh, well, there are no damages. Well, then I guess you got no case. Do you understand how simple this is to solve? And you got these fucking morons like the Bundys pointing guns at fucking people. When you ask the government a simple question, sir, you got any damages? Well, yeah, look at all the parks land that you burnt down. Okay, how many acres did we burn down? 73,612. Okay, how much money do we owe you? You owe $17,870.17. Can you get me on a payment plan? All I could do is $612.17 a year. But, of course, anything more than that, it would be harming the family, and I know the United States government doesn't want to cause harm to man, which helps create the government. Isn't that true, Mr. United States of America, if he ever appears in court? Well, yes, when also the United States of America is going to appear in court and actually lay the claim that I actually owe the United States of America $17,812.17. Well, no. Oh, so then the plaintiff won't appear? No. So then I don't owe a debt? No, you don't. Shit. What the fuck is wrong with you, damn Hammond motherfuckers? What the hell is wrong with you, you stupid fucking Bundys? And guys who have tattoos on their fucking eyelids, who are giving the fucking radio stations and TV stations the tour of the compound that they took over. Who the fuck, what kind of moron tattoos shit on their eyeballs, on their eyelids? And these clowns can blow it off for people like me. And whether I like him or not, an Alex Jones kind of guy. And I don't. But at least he's trying to do it with paper, pen, and ink as well. And I appreciate people who are trying to do it with paper, pen, and ink. I really do. Even if I think they're ridiculous in their method of doing it, at least he's not saying, you know what, we got to go there and we got to support these fuckers. No, if we go there, we got to support those fuckers. We got to support the U.S. Marshals. And when the U.S. Marshals show up, we got to say, no. U.S. Marshals, we're going to walk in front of you because this shit's going to stop. No more of these patriot motherfuckers. I don't even know if these patriots are real motherfucking patriots. I don't even know if they're just U.S. government stooges that are trying to make us look bad. I don't know if a patriot could really be that stupid. So why don't we walk in front of the U.S. Marshals and say to the U.S. Marshals, we got your back. Stay behind us. We'll walk in front of these patriots. And let's see if they can shoot another patriot. Because we're the real motherfucking patriots. We want to do, and use the courthouse that our government and our grandfathers designed. Our government designed by our grandfathers. We want to use our courthouses. That's all we're asking for. Let's have access to our own courthouses. Don't block it. And that way we can do this civilly. We don't have to do it violently. So like I said, I'm funny as hell, man. I don't know why those Bundys thought I would come out there and support their crazy beliefs. I don't know if the Bundys actually work for the government, because I can't believe anybody who, like an Alex Jones and me, actually think that we're going to possibly outgun these fuckers. There's no way. And that's why I said to the U.S. Marshals when they asked me, I said, well, look, say that I was the most evil social worker on planet Earth, the most evil governor that ever existed, the most evil attorney general that ever existed on planet Earth, and say I went in there blazing up that fucking building. Okay? Guess what? There's 10,000 people to replace that governor, 1 million people to replace that attorney general, 1 billion ladies to replace that social worker. My gun, the barrel, is going to overheat. The shells are going to get locked. Nothing's going to come out of the chamber. I'm going to get mowed down in a blaze of glory. And what did I accomplish? Nothing. Just some stupid other dad who's going to be put in the ground. And what did I prove? Well, I'm going out as a hero. I'm fighting for my children's lives. Well, asshole, you're dead. And what did you prove? Well, I went to the state capitol and shot all. Dude, really? What did you accomplish in your lifetime? Well, I showed them I wasn't going to take no shit from nobody. Dude, it proved that you're worm meat. That's what it proves. And it didn't prove a damn thing to me, because people are going to forget about you in 2-3 weeks, 2-3 years. Nobody's going to remember that it didn't fucking happen. Why don't you do it with paper, pen, and ink, and everybody will remember you for the rest of mankind?
Back to the bicycle story. So you're saying that I'm just going to try to figure out what the judge is going to try to do to you by your demeanor, by your attitude, by the other man's demeanor, the other man's attitude. Did they summons the other man to appear, Mr. Sosa?
I don't know.
Okay, you got to appear on the 8th.
Yes.
Is there some reason why you can't call the prosecutor and say, hey, have you summoned Mr. Sosa to appear? Is this the first time you've been to this court, or this second, third, fourth time? How many
no,
times
this would be the second time. The first time they put a discretionary warrant out for me because apparently I didn't show up as the person.
Okay, great. Where was Mr. Sosa on the first time?
He wasn't there, but neither was the man acting as the officer.
So if he wasn't there, why didn't you just appear as a person? Say, hey, yeah, hallelujah, man, I'm here as a person. You got a witness? You got Mr. Sosa? You got the injured party? No. Well, then I guess you're going to have to fucking discharge this man. Oh, well, goodbye. It would have been over.
Just showing up as the person? This goes against any...
Sure. Because why? The other guy didn't show up. Well, he's full of shit. Nothing happened. Oh, why did you put him on a stand so I could cross-examine him? Oh, he's not here? Oh, well. I guess this case is dismissed.
They just want to find out how I want to proceed.
Dude, what do you mean they want to know how you're going to proceed?
Well, I was going to plead guilty to the charge.
Oh, you haven't even been arraigned yet.
No.
So you asked him if he's going to be guilty or not guilty.
Yeah. How do you want to proceed?
Yeah. Why don't you just say, hey man, I already covered the debt with Mr. Sosa.
But I haven't.
Oh, you haven't? Really? Where's Mr. Sosa?
He hasn't been summoned to court to appear as a witness, I guess.
Oh. So how do they know that you haven't?
How do I know what? Sorry?
How do they know? How do they know you haven't settled the debt? Where's Mr. Sosa? Oh, that Mr. Sosa. Oh, I thought the other Mr. Sosa. Oh, I'm there. Oh, what is this case about now? Oh, that's right. Oh, bicycle good. Oh, I was thinking the other Mr. Sosa. What am I thinking of? Oh, it's the other Mr. Sosa that I dropped his pancake the other day on the floor. Oh, I go, is that Mr. Sosa that I settled the debt with? I mean, you could do misdirection. You can bamboozle him and bullshit him. I mean, dude, this is the trade. You said
I'm trying to be honorable here.
I did? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, it's honorable.
Trying to be honorable.
Mr. Sosa. Dude, they could lie. They're acting. They're all fucking actors. I'm so fucking done with these fucking actors. They could just lie their ass off. They could say, oh, grandfather's got a fucking child pornography producer. Oh, really? You got photos of this? Oh, yes. And you're a cop. Oh, not only a cop, I'm an investigator. And I just lost the election by a couple of votes, or I would have been the sheriff of this county.
Oh, really? And you can just come around and just lie and just bullshit like crazy. Oh, yes, because I'm protected by state and federal laws. Oh, really? Oh, so we're just going to fucking act. We're just all going to come and act. We're not going to fucking act honorably anymore. Oh, we're just going to all fucking be actors now, huh? With no more honor in court. We're just going to fucking just make it up as we go along and bullshit. Put innocent people in jail. Destroy their lives. Oh, yeah, let's just all fucking act. Yay. Let's just all act like a bunch of bullshitters. Oh, no. That's right. I'm supposed to be a man, and I'm supposed to be the honorable one, while all you motherfuckers over there are bullshitting and lying. 6 years I fucking held 3 of my kids. 6 years. When I fucking wrote down everybody who was involved, there was 78 people involved in the stealing and taking my kids. All very, very honorable people. Oh, but that's right. I have to be the honest one, and everybody else can just bullshit and steal my kids. Oh, that's right. Look, there's no integrity in their motherfucking system. It doesn't
I don't know how
exist.
they sleep at night. I don't know how they sleep at night, really.
They sleep fine because they're actors. It's like, how does the guy, John England, who plays Freddy Krueger, or plays a Nightmare and Massacre guy, the guy with the fucking fingernails, how does that guy sleep at night? He just killed 57 people in one movie. How does he sleep at night? Because he's a fucking actor. He's an actor. It's all justifiable in their minds. They're just fucking acting.
But there's a Roman maxim. There's a Roman maxim, right?
We're all gonna fucking act. Let's all act. What act did you violate? I don't know, some Canadian act? Yeah, some parliamentary Canadian act of 1972. Yeah, okay, great. You know what? They're just fucking acting. Let's all just fucking act. Like I said, it was funny. My mom talked to Frank the other day in prison. And she said to him, she's like, you know what, when I go to court, I'm just going to act. I'm just going to act like I hate you. I'm just going to act like they're right and you're wrong. I'm just going to act like I agree with everything they say. I'm just going to act to get those grandkids back. The only problem with my mom, since this is the first time she's dealt with prison and jail, when she got to court the following Tuesday, she said, yeah, so you're going to act, huh? Yeah, I want to come to court and act. Okay. The only problem is we heard the phone call conversation that you had with Frank on the other side of the phone in prison. So you're just going to bullshit the crap out of us here in court, and you're just going to say whatever we want to hear, so you can get whatever you want? And she said to me, well, you know, he's my husband, and, you know, this is the way I'm going to act. You know, I don't want to break his heart, and you know what, I just want my grandkids back. And so when she said that, man, she said, man, the whole court, like the whole fucking air just like deflated out of the court. Because they were going to try to use her to try to place the kids. So they're like, wow, so we don't really know if we should trust you anymore, lady, because you don't care. It's just like what's going on with you. It's like, well, I want to be honorable, and I want to tell the truth. Why? Nobody on their side is telling the truth. Nobody on the Crown side is telling the truth. They can just lie their asses off. So to me, if I'm playing a game, if I'm playing Monopoly with you or playing chess or checkers, and you say it's okay to cheat, well, let's cheat. Okay, then let's just fucking just totally cheat and just make a total mockery of this. Why should I be fucking honorable in your fucking ridiculous game?
Because you're a public servant.
That's right. They don't care. They don't care.
You have to hold these public servants accountable.
That's right. Then you take them man to man. You get out of those ridiculous fucking courts and you hold them man to man. And that's what I'm doing. I'm showing people how to go man to man on these fuckers. I'm done. I'm done fucking playing with their stupid fucking courts. I'm done. You want to talk to me in your stupid court? Put it in writing. What? You want to talk to me? You want to communicate? My ears suck. I can't hear shit. Put it in writing. Well, I just want to know what you have to say. When I say something, you're going to hold me in contempt of court. I'm not stupid. Put it in writing. You put it in writing? Ask me the question in writing. Who's asking me the question? Put down who's asking me the question. Judge Bob. No, I don't have to talk to no judge. I'm talking to Bob. I'm talking to the man. I'm talking to the man, Bob. Yeah. You put it in fucking writing. I'm done opening my mouth in your fucking courts. You're all a bunch of bullshit liars. And I'm done. I'm done listening to you because you know what? I don't hear shit anymore from you fuckers. It's like Mike the Cop. I used to brag on my show all the time. And I even said that to Mike. I said, you're the best code enforcement officer I've ever met in my life. You know the code like the back of your fucking hand. You put on a hell of a fucking performance that day in court. You were fantastic. You were better than the fucking video. It was crystal clear, it's concise. It's exactly what happened. I said it was nice to find somebody who could tell the truth and say exactly what happened. That's exactly what happened that day. Now, 7 years later, he's lying his ass off. And he's like, okay, it's cool. I could lie. I could say I got the pictures. I got the proof. Really? You got the child pornography? Yes. You got the pictures? Yes. You got the proof? Yes. I got the proof. Oh, really? Yes, I'll be back in a little while. Oh, really? When it's a little while? He ain't never come back, except to pick the kid up like 2 days later. But he never came back with the pictures. There's a picture.
But he's acting right now. He's an officer. He's allowed to lie.
So I'm a defendant. I'm allowed to lie. You want to have a good story? You want to have a good fucking game? Hey, you could lie. I could lie. Guess what? We could have a hell of a fucking game. Guess what? I don't even want to play your fucking game. Yes, you know what? Instead of playing your fucking game, put it in fucking writing. That's all I want to see. I want to see it in fucking writing. I'm not talking no more. And like I said, when I went to Canada 2 years ago, the RCMP fucking did a fucking profile on me. It was 4 inches fucking thick when I got there over the fucking BC, over the Vancouver area. Mm-hmm. When they fucking put me on trial over there, the judge said to him, what is the RCMP investigator, what's the number one thing that Carl says? What's the number one thing that we should be afraid of when Carl fucking, when he's advising these people? Is he talking about a violent overthrow of the government? Is he saying about taking down the crown? What's he saying? Oh, the RCMP says, Carl says, don't say a damn thing at court. Don't say a damn thing. No man's appearing in this fucking court anyway, but you. Why should you appear as a man when nobody else was willing to appear as a man? Tell him put everything in fucking writing. Keep your mouth shut and put everything in writing. And the judge kind of just smiled, like, hey, yeah, Cole's right about that. The judge was like, no, is there anything else he really says? What does he say about Harper, Ford, Blair? What does he say about the Canadian government? He says, they're just normal guys. They put their pants leg one at a time. They wipe their ass like everybody else does. Who cares? They're just another man. What we fucking do? They're liable for their acts just like I'm liable. Who cares? They got no authority over me. Authority means dictator. They're not a dictator over me. That's exactly what authority means. Go Google it. Authority. Dictator.
No, I have.
Dictator. Yeah. What does authority mean?
It means to have power over somebody or jurisdiction.
That's right. We're all equal. That's right. He's a man. He was born a man. I was born a man. We're going to fucking die the same damn way. We're going to stop breathing. Right. We're equal. You got no authority over me. You ain't got no higher power than me. You don't throw thunderbolts out of your ass. You don't clap fucking thunder. You're just like me.
Yeah.
So you have no authority over me because I'm not a member of your silly society. So if we're going to play under these fucking acts, let's play under the Canadian Act. Let's act under Congress. Let's be a bunch of fucking actors.
Okay, Carl. So what you're saying is
I don't even want to be a fucking actor anymore. That's what I'm trying to say. You guys are trying to say, well, how should we act when we go to court? I'll put it in writing. Don't what? Put it in writing. You got any man? You got Mr. Sosa here? You got the man that actually claiming I've done something wrong? No. Then put it in writing. What? Did nobody else know? Any man appearing here today? No. I'm the only man? Oh, like I'm going to stand here and bear liability? I'm the only one who's going to bear liability today? Anybody else willing to be a man today? No. You're a prosecutor. You're a bailiff. You're a fucking magistrate. You're a judge. Nobody wants to be a man today, do they? I'm the only one in this court acting as a man? I don't fucking think so. If you want me to fucking act like a man, that's fine by me. You know what? You're as a prosecutor. You're a judge. You know what? This is all legal. You know what? Put it in writing. What? I need competent counsel before I answer any fucking legal questions. I'm not a legal person. You're talking to me legalese? Is it a legal matter? Yeah. I'm done. This Chinese, Japanese legalese, I'm done. I don't want to talk to you. Just put it in fucking writing, and I'll go get competent counsel, and I'll provide his answer to the court in 72 hours. How's that?
Is this what you talked to Alan about?
No, I talked to Alan about motorcycles and how much I can't stand drunken Indians.
Well, that could be another subject, but I heard him talking.
Alan about what?
He was in court, and seemed to be talking to the judge. Like he had this, like he was going to get you. He's got counsel. His name's Karl, and it's like Karl who? Well, I can't remember what his name is, but his name's Karl, and I got counsel or something like that. I mean, there seems to be you've mentioned a few times to say I require leave of court so I can properly answer this court, right?
Yeah.
But Alan's talking in court.
No, because Alan didn't just do it the way I just said to do it. Say, hey man, I don't hear so good. I was working on my bicycle yesterday, and I was pumping the tire up too far, and it blew the fucking off the rim, man, and I hurt my ears. I can't really hear today, man. Why don't you put it in fucking writing?
Actually, I'm a mechanic, so I understand that.
Yeah, I got too close to the fucking tire and the pop, and it hurt my ears. I can't hear anything.
Okay.
Why don't you put it all in fucking writing? Put it all in writing so it's crystal clear. Put it all in writing so I'm not in contempt of court. Put it in writing. Put all the questions in a form of writing. Put it all in a written form.
Even if they're trying to identify me as the person.
Put it in writing. Put it in writing. I don't understand so good, man. My hearing's not good today. Put it in writing.
Wow.
Put it in writing. I'll give you an answer in 3 days. Give me 3 days to see the court so I can properly answer. I got to go see competent counsel before I address this court.
Okay.
Yeah. Screw them. Screw them.
Hey, Carl, I just want to say thank you.
Exactly the number one thing the Crown said that they feared. That's exactly what the Crown said in that fucking, when they had me on a hearing and had me on trial. What's the number one thing that the Crown's afraid of? He says nobody's going to talk anymore in court. We're going to put everything in writing. That's right. I said it 2 fucking years ago. I won a trial 2 years ago. The window of 2014, not the end window of 2015, 2014, and you guys still don't fucking get it. The RCMP got it. The Crown got it. They said, what it's called, tell everybody to do. Keep your fucking mouth shut and tell them to put it all in fucking writing. They're coming
if you
at
want to learn this stuff, you got to go in the ring.
They're coming at you with a piece of paper. Make sure they hand you the paper and just put everything back to them in a form of writing. Don't open your fucking mouth.
Okay.
Everything just goes in a form of writing. You try to battle with these guys, you try to cross words with these guys, and they're going to fucking destroy you. These are the guys who got picked on all through their school, all through their childhood, man. They were the nerds who loved doing crossword puzzles. Other guys like playing football, hockey. Other guys like playing, soccer, football, anything, man. These guys like playing with words. Now they're in position to manipulate everybody. Now they're using words as a powerful tool to take everything away from them. Okay. And this is all they're doing. They're just doing it with a piece of paper, pen, and ink. That's all they're doing. And that's the number one thing the Crown feared. The judge said, what is the number one thing that we should be afraid of when letting this man into the country? What's the number one thing that we should be afraid of? What is he telling these people to do? Insurrection, riot, looting, pillaging, destroying the economy. What's this guy saying? He says, keep your mouth shut in court. Don't say a damn word. But just, they don't exist. There's nothing there. You tell them put it in writing. And who's asking me this question? Oh, the judge is, really? An actor? This is like a script? You want me to just fill in the dialogue and you just want me to act as a defendant? Is that what you want to do? You want to act? Yeah. Okay, that's great. Yeah, you want to act. You want to act. Oh, hell, if it's just a script, if I'm just putting back and forth in writing, there you go. I'll play this game with you in writing. That's the legal person's answer. That's not my answer. That's a legal call. But that's a legal call's answer. I'm not bearing liability. Are you acting as a man? No, you're acting as a judge. I'm going to act as a defendant. You want me to act? Yeah, that's fine. But I'm not going to bear liability. Is anybody else here willing to be a man? No.
So can I look for compensation then? If they want to waste my time with me going back in there, there's nobody. There's no other man making a claim against me.
They're going to tell you to get the fuck out of here.
That's what I want. I don't want to be in their court, but I want to get compensated.
That's right. They want to be compensated. I'm telling you, fucking people start telling these fuckers, put in a writing. It'll be all over. They'll say, get out of my court. Put in a writing. Don't put in a writing for me to get the fuck out of your court. Not like you dickheads would do. The judge will say, get out of my court. And guess what? You say, no, not a problem. Okie dokie. He's got you. But you understood what he fucking said. And you fucking follow through. And then you're going to be held in contempt of court. Tell the guy, put it in writing. Don't put it in writing. Get the fuck out of my courthouse. Put it in writing. Just get out of here. Put it in writing. I ain't going nowhere. Put it in writing.
All right, Carl.
So, yeah, you've got to get these people to put it in writing. And you just keep handing them the piece of paper that says, put it in writing. You don't say to the man with your mouth, put it in writing. You show him a piece of paper, like the guy did in fucking Ohio. The guy in Ohio walked into the courtroom and says, I'm an idiot, on his T-shirt. I said, good. His lawyer said, take it off. I said, take it off, fuck, you better not. I said, every time the judge asks you a question, just take your finger and run it under that, I am an idiot. Run it under there. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Just run your finger. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Don't say a fucking thing. Just run your finger across your chest. I'm an idiot. Put a piece of paper under the judge. It says, put it in writing. Just keep picking it up. Put it in writing.
Okay, Carl.
Don't say a fucking thing. Say, put it in writing. I can't hear. Put it in writing. I can't hear you. Put it in writing. Just write, I can't hear you. Put it in writing. Please put it in writing. Just lift up that nice big 11 by 7, put it in 72 font. I can't hear you. Please put it in writing. And there you go. If everybody just starts doing that, what do you think is going to happen to them? What do you think if every single fucking person in the courtroom did that day? Said, I can't hear what you're saying. Please put it in writing. Everybody.
Like some guy in a bike holding up traffic.
There's 100 motherfuckers sitting in that courtroom. You hand out this fucking 72 font thing and say, hey, watch me, guys. Let me go first. Put it in writing. I can't hear you. Put it in writing. Or I don't understand you. Put it in writing. There you go. Say, I don't understand you. Put it in writing.
I'm going to get a T-shirt. This guy put it in the chat, T-shirts with I'm an idiot in writing.
Right. Either I'm an idiot or you put a fucking placard saying, I don't understand you, please put it in writing. And just keep picking it up to them. Every time they say something to you, just lift it up. Say, I don't understand you, please put it in writing.
Yeah.
If they say, what do you mean, put it in writing? Please put it in writing. Then you can lift up another one and say, I will answer the court within 72 hours.
Well, they physically kicked me out of the court because I was trying to audio record it.
Audio record what? Everything's in writing.
I know, but I actually want to record the proceeding. Because...
Why? Because you're the other one who's going to be talking. There's nothing on the other side talking. It's a fucking judge. He's an actor. There's nothing.
Yeah.
He's an actor. There's nothing over there. Nobody's talking. It's paper coming after you. Where's Mr. Sosa? I don't see him. So who the fuck's the man who's moving his court? Nobody. Oh, then put everything in writing. I don't have a duty and obligation to talk to my fellow man. I don't have a duty and obligation to talk to an actor. That's ridiculous. I don't. I'm not part of your society. I'm not part of your club. I don't have to act. It's voluntary. Everything is voluntary. If I don't want to volunteer and be an actor, you can't make me be an actor. Why do you think the Crown said the number one thing they're afraid of is telling everybody to keep their mouth shut? Don't none of your people say anything.
The company that put out this false information, what would you call it?
What company?
This business profile company that says they assure quality information, that everything's been looked through and it's thorough, and it's that everything that they're putting on the website is true about companies that they use in their profile company.
Okay, so you got something called Wikipedia that says everything is gold and everything's true, and it's not true. So how did it cause you harm?
Well, the fact that it's out there and it's not true, that it said that I was making $1 to $5 million.
So it's not true. He says, I didn't make that much money. I've never made that much money. And who's saying that you did, other than a stupid company? You know how much is on the internet saying stuff about me that's not true? What do I care? How are you accruing a loss?
How it caused me a loss? It jeopardized my case. I was put in jail a couple of times. I mean, this affected my life. So, and
what I'm saying is, okay, the guessing you're trying to say to me, your child support payment was based upon your girlfriend threw in front of the court, or your wife threw in front of the court.
Sorry, I didn't get that.
Okay, you're trying to tell me your girlfriend, your ex-wife, found something on the internet saying that you made $1 to $5 million a year, right?
That's right. And she put this in an affidavit stating that these facts should be considered.
Yeah. Okay, so that's what she found. Okay, and you had no way of knowing how to put that down, how to quash that. You had no idea how to squash it, did you?
No, I did, because it's like, this is hearsay. First off, it was hearsay. She doesn't have any first-hand knowledge.
So what did you show us the judge as actual proof of what your actual income was? You said something from the CRA?
Yeah. There was 4 or 5 years that I submitted to the court system.
Okay. So
annual income.
Right. Okay, so good. So the judge just threw her shit out and said, well, we're going to go with what the CRA says.
They don't operate that way in family law. And you know that, so...
So then you appeal it. What's the big deal?
I'm not going to appeal it because I can get one decision on one end, and that's just the judge or the man in the black robe's opinion. So
yeah, dude, it doesn't fucking matter because you submit it to their control over your life. They determine whether you live or fucking die.
But I never had a contract with the company that stated this false.
Doesn't matter, dude. You told the judge, kill me if you want. You submitted yourself to his supreme authority to kill you. You're lucky you walked out without going to jail for the rest of your life. You walked into somebody else's magical court. You walked into the Queen of Hearts court. You're lucky the judge didn't yell off with your head.
This is all hypotheticals.
It's not hypothetical, pal. They could put you in contempt of court for the rest of your life. I had 2 FBI agents go down to family court to try to get a copy of my case file. The judge gave them 2 seconds to get the fuck out of her fucking court, or they're going to be held in contempt of court, and they're going to stay there until the day she dies. FBI agents she threatened. They came back with their tails between their legs and said, I guess you met Judge Storm. She give you the old 3 seconds. I'll give you 3 seconds to get the fuck out of my building. I'll hold you here forever in contempt of court. No, she gave us 2 seconds. No, she gave us fucking 2 seconds. I said, oh, she gave you the 2 seconds. Yeah, well, most attorneys that I send in there, she gives them 3 seconds to get the fuck out of our court. You don't understand when you're walking into these fucking psychos fucking courts that you could be held there for the rest of your life.
That's why I'm on the call. I'm trying to get trying to understand this
shit. That's why you fucking put everything in writing and stay the fuck out of their goddamn courts. What do you think I'm doing? You don't think they summons me to appear in domestic family fucking court over my kids? Oh, I gave them 18 fucking pages of the fucking riot act. There ain't no goddamn fuck do I have ever got a goddamn appear in your motherfucking goddamn god lawless motherfucking evil bastard fucking quasi fucking family tribunal. It ain't gonna fucking happen.
It was terrible.
Yeah, of course
it was
terrible. I'm not stupid enough to walk into their fucking courts.
Oh, this
Why do you think when I established my court, they'd be out of their fucking mind to appear in my court? Could I hold them for contempt of court? Oh, you better believe it.
Put it this way. Anytime I hear somebody get married, I said, listen, stay away from the marriage license.
Yeah,
go to CalmInLaw. Say
right.
in front of your community that you and her are married for life, and that's it.
That's right.
No contract.
The only one who gives a shit about that is a woman. I've never seen a man say, I've got to get a license on your ass. Why? Because the wife's going to fucking cheat on you if she wants to anyway. You're going to go to a cop. Hey, she's in violation of the marriage license. She's cheating on me. The cop's going to smile at you and say, oh, yeah, what do you want to do, arrest her? Yeah. Well, we're not going to do that. Oh, so you're not going to enforce the terms of the contract, the license? No. Oh, but if I had a license for driving and I went 21 miles over speed limit, you'd put me in jail. Oh, you damn right I would. Well, this woman's sleeping. She broke the fucking marriage license. Well, that's not our fucking problem. Sue her. So wait a second. I thought this was the national law. I thought this was a Providence fucking license. I thought this was a license. You know, like I said, right? Fuck the marriage license shit. You guys are stupid enough to do the marriage license stuff. God bless you. I didn't do a fucking license with my fucking wife with these 3 kids. She asked me that. She says, when are we going to get fucking married? I said, what do you mean when we're going to get fucking married? We are fucking married. She's like, no, I mean the whole bit. Like, go to fucking court. Oh, you got your fucking mind? Well, why would I want to do something so stupid? So anytime you want to just say, hey, you know what, I don't be with you anymore, give me half your shit. No, give me all your shit. I'm just going to say, oh, here you go. I'm telling you, I was with 3 women that I considered my wife. Oh, I'm still, as far as I'm concerned, I'm still married to all of them. I don't feel no legal fucking procedure bullshit. They want a fucking legal procedure, divorce me, do whatever the fuck you want, cupcake. I am not motherfucking appearing. And nobody's going to have any fucking say over my property. I don't give a fuck what your little silly judge says in his little silly divorce court. I don't give a flying fuck what that guy says or that woman says. They ain't got a fucking thing on me. Just because you got a judgment of a divorce against me, go ahead and now execute it.
Well,
like
you found yourself in court,
just because you get judgments doesn't mean you get money. So many people say that to me. Hey, Carl, yeah, you're going to sue the governor for $10 gazillion. You're damn right. Well, how much money are you going to get in court? I ain't going to get a fucking dime in court. You get judgments in court. You don't get money in court. You get judgments. So what? She gets a judgment of divorce over me. Yay. She gets a judgment saying that she gets all my stuff. Yay, hooray. Go ahead now, execute the judgment. Go ahead and try to take all my shit. Go ahead. I'd love to see the fucking clown who's going to come over here and execute that judgment. I hope he's bonded. I hope he's indemnified. Oh, you want to come on my property and take my stuff? Oh, no problem. Let me see your bond. What? Let me see your bond. What? Because you touched one fucking blade of grass? Oh, you can take the car. You can take all the motorcycles. You bend that blade of grass? Yeah, that's $1 million blade of grass. I hope you didn't just step on that blade of grass. What? Because you got $1 million bond? Come and get that car. Come and get the house. Come and get the fucking motorcycle. Come and get everything. Give a flying shit. You got a bond? Yeah. Give me the bond and take everything you want. Why? Because you ain't going to see that bond. What? I'm going to keep you $1 million bond. That's right, because you bet that blade of grass, and that blade of grass worth $1 million. Have a nice day, sir. Execute it. Go ahead, execute the judgment. I don't give a flying fuck. Give me a bond. And as soon as you give me a bond, I'm going to cash out the bond. I don't want to buy a new car, a new motorcycle, new every motherfucking thing. And it's all going to be legal. So you want to play your legal world? Dude, I'll play your fucking legal world with you. I'll play. Let's play legal. Oh, well, we're going to come down here and execute the judgment. Hey, do it. I want you to take my car. I want you to take my house. I want you to take my motorcycle. Give me a damn bond and take it all.
Why? Because I'm going to take your bond cash and I'm going to buy it all back. And guess what? What I'm doing is all legal. Just like you're doing legal, I'm doing legal. I know how to play your fucking game. Go ahead, come and take all my old crap. Give me a bond and we'll buy all new crap. Or whoever you sell this old crap to, I'll buy it back from pennies on a dollar. I don't give a shit. I'll play the legal game. Dude, there's no fear when you know how to play this fucking game with these people. They'll just walk away. They'll say, shit, you know how to play the game? Yeah. Want to take my stuff? Give me the bond. Oh, well, shit, there's no sense in taking your stuff then if we just got to give you a bond. That's right. Well, there's no sense foreclosing on you if you're just going to claim sweat equity. That's right. Why did you claim that I owe $400,000 on a fucking mortgage and I'm going to claim you owe me $500,000 on sweat equity? Well, hell, if we foreclose on you, we'll owe you $100,000. Hey, that's how the fucking game works. I guess we're in a stalemate here, ain't we? Yeah, I guess we are. I guess we're both fucked. I guess it's best just to walk away and forget about it. Yeah, how about we just forget about it? I damaged his car, he
damages my bike, we're even.
Yeah, how about we just forget about it?
Yeah.
That's right. That's right. You sue him for $800 for fucking whatever. He sued you for $800 for the hood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
if he's ever going to bother wasting his time suing you for $800. Did you ever get a fucking civil suit from him?
Well, the thing is, I don't even know if he just popped it out with his hand.
He just popped it out. He doesn't give a shit. He's fucking Portuguese. He probably thought it was a beauty mark.
Oh, he was pretty upset.
Yeah, he probably thought it was a beauty mark. He probably put one on the other side of the hood and say, hey, now they match. You know those crazy Portuguese.
I try not to know. But anyways, so if somebody says something about you that isn't true, can you go after them for compensation?
How do you know? How do they know? How do you know it wasn't true?
I know what I make every year. I know what I've made for the over
what does
past
it
24
say?
years.
What does it literally say? It says you made $1.5 million?
Annually.
What is it? Is that what it actually literally says?
It says that annual sales are between $1 and $5 million.
That's what it says.
That's right.
That's exactly what it says.
Yeah.
Now, if you tried to sue me, I'd say to you, dude, I think you make $100 million. No, let's make it $500 million you make. What would you do? You'd sue me because I said you make $500 million? I say you make $500 billion. I say you make $500 billion a week. Are you telling me that's not true? Are you telling me that's not true?
Only I know what's true for my business. It's my property.
Dude, what kind of dollars? Zimbabwe dollars?
It's Canadian. It's Canadian currency.
I asked you what it fucking literally said, and you didn't say Canadian, did you? No.
Annual sales.
No.
1 to 5. Sales.
No. $1 million. Canadian dollars, Zimbabwe dollars, U.S. dollars. What kind of dollars?
Canadian dollars? Company.
It doesn't say. It doesn't say what form of dollars, does it? If you were trying to sue me, I'd just say, oh, you misunderstood what dollars I was using. Oh, it was Canadian dollar. I was U.S. dollars. I was Zimbabwe dollars. Oh, you interpreted it, not me. I wrote it. You think you're going to interpret what I thought a dollar was? Oh.
No.
Why do you care what somebody else sees? This is what I'm saying. This is your problem. You're giving a damn what somebody else is thinking, what somebody else is saying, what somebody else is writing. I don't give a damn what somebody else is saying, whatever somebody's thinking, what somebody else is writing. If it's causing harm to you, then of course, and you say to them, hey, look, Judge.
It did cause me harm.
Well, then how? Because a judge believed it?
That's right.
And you weren't able to convince a judge that what the man was saying wasn't true?
I said it was hypothetical.
Why do you say it wasn't true?
Because it's not real.
What do you say wasn't true? What do you say it's not true? What do you mean hypothetical? What do you say it's not true? That's not true. This is how much I make. This is what the CRA says. The CRA, the government agrees that this is how much I make. Base it on what the government says I make, not what some stupid website says I make. She could have taken the website. She could have paid the guy who creates the website or maintains or runs or manages the website to put down $10 million I make a year. So the guy creates the website. So what? I could create a website.
He's running a profile company, and he's using information about my company. That's the trespass.
Good. What if I was a smart entrepreneur? What if I was an incredibly smart entrepreneur? And I said, look, all you divorced women who want to go to fucking all you women who want to make it. Is somebody
You're breaking up?
Yeah, somebody's got their microphone on. Somebody's doing the feedback because somebody's on the speakerphone. Yeah, somebody's on speakerphone.
Okay.
Well,
you're just saying it's not worth. It's not worth
what I'm trying to say is, because you got a fucking company that does fucking company profiles, right?
Yeah.
Guess what? I'm going to open one tomorrow. Karl Lentz is going to open up a company profile website, and it's going to look gorgeous. It's going to look just like that one that you printed it out. And I'm going to advertise, hey, any housewives want to get divorced, I'll make it appear that your husband makes $1 trillion a year. Just pay me $19.99, and I'll print out any damn number you want. And I'll make it look so fucking kosher. I'll make it look so great. It'll rock the court's world. The judge will just pop his eyeballs out and say, "Oh my God, that's what you make, sir. That's what you're going to get nailed with." That's what I'm saying. Is how in the world could you not convince a judge? Look, that's a joke. That's like some joke website. Okay, that's not the Canadian government. It's just like some ridiculous website. Anybody could write down anything they want on their own private website. They could say anything they want about me. It's a private website. So like I said, it's pretty hard for me to understand what you're trying to say, that some judge could have been so fucking stupid that he just took something off the internet and said, you know what, I believe you made one. Like I said, I have no idea what you were doing in his court. I have no idea. Dude, I have no freaking idea how the hell you were acting in his fucking court. I got no idea how Looney Tune you were acting or not acting. Okay? Because if they said something about that to me, it's like, well, your ex-wife here says that you made $7.6 million last year on your little endeavor here with the CalmInLaw. Oh, really? Does she have any proof of that? Well, here's a piece of paper. And who wrote that paper? What? Who's the person where's the chain of custody? Who's the one who actually created that document? Are you telling me she just didn't cut, copy, and paste? Look, sir, do you have anybody who's going to support that? Does anybody have any first-hand knowledge that anything on that piece of paper is true? No. Well, then it's inadmissible.
Agree that the family courts aren't really courts.
Then why the fuck did you go in there? Then why did you fucking go in there? Why didn't you do what I just fucking did? Put 18 pages of shit in there saying I ain't participating in this stupid crap.
You had to go into court to get your son back, right? You put yourself in there. You didn't know any better. I didn't know any better.
30 times. 30 times I went to court and said, what is this case about? How is this case have anything to do with me? All I wanted to know is, what is the nature of this case? That's it.
You had 8 lawyers.
That's right, to ask the first question that when you get arrested, it's like you're under arrest. What am I arrested for? We're not going to tell you. It took me 7 years to have them tell me what I was arrested for. 7 years to tell me the charge. What's the charge? What's the nature of the case?
Yeah, so you were part of the system.
Eight fucking attorneys. I had 9 attorneys. My wife had the 8 attorneys. I had 9.
Okay.
And we had 17 fucking attorneys. The FBI even went down there. What is the nature of this case? That's all we ask. Is it based on a voluntary placement, or is it based on abuse and neglect?
It was fraud.
30 fucking trials. Dude, all we were asking is what is the nature of the case so we get answer to the case. We can't put an answer before the court until we know what the fucking court is even about. Are we in a criminal court, or are we in some sort of family court? What the hell kind of court are we? Were we charged with a crime? We didn't know if we were charged with a crime.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Me and my wife didn't know we were charged with a crime of abuse and neglect. We didn't know if it was a voluntary placement. We didn't know. That's why if you look at the stupid case file, in 2007, the very last fucking piece of paper I put into the family court was show cause. That's all I did. I wrote show cause. Show cause means show case. Cause, rip out the letter U. Show me the case. Show me the case. What? I said to the judge, you see that huge sack sitting on your bench? Yeah. Hey, Tom, my attorney, have you ever looked inside of that yellow folder? No. You have any idea what this case is about? No. How long have you been my attorney? 3 years. How many attorneys I have before you? 8. Start naming them. You start naming all the... I said, Judge, you see what's going on here? I had 9 attorneys, and we don't know what the fuck's in that yellow folder sitting on your bench. And he said, that's ridiculous. I said, hey, fucking, what is this, lawyer lying? You want to get the other fucking 8 that I subpoenaed to appear here today? You want to get them all?
You didn't have any clue about the contract. There was a contract, right?
In this fucking courthouse. Every single one of those fucking lawyers are right here in this fucking courthouse. You want to fucking summon them up here and ask all these fucking 9 attorneys I had? Does anybody have a fucking clue what's in that yellow folder? Where any one of you fuckers able to open that cover and read why the fuck we're here? Why you've been collecting all this money from me for all these years? Has anyone been able to crack that yellow folder open and find out why we're here? That's frustrating. That's frustrating when you're going from 2001 and 2007 and you still don't fucking know what the hell's in that yellow folder. What does it say? Does it say I'm charged with something? Is it saying abuse and neglect? Does it saying we voluntarily placed the kids? So when the state finally said, well, you voluntarily placed them, he's like, holy Jesus. The 29 fucking trials before this, I thought we were fucking held in absentia for doing something wrong. I thought we were found guilty of abuse and neglect.
That didn't come out of
trial.
It didn't come out in the courts why you were there or why the child was taken? I mean, where's the contract?
Not 2001 until 2007. I filed, the very last thing I filed was the show cause. Do you understand what that means?
Show cause. Just show your case. Show what you got.
That's the first piece of paper everybody files. The first. Why did I have to file hundreds and hundreds of fucking show me the cause, show me the cause, show me the cause, show me the cause? Why did I fucking just keep flooding it with show me the cause? Show me that goddamn case file. Why do you think I said when the FBI fucking people went there in 2005? Judge Storm said, I'll give you 2 fucking minutes to get the fuck out of my building. Oh, 2 seconds to get the fuck out of my building. Oh, she usually gives me 3 seconds. Yeah. Or she's going to do what? Hold you in contempt of court. That's right. Like, just walk into the court clerk's office. She said to the FBI, you're out of your jurisdiction. You're in my jurisdiction now. And you know what I can do to you. I can hold you in contempt of court until the day I retire. Do you wish to be placed in contempt of court? Or do you wish to get the hell out of here? You don't have a warrant to be here. Well, we fund social services, and we're the ones that provide, the United States government provides the funding for all these programs. I'll give you 2 seconds to get the fuck out of here. I said, oh, Judge Storm, she looks like my mom, little old lady. They said, oh, so you got the riot act from Judge Storm. Yeah, the dad. It was funny, the FBI agents, field agents, it was a dad and a daughter. What a good team. Dad and a daughter team. That was fucking brilliant for the FBI to team them up together to handle family problems. Brilliant. And they were very good, nice people.
Hey, Carl, I'm getting a lot of feedback here. Here we go.
Yeah, well, then you mute yourself out, man, because I hear crystal clear.
Even if I mute myself out, I'm getting feedback, so it's hard to hear you.
Oh, well, like I said, I hear myself crystal clear, and I haven't heard Gus tell me, hey, Carl, man, you get a lot of feedback out of your call, so I don't know what's going on with your microphone. Maybe it's a Canadian thing.
I don't know about that, but anytime I speak, it's okay. It starts settling down. Yeah. So if somebody writes something about you in the public, and it's not true, what it's called?
Every time that somebody goes to family court, anytime you want to modify any form of fucking child support payments, you just fucking put a modification of child support payments and you show the proof of a modification of whether your income went up or income went down. It's based on the honor system. So what?
I know how to deal with child support now.
Why don't you just petition the court to fucking modify the custody or modify the payments?
How would I do the custody issue then? Because I haven't seen her in 3 years.
You said, I'm going to ask you 1 fucking question. You didn't say 2 questions. You said you're going to ask me 1 question.
Well, you just led me to this one thing about petitioning the courts to change.
Yeah, because you submitted yourself. You prostrated yourself. You bent your ass over and said to the judge, do whatever the fuck you want to me. Okay?
But now I know better.
Huh?
I know better now.
Oh, now you know better. Oh.
I know better now.
So now you're going to pull out of the court, huh? Now you're going to say, oh, I don't want to participate anymore, huh?
No, so if I can petition to see my child or my property.
Oh, that's great. Isn't this special? Now let's just start petitioning some more. Let's just fucking bend over a little further.
No, I'm not petitioning because that means to petition to a deity, right?
Yeah,
petition
right.
to God.
Why but that's what you have to do in family court. Dude, that's what you have to do in family court. Why don't you just say to your fucking, that woman that had the kid with you, look, I require you to have this child 50% of the time. If you don't do it, I'm going to see compensation.
I've written letters. I've written letters.
Say fucking letters, dude. Did you fucking have her served? Did you take her into your court? Did you open up a court up there in Canada?
No, I haven't.
Did you say, hey, now she's going to walk into the fucking Lentz court and she's going to explain what the fuck she's doing on my property, that we should have 50-50, and let the jury determine whether or not she should fucking be held liable?
Carl, I donated $200 to you.
No, dude, shut the fuck up. I'm fucking talking. You hear my mouth fucking moving? You shut the fuck up. You ask me the question. How the fuck are you going to learn anything while you keep jibber-jabbering your fucking mouth?
Okay.
But if you fucking open up your fucking court and you say, you're going to summon federal fucking appeal and say, why do you have my unicycle half the fucking time when it's both ours? Why do you have my hula hoop? We both bought that motherfucking thing. Why did you move a civil action against her, drag her into your motherfucking court, place your case before the fucking jury, let the jury decide, and there's no guy in no motherfucking black robe fucking standing between you and the fucking jury?
You mentioned something about age. That
hey,
the child...
Dude, did I say talk yet? No.
Okay, go ahead.
That's right.
Sorry.
Okay, like I said, I'm trying to explain it to you. It's very simple.
Okay.
You people keep running back to the government courts, the government this, the government that, the legal courts this. Is there some fucking reason why you can't just to appear in a public court and have 12 fucking people sit there, 5 people there, 3 people sit there, 7 people sit there, 1 person sit there, and determine what the fuck is going on? Should I or should I not get equal access to that which is mine? Should I or should I not? Now, if the jury wants to fucking say, well, it's a 14-year-old girl. Hey, Jerry, what do you think? You think a fucking single man should be with a 14-year-old girl in our community and our standards and our time? No. The mom should get it. The mom should get the kid 99% of the time. And 1% the dad gets it should be chaperoned. Okay. I'm at the will and the mercy of the jury. Because you're the one that summons them to appear. You're the one who asks them to fucking make a ruling on your behalf. If they fucking say 99% of the time that the mom gets it, 1% of the time you get it, and she's got to be chaperoned, that's the will of the people. You put it before the people. You put it before the equal gods. They're all gods. You're God. They're all fucking gods. They're all sovereign. Then you got to submit yourself to the jury. There you go. Instead of dealing with the government agents and the government legal shit, if you don't like the fucking way they're going, invoke the fucking right of man. Invoke the fucking power of God. So all the gods in the fucking heavens get together, and this is what they determine. One guy's fucking clapping thunder, the other guy's throwing lightning bolts. Man, we need some fucking peace and quiet here in heaven, so all the gods assemble. There you go. I guess you don't know mythology and legends and shit like that, but this is the way people have been explaining it to their kids since time began. Mm-hmm. With these really cool stories of how the gods get together and stop the guy from throwing lightning bolts and this other guy clapping thunder. That's right. This is how I know all my shit, from the old ancient ways that people told fables and tales. So if you're done dealing with the legal way, do it the old-fashioned way. Assemble the group of the people together. Assemble the society. Assemble the people of the community, of the state. Get them together. It's called a fucking jury. Summons them to appear in an open forum. Tell them to cast their lot. Tell them to say white ball, black ball. Tell us what we get. Tell us who gets what. We can't decide for ourselves. Why? Because we're fucking little petulant, fucking little mature, fucking adolescents, fucking pettiness, fucking children that happen to be 50-some fucking years old. We can't keep our shit in private. We got to expose this to the public. And you're lucky it wasn't 400, 500, 600 years ago because they'd kill you both. And they put the kids up in a Catholic fucking orphanage somewhere, and they grow up to be a priest or a nun. Because you guys want to squabble over this petty bullshit, and you think the world gives a rat's ass what the fuck happens in your life.
I know it doesn't.
Yeah, it doesn't. But you're still going to squabble in the fucking public over this silly shit because you people aren't adult enough to fucking handle it on your own. And we got to tolerate this shit. It's a lifestyle. They knock you down and you get the fuck back up. While you're all busted up, you get the fuck back up. It's like that great line, whoever wrote that Rocky fucking movie. It's not how well you hit somebody, it's how well you take the punch and get back up. That's what makes you a man. It's not how hard you hit somebody, it's how hard they hit you and how many times they hit you, but you still get the fuck up. And that's
I'm
me.
not a quitter, that's for sure, and I definitely
and
stand up for myself.
That's what my kid wrote. She says they know that you're going to win. They know that you're not going to quit. They know that you're right. They know what's going to happen. That's right, because they see my track record. Look at my scar tissue. They know you're going to have to kill this son of a bitch. Well, he's going to keep getting up. Well, how many times you go to court? 30 fucking times. What is he? 30 times for what? You're going to tell him why you took my kid. Well, you're going to tell me. We're not going to tell. Well, you're going to fucking tell me. Well, no, we're not. You're going to fucking tell me. No, we're not. 30 times, you're going to fucking tell me. No, we're not. You're going to fucking tell me. Oh, no, I'm not. You're going to dude, we're going to keep doing this. And we're going to keep doing this. And we're going to keep doing this. And I don't give a fuck how much it costs, man. I don't care how fucking long I got to do it. You're going to fucking tell me. Oh, no, we're not. Oh, yes, you will. I'll figure it out someday. You're going to fucking tell me. It's just, you could say, well, that's insanity. Is to think that you keep doing the same thing over and over again, man, it's going to get a different result. Oh, yeah? I get different results. Well, Carl, that's crazy. Oh, what? I'm just supposed to do it once or twice and quit? Well, Carl, come on. You did it 28 times. You know, they're not going to tell you. They're not going to tell you. I'll do it again. I'll do it 29 times. Oh, Carl, I'm going to do it again. I'm going to do it 30 times. 30 times, they told me. Yay.
So, Carl, if I stick to my guns and tell them to put everything in writing, if they got a question, put it in writing, and just stick to my guns, and that's what I just need to do, stick to my guns, and just don't quit that way. No matter if they try to intimidate me, no matter if they say, well, we're gonna we're going to send out a warrant out for your arrest if the person doesn't appear. It's like, okay, put this in writing that if you're going to put out a warrant for my arrest if the person doesn't appear.
No, you didn't say it. No, you fucking already blew it. You already lost it. Because you said, fine, put in a warrant. No, you said, I don't hear you, put it in writing.
I don't hear you, put it in writing.
I don't understand you, put it in writing. Just keep saying, I don't understand you, put it in writing. You understood them. You comprehended what they said.
I'm not a you.
No, asshole. Let's say, okay, asshole, you comprehended them, asshole. Why? Because you gave them a competent answer. They said, we're going to issue a warrant out for you. You didn't say, I'll take a croissant with that coffee. That would be very nice. Thank you. What? No, he said, we're going to issue a warrant. Oh, no, 3 orangutans and a barrel of monkeys. Oh, that's ridiculous. Dude, we're going to pull a warrant out for you. I already got air in my bicycle tire. I don't need no more. Thank you. Because if you give them a competent fucking answer, you're under their jurisdiction. That means they pulled the string on your little marionette fucking ass. They pulled the string on your little marionette mouth, and you opened your fucking mouth, and something came out that resembled a competent answer. They got you. Because you're a schmuck. Okay? You're not a fucking you. You're a schmuck. You're a piece of dick that they chop off during a break. Okay?
Yeah.
During the circumcision, you're a schmuck. You're the piece of skin they throw fucking away, okay? A useless piece of dick, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, I won't be nice and call you a you. I'll call you a schmuck. Does that hurt your feelings?
No, I just said to you, the man and the person that's creating joiner.
Yeah, whatever the fuck you think you means. It might mean a head of lettuce in Japan. I don't know. If I say you in Japan, somebody might throw me 3 heads of lettuce. What? These are one of the you. Here, here's the yous. What? Here's the you. What? It's 3 heads of lettuce. Oh, I don't know what that meant in Japan. What do you think it means in legalese? How the fuck do I know? You guys got to get away from this stupid bullshit, worrying about the fucking words that they're throwing at you. You got to stop it. They're not fucking talking to anything out there. There's nobody communicating. There's a pine cone fucking communicating with you. Pine cone's doing telepathy with you. How's that? You see a judge sitting up there, you're looking at a pine cone doing telepathy with you. There's not a man up there. You're not communicating with a fucking man. It's a what? My dog is a judge. He's a hell of a fucking judge. But I'm certainly not going to fucking start talking to him. The Judge fucking Fox, the Honorable fucking Judge Fox just walked into the fucking courtroom. Oh, we all may rise. Oh, now the dog is talking to me. He's going, wolf, wolf. If you don't fucking answer me, wolf, 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 I'm going to hold a warrant on you. Wolf, wolf, wolf. That's ridiculous. It's my dog fucking talking. Oh, my dog's going to have a warrant on me. My dog. My judge. That's my judge. It's a fucking dog. Is that a fucking man up there judging me? No. Well, who the fuck do you think I am? You don't think I'm man? What do you think you fucking see here? You think you see something called defendant? Like what, bees defending their honey? You think I look like a defendant? You think I look like a fucking bumblebee? What do you think you see, man? When I'm standing before you, do you not see man? What do you think is before you? And are you my fellow man? The only man has the right to, judge his fellow man. Are you a fucking man? Are you here to judge your fellow man? Who the fuck are you? I'm a judge. Well, so's my fucking dog. So's a cat. So's a honeybee. A honeybee can determine whether that flower's fucking worth fucking, pulling a pollen out or not. I know plenty of bumblebees that are fucking ass-kicking judges. So what? I'm not going to listen to a fucking bumblebee either. You're not listening to a fucking man up there. It's a guy in a costume. He's an actor.
Mickey Mouse.
Whatever. It's an actor. He's acting as a fucking judge. That's why you can't sue them. Because they're actors. You can't sue Freddy Krueger because he didn't kill nobody. Where are you going to go? You're going to a fucking movie. You're going to watch Freddy Krueger kill all these people, and then you're going to sue him for fucking emotional distress because you just watched him kill a whole bunch of fucking kids, and you want compensation from the guy who fucking made that movie because your kids are having nightmares now because they saw a Freddy Krueger movie? What did you think it was going to fucking happen when you saw a Freddy Krueger fucking movie? Why'd you bring your kids there? Oh, well, that was fucking obscene what we saw up there. Humans enjoying torturing other humans. That's fucking porn. That's porno. That's porno. Just watching another human being tear up another human fucking being. That's pornography. That's obscene. Somebody having sex with somebody, that's not obscene. That's human nature. Somebody ripping somebody to shreds with a fucking meat cleaver or a chainsaw, that's pornography. That's obscene. That's obscenity. Watching these Freddy Kruegers fucking chop some kid's arm off or whatever, that's child pornography. Somebody having sex, that's human nature.
That's what it was. It was invoice, bill, and billing statement. That's what the three I was doing. To explain to people what's the difference between an invoice, a bill, and a billing statement. Because people were asking me that on the show one day. They were saying to me, well, Carl, what are you doing? I said, well, I'm creating a bill or an invoice. Oh, okay, then you've got to give them a billing statement after you give them the bill. And what's the billing statement? Well, that's to let them know that if there's an outstanding debt, which there is, that hasn't been satisfied on the due date, which it hasn't, that is still outstanding, plus there's another bill coming up. So when you get a billing statement in the mail, you shouldn't pay the billing statement like I get that from Verizon all the time, our cell phone provider. Like remember I was telling you guys it's $802? Yeah, but that's for 2 months. That's for the next month coming up. That's a billing statement. The bill that's actually due is $400. The next month's bill is $400. So that's a billing statement saying it's $800 that's due. It's not due now, and it's very deceptive by saying it's due. No, one is due, and one will be due. See, but it's very deceptive when you say billing statement. So like I said, I created a bill for them. It was like, I don't know, $5 million, whatever the hell it was. And then I got to give them a billing statement saying not only is the past due bill not been satisfied, $5 million, you got looking at now whatever, $10 million or $11 million, whatever it was. I don't know if it was 5.5 or under. I don't really remember. I don't really know, and I don't really care. I did an Excel spreadsheet, so I don't give a shit. Whatever the computer popped out, I rolled with it. I don't care. But like
Carl, so when it comes to getting paid for orders,
right, but
are you just looking for the judgment?
But an invoice. Why don't you let me fucking talk when I'm talking about an invoice and a billing statement?
Yeah.
Okay? And people want to know. The invoice is similar, very similar to a bill. The only thing different is it came invoiced, that somebody actually ordered something. A bill, yes, you could order it, but you could order it online. You could order it by, like the lady did, she ordered it by going to court, and she ordered the children to be placed with her at her group. Or she could have done it invoice. But she did create an order. But did she do it invoice? Or did she just create the order and deliver it upon me? Did she send it through the internet? Did she send it through the mail? Did she have the sheriff's department serve it upon me? Whatever her order was, she was billed. Now, it could be billed for an invoice, or it could be billed just, you call it a bill, or you call it an invoice. So, like I said, if I defined it as an invoice. If she wants to contest it, that I never gave an invoice, I just created an order. Oh, okay, it's fine. And we'll just call it a bill. However you want to do it, lady. I don't give a damn. I believe you're a man. I believe you're a woman. And I believe you used your voice to create this order. I believe you consciously said, you know what? Nail this son of a bitch. Take his damn kids. I believe you put people into motion, people into gear. Take that which was mine. I'm almost sure she said, I want everybody in this case, and I mean fucking everybody. It was ridiculous. Like I said, they must have brought me out 2 inches of paperwork, and and 2 inches of paperwork to my mom. In less than 24 hours, they created that much paperwork. It's insane how fast she must have pulled everybody into the fucking, into this picture and said, nail this son of a bitch. He just came here into the social service building. He came into the founder director, and he insulted the shit out of me. Say, go ahead, lady. You want to take my kids? It'd be your pleasure. Is that your pleasure? Do as you wish. Just remember, when you take that which is not yours, that which is mine, you better believe, as any other man, I have the right to seek compensation, and I will. So, do as you wish. She's like, well, you're the victim's father, right? But you wanted us to help you with therapy or counseling or... No, ma'am. I'm fine. I'm just telling you, I know what you're going to do. I know what's in your playbook. If I'm not 100% behind you, you're going to take that which is mine. And you're going to prosecute that man, whether I want you to prosecute him or not. And you're going to use that which is mine to accomplish your goal. They're going to use this. They're going to take what they wish, and they're going to use it to accomplish their goals. I said, I know what you're going to do. I said, I know your playbook. I know exactly what you're going to do. If you feel that the parents are not 100% behind you, you're going to take our kids. I know exactly what you're going to do. And I'm not 100% behind you. I'm 50-50. And since I'm 50-50, you're going to believe I'm in danger. Your case is in danger. You might have to let the grandfather go. If the daughter says, you know what? I lied. Grandpa didn't say a damn thing. Grandpa didn't touch me. And that's what I tell people all the time. I said, you realize I could just tell my daughter, hey, honey, just say you lied. What? Just say you lied about Grandpa. Right? Just why? Why would I say that? If you lie, you get to go home. You get to see me. You get to see your boyfriend again. You get to see all your animals. You get to be home. You get to watch your TV. You get to go back to your school. You get to go back to your school plays. You get to go back to band. You get to be back in the orchestra again. Just say you lied. Well, you're going to say, you know what? I lied. They can't spank you. They can't punish you. They can't do a fucking thing to you. The only thing they can do is let you go home. Because that case against Grandpa is over. I can tell her that. Just say, hey, just say you lied. And everything will be wonderful in the end of your life. I can say that. And then what? It'll all be over. So why don't I just do that? It's got to get down to a court battle. The government's got to be summoned. The government's got to appear. Somebody who represents the government's got to show up. Somebody who represents the Second Dimension has got to appear. We're going to end this once and for all. Does man have the right to his property, or does the government have the right to pull property from the man without fair and just compensation, with no cause, no wrong, no harm, no injury? This is the perfect battle. This is like the end all. This is it. Like I said to the U.S. Marshals a couple of years ago, I said, I want to be in a position like this one day when I'm going to have the best of the government. And the man that I summons to appear is the best that they have. He's the chairman of the Democrat National Committee. He is really good friends with the Clintons. He's the one who gets to determine whether Hillary Clinton gets the nomination. He's the one. He's the chairman of the Democrat National Committee. He's the man that I summoned to governor of the Commonwealth here. He's in Cuba right now, trying to make a deal for the United States to have start working some trade deals with Cuba. No governor, nobody who they've sent from the United States has been able to crack into Cuba and get Cuba to start dealing with us. He's going to go there and try. If this guy's successful, I realize I'm up against a hell of a competitor. I'm up against a hell of a man. So this is going to be a lot of fun. Say I went against the governor of Alabama. He was a cosmetic surgeon. He did boob jobs, liposuction. What kind of competition is that? How is he going to stand in court, man to man, against me? How is he going to stand? Talk about liposuction? Come on. This guy, this Terry McAuliffe guy, he's good. He's really good. He's young. He's smart. He's articulate. He's bright. He's charming. He's going to be a hell of an opponent. He's going to be a lot of fun. Now, you stand there and explain why the government has the right to take that which is a man's without fair and just compensation, without fucking charging the man with doing anything wrong. You fight from the government's point of view, and I'll fight from man's point of view, and let's see how this goes down. Let's have a nice, clean, fair fight, and let's see what the jury decides. Let's see what the people decide, how this is going to go down. And if the jury decides no, Carl, the government has the right to take your children. The government can hold your children indefinitely. The government doesn't have to compensate you. They can do as they wish. Or the jury's going to say to the government, you can't just take that which is not yours and not compensate. Of course you have to compensate. Let's see what the jury decides. And that's what I said to the U.S. Marshals. I said, I always want to have a trial like that. And I said, if I lose, hey, guess what? You could say I lost, but I really won. Why? Because now I have peace of mind. What? I'm living in Germany. What? This is the way my family in Germany lives right now to this day. They're a very socialist nation. My family's thriving. They're making a shitload of money over in Germany. They all drive brand new, nice cars. They live in beautiful homes. They got nice families. It's completely socialist, though. But they're not dying. They're not saying, oh, I wish to commit suicide. I want to overthrow the government. We live in a socialist nation. No, they're doing fine. They have socialized medicine. All their houses look the same. All their cars have to be within, 10 years old. Anything older than 10 years old, the government will tell you to pull it off the road. If you got a dent on your car while you're going down the street, a cop will stop you and say, fix that dent. You can't drive around with a dented car. You can't drive around with a car that's rusting. If they want to live like that, they're doing just fine. They're very happy living like that. I'm sure if I lived over in Germany, I'd be okay. I'd say, hey, you know what? This is the society, this is the culture, this is the belief, this is the standards of our people, and I'm willing to fucking participate. Or leave. Or go move to fucking Gilligan's Island. I'm sure I'd just say, you know what? I'll acclimate. I'll be just like everybody else. It'll be fine. I got my family here. Everybody's cool with that. But as far as I'm concerned, I live in the Americas, where it's yippee-ki-yay. No open frontiers, no borders, no fences. Let's do this. This is the way I'm looking at it. I said to the U.S. Marshals, and I'll find out. once and for all, and I'll have peace of mind. Either we live in a socialist nation, and man does not have a right to property, and the government can just come and take that which it wishes to take at will, at any time, for whatever purpose its ultimate goals, dreams, and desires are, whatever they have, that they wish to carry out, whatever agenda they got going on. Fine. I believe with that. But just let me know straight up. Don't bullshit me and tell me I have freedoms. Don't bullshit me and tell me, I don't have to, do this or do that. Just tell me straight up. Oh, yes, you do. Oh, yes, you do have to submit to our jurisdiction. Oh, no, you are not free. Oh, no, we can impose orders upon you, whether you like it or not. Oh, this is not a voluntary land. Just tell me straight up. Don't bullshit me. Just like in Germany, they're not bullshitted. They know. I just want to know straight up. Are we living in France? Are we living in Germany? Or are we living in the Americas? Which one is it? Just let me know, and I'll be cool with it. And I'll have peace of mind. And I'll say, okay, cool. I can take it from there. Fine. I'll adapt. Or I'll fucking go move to Gilligan's Island somewhere. I'll just fucking say, you know what? I'm done. I'll just go fucking find an island somewhere and say, you know what? I'll live on this freaking island. I just can't tolerate this shit. I'd rather live on an island, man, than fucking live under this fucking bullshit. One or the other. I said, but at least once and for all, I'll know. I said, no hard feelings, I won't be angry. I won't be bitter. I'll just say, oh, well, I don't live in a land that I thought I lived in. Shit happens. Oh, well, move on. If everybody else wants to live like this, Carl, who are you to fucking, tip over their apple cart?
Hey, Carl, can I ask you a question about the Constitution?
What's that?
Do you believe that it protects individual states, their rights to govern themselves?
What?
The Constitution, I mean, does it keep government away from states, independent states?
Dude, the Constitution. The Constitution, the only thing the Constitution is of Coca-Cola, the Constitution of the Lentz family, the Constitution of the United States government just defines the structure and how it's organized and how it operates. That's all it is. Coca-Cola has a president. Coca-Cola has a chairman of the board. Coca-Cola has vice president. A Constitution of the United States just defines the structure of the organization.
Yeah, the rules.
It doesn't define the fucking people. Coca-Cola.
No, not the people, but the rules
Coca-Cola
of government.
Coca-Cola's Constitution can't make a fucking a belief system of how the people, other than the people who work for Coca-Cola, are to act. If I'm not part of the United States government, the United States Constitution has no bearing on anybody outside of the United States government. The Coca-Cola Constitution has no bearing on it. Dude, so why are we talking about the United States Constitution when I'm not part of the United States? Are you part of the United States? Then the United States Constitution has bearing on you. Dude, that's what it is. It's like you telling me Coca-Cola's Constitution. It shows the organizational structure, the chairman of the boards, the trustees. It shows the shareholders. It shows what the shareholders' rights are. It shows what the trustees' what duties and obligations are. It shows what the trustor is. It shows who the president is and what the president's obligation, how long his term of office when he conducts business on behalf of Coca-Cola. And it protects what's rights?
I don't know. I heard this woman, Chris Ann Hall. She was talking about.
Tell me what the fuck you believe.
I believe that public servants should be put in their place and held accountable. That they're serving the people. That's what I believe. I mean, and that's
so. What is
and that's the Constitution supposed to hold them away or prevent them from interfering.
Dude, what Constitution? The Constitution of the United States. The Constitution
United States,
of Alabama?
United States.
Okay, is she part of the United States government?
She's a lawyer, but her argument, I just posted something on
is
chat.
She a member of the United States government? Does she work for the United States government? Is she part of the United States government? Does she work for Coca-Cola?
She's an excellent, she understands the Constitution very excellent, and
so what?
She understands
Coca-Cola's Constitution. She understands Coca-Cola's Constitution.
Yeah.
Great. Am I a member of Coca-Cola? Am I in the jurisdiction of Coca-Cola?
No, but you have public servants serving you as a man, right?
Dude,
no.
Coca-Cola, you can define Coca-Cola. When Coca-Cola sells their product out here to the public, they're the servants of the public. They have no right just because they're Coca-Cola to cause harm to man, do they? Coca-Cola can't make a product to cause harm to man, can it? No, it can't.
Where does it say that, though? What prevents it?
Can't cause harm to man?
Yeah.
Because they're licensed and they're chartered. If they cause any harm to man, they get their license pulled.
They get their permits pulled. They shut down every Coca-Cola plant down from coast to coast, and they destroy every bottle of Coca-Cola immediately. No trial, no jury, nothing. It's over. You cause all the man.
That's
done.
Coca-Cola. But what about the justice system? Do they have a charter?
That's the same damn thing. As long as they don't cross harm the fucking man, they can exist. As soon as they cross harm the man, their charter gets pulled. Frank M. Johnson did that to the governor of Alabama. He pulled their charter. He yanked that fucking government down in 2 seconds. They wanted to fucking order a pencil or a Scrabble or a fucking toothbrush or a toothpick. The governor of the state of Alabama had to come crawling on his knees to this little fucking judge, this district court judge, and had to beg Frank M. Johnson, hey, can you represent us, Department of Transportation, a few pencils? I'll see when I get around to it. Oh, the fucking government of the state of Alabama hated that fucking guy. Hated Frank M. Johnson. You Google and take a look what the Frank M. Johnson complex looks like in Montgomery, Alabama. It's fucking beautiful. It's right across the street from the state capitol. It's like the federal government giving the state of Alabama the middle finger. Okay. Because he was considered the king of Alabama. A little district court judge. District court judge. Not a Supreme Court ultimate ruler judge. No. District court judge. Because he fucking determined that the government and the people who work for the government and the governor and the governor's office and the attorney general's office, they were hurting man in Alabama in the 1960s, 1970s. They were hurting a black man. They were hurting many black people in Alabama. Mm-hmm. He pulled their fucking charter.
I don't understand what a charter is, though.
He pulled down Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola has a license to exist. We give you a charter. You can exist. As long as you don't cause harm to man, you can exist. A charter.
Okay.
Yeah, go Google it. Why don't you Google what a fucking charter is?
Yeah, no, I'm just hearing it for the first time.
Oh, you never heard of a charter?
Well, I have heard of a charter, but I don't know the definition.
When the Queen of England gave somebody a charter, said go ahead in the colonies and fucking here's a charter. We'll fund you. We'll take care of you. We'll provide for you. You know, your Queen's got your back. We'll charter you. But anytime the Queen wants to shut you down, we'll shut you the fuck down. When I realize that you're not when I feel that you people are being dishonest or you're stealing from the King or Queen, we're going to shut you down. We're going to pull all your fucking funding.
But the Queen's a two-dimensional.
No, it's not. It's the people. The Queen represents the people.
Okay.
She acts on behalf of the people. She's there at the people's pleasure. She's not sovereign. She acts for the sovereign people.
Yeah.
Yeah. She doesn't have life or death. She can't say off with their head.
I'm just trying to understand how to keep public servants accountable. Anytime I see a cop on the street, I say, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, public servants. It has nothing to do with the United States Constitution. Not a fucking thing. I can't wait for Obama and everybody else to just make a new motherfucking Constitution once and for all and get all you fucking people's brains out of the fucking shit that you're in. They show them, hey, look, we're just going to reorganize the government. What? It's too many fucking branches, there's too many divisions, too many agencies, too much in-house fighting. You know what? We're just going to restructure Coca-Cola. We're going to restructure General Motors. It's just too much crazy shit out there. We're going to reorganize this fucking business. We're going to reorganize this corporation, and we're going to fucking tighten up this shit. And then you people will stop asking me these stupid questions. You know what's
the Barack Obama fucking Constitution of 2016
it's not
clearly
though,
defines people's rights. Oh, the Barack Obama's Constitution of 2016 clearly defines my rights. Oh, isn't that special? So this guy's going to come along in 2016 and make a new Constitution, and it's going to define my rights. Oh, isn't that just fucking lovely? Also, somebody came around in 1783, and he defined my rights. Oh, isn't that just fucking lovely? Great-great-great-grandpa decided what the fuck my rights are. Isn't that just fucking lovely? What do you think I'd say if Barack Obama and his people fucking determine what my rights are? Oh, isn't that just fucking lovely?
Would you actually want a new Constitution from
Barack
Obama?
The 1783 Constitution is a new Constitution. What do you think I would have said in 1783? Oh, I want a couple of clowns. The fucking who threw the king. So all of a sudden he knows better than these clowns know better than everybody else on planet Earth what my fucking rights are. Oh, I don't fucking think so. I don't give a fuck what these 16 guys who decided to sit around Philadelphia and New York City. They made a new constitution. Hey, you know what? Do whatever the fuck you want. Knock your socks off. Don't think that I got to fucking abide by what the fuck you 16 people are fucking ruling and making decisions on. You people do whatever the fuck you want. Don't think you're talking for me. I'm a man. I do my own fucking thing. I self-govern. Now, you want to fucking protect the borders? God bless you. You want to provide me with a stable currency? God bless you. And anything other than that? It's none of your damn business? Hey, you know what? I'm down with that. Go knock your socks off. Go write a fucking constitution. And that's all the Constitution was supposed to do. Secure our borders, provide a stable currency. If that's what you want to do,
property.
I'm all for you. What does providing a stable currency and protecting the borders have a goddamn thing to do with my rights? What the hell does that have to do with what a public servant does and does not do?